Introduction. A rather inexperienced yet profoundly wicked CK player inexplicably finds himself in the world of a Song of Ice and Fire. What shall he behold through his eyes? I am merely an enthusiast of the medieval Gene Ascension project. Luo Wenyuan ultimately summarized himself. Chapter 1 Prologue. Year 289 AC. When Luo Wenyuan regained his senses, he realized he had been seated on a dilapidated wooden barrel by the Fisherman's Square in King's Landing for quite some time. Upon his sudden arrival in this fantastical reality, coupled with the bewildering system that felt as though it had forcibly thrust him into this world, he found himself dazed and confused. Thus, in a state of vertigo, this tall and slender man shielded his face with his right hand, remaining in that bustling, chaotic, and odorous Fisherman's Square for 2 hours. Gasping for air, Luo Wenyuan stood up and suddenly noticed that his attire had transformed from the casual clothing he had worn just 2 hours prior at home. In its place was a reasonably fitted suit of leather light armor, somewhat cheap in appearance, layered beneath a thin chainmail vest, while the leather trousers he wore offered less protection. Could it be that I have soul-traveled? Luo Wenyuan muttered to himself, then hastily approached a nearby wooden basin filled with water, scrutinizing his current visage. The murky water reflected Luo Wenyuan's features. A somewhat pointed chin, gaunt cheeks, eyes lacking vitality from countless sleepless nights, a side-swept fringe, and long black hair cascading onto his shoulders. He was still himself, the same person he had always been, with only his clothing having changed. Upon his arrival in this realm, the system had already informed him that he now resided in King's Landing on the continent of Westeros. I never imagined I would experience a moment of transmigration. Luo Wenyuan pondered, and then he plopped back down onto the wooden barrel. System, Luo Wenyuan mentally intoned. The next moment, the system that had transported him to the world of the Song of Ice and Fire materialized before his eyes, or rather, was projected onto his retina. This system consisted of a mere 3 simple pages. Personal and follower attributes, resolutions, military. The first page was designated for reviewing Luo Wenyuan's personal attributes, as well as those of characters he recruited through the system. This attributes page resembled the character attributes page from Crusader Kings II, meticulously detailing an individual's information. Family, Luo. Name, Wenyuan. Age, 22. Culture, Han. Religious belief. Pragmatist, I believe whoever is effective. Diplomatic skill, for base personal. Financial skill, 5 base personal. Military skill, 5 base personal. Intrigue skill, 5 base personal. Knowledge skill, 7 base personal. Combat skill, 20. Personal traits. Refined appearance. While not exceptionally handsome, your looks can still be described as refined. Make good use of this trait. Diplomatic 1. Attraction, 15. Robust. A favorable society and a moderately prosperous life have allowed you to grow up in a nutritionally sufficient environment, rendering your physique robust by medieval standards. Combat skill, 3. Attraction 5. Astute. Your upbringing has endowed you with a sharp mind adept at swiftly addressing various matters. Diplomatic, 2. Financial, 2. Military, 2. Intrigue, 2. Knowledge, 2. Indolent. Indeed, you are a rather lazy individual. If a task can be accomplished without your direct involvement, it is best that you refrain from doing it yourself. Diplomatic, 1. Financial, 1. Military, 1. Intrigue, 1. Knowledge, 1. Vassal, favor, 5. Scholar. By medieval standards, you can indeed be considered a somewhat specialized scholar. Knowledge, 5. Trained warrior. You have undergone several years of military training, although not an exceptional warrior. You can proficiently wield a blade and handle weaponry. Combat skill, 20. Composed. Maintaining composure is a commendable quality, allowing you to make sound judgments in various crises. Diplomatic, 1. Military, 2. Intrigue, 1. Combat skill, 2. Territory, none. Vassals, none. Gold, 0 gold dragons. Treasures, none. Thus, this is the current state of Luo Wenyuan. From a perspective of a player of Crusader Kings II, he is woefully inept, with only a modicum of learning ability and perhaps a hereditary trait of refined appearance that is somewhat presentable. Yet, in reality, he was grateful that he had at least played military strategy for a few years. Luo Wenyuan thought, at least in this world of sharks and grass, he would not easily meet his demise. After reviewing his personal attributes, Luo Wenyuan then shifted his gaze to the resolutions page. Current resolutions available. Recruit a vassal. Requires 10 gold dragons. Recruit a loyal vassal. Usable once per year. Invite a blacksmith to assist in crafting equipment. Level 1 equipment requires 100 gold dragons. Level 2 requires 1,000 gold dragons. Level 3 requires 5,000 gold dragons. Borrow from Jewish merchants. Requires no existing borrow from Jewish merchants. Receive 300 gold dragons and gain borrow from Jewish merchants with a 10 income each time. Repay Jewish merchants. Requires borrow from Jewish merchants. Consume 350 gold dragons. Income will no longer be 10 each time. Good grief. Where do these Jewish merchants in Westeros come from? Did they emerge from some alternate dimension? Military. Personal standing army, 0-1. Able to form a standing army. Light infantry. Soldiers equipped with light leather armor, armed with sword and shield, and equipped with javelins, suitable for both mountainous warfare and excellent raiders. Formation requirement. 45 gold dragons, maintenance fee, 5 gold dragons per month. Heavy infantry. Knights clad in heavy armor. They serve as the backbone of the front line, becoming your most formidable shield when conscripted infantry are unable to resist the enemy any longer. Formation requirement. 120 gold dragons maintenance fee, 20 gold dragons per month. Crossbowmen. Archers equipped with powerful crossbows, capable of effectively slaying any enemy with armor-piercing bolts. Formation requirement. 90 gold dragons maintenance fee, 10 gold dragons per month. Light cavalry. These cavalrymen are lightly armored and agile, able to swiftly maneuver on the battlefield, perfectly suited for sudden attacks on the enemy before slipping away. Formation requirement. 95 gold dragons maintenance fee, 12 gold dragons per month. Armored cavalry. Heavily armored knights dominate the battlefield under any plains terrain. None can withstand their charge. Formation requirement. 400 gold dragons maintenance fee, 50 gold dragons per month. Special standing army. Repeating crossbowmen. Prerequisite requirement. Ethnic culture must be Han soldiers equipped with repeating crossbows can unleash a torrential rain of arrows upon their enemies in an instant. Formation requirement. 110 gold dragons maintenance fee, 15 gold dragons per month. Indeed, I must find a way to secure some funds. Having reviewed his system, Luo Wenyuan stroked his chin, and without hesitation, he chose to borrow from Jewish merchants. In an instant, a heavy pouch of coins appeared in his hand, and as he loosened the leather string binding the pouch's opening, he glimpsed the glint of gold within. He tightened his grip on the pouch of gold, promptly rising to his feet and swiftly departing for Fisherman's Square. He traversed through the river gate, also known as the Mud Gate, and arrived at a deserted riverbank outside the city of King's Landing. Recruit crossbowmen, Luo Wenyuan silently affirmed in his mind. Instantaneously, a troop clad in scale armor, wielding crossbows, bearing round shields upon their backs, and sheathed with long knives emerged from the adjacent grove. Personal militia, 11. Crossbowmen. Size, 13. 110 gold dragons required to elevate to the next level. Each increment raises the monthly maintenance fee by 15 gold dragons. 100,100. Current maintenance fee, 15 gold dragons per month. Excellent. They exude vigor. As he beheld the 100 crossbowmen arrayed before him in perfect formation, Luo Wenyuan felt his heart race, his mind even beginning to envision the grandeur of his future conquests. However, it must be noted that Luo Wenyuan was inherently composed and aware of his own limitations. After all, his military prowess barely scraped the surface of 10. Thus, he was in need of a capable aid. At this juncture, he had 190 gold dragons left. Spending 10 gold dragons to recruit a retainer seemed entirely justifiable. He thus opted for the recruit-retainer option, and shortly thereafter, a new page materialized before him. What type of retainer do you require? 1. Diplomat. 2. Financial manager. 3. Military strategist. 4. Spy. 5. Scholar. 6. Société. Certainly a military strategist. The moment Luo Wenyuan made his decision, he found his pouch diminished by 10 gold dragons, and a new page presented itself before him. Family, sure. Name, Jin Qing. Age, 31. Culture, Han. Religious belief. Ritualism, more a code of conduct than a true religion. It embodies the Han people's early implementation of rites and music education. Diplomacy, 3,113. Finance, 516. Military, 824,216. Conspiracy, 120. Knowledge, 3. Combat skills, 1040555. Personal traits, robust, naturally strong and vigorous. You possess great physical strength. Military, 2. Personal health significantly boosts fertility by 10, combat skills by 10, attractiveness by 10. Strategist. This character excels in planning campaigns and analyzing the current situation. Military 4 Management 1 grants a 20 defense boost when commanding soldiers. Skilled Warrior. The weapon in your hand is as fluid and effective as an extension of your own arm. You have become a formidable warrior. Combat Skills 40. Brave. This individual remains undaunted in perilous situations, exhibiting remarkable courage. Military 2, when commanding soldiers, morale decreases by 10, combat skills by 5. Gullible. This person is easily deceived, yet he is quite suitable as a friend. Diplomacy 1, conspiracy 2, public favor 5. Proud. This individual harbors a deep-seated pride, utterly unwilling to endure even the slightest humiliation. Diplomacy 1, when commanding soldiers, he is even less likely to choose retreat. Before Luo Wenyuan stood a tall and robust middle-aged man, adorned with a silver-winged helmet and clad in a suit of armor, wielding a long spear, resembling a valiant general of the Ming Dynasty. Thereafter, Shi Jinxing knelt partially before Luo Wenyuan, stating, "My lord, the crossbowmen are fully equipped and ready to embark at your command." Taking a deep breath, Luo Wenyuan endeavored to calm the surging excitement within him. "Excellent. We shall soon have battles to engage in." Chapter 2 AC 294. When Luo Wenyuan arrived in Westeros, it was the year AC 289. Coincidentally, that year witnessed a notable event in the annals of Song of Ice and Fire, the Greyjoy Rebellion. Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands, foolishly raised the banner of rebellion, seeking to restore the Ironborn's ancient right to plunder, fueled by misplaced confidence that the usurper Robert Baratheon could not control the noble vassals within his realm. For Luo Wenyuan, this rebellion represented a tremendous opportunity. He leveraged the crossbowmen he had recruited, proclaiming himself a mercenary from the distant east, seeking gold to join the forces of the Iron Throne. Ultimately, during the assault on Balon Greyjoy's stronghold, Pike, Luo Wenyuan engaged in a life-and-death sword duel with Balon's second son, Meryn Greyjoy. Seizing an opportune moment, he unleashed a flurry of 10 arrows from his Zhuge crossbow, slaying one of Balon Greyjoy's sons. In the subsequent siege, he became the third individual to breach Balon's castle after the sorrows of Meereen and Yormormont. Thus, Luo Wenyuan reaped a substantial fortune in gold dragons. Now 5 years have elapsed, bringing us to AC 294. After the Greyjoy Rebellion, Luo Wenyuan sailed to the Essos continent, and throughout these 5 years, he continued his life as a mercenary, achieving notable advancements in his personal attributes. Family: Luo. Name: Wenyuan. Age: 27. Culture: Han. Religious belief: pragmatist faith is contingent upon utility. Diplomatic skill: 4 base personal 21,117. Financial skill: 5 base personal 2128. Military skill: 5 base personal 211411. Conspiracy skill: 5 base personal 216. Knowledge skill: 7 base personal 21513. Combat skills: 403-21055. Personal traits: fair-featured. While not conventionally handsome, your appearance is still quite pleasing. Make the most of this. Diplomacy 1, attractiveness 15. Robust. A fortunate upbringing amidst reasonable prosperity has allowed you to grow strong in a nutrient-rich environment, thereby rendering your physique robust for the medieval era. Combat skills 3, attractiveness 5. Astute. Your upbringing has endowed you with a keen intellect to adeptly navigate various affairs. Diplomacy 2, finance 2, military 2, conspiracy 2, knowledge 2. Indolent. Indeed, you are rather lazy, preferring to avoid personal labor whenever possible. Diplomacy 1, finance 1, military 1, conspiracy 1, knowledge 1, vassal favor 5. Scholar. By medieval standards, you could be considered a specialized scholar. Knowledge 5. Skilled warrior. The weapon in your hand is as fluid and effective as an extension of your own arm. You have become a formidable warrior. Combat skills 40. Composed. Maintaining composure is a commendable trait. You are capable of making sound judgments in various emergencies. Diplomacy 1, military 2, conspiracy 1, combat skills 2. Adventurer. This individual lives a life of continual mercenary and adventure. Military 4, combat skills 10, personal militia maximum 1. Territory: none. Vassals: none. Gold: 9,473 gold dragons. Treasures: none. Personal militia: 22. Crossbowmen: size: 33. 300,300. Monthly maintenance fee: 45 gold dragons. Heavy infantry: capacity: 33. 300,300. Monthly maintenance fee, 60 gold dragons. If you're inquiring about the most reliable mercenary group, I would unequivocally recommend the one known as J-Dragon. They boast a formidable force of around 600, well-equipped, and their renowned crossbows have garnered quite a reputation. If you seek to employ the strongest mercenary group in the region, they're your only option. Volantis, where several large vessels had just docked at the harbor, and the workers aboard began unloading the cargo from the ships, transporting it to the nearby warehouse. On a large two-decked sailing ship, two merchants were engaged in conversation. One had blue hair, evidently a trader from Taloth, while the other, with silver hair and violet eyes, was undoubtedly a local of Volantis. Do you think they can take the Stone Steps Isles? My sole purpose is revenge. Upon hearing this, the Volantis merchant beamed with delight, as if the somber expression on the Telothian's face were mere pretense. Rest assured, my old friend, J-Dragon successfully thwarted a raid by the Dolaxians last year. They constructed a fortress at the source of the Sahara River, and with just their 600 men, they repelled over 5,000 Dolaxian Karasa. Karasa refers to the tribal-like nomadic groups of Dolax. I have every confidence they can handle the pirates of the Stone Steps Isles, provided you can bring them along. As they conversed, they descended from the dock and set forth beyond the city limits. Bringing them to the Stone Steps Isles is not an issue. Many share my desire for vengeance. Our primary target is the crew of pirates on Bloodstone, all they must pay for their transgressions. While engaged in dialogue, they were carried in a palanquin by slaves to the entrance of a manor located on the outskirts of Volantis. Who goes there? At the manor entrance stood a small pavilion, where a warrior clad in bright armor rose upon seeing the palanquin bearing the two merchants. He inquired loudly. The Volantis merchant promptly rose, causing the palanquin to sway slightly. The slaves struggled momentarily to maintain their balance, but fortunately, they steadied the palanquin, allowing its occupants to remain secure. I am Palakiro, your previous employer. The warrior scrutinized Palakiro from head to toe. Ah, it is you. Back to conduct business with us again? Please, enter. The master awaits you in the main hall. Palakiro nodded and resumed his seat as the slaves, panting, carried the palanquin into the manor. The Talothian merchant observed the warrior's eastern features. Are they mercenaries from the lands of the east? What? Oh, no. Although they bear some resemblance to Easterners, their leader, a fellow named the Erudite, clearly informed me that they hail from a more distant east, a place called the Empire of Light. The Empire of Light? I have not heard of it. Yes, nor have I, but their weaponry and armor certainly do not reflect the style of the eastern lands. As the two conversed, their palanquin arrived at the entrance of the largest building within the manor. This is the place. Soon, you will need to negotiate business with them yourself, and rest assured, the Erudite is a most civilized gentleman. You can infer that merely from his name. Can you not? The Talothian nodded. Indeed, it does sound more like a scholar's name. Palakiro chuckled. In truth, he is quite the scholar, possessing vast knowledge. Now then, Danzer, let us proceed inside. With that, Palakiro disembarked from the palanquin and entered the hall first. Chapter 3: The Ambition of Mercenaries. Luo. My friend, it has been an eternity since we last met. Palakiro, indeed it has been quite a while. What brings you to seek me this time? As Palakiro and Danzer entered the hall, the Volantis man appeared to be well acquainted with Luo Wenyuan, greeting him with warmth. Luo Wenyuan, equally beaming, rose from his recliner to welcome Palakiro and Danzer, inviting them to take a seat on the adjacent sofa. He gestured, and immediately two servants hurried over to pour the exquisite sweet wine produced by his estate for the esteemed guests. Oh, I am utterly enamored with the wine from your estate, you know? It has become the most sought-after beverage in Volantis. Palakiro, unabashed, lifted his wine glass, gently swirling it before bringing it to his nose to savor the bouquet. You flatter me. This wine is merely a pastime of mine, a means to keep my men occupied during their idle hours, Luo Wenyuan modestly replied, waving his hand in dismissal. To be direct, learned sir, I have come to employ you and your mercenaries. However, Danzer did not indulge in the delightful wine, nor did he engage in pleasantries as Palakiro had. Sitting upright, he wore a serious expression. I wish to hire you to accompany me to Bloodstone Island. My ship will transport your men, and you are to cleanse that island of every pirate, leaving not a single survivor. Eliminating pirates? That is certainly within my capabilities. Luo Wenyuan replied languidly from behind his desk. However, I lack any vessels at my disposal. My ship will carry you and your men. Very well, let us discuss remuneration. I require a deposit of 500 gold dragons, and upon completion of the contract, an additional 3,000 gold dragons. Furthermore, You must cover my provisions and other logistical expenses throughout this endeavor. You expect me to fund your logistics as well? I am not paying for you to indulge in revelry." Before Danzer could finish, Parakyro interjected. "Rest assured, my old friend. The warriors of the Jade Dragon are the most disciplined in the world. Only the Unsullied of Astapor can rival them. Thus, you need not worry about their conduct." Danzer calmed, nodding in agreement to this stipulation. "Very well, you had best not let me down. Now, Mr. Danzer, do you have any further requests? When shall you and your men set sail?" "Tomorrow at noon, my men and I will meet you at the docks. I command 600 warriors, alongside 200 or 300 logistical personnel, so be prepared with the ship." After exchanging a few more words and bidding farewell to the two guests, Luo Wenyuan half reclined in his chair, stretched with a hint of reluctance. Alas, the joyous respite has come to an end. It is time to return to the battlefield. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan propped himself against the armrest of the chaise longue and unsteadily rose to his feet, stretching his limbs to invigorate his body. He then beckoned to a servant who had been attending to him for quite some time, instructing, "Please inform Shi Jinqing to come see me. We have imminent tasks to undertake. Furthermore, notify everyone to prepare their belongings by this evening, for we shall depart for the docks to board a ship by noon tomorrow." The servant, upon receiving the command, hurriedly exited the hall in search of Shi Jinqing. Afterward, Luo Wenyuan sauntered out of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the setting sun gradually descending over his vineyard estate. "Alas, I have resided here for over 2 years. It is indeed time for me to take my leave," he mused to himself, pulling at the collar of his black silk robe. Cursed the avaricious merchants of Volantis. This splendid estate was sold for a mere 5,000 gold dragons, a truly miserly offer. Just moments before bidding farewell to Parakyro, Luo Wenyuan had sold his estate for that paltry sum. After all, he would not return, thus. He was compelled to liquidate this grand estate to finance his future military endeavors. He reflected on how this estate was a gift from a Volantis governor during his resistance against the marauding Dothraki. Now, 2 years later, as he contemplated his departure, he recalled that he had recently recruited another loyal retainer, a spy of considerable cunning, with a scheming capability rated at 19 points. This spy had recently discovered the whereabouts of the legitimate heirs to the Iron Throne, Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen. Through the diligent efforts of this spy, Luo Wenyuan learned that the noble Sir William, who had sheltered the Targaryen siblings, had long since passed away. The brother and sister were now adrift in the free cities, having found themselves in Liss. This presented an extraordinary opportunity for Luo Wenyuan, for he intended to pledge his loyalty to Viserys before the pressures of life drove him to madness. Before Governor Illyrio of Pentos could incite Viserys to barter away his sister. If he could be the first to swear allegiance with soldiers at his back, Viserys would undoubtedly grant him favor, and with a modicum of respect befitting a king, Viserys would become a most malleable puppet, holding a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. The reasons for Luo Wenyuan's return to Essos and his 2-year stay in Volantis were twofold. He had accumulated substantial funds in this contentious land, and he had been persistently searching for the whereabouts of the Targaryens. "Once I complete this undertaking, I shall journey to Liss in search of the Targaryens." Prior to his crossing into this world, Luo Wenyuan had not only watched the television series, but had also perused the original texts of A Song of Ice and Fire, frequently consulting wikis for in-depth studies of the world's lore. These actions, initially undertaken out of mere curiosity, unexpectedly became his advantage when he encountered the phenomenon of time travel. Much like the present moment, he could prepare in advance. After all, in the original narrative, in the year 297, under the auspices of Governor Illyrio of Pentos, Viserys arranged for his sister to marry the Horse Lord, ultimately leading to his demise due to his half-mad temperament and lack of patience. Every time he reached this point in the tale, Luo Wenyuan felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing it as a formidable claim to the Iron Throne, one that was easily manipulable. Moreover, at this juncture, Viserys had not yet fully transformed into the character depicted in the original story. Daenerys herself had mentioned that she once shared a close bond with her brother. At that time, Viserys was not the capricious individual who unleashed his anger upon his sister. However, if events diverged from the original storyline, Daenerys would never acquire the dragon eggs from Illyrio, nor would she later marry Khal Drogo and undergo the blood magic ritual that would allow her to hatch the dragon eggs in exchange for her life. At that moment, Shi Jinqing, dressed in simple long trousers and a somewhat disheveled beige round-neck shirt, approached, slightly breathless from running over from the residential area. "My lord, do you require my assistance?" he inquired, halting before Luo Wenyuan and catching his breath, bending slightly at the waist. Noticing his attire, Luo Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing the situation. Did I summon you at an inconvenient time? He chuckled, wearing an expression that only men would understand. Although Shi Jinqing was summoned from the system, he was nonetheless a real person with his own desires. A few years prior, he had taken a Valyrian woman as a concubine, and now his silver-haired half-breed daughter was already 2 years old. My lord jesting, Shi Jinqing replied with a smile, straightening himself and adjusting his clothing. All I was doing was bathing. Enough with the humor. We are to depart for the Stepstones tomorrow afternoon to deal with a band of pirates. Please arrange your belongings and family first. Then procure 100 willing souls to accompany us into battle. Should the pirates possess fortifications, allow these individuals to board first. Understood. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan entrusted Shi Jinqing with 200 golden dragons, a substantial sum that would surely attract numerous high-quality mercenaries, as he needed only 100. 2 golden dragons equated to 420 silver stags, and a set of excellent quality armor, including superior chainmail, throat guards, greaves, and a full helm. Required 4 golden dragons. Moreover, typical mercenaries would not possess such high-quality protective gear. For instance, a banquet featuring fine wines, lamb, duck, buttered peas, and oat bread, accompanied by 4 cups of ale, would only cost a single silver stag and would often yield some change in copper coins. In the original text, the assassin who attempted to eliminate Bran Stark received a mere 90 silver stags, highlighting the legendary miserly nature of the one and only King Joffrey. After settling the 200 stags and factoring in the proceeds from the sale of his estate, Luo Wenyuan found himself in possession of 14,273 golden dragons. It is no exaggeration to declare that this constitutes a substantial fortune. However, had Luo Wenyuan not been convinced of his inability to contend with the likes of the Knights of Flowers, the Kingslayer, and the formidable men of the mountain, he might have contemplated participating in Robert Baratheon's tournament and King's Landing to profit, considering Robert's penchant for hosting such events, where champions often received sums in the thousands or even tens of thousands of golden dragons. In Chapter 4, Mr. Danzer, I must admit, I am quite curious as to why you are willing to expend such a considerable sum to deal with those pirates. For many years, pirates have been plundering merchant ships in the Narrow Sea, yet this is the first time I have encountered a merchant intent on hiring someone to eradicate them. After loading all members of the Jade Dragon Mercenary Company, the grand vessels unfurled their sails, and even the slaves below deck began to row, propelling the ships swiftly through the water. Standing at the bow with Danzer, Luo Wenyuan appeared to seek distraction from the monotony and inquired, "Revenge?" The man with short blue hair and a face adorned with a blue beard replied, "They abducted my wife and daughter while they were aboard their vessel. And after I paid their ransom, they insulted and murdered them. That is indeed unfortunate. My condolences," Luo Wenyuan offered. "Spare me your platitudes, learned sir," he interjected, raising his right hand and shaking his index finger. "Please address me as my lord, not with your customary forms of address. This is not merely a title, but my name." "As you wish, my lord Wenyuan," Danzer acquiesced, suddenly noticing the man's long, fair hands, which seemed ill-suited for a mercenary. "Condolences are but empty words. Only revenge can provide me solace. If you can ensure that the leader of those pirates is left for me, I shall offer you an additional 1,000 golden dragons." Upon hearing this, Luo Wenyuan clapped his hands together. Of course. The satisfaction of our clients is our foremost objective. We shall deliver that scoundrel to you intact. And at that time, how you choose to vent your wrath shall be no concern. It better be so." The merchant from Tyrosh turned away, gazing out at the sea once more, though he remained skeptical of the claims regarding Parakairo's ability to hold off 5,000 Dalraks with a mere 600 men. If the Dothraki are indeed as inept as they are portrayed, one must wonder why they have persistently harassed the free city-states for nearly a millennium. Luo Wenyuan shrugged, stating that, "Well, I can only assert that Parakiro indeed exaggerated the combat prowess of the Jade Dragon. That instance involved defensive fortifications, albeit rudimentary, and fortunately, the Dothraki lacked siege weaponry. Moreover, I merely managed to delay the Dothraki for a day until the magistrates of Volantis dispatched their forces for our rescue." "Oh, you are quite candid. I expected you might take this opportunity to boast." "Boasting serves no purpose," Luo Wenyuan replied with a nonchalant shrug, his expression indifferent. "I possess a clear understanding of my own capabilities. For an extended period, the vast majority of the Stair Islands have been overrun by pirates, compelling every merchant vessel traversing the Narrow Sea to pay exorbitant tolls to these marauders. Frequently, these pirates would opt to seize entire ships, selling the passengers into slavery. Bloodstone Island is among the many islands of the Stair Islands that have fallen into pirate hands. It is also the largest of them all. According to Mr. Danzo, over 1,000 pirates and their kin inhabit this island. In truth, compared to the pirates of Earth, those residing in the Stair Islands resemble sovereign kingdoms of piracy. They possess their own islands, villages, and a shadowy trade network. Whether it be plundered goods or captured slaves, there is always a market. To the north, these pirates can trade with the wild men beyond the borders, while to the south, the vibrant summer islands are ever in need of various commodities for their festivals and celebrations. Much like the pirate Salador San, who was employed by Stannis Baratheon. He claims the title of Prince of the Narrow Sea and commands a fleet of around 20 ships, with monthly expenses reaching a staggering 23,000 golden dragons. In summary, these pirates are formidable adversaries. The Jade Dragon may be outnumbered, yet it holds the advantage in discipline and training. The warriors under Luo Wenyuan, influenced by systematic training, adhere strictly to orders. Furthermore, in terms of equipment, the Jade Dragon possesses certain advantages. However, the repeating crossbow that Luo Wenyuan relied upon was not as formidable as he initially anticipated. Compared to the crossbows of Westeros, the repeating crossbow is somewhat inferior in power and range, and it lacks remarkable armor-piercing capabilities. Nevertheless, against unarmored or lightly armored foes, the repeating crossbow proves to be a devastating weapon. As previously mentioned, Luo Wenyuan was able to hold off over 5,000 Dothraki with merely 600 men, relying not only on that rudimentary fortress constructed of wood and clay, but also on the advantages of the repeating crossbow, particularly since the Dothraki prefer not to don armor, mostly presenting themselves as unarmored or lightly armored cavalry. The pirates, much like lightly armored or unarmored soldiers, were ill-suited for heavy armor due to the nature of their maritime battles, which occasionally required them to engage in boarding actions. Their weaponry was diverse, featuring flails, longswords, hand axes, war hammers, spears, and crossbows, including the unique Million crossbow capable of firing 3 bolts simultaneously. This assortment bore some resemblance to the eclectic gear of the 100 mercenaries temporarily hired by Luo Wenyuan, who also possessed a hodgepodge of equipment. In contrast, Luo Wenyuan's heavy infantry was far more uniformly equipped, clad primarily in willow leaf armor, with arm and leg guards, helmets, and wielding identical long knives paired with round shields. Returning to the matter at hand, Danzwa had sold all his possessions and goods to acquire 5 Valantian galleys. These vessels carried the Jade Dragon mercenary corps to the Stone Steps archipelago, reaching Bloodstone Island after more than a day's journey, arriving on the night of the second day of their departure. Upon reaching their destination, Danzwa's sailors dragged out several lifeless bodies from the ship's lower compartment. Where slaves had been forced to toil the oars, the corpses were unceremoniously cast into the sea. It was a harrowing sight, a reminder of their inhumane treatment of human beings as mere livestock. Although Luo Wenyuan had witnessed such atrocities before, he still found them contemptible, muttering to himself in Chinese, "My lord, they are but savages, lacking education, etiquette, and the essence of benevolence. Should I not teach them what it means to show respect?" At that moment, Shi Jinqing descended from the ship via the rope ladder. "Never mind, I shall address this matter once I secure the funds. Indeed, I must enlist some scholars to spread the teachings of propriety." Luo Wenyuan waved his hand dismissively, refocusing on the pressing concern of dealing with the pirates. "Jinqing, take a few men and scout the pirates' lair to ascertain the situation." Chapter 5. The Battle of Bloodstone. Calm before the storm as the sun set and the moon ascended, Danzwa and his fleet departed from Bloodstone Island. Given the area's reputation as a pirate haven, Danzwa sought a nearby refuge for his ships, intending to signal with a great fire once Luo Wenyuan and his forces had subdued the pirates on the island. At this juncture, Shi Jinqing, previously dispatched by Luo Wenyuan to scout the location and defenses of the pirate stronghold, returned with tidings, bearing 2 pieces of good news and 1 of ill omen. The first piece of good news was the acquisition of a map of Bloodstone Island, detailing the locations of 2 small fishing villages and the pirate stronghold. The unfortunate news, however, was that the stronghold would be formidable to conquer, as it was built by the rogue Prince Daemon Targaryen in the year 109 of the Age of Ygwin, who had crowned himself there as the king of the Narrow Sea and the Stone Steps archipelago. This implies that in order to eliminate the approximately 1,000 pirates, Luo Wenyuan must first seize the castle that has stood for over a century. With merely his 600 regular troops and an additional 100 hastily summoned mercenaries, the task of conquering this fortress proves to be quite formidable. After all, siege warfare is far more complex than open field battles. Once embroiled in a siege, the equipment advantage of the Jade Dragon would be significantly diminished. Fortunately, the Bloodstone Island castle is situated on the northeastern shore of Bloodstone Island, adjacent to two fishing villages. Donswa's fleet has landed on the beach to the southwest of the island. Thus, at this moment, the pirates remain oblivious to the arrival of a contingent of mercenaries. The second piece of good news is that just a few days ago, the pirate chief of Bloodstone Island plundered two merchant vessels, taking a portion of his crew to deal with the spoils of their raid. Presently, there are approximately 800 to 900 pirates remaining on the island, and remarkably, these individuals are divided into 3 groups residing in the 2 fishing villages and the castle. I have resolved to launch the siege tomorrow night. Before that, we must swiftly prepare the siege ladders and battering rams. These tasks will fall under your purview, Shi Jinqing. We must commence our assault before the sky is completely shrouded in darkness. In a temporary encampment hidden within a secluded bay, Luo Wenyuan unhesitatingly outlined his plan for a night raid. The cover of night would indeed afford him the element of surprise, allowing him to strike when the pirates are least prepared. His intention is to seize the castle while the majority of the pirates are not congregated there, allowing him to transition into what he perceives as a much more manageable defensive battle. Receiving his orders, Shi Jinqing promptly exited Luo Wenyuan's tent, summoning a dozen mercenaries along with several heavily armored infantrymen to hastily seek out timber in the island's forests and fabricate siege equipment. After arranging these matters, Luo Wenyuan accessed his long-neglected decision-making system. This system is undoubtedly a voracious beast, as the monthly maintenance cost for his personal standing army amounts to 105 gold dragons. Moreover, he must bear the expense of their daily meals. Thankfully, during their leisure hours at taverns, they do not deplete his finances. Now, Luo Wenyuan faces the most financially burdensome aspect, commissioning a blacksmith to forge equipment. The cost for a level 1 piece of gear is 100 gold dragons, and level 2 gear escalates tenfold, while level 3 gear demands 5,000 gold dragons, a sum that rivals the price of the estate he sold. Furthermore, he recalls that the Kingdom's Storm series of games inherently features even higher level treasures, levels 4 and 5, which are exceedingly rare. Although it is possible that the blacksmith may charge an additional fee for the chance to produce superior equipment, Luo Wenyuan is prepared to forge 2 pieces of gear, investing 10,000 gold dragons to procure 1 weapon and 1 set of armor at level 3. On one hand, sturdy armor and exceptional weaponry can assist him in battle. On the other hand, these artifacts undoubtedly enhance personal attributes, allowing him to present himself with flair. After he conquers Bloodstone Island, he intends to pledge his allegiance to Viserys and Daenerys, thus providing him the opportunity to realize his imperial ambitions. Luo Wenyuan swiftly clicked twice to forge Tier 3 equipment, and amidst a radiant golden light, he sensed a significant lightness in his small treasury. What would you like to forge? 1. A weapon for battle. 2. Armor for protection. 3. Ornate jewelry to showcase power. 4. Perhaps it is best to refrain from forging equipment for now. Naturally, Luo Wenyuan chose the weapon and armor, and soon, the desired items were conjured by the system. Tang Broadsword, level 3 category. Weapon crafted after the Tang Broadsword adorned with gold and silver. The Tang Broadsword features a blade approximately 80 centimeters long, intricately embroidered with dragon patterns, and a handle about 26 centimeters long, wrapped in dragon skin, shark skin, combining aesthetic appeal with remarkable practicality. Effect: Military 1, when leading infantry. Infantry morale 10, combat skill 10, imitation Tang Mingguang armor. Level 3 category. Armor: The imitation Tang Mingguang armor is crafted from steel, with arm guards made of tungsten steel, granting this set of armor exceptional defensive capabilities. Effect: Military 2, combat skill 15. Luo Wenyuan was ecstatic, even without donning the armor or wielding the sword. He found this exquisitely ornate armor and Tang sword to possess an undeniable elegance. The armor, predominantly black with golden trim, resonated profoundly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, these 2 items bestowed upon Luo Wenyuan an additional 3 points in military skill and 25 points in combat proficiency. With the assistance of his retinue, upon donning this armor, Luo Wenyuan transformed from a mere mercenary clad in leather, visibly out of place with his Eastern army, into a distinguished general of remarkable stature. Chapter 6. The Battle of Bloodstone. Winds rise. The trees flourishing on Bloodstone Island predominantly resemble a type of evergreen oak. Let us refer to them as oaks for the time being. Why do over 1,000 pirates congregate on Bloodstone Island? One reason lies in the island's timber. The oaks here are of exceptional quality, making them excellent choices for construction and shipbuilding. Thus, the pirate chief of Bloodstone Island, a Million named Bayleek, who styles himself the Prince of Bloodstone, has captured numerous shipwrights from the outside world, enslaving them to construct vessels for him. Beylik is an exceedingly ambitious individual. He is not content with merely ruling a castle and 2 fishing villages. Consequently, he frequently raids merchant ships traversing the narrow sea, selling goods far and wide, and then returns to the slave bay to purchase captives, augmenting the population of Bloodstone Island. The intentions of Beyliko are evident to any discerning observer. However, given the chaotic nature of the Stone Steppes archipelago, it is unlikely that anyone would be concerned with the actions of this pirate, until Luo Wenyuan began to charge for his services. In summary, after a day of clandestine preparations on Luo Wenyuan's part, Shi Jinqing and his subordinates hastily constructed 6 or 7 siege ladders and a rudimentary battering ram. A substantial log was suspended by thick ropes from several supporting pillars, which were further equipped with 4 wheels, thus creating an exceedingly simplistic battering ram. As dusk approached once more, Luo Wenyuan found himself in a state of idleness within the military camp after delegating all responsibilities to Shi Jinqing. Yet, one cannot say he was entirely unoccupied. During this time, he had also led a team to receive bread, jerky, and beer delivered by small boats from Danzhou. The sun hung high in the sky, gradually descending toward the western direction of Westeros. Time passed swiftly, whether for those toiling or for those idly lingering. Time is impartial. Entertainment in the medieval era was indeed scarce, although the notion of exclusive amusements involving sharks and grass is exaggerated. The absence of mobile phones and computers left Luo Wenyuan pondering how he had managed to endure 5 years in this world. Fortunately, when it comes to seeking amusement, human imagination is boundless. As he observed a mercenary he had summoned for a game of landlord toss a playing card onto the table, he mockingly exclaimed in Mandarin, "1 for 1. Yet, before he could properly emulate the moves of old Master Lu, Shi Jinqing entered the tent. "My lord, the hastily crafted oak shields are ready, and all siege weapons are prepared. We are poised to commence our assault at any moment." With unwavering diligence and an impressive 20 points of military capability, Shi Jinqing had completed all tactical arrangements and pre-battle preparations for Luo Wenyuan. This speaks to Luo Wenyuan's inherent laziness. "All right, assemble the troops. Everyone move swiftly. We must encircle the pirates within the castle before they realize what is happening." Luo Wenyuan sprang to his feet, discarding the playing cards in his hand. Shi Jinqing, arrange for a few mercenaries to operate those makeshift oak shields. Ensure they protect the battering ram. At Luo Wenyuan's command, the entire camp sprang into action. Shi Jinqing selected several tall mercenaries to accompany the battering ram, raising the oak shields high to shield it from the pirates' fiery arrows. After 2 hours of forced march, Luo Wenyuan and his soldiers arrived at Bloodstone Fortress. In the stillness of the night, and under Luo Wenyuan's repeated insistence, the only sounds accompanying the army were the creaking of the ram's wheels and the labored breaths of the soldiers. Bloodstone Fortress, a quintessential bastion of Westerosi architecture, stood with its towering stone walls, where a handful of sentinels loitered. Yet, their demeanor hardly exuded diligence. 5 or 6 of them huddled around a torch, seemingly engaged in idle chatter. It appeared as though the pirates of Bloodstone Island had never faced an assault, for the vigilance of these guards was alarmingly low. Gathered beneath the flickering flames, their visibility into the encroaching darkness was severely compromised. Conversely, thanks to the system's provisions, all soldiers under Luo Wenyuan's command, with the exception of the mercenaries, were free from night blindness, making stealthy maneuvers feasible. "Where are the snipers I arranged earlier? Bring them forth." With a wave of his hand, Shi Jinqing summoned a contingent of 10 or so mercenaries. Each bore a double-curved golden heartwood longbow from the Summer Isles, reputed to have an impressive range of up to 400 yards, approximately 366 meters. Strings drawn aim. Upon seeing the archers take their positions, Shi Jinqing issued the command. The archers directed their arrows towards the sentinels atop the walls. Loose, loose. In an instant, the quiet night was pierced by the soft whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. The sentinels fell almost in unison, struck by the arrows, yet one guard remained alive. Howling in agony, enemy attack. The once tranquil fortress erupted into chaos as the awakened pirates hastily armed themselves and rushed towards the walls. Observing the failure to silently eliminate the sentinels, Luo Wenyuan decided against further concealment. With a resounding call, the mercenaries ignited their torches. 4 heavy infantrymen pushed a battering ram to the closed gates, followed closely by 6 mercenaries brandishing oak shields, hoisted high against the night sky. The pirates donned their weapons with remarkable speed, ascending the walls. Noticing the enemy's approach, Shi Jinqing swiftly commanded, "Crossbowmen, fire at will. Do not allow them to disrupt the battering ram." Responding to the order, The crossbowmen unleashed a torrential volley of bolts towards the wall, while the archers among the mercenaries joined in, raining arrows to suppress the advancing pirates. The pirates, not lacking in cunning, quickly fortified their ranks with shields to withstand the mercenaries' barrage. At the base of the wall, many pirates congregated at the gates, desperately attempting to thwart the battering ram's relentless assaults. Despite its century-old construction, the gate began to tremble under the repeated impacts of the battering ram. Crossbowmen switched to fire arrows. Observing the enemies on the wall raise their shields to shield their archers from counterattacks, Zhuge promptly commanded his marksmen to ignite their arrows. He then stretched his shoulders and dashed towards the gate, pushing aside an infantryman to seize the battering ram himself. He instructed the other 3 soldiers operating the ram to step back a few paces. On my command, 1, 2, 3, strike. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated as the gates of Bloodstone Fortress creaked and trembled, with clouds of dust cascading from the wooden panels. Again, thud. The battering ram struck the gates once more, and Luo Wenyuan, brandishing his long sword, could clearly see the gates beginning to warp. Zhuge and 3 soldiers retreated momentarily, grasping a massive timber that was larger than the fully armored mountain of magic, before charging once again towards the gates. Under the tremendous force, the gates of Bloodstone Fortress crashed, shattering the beam lodged behind them. The overwhelming power caused the gates to slam against the walls, crushing several pirates who were bracing the gates from behind. In less than 20 minutes, the grand doors of Bloodstone Fortress swung open. Chapter 7. The Battle of Bloodstone. Sudden storm with the gates opened so effortlessly, Zhuge was the first to brandish his spear, felling a pirate who charged out from within the fortress. He then surged into the castle, closely followed by a battalion of heavily armored infantry. The mercenaries, previously wielding oak shields, cast aside their defenses and joined the armored soldiers in the charge towards the gates. Seeing the gates breached, the pirates hastily descended from the walls to fend off the oncoming mercenaries, resulting in a chaotic clash within the castle's entrance, where hundreds, nearly 1,000, engaged in fierce combat. Zhuge and the heavily armored infantry held the front line, although the pirates seemed to outnumber them, the well-equipped Jade Dragon forces, with crossbowmen ready to fight as infantry when needed, boasted superior armor and weaponry. The pirates, poorly protected by their scant armor, stood little chance against the 300 well-armed soldiers. Thus, if they failed to subdue the Jade Dragon during the siege, their singular advantage would evaporate. As Zhuge fought valiantly at the forefront, Luo Wenyuan navigated through the fray, realizing he could not push through the throng to the front lines. He took several steps back, retreating to the gates. It was akin to a player in Mount and Blade who, when pushed off the ladder, could only stand below, anxiously awaiting their turn to ascend. However, this allowed Luo Wenyuan the opportunity to closely observe the gates, which had held for merely a few minutes. He discerned how poorly maintained they were. The oak planks, evidently sourced from the island, were riddled with cracks after enduring the dual assault of the battering ram and the immense force. Had it not been for the bolt behind the gates giving way first, Zhuge and his comrades might have been able to smash through the doors with the ram. As Luo Wenyuan pondered this, the imposing figure of Zhuge, shielded by 2 heavily armored soldiers, had already breached the castle. Relying on his robust armor and formidable strength, he wielded his spear with great prowess, sweeping down a multitude of foes. The infantry following closely behind assisted Zhuge in guarding against attacks from the rear, while delivering finishing blows to the enemies he had felled. The conspicuous figure of Zhuge swiftly captured the attention of the pirate commander, prompting several crossbowmen to spring forth, knocking arrows and aiming at the formidable Zhuge amidst the crowd. In an instant, as the crossbowmen emerged, Zhuge became aware of their presence and immediately invoked a defensive maneuver, raising his enormous hand, akin to a steel claw, to seize an unfortunate pirate, using him as a shield. In the next moment, accompanied by the sharp whistling of arrows slicing through the air and the chilling sound of projectiles embedding themselves in flesh, the hapless pirate let out a harrowing scream, echoing like a symphony of war and death. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuge glanced back and realized that their forces had yet to fully secure the gateway. He beheld a squad of light infantry, distinctly outfitted compared to the pirates, blocking their rear. Armed with short spears, daggers, round shields, and unique spiked helmets, these fearless soldiers, known as the Purists, had entered the fray. As part of their number were admitted, they sprang forth like stubborn stones caught in a torrent, forming a serpentine shield wall to impede the mercenaries and heavily armored infantry attempting to breach the gate. Having previously escorted cargo to the slave bay, Zhuge was well acquainted with the origins of these intrepid Purists and understood their combat prowess. Now, however, his forces were divided. He and a small contingent of mercenaries and heavy infantry were trapped within the castle, compelled to confront a majority of the enemy. This situation was perilous, a most dangerous predicament. Even with the Dawn's divine sword at their disposal, it would be challenging to withstand such overwhelming odds. Consequently, losses began to mount on Luo Wenyuan's side, as the mercenaries and infantry who had followed Shi Jinqing into the fray found themselves encircled and slain by the enemy. Realizing he was ensnared, Shi Jinqing grit his teeth, let out a fierce roar, and rallied the remaining soldiers nearby to form a cohesive unit, pushing towards the gateway in a bid to break free. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan, noticing the soldiers on his side hesitating to advance, sensed something amiss. He forcefully pushed aside 2 infantrymen obstructing his path and peered inward, discovering a group of purists wielding bronze shields and short spears blocking the entrance, preventing those outside from charging in. This was intolerable. Luo Wenyuan had previously witnessed Shi Jinqing boldly charging into the castle. Now, they were being effectively segmented by a squad of eunuch purists. A breakthrough was imperative. Without hesitation, Luo Wenyuan resolutely forged a path through the mercenaries and heavy infantry, charging towards the group of purists blocking the way. Upon encountering an enemy charging forth, an unsullied, akin to a war machine, swiftly and ruthlessly thrust a spear towards Luo Wenyuan's face. Relying on his remarkably fortified armored gauntlet, enhanced with tungsten steel, Luo Wenyuan raised his left arm and struck the shaft of the spear with a powerful punch, causing the assailant to miss his mark. Seizing the moment, Luo Wenyuan wielded his Tang saber and executed a horizontal slash. The Unsullied hastily raised his shield to block the blow. However, noticing the lack of defense in the opponent's lower body, Luo Wenyuan delivered a swift kick to the Unsullied's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back a few steps and collide against his comrade behind him. This minor breach presented an opportunity, and Luo Wenyuan did not hesitate to exploit it. He thrust his long blade through the gap, grazing the shield before piercing directly into the helmet, resulting in a fatal blow. Equipped with 2 pieces of Tier 3 gear and possessing a combat skill level of 80, Luo Wenyuan would undoubtedly stand out even in Westeros, able to contend with formidable foes. If not the likes of the Red Viper or the Kingslayer, at least capable of taking on opponents of Boron's caliber. The Unsullied, witnessing a warrior clad in exquisite foreign armor breach their ranks and slay one of their own, immediately launched a counterattack, and in an instant, 4 or 5 spears were aimed at Luo Wenyuan. Although the term short spear might imply a diminutive weapon, these spears actually exceeded 2 meters in length. Remaining calm under pressure, Luo Wenyuan deftly pivoted his long blade to deflect 3 of the spears. Yet, in the confined space, he found himself unable to evade the remaining 2. Thus, he sidestepped and raised his left arm to block the incoming spears. The iron tips struck his tungsten steel gauntlet, sparking upon impact before veering off into empty space. While these spears were insufficient to breach his armor, the kinetic energy they carried could not be entirely absorbed by the gauntlet, and lacking any padding beneath his armor, Luo Wenyuan felt an excruciating pain in his left arm as if it were dislocated, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Nevertheless, a narrow opening had emerged. Despite its diminutive size, the number of Unsullied was limited. Arranged back-to-back in 2 rows to block the entrance, they were unable to fully seal off the intruders. Seizing the opportunity of the exposed gap, Luo Wenyuan advanced with a powerful stride, thrusting his long knife forward and piercing the neck of the enemy, whose back was laid bare. Chapter 8. The Battle of Bloodstone. The number of warriors still standing beside Shi Jinqing dwindled. The mercenaries who had accompanied him were nearly all slain, leaving only Shi Jinqing and a handful of heavily armored infantry alive, caught between 100 pirates and Unsullied, besieged and perilously outnumbered. At that moment, the formation of the Unsullied faltered. Luo Wenyuan advanced with a blade in hand, forcefully breaking through the formation of the Purity, and emerged from their blockade, followed closely by a throng of mercenaries and heavily armored infantry who overwhelmed the Purity, decisively clearing a path through the city gate. With no concerns from behind, Shi Jinqing let out a battle cry of kill, and with a swift flourish of his spear, the razor-sharp blade carved through the chests of 3 pirates charging forth, instantly splattering the ground with crimson blossoms as their lifeless bodies collapsed. The cacophony of battle echoed like thunder in the night at Bloodstone Fortress. Although there were indeed 2 fishing villages nearby and a pirate encampment, the closest village lay several miles away. Moreover, Luo Wenyuan's assault was swift and merciless, breaking open the fortress's long-neglected gates. It had been 45 years since the last conflict on the Stairs Isles. A brutal encounter involving the Targaryen branch of the Iron Throne, the Blackfyre family, and the Iron Throne itself. It was no wonder that the pirates here were caught off guard. As the gates of Bloodstone Fortress fell, the crossbowmen who had been waiting in the rear surged into the fortress. Under Luo Wenyuan's command, 300 crossbowmen split into 2 teams, arranged in 2 ranks, one behind the other. Mimicking a 3-phase firing technique, Luo ordered the crossbowmen to commence a volley while one rank reloaded, suppressing the enemy archers in the rear with their firepower. The frontline battle unfolded in the training grounds of the castle where the heavily armored infantry had already infiltrated the fortress. The pirates, having lost their numerical advantage, found themselves powerless against the armored foes. Only a few among them, armed with armor-piercing picks and warhammers, could muster some resistance, inflicting casualties on Luo Wenyuan's side. Among them stood a striking red-haired pirate from Tyrosh, the only one adorned in armor, his vibrant crimson locks resembling flames. Towering and robust, clad in thin, rusted chainmail, he wielded a warhammer designed to counter heavily armored infantry. He was one of the rare pirates with considerable strength, and with a single blow, he struck the chest of a heavily armored soldier, one whom Luo Wenyuan had nurtured with gold dragons, sending him flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Upon witnessing this, Luo Wenyuan charged towards the formidable pirate. The red-haired marauder, recognizing the intricately armored Luo as the enemy commander, bellowed in fury and swung his hammer toward Luo's face. In response to such a powerful strike, Luo swiftly halted his advance, bending low to narrowly evade the blow. In that critical moment, Shi Jinxing rushed to his side, seizing the opportunity while the pirate was preoccupied with Luo. With a precise thrust of his spear, he pierced through the red-haired pirate from back to throat, delivering a fatal blow. Deceitful and treacherous, devoid of martial ethics, Luo Wenyuan and Shi Jinxing frequently coordinated on the battlefield, employing such tactics to ensnare and eliminate the formidable adversaries. Had this world not yet devised firearms, Luo Wenyuan would have contemplated invoking the legendary swordsmanship of the Dutch sword saint, the 100th form. Times have indeed changed. Soon, the skirmish within the inner court reached its conclusion, with the remaining pirates hastily retreating into the castle's depths. This time, Luo Wenyuan did not linger. He led his heavily armored infantry in pursuit, storming into the castle's grand hall. The battlefield swiftly transitioned to this hall, which had once served as the throne room of the Targaryens over a century ago, a space meant for audiences and the administration of state affairs. Yet now, it lay transformed into a gruesome battleground, littered with the lifeless bodies of the newly slain, blood splattered across the floor. This hall had previously been a venue for the pirates' raucous revelries, the dust-covered wooden tables still hosting numerous toppled barrels of ale, beer from Liss, red wine from Mill, and fine vintages from the distant empire of the Golden Celestial Kingdom, alongside sweet wine from Volantis. Amongst the chaos, Luo Wenyuan even spotted wine produced from his own vineyard, flowing from the spilled barrels and mingling with the blood upon the ground, releasing a scent reminiscent of iron and rust. Once possessing a numerical advantage, the pirates now found themselves outnumbered by the forces of the Jade Dragon. The armored warriors advanced like a relentless sandstorm in the desert, slow yet unstoppable. The pirates, with no option to retreat, found themselves cornered, some contemplating surrender. However, the commission Luo Wenyuan received from Danzer dictated that no pirate was to be spared. Consequently, even those who laid down their arms in a gesture of capitulation were met with the mercenaries' blades. With surrender futile and retreat impossible, the pirates could only withdraw toward the ancient throne of Demon. Luo Wenyuan and his troops pressed on relentlessly. Jade Dragon, you shall not advance any further. I know it was that scoundrel Danzer who hired you. Do you recognize this person? At last, a few surviving pirates found themselves against the throne, with nowhere left to escape. In that moment, a scar-faced pirate bellowed in Valyrian, abruptly pulling forth a figure from behind the throne. It was a naked Tyrosian woman, her green hair a stark contrast to her battered skin, which should have been smooth and fair but was marred with wounds. Illuminated by the torches beside the throne, Luo Wenyuan discerned numerous lash marks and bruises upon her body, along with dried, viscous substances clinging to her. From merely observing her state, he comprehended the horrific treatment this Tyrosian woman had endured at the hands of these pirates. Moreover, her vacant gaze revealed a soul utterly devoid of life. Even as the scar-faced pirate roughly yanked her from the ground, she displayed no reaction, resembling a mere doll. Why should I care who this captive Tyrosian woman is? Luo Wenyuan merely scoffed disdainfully and responded in Valyrian, acknowledging that there were countless individuals suffering in this world, and he did not consider himself a virtuous man. Save those you can, forsake those you cannot, he mused. For life in this world posed an exceedingly cruel dichotomy of choices. Do not approach any closer. I warn you. This is the daughter of that wretched Donzwa. I know why he hired you. I caution you. If you dare to advance, I shall truly kill her. It will not be a mere spectacle like last time. The scar-faced pirate pressed a dagger against the woman's throat, bellowing that if Luo Wenyuan took another step forward, he would not hesitate to slit her throat. Enough. Stop. Luo Wenyuan shouted, and instantly, everyone froze. The pirates sighed in relief, and the scar-faced man proposed, "Listen, my friend. Let us strike a deal. We will hand her over to you, and you allow us to leave. What do you say?" Upon witnessing Luo Wenyuan's command to halt, he lowered the dagger from the throat of the Tyrosian woman and inquired. "Very well," Luo Wenyuan replied, as if the thought had not required any deliberation. "Excellent. We shall retreat slowly to the dock with her, and once we are aboard our ship, we will release her." "Agreed? Of course, I was merely deceiving you," he retorted. Crossbowmen, fire. Chapter 9. Reorganizing the old order, my lord. Did that Tyrosian not claim his daughter had been killed? How is it? After the crossbowmen unleashed a volley, Shi, observing the pirates transformed into a pincushion, whispered beside Luo Wenyuan. "I know not, nor do I wish to concern myself. All I know is that I have liberated a girl who had been tormented to the brink of collapse by these scoundrels." Luo Wenyuan shrugged, responding in a tone fraught with complexity. "The Tyrosian informed me that both his daughter and wife were dead. Thus, they are both dead. Sometimes, overthinking leads one to be tormented by one's own conscience." "Understood," Shi replied. Whether genuinely or feigned, he nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, have the girl's body cremated and find a place to bury her, perhaps with a simple marker," Luo Wenyuan instructed further. "I just overheard that the pirates mentioned there might still be ships at their dock. Perhaps we could salvage a few larger vessels." With that, Luo Wenyuan lifted his leg, striding towards the hall's exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he abruptly halted, turning back to Shi. "Ah, there is one more matter, Shi. I will allocate a squad of heavy infantry and a contingent of crossbowmen to you. Take all the mercenaries with you to cleanse those 2 fishing villages of pirates. Once the first village is secured, arrange for our hired hands to guard it." "Understood." Without pause, Shi gathered his forces and set forth towards the 2 fishing villages still under pirate control. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan assembled the remaining personnel and made haste to the docks of Bloodstone Fortress, the coastal stronghold. Soon, they arrived at the dock of Bloodstone Fortress. This dock is nestled within a deep-water harbor, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, or rather, coastal cliffs. A waterfall cascades down from the eastern cliffs, and what should have merely been a coastal lagoon is revealed, upon closer examination of the broad river leading to the sea, to be an artificially excavated waterway. The deep green waters of the lagoon obscure the true depth beneath. At that moment, a single 3-masted, 2-decked sailing ship rested in the harbor, while a row of dilapidated thatched huts lined the shore. The soldiers swiftly took control of the port, driving out numerous ragged individuals from the crumbling shanties. Judging by the shackles on their feet, these were likely shipwrights captured by pirates. Awakened by the sounds of violence in the dead of night, these enslaved shipwrights were forced from their homes by a band of warriors clad in exotic armor. They huddled together like sheep encircled by wolves, trembling in fear, their faces etched with terror. However, Luo Wenyuan had no time to concern himself with the plight of these enslaved shipwrights, as at that moment, the system, typically reticent, unexpectedly presented a new notification. A special resolution became available. "Today, we shall restore the old order." Upon selecting this resolution, he would seize Bloodstone Fortress, making it his territory. Furthermore, for the ensuing decade, each of his dominions that did not share the predominant culture would periodically receive a batch of culturally similar refugees. When Luo Wenyuan read about the regular influx of culturally akin refugees, he couldn't help but ponder and, without hesitation, chose to enact the resolution. After all, why should he hesitate? Having spent 5 years in this world, he had encountered a multitude of individuals adorned in peculiar attire and a variety of hair colors. With the exception of his own soldiers and Shi, he had seen no other Han people. Even the Golden Celestial Empire, inspired by China, was merely a nation conceived through a Western lens. Though returning to his homeland might be impossible, if he could reside in a place where all those around him appeared to be his compatriots, he could at least deceive himself into believing he still lived in his own home. After confirming the resolution, Luo Wenyuan's interface transformed once more. The territory section that had previously displayed as empty finally revealed some details. Self-proclaimed Lord of Bloodstone Island. You have indeed taken control of this isle, thus far. Your precarious position as lord remains tenable. Your identity as a lord is not widely recognized among the nobility. To them, you are merely a mercenary leader claiming a patch of land. Effect: territory construction function enabled. Personal standing army limit increased to 1. Aside from the changes occurring in the territory, the most significant transformation was the sudden sighting of a large merchant vessel, resembling a stout and rounded structure akin to 3 grand houses. Upon closer inspection, it was brimming with numerous plain-clothed Han people. As Luo Wenyuan was not well versed in the traditional attire of the various dynasties of the Celestial Empire, he could not ascertain to which era these refugees belonged. Oh, this complicates matters. I cannot manage these affairs, Luo Wenyuan muttered with a hint of irritation, stroking his chin. After all, he was merely a financial novice with a fiscal rating of 8. However, he soon recalled that he had yet to utilize his recruitment of retainers for the year, which alleviated his concerns. Fortunately, I will always find individuals to assist me with these troublesome issues. Family. Tang name. Zhihao age. 26 culture. Han religious belief. Rites and music, more a code of conduct than a religious faith. This represents the earliest Han understanding of cultural education through rites and music. Diplomacy. 51318 finance. 53222115 military. 33125 conspiracy. 5319 knowledge. 63110 combat skills. 5105 personal traits. Handsome and charming. This individual possesses extraordinary charm, exuding great appeal to the opposite sex. Diplomacy 1, attractiveness 30, fertility 5, perceptive. This person is innately astute. Diplomacy 3, finance 3, military 3, conspiracy 3, knowledge 3. Combat skills 5, gentle. This individual believes in the virtue of moderation, a highly valuable trait for a financial steward and ruler. Finance 2. Public favor 5, just. This person holds a steadfast belief in fairness. Finance 2, knowledge 1, public favor 5, architect. This individual has a passion for architecture, large machinery, and even siege warfare. Finance 2, military 1, siege capability 20 when commanding soldiers. Construction cost reduced by 10. Construction speed 10, stubborn. This person is as obstinate as a mule. Diplomacy 1, management 1, public favor 5, lustful. The flames of desire burn fiercely within this individual. Conspiracy 1, fertility 20, potentially leading to unfavorable incidents. Timid. This person is cowardly, resembling a timid mouse. Military 2, combat skills 10, favor with brave individuals 10. Luo Wenyuan wore a displeased expression when he encountered his future financial steward, a fellow named Tang Zhihao. This gentleman appeared refined and elegant, with a face like jade, possessing charming peach blossom eyes. He stood slightly shorter than Luo Wenyuan, who was 184 meters tall, and his slender frame was clad in a blue garment. In an instant, he became the most conspicuous figure amidst the bloodied warriors surrounding him. Your subordinate, Tang Zhihao, greets you, my lord, he said, stepping forward with grace, bowing slightly in respect to Luo Wenyuan. Chapter 10. The temporary commission completion under the command of Tang Zhihao. The massive ship swiftly docked at the port. He promptly began to tally the number of refugees aboard. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan expended 385 gold dragons to acquire a full contingent of 300 light cavalry, immediately utilizing his latest vacant personal standing army slot. Subsequently, he took a moment to assess the losses incurred during the siege. Heavy infantry, 33218300 crossbowmen, 33283300. Aside from the uncertainty regarding the remaining mercenaries led by Shi Jinqing, Luo Wenyuan had suffered the loss of 82 heavy infantry and 17 crossbowmen, totaling 99 casualties thus far. On the other hand, Tang Zhihao had organized the shipbuilders, offering to send those wishing to leave to Essos, while assuring those who chose to stay that they would be granted their freedom and no longer be enslaved. The shipbuilders expressed their willingness to remain, as their families had either been killed or sold into slavery by pirates, and they preferred to rely on their craft to earn a living here. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared before Luo Wenyuan's eyes. Bloodstone Fortress has acquired a special building, Bloodstone Shipyard. Bloodstone Shipyard. The shipbuilders enslaved by pirates have been liberated by your hand, and they shall henceforth pledge their allegiance to you. Effect: resources may be consumed here to construct ships, with the port capable of accommodating a maximum of 10 vessels. Luo Wenyuan glanced back at the shipbuilders, who were tidying up to return to their dilapidated homes, and observed the adjacent vacant dock. He clicked his tongue. Without even a dry dock, this hardly qualified as a shipyard. It seemed that he would need to devise a plan to upgrade the port in the future. The remainder of the night swiftly passed. Luo Wenyuan found a relatively clean spot within the castle to rest for over 2 hours. As dawn broke, he awoke feeling unrest. Yawning, he made his way to the throne room. Shi Jinqing had returned, and the throne room, still stained from the previous night's carnage, had been temporarily tidied. Although the accompanying servants were still cleaning the splattered blood, the bodies had been removed. Now, Luo Wenyuan found himself truly occupied. He needed to listen to Shi Jinqing's report on the assault on the fishing village, while Tang Jihao sought to exchange views on the accommodation of refugees and the renovations of the castle. Ultimately, he would need to ignite a signal fire to inform the elusive Danzo that the pirate clearing operation had concluded. Shi Jinqing's report concluded first. Thus far, of the 100 mercenaries Luo Wenyuan had hired, only 49 remained, having lost over half their number. Shi Jinqing divided the mercenaries into 2 groups, assigning them to maintain order in the fishing village. Although there was little expectation that these mercenaries could maintain order effectively, when Shi Jinqing mentioned their desire for a monetary increase, Luo Wenyuan acquiesced to grant them an additional gold dragon. Turning to Tang Jihao, the number of refugees had been accounted for. This vessel, carrying over 400 male refugees and more than 300 female refugees, also brought along over 100 children. Luo Wenyuan initially intended to settle these refugees near Bloodstone Fortress, centering the establishment of a new city around the castle. However, this notion was met with opposition from Tang Jihao. The fortress, perched on a coastal cliff with a rugged surrounding terrain, posed a high cost for urban development. Although Luo Wenyuan had initially contemplated using Chongqing as a model for city establishment, he ultimately abandoned this idea upon realizing his current financial constraints. Furthermore, Bloodstone Fortress itself was not ideally suited to serve as a capital. Bloodstone Island offered several suitable locations for the establishment of a new city. Not to mention, Bloodstone Island was significantly larger than Dragonstone Island. Since the proposal to build a village near Bloodstone Fortress and gradually develop it into a city was deemed unfeasible, Luo Wenyuan promptly declared that the matter would be entrusted entirely to you, Tang Jihao. As a person of leisure, Luo Wenyuan would seize any opportunity to delegate tasks to others. Coincidentally, he intended to make another trip to Essos the following day. After his departure, the development work on Bloodstone Island would fall to Tang Jihao. Therefore, before he left, he requested Tang Jihao to prepare a 5-year plan, as refugees would continue to arrive monthly seeking refuge. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Unbeknownst to him that his superior was somewhat indolent, Tang Jihao perceived this as a testament to Luo Wenyuan's high regard for him, coupled with the inherent loyalty bestowed upon him by the system. He instantly comprehended the depth of Luo Wenyuan's trust and the significant responsibilities entrusted to him. You certainly will not let me down. My initial intent was simply to offload responsibilities, so you will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. This latter thought remained unvoiced, as he patted Tang Jihao on the shoulder, stating, I now confer upon you the authority to utilize the treasury. You must diligently develop this place. Except during moments when Luo Wenyuan could conjure funds from thin air and the system could consume wealth, all his assets existed within his personal storage box in reality. Thus, if he wished for Tang Jihao to oversee construction, it was essential that he had access to the necessary funds. After delegating all manageable tasks, Luo Wenyuan swiftly withdrew to rest, eager to catch up on sleep before his employer arrived on the island. Having failed to achieve even 3 hours of sleep, Luo Wenyuan was soon roused by his subordinates, as Danzo was just then docking the ship at Bloodstone Fortress's harbor. Once more in the throne room, Luo Wenyuan remained bleary-eyed, preoccupied with the desire to hasten matters and return to slumber. In stark contrast, Danzo's serious demeanor suggested he bore a heavier burden of concerns, particularly as his arch-nemesis, Baelike, was not present on Bloodstone Island. Your Excellency, here are your 3,000 gold dragons. Denzel nodded at a nearby sailor, signaling him to lower a moderately sized chest that, while not enormous, was by no means insignificant. Denzel approached and opened the chest, revealing a dazzling array of gold coins. You may certainly have your men count the quantity to verify its accuracy, he said. There is no need, Luo Wenyuan thought to himself. Having already seen my 3,000 golden dragons, I have complete faith in Mr. Denzel's integrity. He then waved his hand, and 2 soldiers stepped forward to carry the chest of gold away. Well then, Your Excellency Wenyuan, I trust the commission you proposed remains valid. Should you capture that scoundrel Baeliko, please bring him to Tyrosi, Denzel stated. You have seized his Bloodstone Island. He will undoubtedly come seeking you. Of course, I am quite certain he will wish to discuss the rightful ownership of Bloodstone Island with me. Chapter 11. Arrival in Liss. Luo Wenyuan was uncertain whether his endeavor to engage with the last scion of House Targaryen might ruffle certain feathers. For there were indeed individuals in Westeros secretly orchestrating the return of the dragons. It is unnecessary to name names. Those in the know are aware. Riddle me this. Get out of Gotham. Nevertheless, Luo Wenyuan resolved to effect some external alteration to their plans. Did they presume that the return of the dragons was a product of their scheming? In truth, it was well, not exactly. In any case, embellishing a situation is far less commendable than providing genuine assistance. Luo Wenyuan's intention was to offer a timely aid, not necessarily to ensure the immediate restoration of the Targaryen siblings, but at the very least to alleviate their hardships. It was crucial to prevent Viserys from descending into madness. After delegating all matters of governance to Shi Jinqing and Tang Zhihao, Luo Wenyuan found himself liberated, relishing the sensation of having others assist in his endeavors. Even though he had entrusted all domestic affairs to Tang Zhihao, and while the system could facilitate the construction of new edifices with a mere expenditure, such as town markets and militia training grounds, the essential supplies for Bloodstone Island could not be conjured out of thin air. Food, seeds for cultivation, various tools, livestock, and textiles all necessitated procurement from the marketplace. Having collected the reward from the previous commission, Luo Wenyuan now possessed approximately 7,000 golden dragons. In an instant, he began to feel that his funds were, once again, insufficient. Particularly after considering Tang Zhihao's proposed 5-year plan, he became acutely aware that his golden dragons would soon dwindle. If he did not devise a stable means of income, his fortune might not last much longer. Tang Zhihao delineated a vast plain in the central western region of Bloodstone Island, earmarking it as the prospective site for the island's principal city. This plain is exceptionally conducive for urban development, exhibiting fertile, arable land. Adjacent to the plain lie several sizable oak forests, alongside a modest, yet operational open-pit coal mine. Furthermore, a vein of iron ore is located near Bloodstone Fortress. During an expedition led by Luo Wenyuan, a contingent of light cavalry stumbled upon a handful of surviving pirates, who inadvertently led them to discover the iron ore being clandestinely harvested by these marauders. With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, Tang Zhihao was elated, as this would significantly diminish future developmental costs, although the remaining financial requirements would still likely amount to a staggering sum. The first and second years of Tang Zhihao's 5-year plan were dedicated to the construction of a brand new city, a city belonging to the Han people. In addition to urban planning, Tang Zhihao also aimed to cultivate the island's arable land, leveraging the long summer that characterizes the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Under Luo Wenyuan's directive, they must maximize this prolonged summer, ensuring they stockpile sufficient provisions before the onset of winter. As for the subsequent years following the third year of Tang Zhihao's arrangements, the focus would shift to expanding trade on Bloodstone Island. Its geographical positioning renders it an ideal trade transit point between Westeros and Essos. However, this endeavor would necessitate the cooperation of Shi Jinqing and his forces, given that the majority of the Stony Steppe Islands still remain under pirate control. In summary, Luo Wenyuan set sail aboard the system's complimentary Wanshire ship towards Liss. According to a missive from his enigmatic spy chief, who remains unnamed and resembles a mere tool, it was revealed that Viserys Targaryen and his sister Daenerys Targaryen are currently residing in the estate of a governor in Liss. Notably, Viserys has yet to part with his mother Riella's crown. However, the letter emphasized that should the governor of Liss cast out Viserys and Daenerys, this fallen prince may be compelled to sell his mother's crown for sustenance. The journey from the Stony Steppe Islands to Liss is neither excessively distant nor particularly close, especially given that the Stony Steppe Islands are rife with pirates. Fortunately, the Wanshire ship, adhering to Song Dynasty design, is manned by 70 heavily armored infantry and 20 crossbowmen, with minimal cargo on board. This Chinese-style junk, in contrast to the Western vessels commonly utilized in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, boasts superior speed and maneuverability. Even the compact Wanshire ship is remarkably swift. As for the 3-masted, double-decked pirate ship left behind, Luo Wenyuan, being a seasoned Han, firmly believes in the folly of ignorance. My esteemed Ming Dynasty technology reigns supreme in the world. Consequently, that pirate ship swiftly met its fate, being dismantled in hopes of repurposing its remnants. Let us return to the main subject. After less than a day's voyage, this peculiar vessel, exotic in nature to the locals of Liss, gracefully entered their harbor. The subsequent events were rather straightforward. Luo Wenyuan sought out his chief of spies, then located the siblings of House Targaryen. Meanwhile, Tang Zhihao had also arrived from the Wanstone ship, tasked with procuring various supplies in Liss. Once the materials were secured and the Targaryen siblings found, this journey to Liss would be deemed complete. The plan was uncomplicated. After reiterating this simple scheme, Luo Wenyuan disembarked from the ship. At present, he was not clad in his impressive black and gold armor, which, while undeniably striking, was not suitable for casual outings. Instead, he donned a fitted black and red shirt, adorned with a jade emblem of an eastern dragon on his left breast, secured beneath a half-shoulder cloak of Byzantine purple with golden trim. His long hair, cascading to his back, was simply tied at the nape, and a fringe long enough to obscure his left eye swept across his forehead. His lower attire consisted of black leather trousers, complemented by iron greaves. To summarize, he appeared not only incongruous among his subordinates, who were uniformly dressed in hanfu, but also rather eccentric in his overall presentation. Yet in this era, such an eccentric style elevated his stature, drawing the attention of numerous elegant ladies near the Liss docks, with some audacious souls even approaching him in hopes of making his acquaintance. However, the principled Luo Wenyuan, steadfast in his morals, declined these advances, proclaiming that his precious steel spirit could not be tarnished here. In contrast, Tang Zhihao, who followed closely behind, would not refuse the charming Liss women, partly due to his, shall we say, appealing traits, and partly due to his flamboyant demeanor, combined with an attire exotic enough for the Liss populace. He soon accompanied several ladies into a nearby tavern, leaving Luo Wenyuan worried that this diversion might impede their mission. Upon their arrival at the bustling Liss docks, Luo Wenyuan and his companions were met with such a warm welcome. Some less fortunate women of the night sought to engage with the warriors clad in foreign armor, hoping to ignite some sparks. Yet alas, these soldiers remained resolute in their duties, unwilling to be swayed by the allure of the local women. In Liss, where slavery and hedonism flourished, the realm of desire was as abundant as an ant's nest, and thus the number of such women was exceedingly high. It is said that the locals worship a nameless goddess, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and embodiment of desire. Chapter 12. Luo Wenyuan and his chief of espionage. After passing a bar named the Great Bird Spins, one must turn right at the second intersection. Continue straight until the fourth alley on the right, and proceed to the very end, where one encounters a cul-de-sac. This secluded spot is where Luo Wenyuan and his chief of espionage have arranged to meet. It is noteworthy that this chief has been summoned by Luo Wenyuan for several years, yet she has rarely accompanied him. At last, she can conclude her lengthy and arduous search for him. As Luo Wenyuan sauntered towards the dead end, stroking his chin, he mused to himself, "There are far too many men around me. Finally, I need not keep watch over a gaggle of grown men every day." Indeed, this oft-overlooked chief of espionage is the sole woman under Luo Wenyuan's command, endowed with remarkable cunning, rated at a formidable 19. Although she significantly differs from the likes of Littlefinger and Varys, she possesses an innate charm, akin to that of a celestial beauty. This is a stark contrast to Luo Wenyuan, whose appeal is rather rudimentary. It must be said that nearly every retainer in Luo Wenyuan's service boasts a hereditary trait of exceptional quality. For someone with a penchant for the medieval genetic ascension project like Luo Wenyuan, this is indeed a blessing. As Luo Wenyuan indulged in his reverie, he reached the end of the alley and, unsurprisingly, found himself at a cul-de-sac. Beneath the moss-covered red brick wall, a figure cloaked in a beige mantle had been waiting for some time. "Your Grace," the figure exclaimed upon spotting Luo Wenyuan, promptly lowering the hood of her cloak to reveal her true visage, and half kneeling before him. The woman before him bore no discernible changes since their last parting 2 years prior. Much like Luo Wenyuan, her long, silky black hair was styled into a simple high ponytail, with a side fringe framing her face. Her features were sculpted with the finesse of an artist crafting beauty from pure white jade. No matter how many times he encountered her, Luo Wenyuan found himself at a loss for words to describe her exquisite beauty. Moreover, she possessed strikingly clear, beautiful hazel eyes. Each time Luo Wenyuan gazed into those depths, he felt himself drawn into a whirlpool, simultaneously apprehensive and captivated by the allure. Though Shi Jinxing had remarked that she was an exceedingly dangerous woman, armed with a plethora of formidable weapons, fortunately, she was ultimately controlled by a mechanism known as loyalty. Only Luo Wenyuan could pull that trigger. Family, Chung name, Qingxua age, 28 culture, Han religious belief, ritual etiquette, rather than a religious belief. Ritual etiquette is a behavioral norm representing the Han people's earliest implementation of ceremonial education. Diplomatic skills, 13211-2215 financial acumen, 42118 military prowess, 222-3110 conspiracy skills, 921123119 knowledge, 821 1113 combat skills, 405, 253, 3260 personal traits. Transcendent beauty. This individual embodies the essence of Venus among mortals. Akin to a second Helen or another Diao-chan, radiating exquisite beauty that epitomizes grace on earth. Diplomatic skills, 3 attractiveness, 60 fertility, 15 astute. The nurturing environment has endowed you with a sharp intellect, enabling you to adeptly navigate various affairs. Diplomatic skills, 2 financial acumen, 2 military prowess, 2 conspiracy skills, 2 knowledge, 2 skilled warrior. The weapon in your hand moves with the agility of an extension of your arm, rendering you a formidable warrior. Combat skills, 40 fanatical. This individual approaches their beliefs with fervent passion, strictly adhering to religious doctrines while harboring animosity towards heretics. Military prowess, 3 knowledge, 1 combat skills, 5 affinity for different religions, 25 composed. Maintaining composure is a commendable trait, allowing you to make sound judgments in critical situations. Diplomatic skills, 1 military prowess, 2 conspiracy skills, 1 combat skills, 2 patient. Patience, one of the 7 virtues, stands as the antithesis of anger. A patient individual tends to excel in every endeavor. Diplomatic skills, 1 conspiracy skills, 1 financial acumen, 1 knowledge, 1 combat skills, 5 cold-hearted. This individual is ruthless and merciless. A daunting presence. Diplomatic skills, 2 conspiracy skills, 2 combat skills, 3 public affection, 10 devious. Naturally cunning, this individual revels in manipulating others, making them a promising spy master as long as loyalty to their lord is maintained. Diplomatic skills, 2 conspiracy skills, 3 combat skills, 3 public affection, 5 diligent. This person embodies diligence, one of the 7 virtues, exerting more effort than others. Diplomatic skills, 1 financial acumen, 1 military prowess, 1 conspiracy skills, 1 knowledge, 1 combat skills, 2 enough already. I often say, there's no need for such formality. I have never been concerned with these rituals. In the future, there's no need for bows. Luo Wenyuan promptly assisted the half-kneeling Cheng Qinxue to her feet. Cheng Qinxue stood up, yet kept her head bowed. Every command from the esteemed lord should be faithfully executed by the subordinate. But this particular command was one the subordinate could not fulfill, as there exists a distinction between ruler and subject. All right, let's set that aside. Where are Viserys and his sister now? Luo Wenyuan swiftly interrupted Cheng Qinxue's impending discourse on the protocols between rulers and subjects. During their previous encounters, Luo Wenyuan had often found himself subjected to Cheng Qinxue's lengthy lectures, as he consistently failed to embody the demeanor befitting a lord. They currently reside in the residence of Governor Monchil and Rhys. Tomorrow afternoon, Viserys Targaryen and his sister Daenerys Targaryen will meet with Governor Monchil at an afternoon tea gathering. My informants have discovered that Viserys intends to persuade Governor Monchil to support his claim to the Iron Throne. When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Cheng Qinxue promptly changed the subject, revealing to Luo Wenyuan the entirety of Viserys' itinerary. It must be said that Cheng Qinxue is indeed a reliable head of espionage. She has thoroughly grasped the intricacies of Viserys' plans. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, she has been instrumental in assisting Luo Wenyuan in developing his intelligence network across various regions of the free trade city-states. Consequently, Luo Wenyuan intends to reward her, though the loyalty of system characters remains unwavering, rendering the distinction between granting or withholding rewards somewhat negligible. Nevertheless, out of personal conviction, he believes it is appropriate to bestow some recognition upon his loyal subordinates. For instance, do you recall what became of the treasures from Bloodstone Isle after its conquest? Aside from some valuables taken by the merchant Bailiko, Luo Wenyuan devoted the majority of the over 1,000 gold dragons he plundered to a piece of second-tier equipment. Refined dagger, level 2 category, weapon a specially crafted short dagger with a blade measuring 37 centimeters in length and a handle approximately 14 centimeters long, featuring a slender blood groove along its silver blade. Effect, Scheme 1, Combat Skill 10 with a flourish, Luo Wenyuan magically produced a silver-handled short dagger from beneath his cloak, embedded in a leather sheath, and remarked, "Well done, Qinxue. Take this as compensation for your hardships over the past 2 years, as well as for your previous role as an unnamed tool." The vassal merely fulfilled her duties. She felt unworthy of such a generous reward. Thus, Luo Wenyuan witnessed the transformation of a girl who was originally meant to embody the persona of an icy beauty, her cheeks flushing before him, adopting a bashful demeanor. Consequently, he arrived at a simple conclusion. She, indeed, harbored feelings for him. Without further ado, Luo Wenyuan grasped Cheng Qinxue's delicate, pale hand and insisted on placing the dagger into her palm, asserting, "There is no question of worthiness. I deem this most fitting. Now, lead me to your lodgings here. Tomorrow we shall meet those two Targaryens." Chapter 13. Journey to Reese, renowned within the free trade city-states for its alchemists, arts, pleasures, and gentle embraces, is situated on a cluster of islands above the southern seas of a disputed territory. This city-state, perched upon rocks and ocean, is famous for its poisons, which are among the most notable commodities of the Reese people. Thus, Luo Wenyuan encountered an array of jars and vials in Chung Kingsnow's hiding place, each labeled meticulously to indicate the nature of the poisons contained within. The tears of Riss, the strangler, the venom of the scorpion beast, the blood of the widow, nightshade, the poison of the serpent lizard, and gray mushroom powder. These are the elements that constitute the lair of Chung Qingxue. Nestled within the impoverished slums of the northern port of Riss, specifically in an abandoned lighthouse adjacent to the harbor. Since Chung Qingxue took over this place, a perimeter wall has been erected around the lighthouse, within which several small dwellings have been constructed. This locale serves not only as Chung Qingxue's hideout, but also as a refuge for the orphan girls she has taken in. Let there be no misunderstanding. Chung Qingxue does not adopt these motherless and fatherless girls without reason. She rescues these young souls from being captured and sold into slavery, ensuring that they grow up under her care in a relatively healthy and safe environment. In return, these girls merely act as the eyes of the Jade Dragon and, in time, will become the most obedient daggers in Chung Qingxue's arsenal. This scheme was initially proposed by Luo Wenyuan, who envisioned adopting orphans devoid of support, training them into his trusted confidants, allowing them to learn, grow, and adhere to a set of refined customs tailored by Chung Qingxue to govern them. Thus, he could forge a loyal guard without relying on a system, and what man wouldn't he desire a retinue of maidens at his service? He had often envisioned such a splendid future, living in a lavish castle attended by a bevy of beautiful maids. Although lacking modern conveniences, Luo Wenyuan had previously endured life under harsh conditions, having once been besieged by a multitude of Doric people in a fortress, an experience far from leisurely. Back then, even finding a place to relieve oneself posed a challenge, compounded by his slight obsession with cleanliness. Returning to the subject, since the lighthouse transformed into a sanctuary for orphan girls under Chung Qingxue's care, it has been colloquially dubbed the abandoned child lighthouse by the local populace of Riss. Regrettably, the prevailing mindset of valuing sons over daughters is particularly pronounced in this era and world. Not all regions exhibit the egalitarian ideals found in Doran, in Riss. The unfortunate reality is that it is not a bastion of gender equality. Once the moniker of abandoned child lighthouse spread among the locals, it became a notorious site for the abandonment of female infants. Upon entering the abandoned child lighthouse, Luo Wenyuan was suddenly struck by a disconcerting illusion that he had long since departed from life. Although the sight of timid little girls rushing towards him, calling him master in heavily accented Mandarin, immensely inflated his vanity, the reality remained that these girls were undergoing training. They were not merely destined to become Chung Qingxue's daggers. They were also to be Luo Wenyuan's most loyal maidservants. Thus, it was imperative for them to recognize who their future master would be. This explains why Luo Wenyuan found a portrait of himself displayed upon a table, accompanied by a cluster of white candles. The painting remains monochrome. Nevertheless, these matters are of little consequence now. Henceforth, let Chung Qingsnow take this group of young ladies back to his Bloodstone fortress to live. It is indeed time for these girls to learn the art of servitude. What precisely comprises the curriculum of a maid? Language, arithmetic, pharmacology, household chores, culinary arts. The path of the yellow and red, swordsmanship, archery, and throwing knives, though time manipulation is absent. The inclusion of throwing knives in the mandatory maid curriculum is truly a reflection of Luo Wenyuan's quirky personal interests. Pursuant to your lordship's command, I have already seated myself in the basement of the abandoned lighthouse, where Chung Qingsnow presented the map of Liss to Luo Wenyuan. I have marked the specific residences of the two Targaryens on the map. The vigilance of these Lysini is remarkably low. Should you desire, I could also provide you with a detailed menu for the meals of Governor Momchil for today and tomorrow. If necessary, I could ensure that this governor disappears from this world by the end of the day. Perhaps it is too extreme to suggest his disappearance. Luo Wenyuan mused on how this young lady had become so radical in just a year. His purpose for this visit was merely to meet the heir of the Targaryens. What kind of life does one truly wish to lead in this world? Each individual harbors distinct aspirations for their existence. Take Luo Wenyuan, for instance. What life does he desire? Simply a castle of his own, a life free from want, indulging in leisure for eternity. From this perspective, he is hardly an ambitious individual. Yet, alas, one's fate is seldom within their own grasp, especially in a world where individuals devour one another. No one can remain untouched, not even the Night's Watch, who find themselves embroiled in the turmoil of the Iron Throne. Moreover, Luo Wenyuan, being a somewhat renowned mercenary, has begun to prepare his leverage well ahead of time. Even though it is still the year 294, 3 years shy of the onset of the true Game of Thrones in 297. If his plans unfold favorably, Luo Wenyuan could shelter these 2 Targaryens, providing for them generously. When the time is ripe, he could employ the Golden Company under the name of Viserys. The remuneration for hiring the Golden Company would entail returning these individuals home. Additionally, Viserys' former guardian, Ser Willem, along with the princes of Dorne, share a clandestine agreement. When the moment is opportune, Viserys shall wed the daughter of Prince Doran Martell, Aerion Martell. At that juncture, Viserys would have the support of the Golden Company and Dorne. This opportune moment would inevitably coincide with the historical event of Joffrey executing the Duke of the North, which ignites war. Though Eddard Stark is a noble man, and Luo Wenyuan had a fondness for this character in the original narrative, upon his arrival in this world, he found no means to connect with the Northern Lord. Thus, he could only shrug and acknowledge that fate is difficult to alter. Eddard Stark is doomed to his death. Returning to the matter at hand, if the plans falter, perhaps Viserys Targaryen will have no choice but to withdraw and flee. The endeavor may indeed meet with failure. Yet as long as life endures, hope remains, existence itself is paramount, and all is devoted to survival. However, at present, the beggar king Viserys Targaryen remains blissfully unaware of the intricate web that surrounds him. He still embodies the dutiful brother, allowing his young sister Daenerys to climb onto his bed, where she listens raptly to his tales of Westeros, envisioning the splendid life awaiting them upon their return to King's Landing. The sorrowful era has yet to arrive. While time still permits, let them continue to revel in laughter. Chapter 14. The blusterer at last. He found himself utterly alone. Even his typically clingy younger sister had accompanied the governor's mistress to the market, seeking the latest silks from Essos. In that moment, Viserys was truly solitary. He yearned to persuade Governor Mormont to support his rightful claim to the Iron Throne, to help him reclaim what was rightfully his. Yet, after an afternoon of veiled insinuations and subtle mockery, he discerned that this esteemed governor merely wished to procure his mother's crown from him, much like the Lord of Tyrosh sought to please his mistress with the crown of Queen Riella. However, unlike before, Viserys had undergone a significant transformation. This time, he refrained from erupting in anger and being expelled alongside his sister from the Tyroshi Lord's palace. Instead, he began to ponder the potential value of his mother's crown. The ragged prince was destined to become a resplendent beggar. As he paced restlessly in his chamber, a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Prince Viserys, there is a guest outside seeking an audience," whispered the governor's assigned slave attendant. Although the slave spoke softly, Viserys heard him distinctly, especially that phrase requesting an audience. In an instant, he felt as though he had been transported back to his childhood, when he was still the esteemed prince of King's Landing. "Come in," he called. The slave hurried away to summon the guests. Soon, footsteps echoed outside, and the door swung open, revealing the guest who had traveled from Dragonstone to meet him. Unfamiliar with the noble customs of Westeros, Viserys could only rely on his recollections to extend a noble greeting to the man before him, who bore silver hair and a countenance both resolute and weary. "Prince Viserys," the man began, "it is a pleasure to meet you." Viserys scrutinized the newcomer. "I recognize you. You are the leader of the Jade Dragon Mercenary Company. What brings you to seek my audience?" He had heard of the mercenary before him, who first emerged during the conflict between usurpers and the traders of the Iron Islands. Subsequently, he gained considerable renown in the free city of Volantis for his valiant defense against a Dothraki raid, where he and 600 men successfully held off over 5,000. Luo Wenyuan placed his left hand over his heart and knelt partially, addressing the Undulls, the Roiner, and the king of the first men, His Majesty King Viserys, stating his desire to pledge loyalty, hoping only for a piece of land where he and his people might thrive. This was an unexpected turn of events for Viserys, who had envisioned countless individuals willingly joining his righteous quest to reclaim his throne. Yet this was the first time he encountered such a declaration in reality. "Good. Haha. Excellent. I knew there would be those who would support my rightful claim." Viserys laughed heartily, astonished by how easily Luo Wenyuan had won his trust. Perhaps he realized that should Luo harbor any malicious intent, he would be powerless to resist. After a fit of laughter, Viserys ceased his mirth and settled onto a long bench piled with various soft pillows. "Ah, I am utterly overjoyed," he exclaimed, suddenly pausing. Although he had heard the title Jade Dragon, he was unaware of the names of these foreign mercenary leaders. Thus, Luo Wenyuan promptly introduced himself. Your Majesty. My name is Luo Wenyuan. A rather peculiar name. Very well, Lord Wenyuan. You are the first loyal subject to pledge fealty to me. You mentioned your people. Are you their ruler? His inquiry sparked a surge of delight within Luo Wenyuan. For the elaborate plan he had prepared for months was finally coming to fruition. Clearing his throat, he responded with calm composure. One cannot truly call me a ruler. But the land I once inhabited suffered a tragedy akin to that of ancient Valyria. My homeland was devastated by a natural disaster, leading to the fall of the great Ming Empire. The calamity that befell the great Ming can be likened to the destruction wrought by the Little Ice Age, though the actual history is far more complex. Upon hearing the mention of ancient Valyria, Viserys likely grasped the tragedy to which Luo Wenyuan alluded. I am the champion of the great Ming. Luo Wenyuan continued to weave his tale with an unflinching demeanor, fully aware that the historical great Ming never held such a title. He also claimed to be the commander of the Jin Yi Southern Command, the governor of Anxi, and the general of the Imperial Guard, embellishing his narrative further. Hence, after such a calamity, I could only lead the remnants of my people westward, seeking a new homeland for those who survived. To date, I have settled a portion of my kin on the Bloodstone island of the Stone Steppes archipelago. Yet this place can hardly be deemed a true home for my people. I comprehend your intent, Viserys remarked, feeling he now fully understood Luo Wenyuan's aspirations. So, you seek a piece of land in Westeros sufficient for you and your people to reside. After the arrival of one who regarded him as a king, Viserys seemed to regain some confidence. As long as I reclaim the Iron Throne and eradicate those traitors, I shall bestow upon you vast lands. Thank you, your majesty, said Luo Wenyuan, rising to his feet without waiting for Viserys to command him. While he afforded the man before him a measure of respect, it did not imply that he would bow subserviently before him. My people are currently establishing cities and villages on Bloodstone Island. Although the conditions may not rival those of the free trade city-states, you will at least possess some semblance of the dignity befitting a king. Indeed, indeed. I have grown weary of a life spent in constant flight. Chapter 15. The Great Heist, Part 1. The day after Luo Wenyuan's meeting with Viserys, the abandoned children lighthouse welcomed an unexpected guest, 10-year-old Daenerys Targaryen. Though the Targaryen lineage is renowned for its beauty and Daenerys indeed possesses extraordinary charm within the realms of A Song of Ice and Fire, she remains merely a child of 10, not yet fully developed. When Luo Wenyuan learned from Chung Qing-shu that Daenerys had ventured into this impoverished enclave to seek him out, he was taken aback. He had mentioned to Viserys just the day before that he was at the abandoned children lighthouse in the northern port. Yet he could not fathom why this young princess would come in search of him. Thus, he hurriedly descended from the lighthouse, only to find Daenerys trembling, surrounded by a throng of little girls with tears brimming in her eyes. As previously noted, the future mother of dragons was still but a child, likely not yet at the stage of development, and her initial impression on Luo Wenyuan was far less profound than he had anticipated. I have intervened in such a way that you may never become the mother of dragons, he mused inwardly, though he displayed no such thoughts outwardly. He approached Daenerys and knelt beside her, ensuring to uphold the necessary courtesies. While he might have felt some reluctance to kneel before another man, he bore no such opposition to doing so for a little girl, especially a princess. Upon seeing him approach, the little girls quickly dispersed, and Daenerys lifted her head, gazing at him with a look of profound grievance. Are you Princess Daenerys? What brings you here? Luo Wenyuan inquired, puzzled. After pledging his loyalty to Viserys the previous day, he had engaged in a conversation with the true dragon heir, and thus far, Viserys had not exhibited the impulsive, irritable demeanor he was known for in Game of Thrones. He had even listened to Luo Wenyuan's assertion that he lacked the capacity to launch a counteroffensive against Westeros in the near future. Why then did Daenerys appear before him today, bearing such an expression of distress, especially when he had not encountered the young princess the day before? Are you the Sir Luo Wenyuan that my brother spoke of? Daenerys asked, her voice still trembling, mispronouncing his name due to her uncertainty with the tones. Luo Wenyuan rolled his eyes and sighed softly. I am indeed Luo Wenyuan, and I am not a nobleman from Westeros. In any case, your highness, what is the matter? My brother, the governor, desires to acquire the queen mother's crown. When my brother refused, he was confined to his chamber by the governor. Was it true that Viserys had sold his mother's crown in Liss? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential issue was that Viserys was under house arrest by Governor Momchil, all for the sake of a crown. A prince confined for such a trivial reason, albeit a fallen one. Your highness, please remain calm. I shall rescue His Highness Viserys shortly. Luo Wenyuan stood up, presenting what he considered a most amiable smile. Please wait here at the lighthouse. He then whistled, signaling Chung Chingsnow to follow him. This taciturn woman not only possessed formidable combat skills, but had also long navigated this area, intimately familiar with its dark alleys. If the situation deteriorated, she would become Luo Wenyuan's trump card. Upon receiving Luo Wenyuan's cue, Chung Chingsnow, who had been standing beneath a shed, promptly clapped her hands. Soon, two young girls led out two chestnut horses from the livestock shed behind the lighthouse. Luo Wenyuan could not discern their breed. Indeed, in this world, there were no horses he could recognize. Nevertheless, these two horses bore a striking resemblance to Cleveland chestnut horses from his memories. In summary, these horses were not exceptional steeds, but rather quite ordinary. Luo Wenyuan mounted swiftly, cracking the whip to urge the horses towards the governor's residence. Though not noble steeds, they galloped with considerable speed, causing a commotion in the streets as pedestrians scrambled to avoid the two riders, uttering a chorus of exclamations and curses. Although Luo Wenyuan had never learned horsemanship before his crossing, having only recently passed his driving test, Shi Jinqing was an excellent rider, and Luo Wenyuan had acquired the skill to handle horses from him. Before long, the two riders arrived at the gates of the governor's mansion. Who goes there? The guards at the entrance, seeing the two riders approach at full gallop, immediately blocked the way, raising their spears and barking a sharp command. Luo Wenyuan pulled on the reins, bringing his mount to a sudden halt. The horse reared, lifting its front hooves. Luo Wenyuan tossed aside the stirrups and leaped to the ground, followed closely by Chung Chingsnow. A few soldiers brandishing spears rushed over, encircling them. Luo Wenyuan intended to speak up to divert the guards' attention. He had come in haste, without even donning his armor, armed only with his tang saber. He had planned to force his way in. If his movements were swift enough, he could plunder the governor's treasury before the city guard could react, all while rescuing Viserys. Luo Wenyuan's wealth within the system retains its tangible existence. However, his system is equipped with a luminous medieval leap engine, enabling his riches to teleport seamlessly between his grasp, his treasury, and the hands of his loyal vassals. Thus, from the very beginning, he harbored intentions towards Governor Liss's treasury. Indeed, his pursuit of Viserys is merely incidental. For now that Daenerys is firmly in his possession, what need does he have for Viserys? Even if he were to fail in his audacious attempt to breach the governor's mansion, as long as he can escape unscathed, he still holds the key to the Iron Throne in the form of a princess. In a moment of clarity, Luo Wenyuan's habitual thinking returned to him. If he could elevate Daenerys to the Iron Throne, what purpose would Viserys serve? Moreover, a queen aligns more closely with Luo Wenyuan's interests than a king ever could. A queen can bear numerous heirs for the Luo lineage, whereas a Targaryen king cannot. Unless, of course, a woman from the Luo family were to marry Viserys. But Luo Wenyuan remains a solitary figure, devoid of kin to seek out. Plans have shifted. Viserys, I am afraid you must bear the brunt of this. Meanwhile, in the very instant that Luo Wenyuan was lost in thought, Chung Chingsnow suddenly erupted into action. With a swift motion, she hurled a flying dagger, leaving Luo Wenyuan bewildered as to when she had acquired such a weapon. A glimmer of silver flashed, piercing the face of a guard. Before anyone could react, Chung Chingsnow raised her left hand, revealing a crossbow pilfered from the system. The guards cried out in alarm, shouting about an assassin, as the crossbow bolts whistled through the air, dispatching the guards at the entrance. Regaining his composure, Luo Wenyuan drew his sword and swiftly charged into the mansion. With Chung Chingsnow closely behind him, she loosed a final volley of bolts at the servants within, striking down an unfortunate soul, prompting the panicked servants and maidens to flee in terror. In a bid to exacerbate the chaos within the estate, she produced a fire starter, igniting nearby furniture and other flammable materials. Simultaneously, Luo Wenyuan pressed forward, dispatching two guards that obstructed his path, and made his way directly to the governor's chamber. Governor Monchel, trembling in his room, was taken aback by Luo Wenyuan's sudden intrusion. This corpulent, balding man immediately saluted in a French military manner, pleading, "Please, spare my life." The entire episode unfolded with alarming swiftness. Monchel had no inkling of the chaos that had erupted in his home, as two marauders burst in, swiftly engaging in violence and arson. Luo Wenyuan pressed the blade against the governor's throat, demanding, "Where is your treasury? Lead me there, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 16. The Great Heist of Liss, Part 2. This assault was both rapid and ruthless, occurring without warning. In truth, had Daenerys not visited Luo Wenyuan early that morning, the governor's day would likely have transpired in the most mundane fashion. Yet, Montiel remained oblivious to the unfolding events. A man had intruded into his chamber, brandishing a knife against his throat, demanding the location of his vault. Overwhelmed with panic and fear, he could only hope that this assailant was motivated by greed for his riches rather than a desire for his life. All right, I will take you there. Just promise you won't harm me, and I will open the vault door." Though his treasures were invaluable, the governor prioritized his life above all else. "As long as you comply without any tricks, I shall spare you. Now lead the way." Luo Wenyuan withdrew his blade, seizing the governor's collar, effortlessly lifting the feeble figure from the ground. He then delivered a swift kick to Montiel's rear, propelling him out of the room. "You had better move quickly. I have no qualms about searching your residence myself." Yes, of course." Montiel responded hurriedly, fumbling in his pocket to retrieve a large cluster of keys. Luo Wenyuan's curiosity piqued at the sight of such an extensive collection of rigid keys concealed within the man's garments. Meanwhile, Cheng Qingshu wreaked havoc throughout the estate. On their way, Luo Wenyuan had divulged the entire plan to her. Thus she was bound to execute her lord's every command faithfully. She ignited fires, mingling amongst the chaotic crowd, launching surprise attacks on guards who sought to ascertain the cause of the turmoil. Naturally, her paramount task was to assist Luo Wenyuan in carrying out actions he was reluctant to undertake. Luo Wenyuan was a consummate hypocrite. He intended to eliminate Viserys while framing the governor of Liss, yet he could not bring himself to betray Viserys, who was a pitiable soul, particularly now that he had yet to be crushed by overwhelming burdens. Thus, he had dispatched Cheng Qingshu to act on his behalf. Now, she stood before Viserys' door, first eliminating the slave guarding it, then kicking the door open, raising her crossbow to aim at the terrified silver-haired man within. "Spare me. I have already unlocked the vault for you. You promised." In the garden of the governor's mansion, Montiel led Luo Wenyuan into a concealed passage. Arriving at the entrance to his private vault, under the pressure of Luo Wenyuan's blade, the flustered governor hastily opened the iron door of the vault. Turning cautiously, he regarded Luo Wenyuan, his brow glistening with cold sweat. He had hoped that merely handing over the keys would suffice for his release, as it seemed the man's intent lay solely with his vault. However, Luo Wenyuan compelled him to personally unlock the heavy door. Now, with the door ajar, Luo Wenyuan beheld the riches of the Liss governor, an abundance of jewelry, several chests of gold coins, and exquisite tapestries. He even spotted a dragon egg. "Very well, governor. I shall honor my promise." Luo Wenyuan sheathed his blade, his eyes fixated upon the dragon egg. The dragon egg, as pure as snow, appeared almost translucent under the dim illumination of the nearby torchlight. Luo Wenyuan felt as if he could see through the shell, witnessing a tiny life writhing within. Upon observing Luo Wenyuan retract his long knife, Governor Montiel immediately resorted to all fours, desperately attempting to flee. "I am exceedingly displeased with your recent performance. Thus I shall uphold my promise. You shall meet your demise." Luo Wenyuan turned his head, his words whispering like a demon's, sending Montiel into a state of terror. The governor hastened his pace, resembling a football launched with all force, striving to escape. Yet, Luo Wenyuan moved with the swiftness of the wind, hurling his saber, which instantaneously pierced the governor's chest, nailing the corpulent Governor Liss to the dark passageway. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan wasted no time. He strode into Governor Liss's residence, plunging his hands into piles of gold coins. In the blink of an eye, the coins vanished, leaving no trace of the wealth that had once belonged to Montiel, a man of standing within the council of Governor Liss. Turning on his heel, he hastened towards the pristine dragon egg, elegantly displayed upon a stone pedestal. Simultaneously, he deftly snatched a ruby-encrusted silver ring from a nearby jewelry stand and adorned his left ring finger with it. Cradling the dragon egg, Luo Wenyuan exited the treasury. As he passed the governor's lifeless body, he swiftly retrieved the long knife still embedded in the corpse and wiped the blood upon the governor's satin attire before making his way out of the passage. Upon emerging, he encountered Cheng Qingshu, who had been waiting anxiously at the entrance. Glancing around, Luo Wenyuan noted that flames had erupted throughout the governor's estate, the inferno raging fiercely, threatening to spread into the city. "My lord, this way," Cheng Qingshu urged, having already prepared an escape route through the sewers of Governor Liss's residence. "Oh dear, I do not wish to soil my attire," Luo Wenyuan mused, recalling the outfit he had meticulously chosen for his meeting with the Targaryen siblings. "Then I can only suggest that my lord mount his steed and return to the lighthouse at once. We must leave Liss immediately. The fire may momentarily distract the Liss people, but they will inevitably uncover our presence. Indeed, we must depart at once. Ah, what has become of Viserys? He has already succumbed to the flames. Should my lord wish to see, I have collected a small portion of Viserys' ashes. Cursing under his breath, Luo Wenyuan instinctively thought, never mind, I shall refrain from viewing it. I will present it to Daenerys later, claiming it as evidence of the Riss people's treachery against her brother. Almost forgetting, Luo Wenyuan suddenly recalled something, promptly retracing his steps to retrieve Queen Layla's crown from Governor Moncher's treasury. The situation has been resolved. Let us depart. Alas, had I known, I should have retained the head of Viserys. Perhaps I could have sought a reward from the Iron Throne. The governor's mansion was engulfed in flames, and under the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the fire spread rapidly. The city guards hurried from all directions to extinguish the blaze. Amidst the chaos, Luo Wenyuan and Snow seized the opportunity to ride back to the lighthouse. Before ascending to find Daenerys, Luo Wenyuan wiped a bit of blood on his face and tousled his hair, feigning the appearance of a battle-weary warrior. Upon reaching the lighthouse, as soon as he beheld Daenerys seated demurely on her bed, he knelt before her, weeping profusely. Your Highness, I am but a humble servant. Powerless in the face of fate, your brother has departed. With trembling hands that betrayed his composure, he presented a small pouch resembling a sachet and the crown of Queen Riella, lamenting, I could not save Prince Viserys. These words struck the ears of the 10-year-old girl like a thunderclap. Chapter 17. The Great Heist, Part 3. It was imperative to evacuate the abandoned child lighthouse. The girls under Kingsnow's tutelage quietly and efficiently gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. At the docks, Luo Wenyuan urgently communicated that the journey to Liss had concluded and it was time to flee. Consequently, Tang Jihao directed the cargo ship to relocate near the lighthouse, dispatching smaller boats to ferry individuals and retrieve Kingsnow's essential possessions, including a large cabinet filled with poison. The people of Liss are not fools. The sudden demise of their governor in his own abode may amuse his political adversaries, yet Luo Wenyuan needed to make his escape, having no collusion with any governor. Thus, he hoped for a delay in the efforts to extinguish the flames. Luo Wenyuan's undertaking proved fruitful, yielding a substantial bounty of golden dragons and the audacious claim of the Iron Throne. Although the death of Viserys might jeopardize Daenerys' ascent to queen without support from Dorne, Luo Wenyuan remained confident in rallying the Golden Company to his cause, for only Daenerys could lead these warriors fleeing from Westeros back to Essos. Furthermore, there existed the uncertain legitimacy of Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar. However, it was widely known that Aegon had met a grim fate at the hands of the Mountain. Soon after, a contingent of city guards from Liss arrived on horseback, surrounding the walls of the lighthouse. Luo Wenyuan's hurried actions were devoid of subtlety, and it was apparent to observers where the two riders had ventured. Perhaps having received orders, this group of over 40, led by a burly man with brown hair standing over 6 feet tall, bore weapons and encircled the exit of the lighthouse walls. They chanced upon the scene of numerous young girls diligently packing their belongings, preparing to flee alongside the mistress of the abandoned child lighthouse. What more was there to say? With a formidable beard, he wielded a battle axe with a wooden handle slightly taller than himself. He immediately commanded, arrest them all. Those who resist shall be slain on the spot. Luo Wenyuan, observant of the guards from Liss, unsheathed his long knife and advanced. In unison, the 20 soldiers he had summoned from the ship followed his lead, clad in heavy armor and armed with swords and shields. Luo Wenyuan's soldiers faced a multitude of Liss city guards, whose armor primarily consisted of chainmail, wielding spears, shields, and maces. The confrontation was imminent. A city guard, seeing Luo Wenyuan encroach upon his attack range, thrust his spear forward. However, Luo Wenyuan was swifter, with a deft swing of his long knife. He severed the wooden shaft of the spear. He then lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick against the shield of the guard, causing him to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. Observing this, several other guards swiftly surrounded him, launching a barrage of spear thrusts that compelled Luo Wenyuan to retreat and evade their onslaught. The fallen guard quickly regained his footing, discarding the remnants of his spear to draw a mace. As a few guards pressed forward, undeterred, they continued their assault with spears aimed from various angles at Luo Wenyuan. Instead of retreating further, the captain of the Jade Dragon took a bold stride forward, skillfully slicing through 2 spears, thus creating an opening to evade the enemy's lethal strikes. In truth, Luo Wenyuan needed only to sever 1 spear to create sufficient space for evasion. However, he preferred to avoid damaging his attire and thus chose to cut through 2. Advancing swiftly, he approached the 2 disarmed guards, who, unable to switch to their maces in time, raised their shields in defense. Luo Wenyuan responded with a powerful strike against their shields. The blade of his long knife, sharp and resilient, met the guards' leather-covered round shields, revealing the subpar quality of the Liss city guards' defenses. The leather and wood shield shattered instantly under the blow of his knife, sending splinters flying. At this moment, the remaining soldiers abandoned their spears, having witnessed the destruction of their comrades' weapons. They opted for maces. Recognizing that while wooden spear shafts could be severed, the iron-headed handles of their maces were impervious to such treatment. They surged forward, attempting to drive Luo Wenyuan back with a flurry of erratic swings before he could pose a threat to their allies. Luo Wenyuan deftly sidestepped, his hands moving with remarkable speed as he seized 3 spearheads, launching them with precision. Several guards raised their shields in defense, but his aim was not directed at the shielded ones. Despite their efforts to shield their comrades, one guard was struck squarely in the face by a spear, notably the one who had raised his shield, while the 2 unprotected guards escaped unscathed. The battle raged on as Luo Wenyuan resolved to secure victory at his own pace. Indeed, his swiftness was sufficient to overcome the guards. He took 7 large strides to the left, then suddenly halted and made a small step to the right. With a feint to the east, he aimed to draw the enemy's shields away, only to pivot sharply and unleash a 360-degree arc with his blade from the left, claiming the lives of his foes in an instant. Though these guards may have possessed some combat experience, their exposure to the battlefield was evidently insufficient. Luo Wenyuan's tactical maneuver of 7 large steps to the left followed by a small step to the right proved exceedingly effective. He consistently lured these guards into a rightward defense, only to swiftly strike from the left, inflicting injury or delivering fatal blows. In contrast, the guards' efforts to retaliate were futile. While they might have stood a chance against heavily armored infantry, these conservatively skilled guards, with barely 20 combat techniques to their name, could hardly hope to graze the hem of Luo Wenyuan's garment. As he swiftly dispatched several guards, the leader among them, a burly man wielding a long axe, immediately rushed forward, bringing his weapon down with considerable force upon Luo Wenyuan. The ferocity of the blow was palpable, and recognizing that brute strength was not his forte, Luo Wenyuan deftly evaded the strike. Seeing Luo Wenyuan retreat, the burly man bellowed, halting the momentum of his axe mid-swing. He then transformed his axe into a spear. Thrusting it forward, the head of the axe collided with Luo Wenyuan's abdomen, leaving him feeling as though he had received a crushing blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, the burly man angled his axe downward and thrust it forward, positioning the blade dangerously close to Luo Wenyuan's legs. With a fierce shout, he aimed to cleave Luo Wenyuan in 2 from below, or at the very least, inflict a mortal wound. A chilling wind surged from below, sending a wave of dread through Luo Wenyuan. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he fell backward, narrowly witnessing the burly man's axe slice just past his trousers. Chapter 18, The Great Heist of Liss. Conclusion. Realizing the near miss of the burly man's attack, the axe in his hand spun around before descending once more, targeting the vulnerable areas below Luo Wenyuan. Yet, the uninitiated Luo Wenyuan, who had yet to experience the joys of 4 generations living together, would not allow himself to be so easily harmed. With explosive force, he pushed against the ground, propelling himself backward. In the next moment, the burly man's axe struck the earth, and as Luo Wenyuan swiftly regained his footing with one hand braced against the ground, the burly man raised his axe once more, charging in for a second assault. Luo Wenyuan had firmly resolved that the burly man before him stood nearly 2 meters tall, possessing a robust physique. Were sure Jinxing present, perhaps they could engage in a contest of strength. However, though Luo Wenyuan was certainly strong, his true asset lay in his swiftness. Thus, he swiftly sidestepped to the right, evading the descending axe of the burly man. Seizing the opportunity as the axe swung wide, Luo Wenyuan thrust forth his long knife. Yet, the burly man had anticipated this maneuver. He deftly pivoted, allowing the shaft of his axe to deflect the blade, causing Luo Wenyuan's strike to miss its mark entirely. Realizing he had failed to land a blow, Luo Wenyuan immediately retreated. He understood that against a power-oriented opponent, even a single misstep could lead to dire consequences, akin to the fate of Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne. After creating some distance, he finally had the opportunity to survey the situation of his soldiers. Though they were a well-equipped and skilled fighting force, they struggled to dismantle the numerically superior Lyseni guards. Thankfully, there had yet to be any casualties among his ranks. Meanwhile, the items in the lighthouse had nearly all been evacuated. Now, all Luo Wenyuan needed to do was lead his soldiers to safety, allowing them to escape and board their vessel without delay. Initially, he had intended merely to procure resources from Liss and perhaps secure an alliance with the Targaryen siblings. Instead, An unanticipated idea had led to not only a failure in acquiring sufficient resources, but also to enmity with the Lyseni. What are you looking at? Just as Luo Wenyuan was lost in thought, the burly man bellowed in fury, charging forward without hesitation. Luo Wenyuan snapped back to reality upon hearing the roar, realizing the imminent threat as the axe descended. He no longer sought to be reckless. This man was a formidable warrior, a slave soldier of the Norvos monks, trained from a young age in martial discipline, sworn to serve, obey, and protect. Among these burly monks was a notable figure, Eliohoda, the captain of Prince Doran's guard, wielding a long axe. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Luo Wenyuan set aside any frivolity and swiftly took a large step to the left, evading the axe's strike. He abandoned the notion of a decisive blow. Instead, he wielded his long knife with speed and precision, leaving a crimson mark across the opponent's arm. The burly man grunted in pain, clearly feeling the sting of his injury. With a mighty swing of his axe, Luo Wenyuan, noticing the forceful movement of the man's arm, retreated, causing the axe to slice through empty air. Seizing the moment, he inflicted another deep and lengthy wound upon the man's arm, rapidly staining the fabric of his sleeve with blood. The opponent let out a cry of anguish, yet he clutched his axe with unwavering determination, unleashing a strike so swift that it left an afterimage in its wake. Despite Luo Wenyuan's best efforts to evade, he felt a searing pain as a strip of flesh was sliced from his left shoulder. A sharp, agonizing pain surged through Luo Wenyuan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, although the wound was excruciating, it was not life-threatening. With proper care, it would not pose any significant issues. He need not worry about the risk of tetanus, for the bearded monk-slave warrior would ensure that his battle axe remained pristine and well-maintained. After delivering an astonishingly swift strike, the bearded man could no longer maintain his grip on the axe. The deep, elongated wound on his right arm rendered him incapable of holding the haft. Thus, he could only manage a tenuous grasp with his left hand, clearly unable to wield the hefty two-handed axe any longer. The outcome of the battle was evident. In the 5 years since Luo Wenyuan had arrived in this world, this was the first adversary who had posed any semblance of a challenge. Previously, he had never engaged in a fair fight. He would either unleash a flurry of bolts from his crossbow or rely on Shi Jinqing to ambush unsuspecting foes from behind with a swift thrust. Without hesitation, Luo Wenyuan advanced swiftly, severing the bearded man's head with a single stroke. Ignoring the searing pain in his left shoulder, he wiped the blood from his blade and rejoined the fray. As the fires in the city were finally subdued, the guards of Riss dispatched additional personnel to investigate the abandoned child lighthouse, yet the initial team had not returned. Consequently, they sent forth another contingent, only to discover a scene of carnage strewn with corpses, with all the orphans who had once inhabited the lighthouse now vanished. Simultaneously, the ships of the Jade Dragon in the harbor had also disappeared. Amidst the heated debates in the Riss Council regarding whether to send ships to pursue the Jade Dragon, Luo Wenyuan and his vessel had already slipped away into the summer sea. The Wancher ship hurriedly set sail for Bloodstone Island, having failed to procure sufficient supplies on this voyage, and Luo Wenyuan had lost 3 heavily armored infantrymen. Yet, thankfully, he could still rely on the system to replenish his forces with a mere monetary expenditure. During the days that followed Luo Wenyuan's escape from Riss and his return to Bloodstone Island for a brief respite, news of Daenerys' disappearance and Viserys' demise in the fiery inferno reached Westeros. Reactions varied. King Robert Baratheon erupted into laughter upon hearing the news and promptly announced another tournament to celebrate. Varys, having received word from his little birds, found himself plagued by a headache, yet relieved to have alternative options. Prince Dorne remained inscrutable, while many others expressed indifference, more preoccupied with the king's upcoming tournament. However, one thing was unequivocally clear. With such significant events unfolding in Riss, coupled with the Jade Dragon Mercenary Company now deemed a criminal entity, the truth behind these occurrences was no longer a mystery to the populace. Except for Daenerys, the weeping silver-haired girl would forever remember the truth that Luo Wenyuan had imparted to her. Even if it was a false truth, it would remain unassailable and unexposed for all eternity. Now, after a 5-day respite, Luo Wenyuan once again boarded the massive vessel, this time intending to voyage to the nearer capital of King's Landing in Westeros to replenish supplies. Chapter 19. The city of King's Landing. In comparison to when Luo Wenyuan departed, the construction in the villages of Bloodstone Island had not significantly changed. As he had only been away for a few days, the residential areas were just beginning to take shape. And although the first batch of refugees provided by the system included a number of carpenters and builders, their numbers were still insufficient. Consequently, the construction of the town, which Luo Wenyuan planned to name New Haikao, progressed at a painfully slow pace. Thus, the refugees were compelled to erect numerous rudimentary tents in the castle square of Bloodstone Castle for their habitation. Fortunately, it was summer, and even during the nighttime, the temperatures remained relatively mild, sometimes bordering on a slight discomfort from the heat. The current time was late August of the year 294. Thanks to the planet's uniquely prolonged summer, even on nights when the full moon hung high, people still felt a touch of warmth. Reflecting on the previous year's late August, Luo Wenyuan had leisurely enjoyed chilled sweet wine and indulged in his own creation of cream sponge cake adorned with fresh strawberries at his estate in Volantis. To be fair, the fine wines produced in Volantis were renowned for their delightful sweetness. However, Luo Wenyuan considered their alcohol content too low, likening the experience to sipping grape juice. Regrettably, he could no longer partake in those smooth and delectable sweet wines on Bloodstone Island, which was still under a system of food rationing. Furthermore, he dared not withdraw his troops to return to his previous endeavors of profit, having forcibly occupied Bloodstone Island, while the original owner, Prince Balek of Bloodstone, remained unaccounted for. Who knew when this pirate leader might return to reclaim his territory? Thus, after only 2 days of rest on Bloodstone Island, Luo Wenyuan set sail once more, this time with his sights set on the power center of the entire continent of Westeros, the Iron Throne in King's Landing. He had also heard whispers that a grand tournament was set to take place in King's Landing, one of considerable scale, as King Robert had invited all knights and warriors from the Seven Kingdoms to participate, spanning from Dorne in the south to the north in the north. In short, the king's invitation echoed throughout all of Westeros. This stirred a sense of excitement in Luo Wenyuan, as participating in such a tournament would afford him the opportunity to engage with some of the nobility of Westeros. He had previously taken part in a tournament shortly after Robert Baratheon quelled the rebellion in the Iron Islands, which had been held in the Westlands at Lannisport. Unfortunately, during that tournament, Luo Wenyuan, whose combat skills were not yet honed, was brutally defeated by Jorah Mormont and swiftly eliminated from the competition. At that time, Shi Jinqing had performed admirably, advancing all the way to the semifinals before being vanquished by Jaime Lannister. Now, equipped with his complete set of gear, Luo Wenyuan boasts a personal combat strength of 80 points. With the support of the system, his practical skills transcend merely the weapons he once studied. He can wield everything from swords to spears, halberds to axes, and even the most intricate of weapons. Mounted upon a steed with a lance in hand, he would undoubtedly prove to be an exceptional cavalryman. Although he might face defeat in one-on-one duels, he possesses the cunning to navigate through team competitions, and there remains a chance he could seize an opportunity in shooting contests. As of now, Luo Wenyuan remains oblivious to the reasons behind King Robert's organization of this tournament. To him, it seems entirely normal for Robert Baratheon to host such an event, especially since in the original timeline, there was indeed a tournament in the year 294 in King's Landing, with the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy emerging as the champion. After 5 years, Luo Wenyuan finds himself once again in the city where he first arrived in Westeros. A fun fact, the day he entered this world coincides with Arya Stark's birth date. This city, home to no fewer than 500,000 inhabitants, perpetually emanates a foul stench, from the refuse of daily life, decaying food, and human waste, to the peculiar fragrances of noble women's cosmetics composed of elements from the chemical periodic table, and the countless impoverished souls, drenched in sweat, crowding the banks of the river in King's Landing. As the tournament approaches, King's Landing is a veritable sea of humanity, with people from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms converging upon this already densely populated city. A fleet of ships lines the harbor, and Luo Wenyuan muses that the innkeepers and brothel owners in King's Landing must be utterly enamored with King Robert, with a king so fond of tournaments. Their coffers are sure to overflow. Upon disembarking in King's Landing, Luo Wenyuan partakes in some errands with Tang Zhihao, who is to procure tools and hire craftsmen, after which he hastens to the Riverlands to buy large quantities of their inexpensive grain. Thus, Luo Wenyuan remains behind in King's Landing to register for the tournament. On one hand, he seeks to test the mettle of his 80 points of combat skills against various formidable opponents, while on the other, he yearns to explore this renowned epicenter of power in Westeros. With the absence of war and the prolonged summer, regardless of King Robert's financial status, the Iron Throne is undeniably affluent in terms of resources. Even the ordinary fighters participating in the tournament can indulge in lavish meals. Today, Luo Wenyuan's chosen breakfast consists of a generously toasted golden oat loaf, several strips of slightly charred and oily bacon, a small bowl of potato salad, and a large mug of ice-cold ale. The martial arts tournament is still some time away from its official commencement. After all, Westeros is vast, and it takes considerable time for the brave warriors and knights from the Seven Kingdoms to arrive. Consequently, Luo Wenyuan has ample opportunity to explore the city at his leisure. During his wanderings, he has witnessed the fervor of the citizens of King's Landing in anticipation of the tournament. This morning, while enjoying breakfast at his inn, a minor brawl erupted, resulting in 2 fatalities. Later, at noon, as he sought a tavern to indulge in a modest drink and a meal, he encountered a clumsy thief attempting to pilfer money, who was promptly apprehended and faced the choice between losing a hand or facing the wall. He chose the former. Despite the presence of gold-clad guards, disorder still reigned. Moreover, this era is one of paradoxes, where entertainment is both scarce and abundant. Just moments ago, after finishing his lunch and stepping towards the tavern's entrance, he witnessed a naked man leap from the 2nd floor of a building across the way, closely pursued by another man wielding a sword. Following this, a disheveled woman peered out the window, emitting peculiar shrieks. The naked man, while fleeing, called back to his pursuer, "You love your wife, and I love your wife too. Should we not be allies?" Thus, August for Luo Wenyuan was spent amidst foul odors, chaos, and sporadic violence. Finally, September arrived, marking the moment for the tournament to officially begin. Chapter 20. The Tournament of King's Landing. Today, Luo Wenyuan rose exceptionally early, for it is the day the tournament commences. He must make his way to the tournament grounds outside the King's Gate to participate in the initial stage of the competition. This first stage serves to eliminate those who, despite their lack of swordsmanship, still aspire to compete, harboring dreams of resembling the heroic figures from knightly tales. Unfortunately, reality has a way of shattering such illusions, as these unrealistic contenders will soon find themselves awakened, either by the harshness of reality or by their fellow competitors. Thus, during this preliminary phase, Luo Wenyuan encountered no noteworthy adversaries. He easily dispatched several novices, leaving them sprawled in the mud of the tournament grounds, a rather mundane affair. The true excitement began with the 3rd round of the competition, as noon approached, and nobles from King's Landing and across the 7 kingdoms began to arrive in small groups to observe the contests. By this time, the audience in the stands was already filled with numerous aristocrats, and from his vantage point at the competitors section, Luo Wenyuan could see many distinguished personages. Seated upon the opulent throne was the corpulent figure of King Robert, his thick mane of black hair striking against the grandeur of his surroundings. The last time Luo Wenyuan laid eyes upon him was 5 years prior, during the tumultuous Iron Islands Rebellion, when the realm still revered King Robert as a formidable warrior of great stature, whose physique had yet to betray him. Beside the king, the elegantly adorned and visibly displeased blonde beauty was none other than Cersei Lannister. At that moment, her infamous twin brother, the renowned Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, was situated in the contestants' area, preparing the weapons and armor for his imminent appearance. Much like Jon Snow's initial impression of Jaime, he was indeed a striking figure, tall and gallant, with golden locks cascading and a pair of piercing green eyes that sparkled, complemented by a smile sharp as a blade. Jon perceived him as the epitome of regal bearing. In stark contrast, King Robert left Jon somewhat unimpressed. This phenomenon, which Luo Wenyuan often referred to as the syndrome of judging by appearances, raised a question. Did Jaime Lannister truly possess the qualities of a king? He was, in fact, a man of quick temper, lacking patience, impulsive, and quite obstinate, often deemed arrogant and discourteous by others. Before long, Luo Wenyuan's gaze fell upon the true Lannister giant. Tyrion Lannister, in many respects, was indeed a figure easily overlooked, short of stature and somewhat unattractive. It took several scans of the audience before Luo Wenyuan finally spotted him near his father, the formidable Tywin Lannister. Undoubtedly, the imp was present to support his brother Jaime in the tournament. To Luo Wenyuan's surprise, Tywin himself had graced the event with his presence, a notion that seemed improbable given Tywin's reputation in the original narrative as a stern, iron-willed, and coldly pragmatic figure, hardly one to attend a tournament. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan's attention was drawn to House Tully in the stands, where the prematurely aged and somewhat portly Lord Mace Tully sat, accompanied by his eldest son, the limping Valus Tully. Additionally, Lord Mace had another son, the valiant Garland Tully, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother, the future Knight of Flowers, Loras Tully, who, at the tender age of 12, remained by their father's side. Garland was participating in the tournament and was presently seated beside Luo Wenyuan. Oh, and as a side note, Luo Wenyuan also spotted the 11-year-old little Rose, Marjorie Tully. Though she possessed beauty, her youth restricted her full bloom. Following this, Luo Wenyuan encountered an array of other individuals, including Edmure Tully of the Riverlands and various nobles from the north, the current hand of the king, John Arryn, along with his wife, Lisa Tully, and several unfamiliar nobles hailing from Dorne. In summary, the audience was filled to capacity with nobles from across the Seven Kingdoms. Luo Wenyuan's initial participation in the tournament was in the jousting event. However, due to his inability to find a steed that truly resonated with him, he currently rides a black horse with white hooves, reminiscent of a Russian Don horse. Notably, this horse was purchased directly from the marketplace in King's Landing. And while its temperament is reasonably gentle, Luo Wenyuan yearns for a spirited and exceptional steed. Unfortunately, during his time in Essos, he had offended the Dothraki, leaving no Khalasar willing to exchange gifts with him. As Luo Wenyuan sat lost in thought, the first round of the tournament commenced outside the competitors' enclosure. Ser Jaimido of the Riverlands faced off against Sandor Clegane from the Westerlands. The announcers outside boisterously proclaimed the current matchup, jolting Luo Wenyuan back to attention. The first joust was underway, and it was none other than the infamous hound, Sandor Clegane, who was about to compete. Luo Wenyuan immediately raised his gaze to the jousting field, where a knight donned in a helm shaped like a dog's head confronted an armored knight wearing a broad-brimmed helm. Both mounted on their powerful steeds, they approached the jousting arena. The hound's mount, named Stranger, was aptly named after the god of death among the seven, and indeed, it was a fine horse, albeit with a rather ill-tempered disposition towards others. The first round began swiftly, with the hound and Ser Jaimido charging at each other, their lances aimed at one another's shields. Upon impact, aside from Ser Jaimido swaying slightly in his saddle, neither competitor posed a significant threat to the other. They pivoted their steeds and initiated the second charge, accompanied by the resounding crack of wood upon wood as they galloped past each other. They turned once more, readying for the next clash. Again, with the sharp sound of splintering wood, the hound's lance shattered, yet he remained mounted. As his squire hurried to fetch a new lance, they prepared for yet another charge. This time, a thunderous crack echoed as Ser Jaimido's shield was shattered by Sandor's lance, fragments scattering in all directions, and the knight was unseated, crashing to the ground. The victor was Sandor Clegane. The knight from the Riverlands struggled to his feet, limping as he led his horse away, suggesting that the fall had indeed taken a toll on him. The next competitors were summoned to prepare. Sir Gallant Tyrell from Highgarden was set to face Lord Rickard Stark of Winterfell. Chapter 21, The King's Joust. Gallant, a formidable character from the original A Song of Ice and Fire, was to confront a figure unknown to Luo Wenyuan. Although the Stark family was renowned, he had never heard of a Lord Rickard. Presumably, he was a descendant of one of the lesser branches of House Stark, as the Starks had once branched off from the original Stark lineage. Luo Wenyuan surveyed the two competitors, and as previously mentioned, Sir Gallant Tiller bore a striking resemblance to the Flower Knight. Thus, the gentleman before him, Sir Gallant, appeared to be a bearded version of the Flower Knight. On the other side stood Lord Castark, a towering figure with a remarkably robust physique. This man, adorned with a mane of thick black hair, appeared to be around 20 years of age. In contrast to his opponent's gleaming plate armor, the armor worn by Light Castark exuded a distinctly northern flair. Unlike the plate armor favored by the Knights of the South, the noble warriors of the North preferred chainmail and the padded leather beneath it. This choice stemmed partly from the reliable protection such armor offered, and partly because, for the less affluent North, it was far more economical than the expensive plate. Both knights mounted their steeds, and soon, the jousting commenced. In the first round, each competitor launched tentative attacks, their lances deflecting off one another's shields. Subsequently, they rode to the end of the track, turned their horses, and initiated a second charge. To Luo Wenyuan's astonishment, Light Castark held his ground against Gallant in the lance duels for over 10 rounds without faltering. After a further exchange of blows, it was not Gallant, known for his lance skills, but Castark who unseated him, showcasing that Gallant excelled in swordsmanship rather than mounted combat. The next contest featured Sir Gregor Cregan from Cregan Castle. As this bout concluded, the announcers immediately raised their voices, calling out the next contenders. Upon hearing the name, Luo Wenyuan perked up, thinking, "Oh, it's the Mountain of Magic. I am eager to see which unfortunate soul will face this formidable man." The opponent was none other than the learned commander of the Jade Dragon Mercenary Corps from the Far East, Luo. "Why do you imbeciles always mispronounce my name?" Rather than lamenting his fate as the unfortunate challenger to the Mountain of Magic, Luo Wenyuan felt indignation at having his name turned into a mock title by these people. As for the mountain, he was not particularly worried. Armed with his Tang sword, he faced Cregan with a smile, dismissing the mountain as a mere nuisance. The Jade Dragon? A learned individual? Huh. No wonder I couldn't find this fellow in Essos. He has returned. Upon hearing the names of the next competitors, King Robert burst into laughter. After a moment, he composed himself and turned serious once more, addressing Lord John Arryn, who sat nearby. My Lord John, once they finish their bout, have that mercenary come to see me. Although that wretched Viserys is dead, I recall that there was still a female dragon among the last two wretched creatures, and I must inquire about her. Your Majesty, that is merely a little girl, not some old prime minister with a bald patch. The man, burdened by the weight of his own conscience, could not bear to hear King Robert refer to the Targaryen child in such trivial terms. Ah, is that so? A little girl? Yet, what I know is that she is a wretched spawn of a dragon. Now, this abominable creature has vanished from beneath the watchful eyes of the eunuchs. If she were to be manipulated by some nefarious individual, how long have I sat upon this harsh and unsightly throne? Across the land, there are still those who call me a usurper. King Robert, with his meaty fists, slammed down upon the armrest of his chair in fury. I cannot simply wait for this little girl to grow, only to spread forth more vile dragon spawn. Meanwhile, clad in armor and mounted upon his steed, Ser Loras Tyrell was prepared to confront the mountain. Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain That Rides, was a fearsome figure, towering over 8 feet tall. According to the nationality of George R. Martin, the author of A Song of Ice and Fire, this monstrous being stands at an imposing 2 meters and 4 centimeters. Born with prodigious strength, if one were to evaluate him by the traits of the system, the mountain would embody the highest level of the strong trait, akin to a Hercules of the strongest caliber. His weight was equally staggering, approximately 30 stone, translating to an astonishing 189 kilograms. Moreover, the mountain donned triple-layered armor. Beneath his heavy plate, he wore chainmail and boiled leather. One could only wonder what sort of strength and endurance his steed must possess to carry such a mountain. Loras urged his mount onto the field, gazing across to see a horse, as grand as a stallion, bearing a giant of iron upon the track. The jousting lance provided by the tournament seemed but a mere broomstick in his grasp. Most would feel considerable psychological pressure facing such an ironclad giant, especially knowing the brutality and murderous nature of their opponent. In the original tale, the mountain had merely discovered that his opponent's throat guard was improperly secured, and with a lance, he impaled the knight from the Vale. The horns signaling the commencement of the joust sounded, and Loras and the mountain spurred their horses, charging toward one another. Though Loras possessed a robust trait, his strength paled in comparison to that of the mountain. As they neared, preparing to strike with their lances, Loras deftly angled his shield at the moment the mountain's lance struck, absorbing some of the force. Nevertheless, Loras's left hand still felt the jarring impact of that immense power, while the mountain remained steadfast, blocking Loras's lance with his shield without budging. Cleverly devising a path to victory, Loras had long resolved to triumph in this manner. Long before the competition commenced, he had meticulously prepared himself. Though uncertain whether he would confront the mountain, he emulated the famed knight Loras Tyrell from the original tale by selecting a mare still in heat as his steed. Consequently, after their initial encounter, Gregor's warhorse began to paw the ground restlessly, despite its rider's fierce commands. With no time to soothe his mount, the second charge began, and the mountain surged forward, galloping toward Luo Wenyuan. Although Luo's mare lacked the formidable strength of the mountain steed, her state of heat rendered the mountain unable to control his own horse. Gregor attempted to shift his lance from left to right, yet his horse refused to run in a straight line. At that moment, Luo Wenyuan had already reached the mountain, thrusting his lance upward to strike Gregor's flat-topped helmet, toppling the giant from his saddle. The outcome was clear, and the arena erupted in applause. Chapter 22. The King and the Mercenary Give Me My Sword. Gregor bellowed as he rose from the ground. Immediately, a servant, reminiscent of a diminutive Tyrion, rushed over with a massive two-handed sword. The mountain, in a fit of rage, effortlessly drew his great sword with one hand and approached his warhorse, severing its head in a single stroke. The gray steed met its demise without a cry, and the audience's cheers transformed into horrified screams. Furious, Gregor, with his still bloodied sword in hand, advanced toward Luo Wenyuan. However, Luo was acutely aware of the mountain's approach. As the mountain strode toward him wielding the great sword, Luo sprang from his saddle, kicked away the stirrups, and unsheathed his long knife, bracing for the encounter. Perhaps King Robert became intrigued, wishing to witness the clash of blades. Or perhaps he simply failed to react. In any case, unimpeded, Gregor swung his immense sword with the ease of wielding a dagger, shouting in fury as he aimed a downward strike at Luo Wenyuan. Unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation with such a heavyweight adversary, Luo remained undaunted. As the mountain's strike came swiftly and brutally, Luo deflected it with his long knife, causing the mountain's sword to miss entirely. Then, Luo launched a counterattack. While the mountain lifted his left arm, attempting to block the blade with his sturdy gauntlet. Although Luo's knife lacked the sharpness of Valyrian steel, it remained a remarkable weapon in its own right. With a deft angle, the blade slipped through the gap in Gregor's elbow armor, inflicting a wound. The mountain howled in pain, and almost instantaneously, his right hand swung the great sword toward Luo Wenyuan, its speed defying the expectations of a two-handed weapon. However, Luo Wenyuan's speed was even more remarkable. He firmly established a horse stance, and in an instant, his upper body fell backward. At that very moment, Luo Wenyuan could almost feel the blade of the Demon Mountain's great sword grazing the tip of his nose. After evading this strike without a moment's hesitation, he straightened up, raised his right leg, and delivered a powerful kick to Gregor's abdomen, who was still stooped and rigid, despite the heavy armor shielding him. The force of the blow caused the Demon Mountain to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Yet, this did not signify his defeat. Luo Wenyuan intended to leap forward and deliver a decisive strike, but Gregor's great sword began to whirl around him like a windmill, forcing Luo Wenyuan to retreat once more. As Gregor rose, the pain in his elbow seemed to restore some semblance of reason. Although the imposing flat-topped helm concealed his expression, Luo Wenyuan could easily surmise that. Apart from fury, nothing else could be seen on the Demon Mountain's face. Despite the crimson blood dripping from Gregor's arm guard, Luo Wenyuan understood that the damage he had inflicted was merely superficial. This muscular giant, with arms as thick as tree trunks, had only suffered a minor wound from Luo Wenyuan's strike, which certainly had not compromised any vital area. Like cowboys in a western duel, Luo Wenyuan and Gregor began to circle each other, constantly shifting their positions left and right, as if either could spring into action at any moment to claim the other's life. Halt! In the name of the king. Just as Luo Wenyuan and Gregor were poised to launch their next assault, King Robert intervened, calling an end to their clash. With a disdainful snort, Gregor hurled his great sword to the ground. Then, without a backward glance, he pushed past the guards at the arena's entrance and strode away. Let him go, the king bellowed. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan gazed at the retreating figure of the Demon Mountain, raising his left hand with his index finger pointed skyward. In a voice loud enough for all the nobles in the stands to hear, he proclaimed, "This 300-plus-pound Westerosi colossus couldn't touch even a single hair on my finger." In an instant, the audience seemed to forget the earlier events, including the fallen horse and bloodstains on the arena floor, and resumed their raucous cheers. As Luo Wenyuan contemplated stepping down to rest, a knight clad in armor and draped in a white cloak approached him, blocking his path. "Esteemed scholar, please wait. His Majesty the King wishes to see you." This young knight bore an undeniably handsome countenance, and by his white garb, he was likely one of the king's guard. Given his appearance, it was probable that he was none other than Ser Alice Ockhart of the king's guard. Luo Wenyuan maintained his composure, subtly resting his left hand on the hilt of his longsword, inquiring, "What business does His Majesty have with me?" Though Ser Alice is a member of the royal guard, his prowess is rather lacking, having been vanquished in a single encounter by Captain Ario Hoda of Prince Daolong's retinue. Ser Alice did not respond to Luo Wenyuan's inquiry. Instead, he gestured for him to follow, saying, "Do come along, esteemed scholar." Very well, very well. I must reiterate, please refrain from constantly addressing me as esteemed scholar. My name is Wenyuan. Not some peculiar title from your tongue, Luo Wenyuan replied, shrugging as he chose to follow, reiterating his name once more. Upon arriving at the tent where King Robert rested during the tournament, Luo Wenyuan found himself face to face with the monarch yet again. The last time he beheld King Robert was during the Iron Islands Rebellion, when the Baratheon king was still lean, one of the most formidable warriors across the Seven Kingdoms. However, the present-day King Robert resembled more of a clumsy pilot of powered armor, a corpulent figure indeed, with a protruding beer belly and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Robert Baratheon appeared to be a man drained by indulgence, had it not been for his thick, dark beard. Luo Wenyuan surmised King Robert would possess a notably prominent double chin. "Ah, we meet again, Wenyuan. Back in the Iron Islands. You and your fascinating contraptions truly captured the eye." King Robert recalled Luo Wenyuan, who had once commanded a mere 100 crossbowmen capable of unleashing a volley akin to 1,000 archers. Luo Wenyuan bowed slightly and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the reason for my summons?" He preferred to bypass the pleasantries and get straight to the point. "Why do I wish to see you?" "Huh. Surely you must know. You have slain that pest, Viserys." The king erupted in laughter, his voice thunderous. "For that, you deserve a splendid reward. However, Robert's tone shifted abruptly, the mirth vanishing from his countenance. Viserys, now the entire free cities are abuzz with the news of his demise at your hands. Yet no one seems to know the whereabouts of his sister, that wretched Daenerys. I ask you, when you dispatched Viserys, were you aware of where that Targaryen spawn was hiding? Chapter 23. On the day of Lord Jiao's wedding, the 22 swords emerge from the shadows. Your Majesty. Luo Wenyuan cleared his throat. I must confess that on the day I ambushed Viserys at the governor's residence in Liss, I searched the entirety of the estate and did not encounter the Targaryen girl. This was the unvarnished truth. Indeed, he had not seen Daenerys within the mansion of Momchil. King Robert scrutinized Luo Wenyuan's eyes, seeking to discern any hint of deceit, yet the latter remained composed, exuding no signs of untruth. The king could not shake the feeling that this man was not fabricating his words. After a moment of contemplation, King Robert nodded. He was a forthright individual, easily trusting of others. Although he had lost track of the little girl, you have slain Viserys, and as a reward, I shall elevate you to nobility. Your Majesty. Luo Wenyuan spoke softly. My family has been a distinguished nobility for millennia. In my homeland, we can trace our lineage back to the ancient times of enlightenment. This was no mere boast from Luo Wenyuan, as one of the origins of the Luo surname descends from the Yellow Emperor. According to the Shanhai Jing, the Yellow Emperor begot Luo Ming, who in turn fathered by Ma, who was known as Gun. Gun was the father of Du. Until the calamity that befell my homeland, my family remained a prominent lineage. I am also a champion of the Ming Dynasty. The commander of the Jin Yi Wei in the southern garrison, the Grand General of the Feathered Forest, and the governor of Anqi. Luo Wenyuan continued embellishing his tale. For in this world, no one could verify the existence of a nation long destroyed by disaster. He felt free to exaggerate without fear of exposure, and even the system would assist in altering the memories of characters under his command. Ah, it seems you come from noble roots, Robert remarked, unperturbed by Luo Wenyuan's interruption. You mentioned that your homeland was destroyed by a natural disaster? You are quite reminiscent of the Valyrians, are you not? Indeed, many of my people escaped the devastation, and thus, I journeyed westward in search of a refuge for my homeless compatriots. Your Majesty, I have temporarily settled my people on an island in the Stepstone archipelago. If you are inclined to reward me, I hope you might assist in establishing a sanctuary for my people there. Luo Wenyuan swiftly articulated his request. Upon hearing his words, Robert Baratheon raised his hand, stroking his beard as he pondered for a moment. Just as Luo Wenyuan anticipated an insightful response from King Robert, the king abruptly rose to his feet. Let my prime minister discuss this matter with you. Sir Alice Karstark, standing by, understood the command and departed the tent. Before long, he returned with Lord Jon Arryn. After a thorough explanation, Jon grasped Robert's intent. As the hand of the king, he was to negotiate the reward with Luo Wenyuan. It had become customary for Robert to delegate such matters to his hand, and Jon had grown accustomed to assisting Robert with the aftermath, for as the saying goes, when the king attends to his needs, the hand provides the paper. In the name of Robert Baratheon, I can offer you some assistance. The pirates troubling the Stepstone archipelago are indeed a nuisance. I shall instruct the Minister of the Navy to dispatch some ships to aid you. And I can also organize a contingent in the king's name to join your campaign against the pirates. Since you wish to establish your people in the Stepstone archipelago, I may petition the king to appoint you as the governor of the Narrow Sea. Considering that you are being hunted by the Lyseni, your Majesty can offer you sanctuary in the name of the Iron Throne. However, as the governor of the Narrow Sea, you will be obliged to establish customs across the Stepstone Islands, levying tariffs on merchant vessels, and annually paying a certain tribute. How does that sound? Soon, the outcome of Jon and Luo Wenyuan's initial discussion emerged. At first glance, it appeared to proceed smoothly. However, the Stepstone Islands are far from a peaceful realm, plagued by an abundance of pirates. Though they may be but a disorganized mob, the former kingdoms of Liss, Myr, and Tyrosh would undoubtedly oppose the Iron Throne's dominion over the islands. Yet, they would not dare to engage in direct conflict with the Iron Throne, having been decisively defeated by Daemon Targaryen, aided by a cadre of noble second sons and mercenaries when they once united. In the present day, they are even less inclined to challenge the Iron Throne. While it is true that Daemon Targaryen's possession of dragons provided a tremendous advantage, the current states of Tyrosh, Liss, and Myr are no longer united as the former kingdom of the Three Daughters. The tribute paid and the act of becoming a vassal are the costs Luo Wenyuan must bear if he chooses not to carve out his own path. However, this is not an excessively burdensome price. Although the Stepstone Islands may not rival the vastness of the north, the fertility of the Riverlands, or the wealth of the west, their strategic position commands the maritime routes from north to south, Luo Wenyuan is justified in believing that, with proper management, the maritime trade between Westeros and Essos will flourish, allowing him to reap substantial profits. Moreover, Luo Wenyuan does not believe that his presence will alter the fateful demise of Robert Baratheon. He not only believes it will remain unchanged, but also feels no inclination to intervene, echoing Peter Baelish's famous adage that chaos is a ladder. While it cannot be said that everyone is so, the vast majority of the realm's power players, commonly referred to as players, are adept at internal sabotage, seizing lands from their peers, such as by courting claimants and subsequently elevating them to vassals, aiding them in reclaiming territories, only to later coerce them into surrendering those lands. Should they refuse, they are promptly accused of treason against their liege, captured, and all their lands stripped away. This method was prevalent in earlier versions, known academically as the Curse of Glamorgan. Returning to the main point, as long as Robert Baratheon meets his end as depicted in the original narrative, and Jon and Ned Stark pursue the bloodlines of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella as they did in the original story, provided that the War of the Five Kings ignites smoothly at the end of 298 AC, Luo Wenyuan will have the opportunity to ascend that ladder of chaos. Such conditions are undoubtedly feasible. However, how much tribute am I required to pay each year? Moreover, the Stone Steps archipelago has yet to fall, and even after its capture, the establishment of checkpoints and the collection of tariffs will require time. This predicament is, of course, unavoidable. You may possess a 3-year royal exemption from duties, and Lord Jon has generously granted Sir Luo Wenyuan this privilege. However, after 3 years, Your Excellency, you shall be obliged to remit 20% of tariff revenues to the Iron Throne, while you may manage the remaining taxes from your territories as you see fit. Of course, Prime Minister, Luo Wenyuan replied. Yet, the thought gnawed at him. A 20% tariff, such a burdensome imposition, seemed excessively harsh. Very well, he mused. Once His Majesty King Robert formally bestows upon you the governorship of the Narrow Sea, I shall arrange for you to converse with our Chancellor of Finance. If all proceeds as anticipated, you will likely find yourself in frequent discussions with him henceforth. Indeed, if Luo Wenyuan recalled correctly, the current treasurer of the Iron Throne was none other than Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. This realization sparked a flicker of concern within him. Would he be metaphorically skinned by Lord Baelish? Chapter 24. Governor of the Narrow Sea. The tournament continued unabated. The Hound faced off against the Knight from Stonehall, Sir Welsh. The two had exchanged dozens of blows, shattering over 10 lances in their fierce contest, yet neither could claim victory. Sir Welsh, a knight fallen on hard times, wore armor marked by rust, yet he matched the Hound in martial prowess with remarkable tenacity. However, Luo Wenyuan found himself disinterested in the ongoing tournament. Although he had recently been elevated to the esteemed title of Governor of the Narrow Sea under the Iron Throne, he quickly realized that this honor was more symbolic than practical, and he had inadvertently invited a plethora of complications upon himself. King Robert, a fervent admirer of warfare, was eager to unleash his might upon the Stone Steps archipelago, hence his unhesitating appointment of Luo Wenyuan. The governor then encountered Littlefinger, who, despite his diminutive stature, exhibited great interest in the tariffs of the Narrow Sea. The Stone Steps archipelago, as a maritime nexus, had long suffered the depredations of pirates, who had amassed considerable wealth merely by collecting passage fees. Thus, Littlefinger harbored significant intrigue regarding this locale. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan met with the High Septon, the representative of the Faith of the Seven. It seemed some rumor had reached the ears of the High Septon, prompting him to seek out Luo Wenyuan, eager to persuade the foreign settlers from the Far East to embrace the Seven. Yet, Luo Wenyuan mused to himself that he would rather place his faith in the Lord of Light, for perhaps the Lord of Light would send a red priest to grant him the boon of resurrection. Lastly, he encountered the rotund Lord Varys, whose presence was always accompanied by the scent of perfume. The eunuch approached, seeking to subtly pry information from Luo Wenyuan regarding Daenerys. Luo Wenyuan could only resolutely insist he had never seen Daenerys, fully aware that Varys would doubt his words. Thus, Luo Wenyuan silently noted that he would only allow the personnel under his command to manage his castle, for he had already attracted the attention of Varys. Luo Wenyuan did not wish for the claws of the spider to infiltrate his abode. Queen Cersei showed no interest in these matters. However, King Robert's 16-year-old brother, Renly Baratheon, took considerable notice of Luo Wenyuan's exotic appearance. The scrutiny from Renly sent shivers down Luo Wenyuan's spine, leading him to believe that the young man harbored ulterior motives. Hence he refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with him. After meeting these individuals, Luo Wenyuan discerned that Robert's elder brother, Stannis Baratheon, the naval minister under the Iron Throne, appeared to be the only genuinely straightforward character among them. Stannis sought out Luo Wenyuan solely because Robert had instructed him to procure some ships for him. At this juncture, Luo Wenyuan needed to contemplate the maximum docking capacity for ships at the Bloodstone Island port. He also took the opportunity to formally review the internal affairs page of his system. After conquering Bloodstone Island, he had employed a strategy of delegation, entrusting all matters to Tang Jihao, who was responsible for planning construction, procuring supplies, and formulating a budget plan, while also ensuring that Luo Wenyuan had the necessary funds at his disposal. Tang Jihao was affectionately referred to as Little John for his adeptness in managing the minor affairs of their respective leaders. Upon accessing his personal page, Luo Wenyuan discovered some notable changes in his status panel. Although his territory section still listed only the solitary Bloodstone Island, he had acquired several new titles. As the governor of the Narrow Sea, replacing his self-proclaimed title of Lord of Bloodstone Island, he had been officially appointed by the Iron Throne, granting him dominion over the Stepstone Islands. Given that Daemon Targaryen had previously offered the Stepstone Islands and the crown of the King of the Narrow Sea to the Iron Throne, his appointment as governor conferred upon him a legitimate claim to the islands. Effects: territory construction is now enabled, and he possesses a personal standing army of 3. Among his many titles, he finally holds a genuine one. Territory: Bloodstone Island current buildings, castle defenses, to be rebuilt, castle walls, to be rebuilt, main keep. Level 1: the fortress provides a secure shelter for the inhabitants of the castle. Effects: local conscription troops, scale of garrison forces 5. Militia training grounds, not constructed, barracks, not constructed, stables, not constructed, castle town, not constructed, training grounds. Level 1: this facility offers a training ground for local conscripted soldiers, enabling them to learn weaponry and combat skills before stepping onto the battlefield. Effects: all locally conscripted soldiers have a morale of 10, and their replenishment rate is 10. Castle Dock. Level 1: the port can accommodate a maximum of 5 ships. Bloodstone Shipyard. Level 1: the shipbuilders who were enslaved by pirates have been liberated by your hand, and they now pledge their loyalty to you. Effects: a special building where raw materials can be consumed to construct ships. The port can accommodate a maximum of 10 ships. Current status: conscripts 0, recently conquered, to conclude in 2 months. Garrison troops 9,000, recently conquered. Current docked ships 15, monthly income none, recently conquered, excluding the system-provided ship. The dock at Bloodstone Island can accommodate an additional 14 vessels. It is important to note that this refers to long-term docking. While other warships may anchor temporarily along various shores, they cannot remain indefinitely. However, Luo Wenyuan believes that possessing merely 10 warships, combined with the wildfire wielded by the pyromancers in King's Landing, would render him invincible at sea. In the present-day 7 kingdoms of Westeros, wildfire is not a closely guarded strategic resource. Since the suppression of the Iron Islands Rebellion in 289, Westeros has enjoyed 5 years of peace. Under the king's directive, pyromancers are systematically destroying wildfire, although there are too few adept at safely handling it, resulting in the majority being securely stored away. Nonetheless, utilizing wildfire presents significant challenges. It is exceedingly volatile, capable of ignition even from sunlight. Thus, it cannot be exposed to direct sunlight. At this juncture, contemplating strategies against pirates seems premature. Luo Wenyuan himself is not well versed in naval warfare, having only a rudimentary understanding of ship combat, limited to broadside cannon exchanges and boarding actions. As Luo Wenyuan and Stannis discussed the necessary support from the royal fleet, the melee at the Tourney grounds concluded with a decisive outcome between the Hound and Ser Wells. Ser Wells's inferior steed, unable to withstand the impact of the Hound's lance, was toppled along with its rider. However, before falling, Ser Wells managed to shatter the Hound Sandor's shield with his lance, though his mount's lack of strength proved detrimental. Having just concluded discussions with Stannis, during which they exchanged views and deepened their understanding of one another, Luo Wenyuan soon encountered another group of visitors, each harboring their own intentions. Chapter 25. The noble tradition of marriages. Luo Wenyuan's first visitor was Lord Paxter Redwine from the Arbor, whose 2 sons currently serve as hostages in King's Landing. During the War of Usurpation, they had supported House Targaryen, but following the death of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, they promptly swore fealty to Robert. Since the end of the conflict, Lord Paxter's sons have remained in King's Landing as hostages. Originally, Lord Paxter had come merely to observe the tournament and visit his sons. Yet his trip led to the discovery of King Robert's appointment of a governor for the Narrow Sea, along with rumors of impending conflict against the pirates of the Stepstones. His interest was piqued, For the exquisite wines of Qingting Island are renowned far and wide. Should the Stairs Isles be liberated from the clutches of pirates, his winery could flourish beyond measure, attracting a constant stream of merchant caravans eager to procure his fine vintages. The Redwyn family of Qingting Island stands as one of the most formidable noble houses within the riverbend, their fleet rivaling both the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands and the Royal Navy of the Iron Throne in both quantity and quality. Their wealth stems from the island's illustrious wines, which sustain their powerful armada. If the pirates of the Stairs Isles were to be decisively quelled, Qingting Island would undoubtedly draw even more wine merchants eager to buy its celebrated libations, thereby making Luo Wenyuan's stance all the more significant. The matter at hand revolves around tariffs. In Luo Wenyuan's vision, should he establish customs checkpoints in the future, tariffs would be levied based on the size of the vessels and the nature of their cargo. Lacking expertise in economic trade, he would need to engage in further discussions with Tang Zhihao regarding these matters. Nonetheless, this does not impede the negotiations between Lord Pexter and Luo Wenyuan. If you, Lord Wenyuan, are willing to grant a 50% reduction in tariffs for the Qingting Island merchant fleet, I shall offer the assistance of our fleet in eradicating the pirates as recompense. This is Lord Pexter Redwyn's proposal. However, Luo Wenyuan hesitated. While the support of the entire Qingting Island fleet would indeed expedite the cleansing of the Stairs Isles from pirates, a 50% tariff concession seemed exorbitantly steep. At this moment, Luo Wenyuan and Lord Pexter sat together in the latter's tent, perched upon a small hill adjacent to the arena. Though distanced from the spectacle, they could still witness the bouts unfolding below. As Luo Wenyuan pondered, a knight from House Castark, named Light, felled a hound, eliciting a chorus of applause from the crowd. Accepting such a modest tariff reduction felt insufficient, despite the Qingting Island fleet's undeniable strength. He was confident in his ability to confront the challenges ahead without reliance on their aid. At this juncture, the slender, balding Lord Redwyn interrupted Luo Wenyuan, proposing another offer. What if I were to wed my daughter Desmola to you? Luo Wenyuan found himself momentarily speechless. While political marriages were commonplace in feudal society, he had not anticipated such a straightforward proposal. The notion of trading a daughter for a yet-to-be-established tariff concession felt rather disconcerting for a foreigner newly arrived in Westeros, even as a newly appointed governor of the Narrow Sea. Moreover, Pexter, may I inquire about the age of your esteemed daughter? At the tender age of 11, there is reassurance that in a year or two she will reach the age of menstruation. In the depths of his mind, Luo Wenyuan silently lamented. I am not a Lolita enthusiast. Although it is true that in feudal societies, marriages between men and women often occur at a young age, Luo Wenyuan, now 27 and still unmarried, is an anomaly among those who aspire to be either scholars or guardians of the realm. Of course, there are exceptions to these categories. In Westeros, the majority of individuals contemplate matters of matrimony. Lord Pike, Luo Wenyuan began. I must inquire why a newcomer such as myself is suddenly being approached about a union by a mere titular governor of the Narrow Sea. Lord Pike chuckled, responding, Lord Wenyuan, consider this an investment. Your affairs have spread rapidly throughout King's Landing. In no time, even the reclusive Starks of the North will be aware of your story. Indeed, Luo Wenyuan's previous discussions with King Robert and Prime Minister Jon Arryn were hardly shrouded in secrecy, as the king's entourage included servants from House Lannister, spies from Varys, and watchful ears from Peter, not to mention the prattling nobles of the court. Any commotion near the king was swiftly noted and disseminated faster than a merchant's proclamation. However, Lord Pike continued, this union you speak of, why would it concern a foreigner such as yourself? Yet I have heard you possess noble lineage, though the veracity of such claims is debatable. Regardless, should the Stone Steps Islands come to be occupied by your people from the Far East, even the most dubious tales may solidify into truth. Moreover, my own house Redwyn boasts a distinguished ancestry, tracing back to the founder of the Kingdom of the Reach, Garth Greenand. My wife hails from House Tyrell, and my daughter is undeniably of a pedigree worthy of your esteemed lineage. For a moment, Luo Wenyuan found himself at a loss for words, but he quickly regained his composure. He resolved to adopt a strategy of patience. Thus, he declared his agreement, albeit under the custom of his homeland, which dictates that a wedding may only occur after the bride has reached the age of 16. They could become engaged, postponing the ceremony for 5 years, and if chaos were to ensue, would it not be simple for him to tear up the engagement contract? Unlike Luo Wenyuan, who was well versed in the intricacies of this narrative, Lord Pike saw no issue with the arrangement, for he had no intention of marrying off his daughter immediately. After all, as Luo Wenyuan had previously stated, whether the governor of the Narrow Sea could genuinely fulfill that role remained uncertain. An engagement could be easily dissolved should this foreigner fail. With their thoughts divergent, the transaction was nevertheless consummated. Moreover, Luo Wenyuan himself was indifferent to the potential tax revenues. His understanding of wealth could only be described as lamentable, for he lived by a singular principle: I do as I please, not for profit, nor for others, but solely for his own inclination. This was evident from his previous attitude towards Viserys Targaryen. In one moment, he contemplated supporting a puppet king, and in the next, he deemed it more advantageous to elevate a queen, unhesitatingly betraying Viserys. After concluding the business discussion, Luo Wenyuan exchanged a few pleasantries with Lord Paxton before departing from his tent. Soon after, he encountered another individual. "Ah, you must be the governor of the Narrow Sea, are you not?" An elderly lady, accompanied by a rather portly woman, approached Luo Wenyuan. "Yes, I am," he replied, his heart sinking as he instantly discerned the identities of the two before him. "I am Countess Tanda Stradeworth of Stradeworth Castle. I have come to discuss a matrimonial alliance between you and my daughter, Loris." "Thank you, but I must decline, Countess. I have just become engaged to Lord Redwyn's daughter." Chapter 26. The value of alliances. Loris Stradeworth is the second daughter of Countess Tanda, widely regarded as timid and somewhat dim-witted, devoid of any derogatory implication. Rumor has it she is even of limited intellect. Moreover, she is akin to an excessively heavy tank. Luo Wenyuan considered himself to be at least a member of the Beauty Association. He had no desire to engage with such a tank. Thus, he hurriedly and politely dismissed Lady Tanda. As she was leaving, the elderly lady inquired, "I have heard that in some Eastern customs, polygamy is permitted." This prompted Luo Wenyuan to hastily declare, "I have now converted to the faith of the Seven." After bidding farewell to the Countess, he let out a long sigh and mused to himself, "I just said I converted to the faith of the Seven. Haha, that was a jest." It must be said, the speed at which gossip among the medieval nobility spread was far swifter than Luo Wenyuan had anticipated. From the commencement of the afternoon tournament until the evening, he had nearly met all the nobles of the realm and the majority of those involved in trade. Nobles like Lord Paxton and Lord Redwyn were but a small fraction. Thus, Luo Wenyuan observed that most of these nobles were not there to discuss the Narrow Sea tariffs. Instead, they came out of curiosity regarding foreigners. Naturally, there were also those, akin to Lady Tanda, seeking to arrange marriages for their unwed daughters. However, these nobles were not downtrodden. Their daughters required a certain resolve to handle such tanks, and Luo Wenyuan found himself rather reluctant to entertain them. Indeed, while it is true that Luo Wenyuan currently holds only a nominal title, he commands an elite force of 600 men. The nobles, unaware of his recent recruitment of new troops on Bloodstone Island, still regard this number as substantial. These 600 are not merely soldiers, they are seasoned professionals. To this day, the wars across the 7 kingdoms of Westeros rely heavily on a vast number of conscripts alongside a scant few standing armies, with the temporarily summoned soldiers often deemed little more than cannon fodder. Thus, the battle-hardened troops under Luo Wenyuan's command are considered quite valuable in the eyes of the noble houses. This is why Pakister Redwyn hastened to seek out Luo Wenyuan, not solely for the favorable tariffs of the Narrow Sea, but also for the military strength that Luo possesses. In the intricate game of nobility, marriage alliances are not merely transactions. They often signify mutual defense pacts. In a sense, having a commendable father-in-law or son-in-law becomes exceedingly significant. To illustrate, during the medieval era in Europe, there existed a vassal of the Holy Roman Empire, Otto Wettin, who was the lord of the Margraviate of Meissen. He favored his younger son, Dietrich, desiring to bequeath his title to him, which displeased his elder son, Albert. Consequently, Albert rose in rebellion, imprisoning his father and expelling his brother, ultimately coercing Otto to acknowledge the primogeniture. Meanwhile, Dietrich fortuitously had a formidable father-in-law, Hermann, the Margrave of Thuringia, who lent his military support to help Dietrich triumph over Albert, thus enabling him to inherit the position his father intended for him. This underscores the profound importance of a good father-in-law in the ambitions of a nobleman. Moreover, Luo Wenyuan's prospective father-in-law, Pakister Redwyn's aunt, is none other than the illustrious Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwyn, the current High Commander of the Reach and mother to Mace Tyrell, the Duke of Highgarden. This connection implies that, to a certain degree, Luo Wenyuan could forge familial ties with House Tyrell, just as Luo Wenyuan managed to dismiss a group of minor nobles. The jousting competition outside has reached its conclusion. Without a doubt, Light Stark from House Stark emerged as this year's dark horse, advancing to the semifinals where he faced Jaime Lannister. After a fierce exchange of blows, he was ultimately unseated, yet his defeat was honorable. In the finals, Jaime Lannister contended against the indomitable Ser Balistan, a seasoned knight now 57 years of age, whose combat prowess has reached its zenith. After an arduous battle, Ser Balistan bested Jaime, claiming the victory. On this occasion, Luo Wenyuan also encountered a legendary figure. "So, you are the newly appointed governor of the Narrow Sea?" With a diminutive stature and an unremarkable visage, adorned with long, lustrous hair that shimmered with a silvery hue, and eyes of contrasting colors, one black and one green, stood the imp. Tyrion Lannister. After the conclusion of the tournament, Luo Wenyuan prepared to accompany King Robert to the Red Keep in search of lodgings when he encountered the little demon. "Indeed, I am the one who holds the empty title of the governor of the Narrow Sea. May I inquire as to the identity of the esteemed individual before me?" Luo Wenyuan smiled and replied, finding Tyrion to be a figure he held in high regard, though he was yet unfamiliar with him and thus deemed it appropriate to introduce themselves. Tyrion Lannister. The little demon performed a courteous bow to Luo Wenyuan, who reciprocated with a bow of his own, expressing his pleasure at making Tyrion's acquaintance. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my company, my Lord Tyrion?" "Curiosity, of course. I have heard whispers of a realm I have yet to encounter. What manner of place is this Empire of Light?" "Well then, it appears we are embarking on a moment of grandiloquence." Luo Wenyuan instinctively rolled his eyes, responding, "Very well. In that case, might I implore you, Lord Tyrion, to recommend a venue for the pursuit of knowledge? I could discourse for 3 days and nights about the nature of my homeland." "So, they refer to you as a learned scholar, and does that title truly reflect your wisdom?" "Ahem, I cannot claim to be particularly erudite. The title of learned is perhaps an exaggeration." Thus, the two returned to the Red Keep, securing a guest chamber, and summoned a servant to bring forth fine summer red wine, slices of cheese, and roasted bacon with bread. As they dined and drank, they engaged in spirited discourse regarding Luo Wenyuan's non-existent homeland. Tyrion, a lover of literature, found himself in delightful conversation with Luo Wenyuan, who, having often immersed himself in the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire, retained a wealth of knowledge about this world, despite having resided here for 5 years. Their conversation flourished, with Luo Wenyuan seizing the opportunity to share tales that Tyrion had never before encountered, crafting an image of himself as a truly learned individual. He recounted to Tyrion the curious happenings at the northern shores of Braavos, where the shivering sea meets the frost fangs, an expanse blanketed in ice and snow, often regarded as the Arctic of this world, where it was said that signs of ice dragons were afoot. This revelation piqued Tyrion's interest, for it was a novelty he had never heard before. Unlike the fire-breathing dragons of House Targaryen, the ice dragons were said to be far larger than those of Valyria. Composed of snow and ice, with eyes of pale blue crystal, wielding enormous translucent wings, capable of exhaling frigid air, the two conversed throughout the night. And by dawn on the following day, Tyrion had come to regard Luo Wenyuan as a friend, free of noble pretensions, possessing considerable knowledge, adept at jest, and displaying no disdain for his stature. Although Tyrion was unaware that Luo Wenyuan's initial intention in befriending him was to covet his abilities, it was evident that Luo appreciated Tyrion. However, his primary aim was to have Tyrion serve as his proxy lord, or rather, the hand of the governor. After bidding farewell to Tyrion, Luo Wenyuan indulged in a brief respite. Though a sleepless night was not a burden for him, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue. Awakening at noon, he was roused by a servant who bore news from Lord Pakistar. The flagship, the Queen of Qingting, was set to sail back to Qingting Island, and Pakistar extended an invitation for Luo Wenyuan to accompany him as a guest, before embarking with the Qingting fleet to the Stairs Isles. Luo Wenyuan graciously accepted this invitation. Regardless of whether he would later sever the engagement with the Redwyne family, it was essential to cultivate a good rapport with Pakistar at this juncture. The longer he lingered in King's Landing, the more scrutiny he attracted from Varys. Having thwarted Varys and Governor Ilios of Pentos, it was clear that both could potentially become adversaries in the future. Yet, at this moment, Luo Wenyuan's greatest vexation lay in the prospect of an engagement to a girl 16 years his junior. No matter how he reasoned, an inexplicable discomfort engulfed him. After all, she was merely an 11-year-old child, and such unions were deemed a grave sin. At 27, he would be 32 when the War of the Five Kings erupted in 5 years, an age considered middle-aged. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s due to his excellent maintenance, he was acutely aware of his true age. Setting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Luo Wenyuan organized his belongings, donned his armor and sword, and led his horse to the dock. Lord Pakistar had long been prepared for departure. Among all the vessels moored at King's Landing, none surpassed the Queen of Qingting, a magnificent three-masted galley adorned with three wine-red sails. Its oars painted in gold and white, exuding an air of grandeur. "Welcome aboard the Queen of Qingting once more," Lord Luo Wenyuan, Lord Pakistar greeted him. Years ago, during the Iron Islands Rebellion, Luo had sailed on the Queen of Qingting as well, though his interactions with Pakistar had been minimal then, as his sole purpose was to conquer the Iron Islands. "Indeed, I am honored to step aboard the flagship of the Redwyn family once again," Luo Wenyuan replied courteously, his spirits lifted by this journey to King's Landing, which had proven far more rewarding than he had anticipated. The acknowledged governor of the Narrow Sea, supported by the Redwyn family, had an encounter with Tyrion, leaving a favorable impression. Had it not been for concerns regarding his Targaryen Restoration plan, Ser Luwin would have even considered inviting Tyrion to be his deputy. While the acceptance of such an invitation by Tyrion's father, Lord Tywin, remains uncertain, Ser Luwin believes that, deep down, Tyrion harbors a passion for power and governance. Thus, should an invitation be extended, Tyrion would likely be eager to assist him. Unfortunately, Tyrion remains unavailable at this juncture. Otherwise, Ser Luwin believes his ambitions would become an undeniable triumph. Though the Queen of the Highgarden is indeed grand, her sailing speed does not quite match her imposing stature. Departing from King's Landing and passing through the Dornish capital of Sunspear, the Queen of Highgarden continued her voyage across the Summer Sea. Upon reaching Old Town, Ser Luwin spotted his ship, the Wanshur, anchored at the port, stockpiling grains and other goods. Consequently, as they proceeded towards Highgarden Island, the Wanshur followed closely behind, with Tang Zhihao also aboard the Queen. Tang Zhihao, previously mentioned, possesses a demeanor of refined elegance, reminiscent of the noble Panon, and his discourse is equally remarkable. When introducing Tang Zhihao, Ser Luwin described him as the Earl of Shingen, a title inherited within his family. Whether this is truth or fiction is irrelevant. What matters is that all of Ser Luwin's subordinates must possess a respectable identity. For instance, Shi Jinqing, at 36 years old and the longest-serving retainer of Ser Luwin, has been assigned the title of Marquis of Wuxiang, an important distinction to emphasize, for it must not be confused with Wuxiang Monkey. As for Cheng Qinxue, one might wonder what his intention was in seeking out a beautiful and devoted sister through the system. Ser Luwin, an astute player of family lineage, insists that all his vassals must belong to his clan to achieve a family-centric strategy. The founding patriarch of the dynasty must possess land to bestow and family members to whom he can grant those lands. However, at this moment, Ser Luwin lacks both the territory to confer and the familial allies to accept such divisions. There remains much work to be done. Setting sail from Old Town, the Queen of Highgarden reached the most renowned wine-producing region of all Westeros, Highgarden Island, in less than a day. Although its scale does not rival that of King's Landing, it is nonetheless a thriving city encircling a grand castle, with vast vineyards stretching endlessly in the outskirts. Despite it being September, the prolonged summer has allowed many grapes in these expansive fields to ripen. Farmers laboring for the Redwyn family can be seen harvesting the grapes, which are subsequently delivered to the family's winery for processing, ultimately transformed into wine for sale throughout Westeros and Essos. The true spectacle, however, lies at the docks of Highgarden Island. The fleet of House Redwyn stands as one of the most formidable in all of Westeros, comprising over 200 warships and nearly 1,000 merchant and cargo vessels. Although not all of these ships are currently docked, as the Queen of the Green Glade sails through this forest of vessels under the golden hues of the setting sun, Luo Wenyuan, who has spent his life in the inland provinces, is nonetheless struck by a wave of awe. "Welcome, welcome, my Lord Luo Wenyuan," Lady Minna Tyrell, the wife of Lord Pakistar Redwyn, greets him warmly. Interestingly, Minna is the daughter of the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwyn, and the aunt of Lord Pakistar, making this union a marriage between distant cousins. Just moments ago, Lord Pakistar, in casual conversation, mentioned to his wife that Luo Wenyuan is now considered their son-in-law, albeit in the engagement sense. However, this engagement has the potential to forge a military and political alliance. Luo Wenyuan finds himself either bound to the Redwyn and Tyrell chariots or in need of their support. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Wenyuan realizes that his reception is far more enthusiastic than he had anticipated. In contrast to Lord Pakistar, who is preoccupied with discussions of future military and commercial dynamics across the Narrow Sea, his prospective mother-in-law, Minna, is exceptionally warm and nurturing towards her future son-in-law, inquiring about his well-being and organizing the evening's banquet. Perhaps the Tyrell family atmosphere emphasizes familial bonds. Or perhaps Minna perceives Luo Wenyuan's handsome visage and illustrious lineage as befitting of their family. as Luo Wenyuan engages in light-hearted conversation with the red wine family. Preparing to meet his fiancée Tang Jihao in the castle banquet hall, captivates a throng of young ladies with his striking appearance and exotic charm, drawing them to him like moths to a flame. He regales them with one romantic and humorous tale after another, eliciting peals of laughter. Chapter 28. Luo Wenyuan's diplomatic predicament. Daenerys Redwine, a girl of merely 11 years, was born in the same year as the fair Marjorie Tyrell. Though not as stunning as the young Rose, she possesses a certain charm. Her youthful, fair complexion is adorned with a few freckles, which the Westeros regard as a symbol of youth, endearing them to such freckled maidens. Luo Wenyuan finds these freckles quite appealing, as he is a person of broad affection. As long as beauty and form are present, he could easily echo the sentiments of many online romantics. However, such thoughts are premature, for the girl is but 11. Currently, Daenerys is learning the art of embroidery under the tutelage of a septa, much like any other noble girl. Young Daenerys exhibits a craftiness that allows her to excel in the skills expected of noble women. Madame Mina guided Luo Wenyuan to meet Daenerys at the estate in Redwyn. The lady, in her 40s, picked up an exquisite piece of embroidery, inviting Luo to admire her craftsmanship. Meanwhile, the young girl, Daenerys, quietly observed this unfamiliar guest brought by her mother. Just days prior, a bachelor from Qingting Island had received a raven from Lord Pexter in King's Landing. At that moment, Daenerys learned she was to be wed to the newly appointed governor of the Narrow Sea. This unexpected betrothal left the girl in a state of confusion. Rumors suggested that the governor hailed from the distant east, speculated to be a Dothraki. But that was not the case. What do you understand? The esteemed governor had previously fought against the Dothraki across the Narrow Sea. He was a man of the foreign lands. The musings of her companions regarding this stranger from the east had left her in a daze. Was she truly to be promised to an unfamiliar man? Yet upon seeing her future husband today, her worries began to dissipate. At the very least, she need not fret over the prospect of marrying a savage Dothraki, nor fear a fearsome visage. Moreover, Daenerys' gaze was fixated on Luo Wenyuan's hands, which held her embroidery. More specifically, she was captivated by his long, fair fingers. His hands seemed to possess a certain allure, prompting her to wonder if they would dance as gracefully as a ballet if set in motion. Naturally, Luo was not engrossed in the examination of the embroidery. He lacked the knowledge to appreciate it fully, merely commenting that the stitched emblem of House Redwyn was indeed splendid. He then allowed his attention to drift slightly, noting Daenerys' scrutiny of his hands. He was no stranger to such observations. He had long recognized that his most charming feature was his hands. Back when Luo first ventured out to intern at a hotel, the manager had appraised him and remarked on the beauty of his hands, suggesting he work at the bar. By the way, I heard from Pexter that you came here, leading your people to safety? Madame Mina inquired. A new people were indeed fleeing to Westeros, a significant event for the realm, though few recognized its importance. Setting aside the military and political implications, it represented a fresh opportunity in trade. It is akin to the fact that Luo Wenyuan is currently facing a dire shortage of provisions. Today, the re-establishment of the Old Hong Fan, which has persisted for a decade, will ensure that all lands under Luo Wenyuan's control continuously receive an influx of refugees sharing his culture for the next 10 years. Presently, Luo Wenyuan lacks the capacity for self-sustenance, thus necessitating the urgent acquisition of supplies from external sources. Furthermore, it is evident to all that Tang Jihao has been procuring various inexpensive grains in the Old Town. Now that Luo Wenyuan has officially been appointed as the governor of the Narrow Sea, the narrative regarding the incoming refugees has swiftly spread throughout Westeros during his journey aboard the Queen of Qingtian to Qingtian Island. The recent activities of Tang Jihao, purchasing grain in large quantities along the route to the Old Town, leave little room for doubt regarding the truth of this situation. Indeed, I am also diligently gathering more refugees to migrate here. Luo Wenyuan responded, somewhat puzzled by Lady Mina's inquiry, noting that each month, refugees arrive on his lands, which is precisely indicative of his efforts to summon more. The Countess in her 40s waved her hand, prompting the nearby nun to understand and escort the inquisitive Daenerys away. As the young girl departed, she repeatedly glanced back at Luo Wenyuan, seemingly eager to boast to her companions about her future husband, who was far removed from their previous fanciful imaginings of a Dothraki horse lord or some other exotic individual. Once Daenerys had left, Lady Mina resumed her conversation with Luo Wenyuan. Since Lord Wenyuan is still accepting refugees, I presume you are in need of substantial provisions? I have heard that the Stair Islands do not produce food. This is likely due to the sparse population cultivating crops there. However, It is true that even if I were to govern the entire Stair Islands, achieving complete self-sufficiency in food over the coming years would remain elusive. Wenyuan, you are now, in a sense, a son-in-law of my family. May I refer to you in this manner? Mina cleared her throat, adopting a more familiar address for Luo Wenyuan. Noticing no objection from him, she continued, the Tully family is willing to collaborate with you. The Jade Dragon under your command can be regarded as an elite force, and the Riverlands can supply abundant food and resources for your territories. Is it truly that advantageous? Surely there must be a cost involved, Luo Wenyuan mused. Feeling a twinge of skepticism, in such peaceful times, why would the Tully family extend an olive branch to him? There is no significant cost to speak of. Consider it mutual benefit. The Riverlands will provide you with free material support, and in return, you need only facilitate customs duties in the future. When necessary, both parties can offer military support to one another. Wait a moment, Lady Mina. This arrangement makes me feel somewhat like a vassal of the Tully family. Does it not? Moreover, in these peaceful times, aside from the Stair Islands where I intend to go, Westeros does not seem poised for war, does it? Oh, my dear son-in-law, you are indeed adorably slow-witted. Do you truly believe that after offending the Lyseni, they would refrain from seeking you out upon discovering your presence on the Stepstone Islands? This inquiry left Luo Wenyuan momentarily astonished. Yet, I am a vassal of the Iron Throne. Just how many in Westeros would acknowledge this? To them, the Stepstone Islands are merely a den of pirates. A mere fly-infested nook. Lady Mina sharply remarked. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Luo Wenyuan perceived a hint of the Queen of Thorns in his prospective mother-in-law. However, considering that Lady Mina is indeed the eldest daughter of Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, it seemed somewhat explicable. The Duke of Stark in the north prefers to remain in his frigid homeland, while the Dornish are currently at odds with our King Robert. The Vale, a remote and impoverished region, sees Lord Jon Arryn overwhelmed with the task of securing funds for the king. As for Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands, he would have no interest in the Stepstone Islands, for within Casterly Rock lie countless treasures awaiting his procurement. And then there are the Iron Islands. At this juncture, Mina paused before continuing. You once took the life of one of his sons, and he would relish your untimely demise. Ultimately, how could the Iron Throne deter the Lyseni? Perhaps Stannis Baratheon would unhesitatingly lead the royal fleet to your aid, yet the Iron Throne is now deeply in debt. How much could King Robert possibly allocate for a military to shield you from the Lyseni's onslaught? This discourse left Luo Wenyuan speechless. He had never contemplated such matters, and thus found himself unable to contest Lady Mina's assertions. Therefore, you see, you fortunate little fellow, you can still rely on House Tyrell, rich in resources and military strength, boasting numerous fleets. Should you acquiesce to this condition, you shall gain the friendship of the Tyrells. But can you truly represent House Tyrell in making such a decision? Absolutely, my dear son-in-law. This decision is, in fact, made by my mother. Regardless, Daenerys Marya can be considered half a Tyrell. Furthermore, once you and Daenerys Marya bear offspring, you may approach House Tyrell to seek suitors for your progeny. And at that time, House Tyrell will undoubtedly comply. Chapter 29, The Banquet at the Green Pavilion. In light of this, I am inclined to accept the friendship of House Tyrell, Luo Wenyuan declared at last. Subsequently, a new notification emerged from his system. Achievement unlocked. Agreement with House Tyrell. You have secured military support and economic assistance from House Tyrell through customs privileges and marriage alliances. Effects. Customs revenue from merchant ships of the Reach is forfeited. Construction costs are reduced by 50, and building speed is increased by 20. Duration. Until the agreement is breached by either party. After meticulously reviewing the effects of this status, Luo Wenyuan was overwhelmed with elation. The joy of the peasant farmer surged forth. Construction costs had been halved. Moreover, the pace of construction will also accelerate, with the sole cost being the inability to collect tariffs from the River Bay region. However, at present, Luo Wenyuan finds himself incapable of imposing such tariffs. Yet he can already begin to relish the positive outcomes brought forth by this agreement. Naturally, diverting attention from the bonuses provided by the system. The price that Luo Wenyuan must pay for this accord is far more intricate than merely the preferential tariffs of the River Bay. For further specifics, he must engage in detailed discussions with the head of the Tillier family, as he is acutely aware that what the River Bay seeks from him extends well beyond mere tariff concessions. Incidentally, Luo Wenyuan is quite certain that this scheme is entirely unrelated to the current Duke Mestellier of the High Court. It is likely a decision made by the Venerable Rose itself. But what could be the reasoning behind this? It seems that only upon meeting the head of the Tillier family again will he be able to formulate more profound speculations. Before long, the sun completely sank beneath the horizon of the Sunset Sea, and the veil of night quietly descended, marking the end of yet another day. However, with the arrival of night, the grand banquet at Redwyne Castle was set to commence. The Redwyne family, immensely wealthy and renowned for their exquisite wines from the famed Qingting Island, had hastily prepared an opulent banquet to host Luo Wenyuan, one that could only be described as lavish and grand in scale. The guards stationed on the Wanshire ship were also invited to partake in this feast, as noble banquets often included a sumptuous meal prepared specifically for their servants. Although Luo Wenyuan's subordinates were warriors produced by the system, they too possessed emotions and desires. Nevertheless, under the system's constraints, they maintained a commendable level of self-discipline. For a long time, Luo Wenyuan managed them with considerable leniency, allowing them to seek partners for marriage as they pleased and to manage their generous salaries as they saw fit, yet they consistently exhibited remarkable self-regulation. The banquet hall of Redwyne Castle was extraordinarily spacious. While it may not surpass the grand hall of Bloodstone Fortress in size, in terms of opulence, the latter's dilapidated state rendered it utterly inferior. The banquet hall of Redwyne Castle stood independently outside the castle itself, perched upon a hill that afforded a sweeping view of the expansive vineyards beyond the city, presenting a pastoral tableau. The wooden structure was entwined with countless grapevines, and sitting within felt akin to being ensconced in a vineyard, with clusters of ripe grapes hanging from the vines above, easily within reach to pluck fresh, sweet fruit. Although night had fallen, the flickering flames within the banquet hall illuminated the space as brightly as day. The air was suffused with the tantalizing aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread, while servants continually presented platter after platter of delectable dishes to the dining table, glistening honey-glazed roasted chicken, meats drenched in an unknown sauce, a golden roasted suckling pig with an apple stuffed in its mouth, and a generous serving of Italian pasta, lavishly adorned with melted cheese and a generous sprinkle of fragrant parsley. In addition to the myriad of dishes, there are cheese-baked shrimp, fluffy mashed potatoes drenched in savory gravy, freshly caught fish from the waters near Qingting Island, aromatic cream of mushroom soup, and an array of exquisite wines from Qingting Island. Among these, there is a special dish that Luo Wenyuan requested the kitchen to prepare for the banquet, a fried chicken breast cutlet. The chicken breast, marinated in crushed black pepper and salt, is enveloped in 2 layers of ham, with a slice of cheese nestled between them. The prepared chicken is then coated in flour, dipped in beaten egg, and finally rolled in breadcrumbs before being fried to a perfect golden hue. This dish is Luo Wenyuan's favorite. Prior to his crossing over, he often made this chicken cutlet at home. As more and more dishes were presented by the servants, Luo Wenyuan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the abundance before him. Meanwhile, at the far end of the hall, the servants had already begun to indulge in their meals, while the nobles, unlike the commoners and attendants, awaited the commencement of dinner by their host, Lord Pakester. At that moment, Lord Pakester was engaged in conversation with several of his vassals, introducing Luo Wenyuan to them. After Luo Wenyuan exchanged glances with the barons, Lord Pakester proclaimed the official start of the evening's banquet. Lord Pakester and his wife Mina occupied the seats of honor in the banquet hall, while Luo Wenyuan and Desmola were seated to the left of Lord Pakester, with his closest vassals on his right. Tang Zhihao also took a seat near Luo Wenyuan. Currently, he was both a trusted ally and of noble lineage. However, Luo Wenyuan noticed that Tang Zhihao's attire appeared to be worn inside out. Though the surrounding nobles could not discern this subtlety, Luo Wenyuan could, leading him to vaguely speculate about Tang Zhihao's recent activities. But what concern is it of mine? Luo Wenyuan pondered, then pierced a piece of the chicken cutlet with his fork and brought it to his mouth, savoring the delightful explosion of cheese within. Although the culinary skills of most Westerners could be described as woeful, fortunately, from Luo Wenyuan's perspective, the culinary standards in both Westeros and Essos at least matched those of the post-Renaissance era on Earth. The cuisine of Westeros leaned heavily towards French and Italian styles, while Essos was rich in Greek and Ottoman influences. As the nobles commenced their dining, the jesters and minstrels began their performances. Luo Wenyuan spotted a female bard who caught his eye. From a distance, she bore a resemblance to Priscilla from the neighboring The Witcher 3. Alas, the distance was too great, and the hall too noisy for him to ascertain if her voice possessed the same melodious charm as Priscilla's. Withdrawing his gaze, Luo Wenyuan lifted his wine glass and sipped the Summer Red, a unique vintage from Qingting Island, incredibly sweet and fragrant with fruity notes. The sweet wine he had once crafted paled in comparison to the exquisite sweetness of the Summer Red. As he took a sip of wine, Luo Wenyuan shifted his gaze to the young girl sitting beside him. Daisy Mellardwen's originally fair complexion now bore a hint of crimson, seemingly a result of sipping a small glass of Summer Red. Her slightly freckled face flushed even more as she caught Luo Wenyuan's gaze. It appeared she harbored a fondness for him, yet Luo Wenyuan was uncertain whether the girl would genuinely embrace this political union. Moreover, he did not believe he would ultimately marry her. The current engagement merely served to temporarily unite the Redwin family with the Tiller family to facilitate his immediate interests. Nevertheless, for the time being, Luo Wenyuan felt it prudent to play the role of a devoted fiancé, and he found it quite effortless to amuse the young girl. A few tales about the illustrious princesses of the most formidable Ministry of Justice enchanted Daisy Mellardwen, eliciting her delightful laughter. Chapter 30. Young man. What kind of vehicle is that? Sir. Wenyuan, save me. A loud commotion roused Luo Wenyuan from his slumber early in the morning. Instigated by Tang Zhihao bursting into his room. At last night's banquet, Luo Wenyuan had indulged a bit too liberally in drink, and after the festivities concluded, he had engaged in a friendly contest of skill with the young sons of Lord Pakester's vassals, ultimately reveling until the late hours before returning to his chamber to rest. What on earth are you doing, Tang Zhihao? Though Luo Wenyuan was not one to awaken with ill humor, anyone would feel displeased at being disturbed so early. Just as he began to voice his irritation, a young man wielding a sword burst through the door, shaking Luo Wenyuan from his daze. In that instant, the intruder seemed to realize he had entered a forbidden space. Luo Wenyuan recognized him as Igli Hade, the eldest son of a Redwin vassal who had participated in last night's contest. Pardon me, Sir Wenyuan. Igli, who had been seething moments earlier, now composed himself, sheathing his sword and kneeling. Heavens, I am finally not the one kneeling before others. A thought struck Luo Wenyuan like a bolt of lightning. What transpired? The scoundrel beside you. He has deceived my sister. Igli's voice trembled with indignation. My father had intended to betroth her to a respectable family, and yet this morning, I caught him in my sister's chamber. He has violated her honor. If you doubt my word, I can show you the bloodstained sheets. Luo Wenyuan internally scoffed at the dramatic turn of events and turned to Tang Zhihao. What have you done? How could you possibly, sir? Allow me to explain. Last night, Miss Aurelia and I were smitten at first sight. The romance was boundless, as if we were fated to meet in a previous life. Enough. You need not elaborate further. Luo Wenyuan interjected, his mind racing as he devised a plan. I possess a method to amicably resolve this matter, though I am uncertain whether the Hade family would be willing to accept it. So what is this method? Luo Wenyuan gestured towards Tang Zhihao, suggesting that he would marry your sister, thereby ensuring that it would not be considered that he had taken her maidenhood. My lord, before Igli could respond, Tang Zhihao expressed his dissent. However, Luo Wenyuan cast a glance at him and continued in Mandarin, stating that this was merely a predicament of his own making. Marry the young woman. Did you not just proclaim your infatuation with another? Why do you continue to complain? Consequently, Tang Zhihao fell silent, tacitly acquiescing to Luo Wenyuan's arrangement. Igli was taken aback, stating that he could not make such a decision regarding this matter. Luo Wenyuan recalled that Igli's father, introduced to him by Pakester Redwin at last night's banquet, was named Sir Helson Hade. He owned a village and an estate spanning approximately 2,000 acres on Qingting Island, serving as the military affairs overseer under Lord Pakester. Thus, go seek your father, approach Sir Helson Hade, and express my wish for a matrimonial alliance for my vassal. Count Tang. Very well, I shall go find my father at once. With a plan in mind, Igli promptly rose and departed in haste. My lord Wenyuan, I acknowledge that this predicament is indeed of my own making. However, upon seeing Igli walk away, Tang Zhihao quickly interjected, asking me to marry her is a bit beyond my capacity to accept. Is it not a consequence of your own actions? Consider it as taking a concubine. Henceforth, be more cautious and refrain from creating further troubles for me. Luo Wenyuan recognized that someone like Tang Zhihao, who possessed a certain penchant for desire, would inevitably struggle with self-restraint. Although the arrangement of a marriage for Tang Zhihao was indeed a spontaneous idea on Luo Wenyuan's part, his underlying intention was to tether Tang Zhihao through marriage, hoping to curtail his reckless ways, albeit with slim chances of success. Before long, Sir Helson Hade arrived in person. While Luo Wenyuan had already dressed in fresh attire, the Hade family was merely a modest lineage on Qingting Island, with a relatively brief history. Sir Helson was the current patriarch of the fourth generation of the Hade family, whose ancestors were once merely grape farmers on Qingting Island. During the Third Blackfire Rebellion, the Hade ancestor was elevated to nobility for shielding Lord Redwin from an arrow while serving as a conscript. Although they had ascended into the noble ranks, they were regarded by older noble families as nothing more than vulgar upstarts. This is akin to the Fry family at the river crossing, which boasts a history of over 600 years yet is still perceived as a nouveau riche family profiting from tolls. The hierarchy within the noble world is exceedingly harsh. Why does Walder Frey ardently seek a union with House Stark? It is simply to intertwine his family's bloodline with that of the Starks, thereby liberating the Frey family from the stigma of being upstarts. For the Hade family, the principle remains unchanged. Luo Wenyuan, now the newly appointed governor of the Narrow Sea, though an outsider by birth, is reputedly of noble lineage throughout the Seven Kingdoms, accompanied by a retinue of distinguished vassals. This presents an unparalleled opportunity to elevate the stature of the Hade family. As anticipated, Sir Helson readily acquiesced to Tang Jihao's somewhat reluctant request. However, he added another stipulation. He wished for his 13-year-old son to serve as a squire to Luo Wenyuan. The role of a squire is a significant aspect of knightly culture, where young nobles shadow established knights, serving them in a manner akin to that of a servant. This service is intended to impart the nuances of chivalric etiquette and to forge personal resolve, preparing them for their future roles as knights. Although the Celestial Empire lacks the Western tradition of knighthood, Luo Wenyuan deemed it reasonable to comply with this request, believing that accommodating a mere child would pose no risk of exposing his plans. After all, with Shi Jinqing's silver-haired, violet-eyed Volantis concubine, he could easily present Daenerys as her daughter born of Shi Jinqing, should the need arise. After this commotion, Luo Wenyuan found himself compelled to linger on Qingting Island for an additional 5 days. Once Tang Jihao concluded the wedding ceremony, he informed his prospective father-in-law, Paxter Redwine, that they could set sail for the Stepstone Islands. Consequently, Lord Paxter prepared a fleet of 100 warships and departed the harbor, heading eastward towards the Stepstone Islands. During this time, Luo Wenyuan began to contemplate the additional 2 personal standing army slots conferred by the Iron Throne with his governorship and what type of forces should be recruited. Chapter 31. Storm over the Stepstone Islands. Thanks to the wealth provided by a certain unnamed Governor Momchil, Luo Wenyuan now possessed over 20,000 gold dragons, nearly equivalent to the monthly expenses of around 20 warships under the self-styled Prince of the Narrow Sea, Saladar San. However, considering the notorious extravagance of this pirate lord, it is likely that a portion of his expenditures is unnecessary. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Wenyuan currently holds over 27,000 gold dragons. After deducting the 7,000 gold dragons intended for a set of level 2 armor and weapons for Shi Jinqing, as well as a level 3 ornament for himself, he retains just over 20,000 gold dragons, ample resources to recruit any standing army and elevate it to full capacity. Yet, he must wait until they return to Bloodstone Island for recruitment, as he could hardly explain the sudden appearance of a battalion aboard his ship. At present, Luo Wenyuan is accompanied by a brown-haired boy from the Hade family, Marlon Hade. At the tender age of 12, he already exhibits a robust physique, embodying the qualities of a knight. This child is somewhat taciturn. Once aboard the vessel with Luo Wenyuan, he dutifully follows orders with minimal conversation. This arrangement serves Luo Wenyuan well, as it allows him to expend less mental energy. He contemplates having Shi Jinqing provide thorough training for Marlon, in hopes of cultivating him into a commendable warrior. Simultaneously, the Stony Steppes archipelago is brewing a new tempest. Prince Balek of Bloodstone has returned from distant lands, having procured numerous unsullied from Astapor to augment his pirate fleet. Upon his return, however, he discovers that his island has been seized by the mercenary group known as the Jade Dragon. Having been engaged in trade at the Slave Bay to the east for quite some time, he remains unaware that Luo Wenyuan has become a vassal under the Iron Throne. Nor does he know that Luo Wenyuan is being hunted by the Lyseni. All he comprehends is that his island has been usurped, prompting him to anchor his ship and lead his pirates into a fierce assault against the unsullied soldiers occupying Bloodstone Island, aiming to reclaim his fortress. Their movements are swiftly detected by the light cavalry patrolling the island under Shi Jinqing's command. Consequently, Shi Jinqing orders an immediate strike, ambushing the unsuspecting Balek and his pirates amidst an oak grove. What ensues is a tumultuous clash of blades, a cacophony of battle cries, and a splatter of blood. Despite the ferocity of the skirmish, neither side emerges with a decisive victory. Balek suffers considerable losses, abandoning nearly 100 corpses of pirates and unsullied alike as he retreats to his remaining warships. Meanwhile, Shi Jinqing incurs the loss of over 20 heavily armored infantry and 3 light cavalry. A negligible toll considering he can replenish his ranks with a mere handful of gold dragons from Luo Wenyuan's treasury. Far to the south, in the Summer Sea, Luo Wenyuan, hastening back, encounters a system notification heralding the battle report, and his treasury diminishes by several dozen gold dragons. Upon reviewing the report, he comprehends the unfolding events. The former Prince of Bloodstone has returned at an opportune moment, coinciding with the arrival of reinforcements. Now, the Redwine family will emerge as the first allies to assist Luo Wenyuan in vanquishing the pirates plaguing the Stony Steppes archipelago. Thus, he resolves to craft exquisite jewelry that signifies his burgeoning power. Luo Wenyuan's thoughts drift to his gradual engagement with the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros. His current advantage, however, rests precariously on mere bravado. To maintain this edge, he must ensure that he presents himself in a manner befitting his ambitions. In a flash of gold, he finds himself bereft of an additional 5,000 gold dragons. Yet, the system does not transform his level 3 artifact. Instead, a prompt emerges. The blacksmith, while forging treasures for you, has discovered materials that could enhance the artifact, but this requires additional funds. To accept this offer would cost another 5,000 gold dragons, elevating the artifact's rank to 4. Should you decline, you would immediately receive your 3rd-tier treasure. Naturally, Luo Wenyuan chose to accept, for a 4th-tier treasure is a rare find. After all, he currently possesses ample wealth to squander. Even in the future, should he find himself short on funds, he could simply borrow from Lord Redwine. If that fails, he could always sell the dragon egg he previously discovered in Governor Rhys's treasury, although he now treats this dragon egg as a mere toy, gifting it to Daenerys, the little princess of House Targaryen, to play with and perhaps attempt to hatch. Luo Wenyuan holds little hope for its successful incubation. In the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and Luo Wenyuan lost a significant sum of money. Simultaneously, he found a brooch in his possession, crafted from mutton-fat jade and adorned with various jewels of gold and silver. The surface of the brooch was intricately carved in the likeness of a woman, and its Baroque style rendered it somewhat incongruous. Muse's voice, level, for category, accessory and object fashioned from jade and jewels, further enhanced by magical incantations. It is said that this brooch harbors remarkable powers. Effect, it can emit the melodies of various songs once heard by the wearer. During combat, it randomly plays war songs, granting the wearer bonuses through the diversity of the music played. Luo Wenyuan's brow furrowed in concern. The brooch, while undoubtedly impressive, presented a peculiar challenge with its random war song bonuses. How could he predict which song would play? If he happened to hear Kingdom of Voodoo, would he not be doomed? It must be noted that the master of that piece has never been bested by any man in his realm. However, it would indeed serve to elevate his stature, showcasing futuristic electronic music and bass bombs to these antiquated denizens of the feudal era, potentially rendering the bards, singers, and harpists of this world unemployed. Nonetheless, at present, Luo Wenyuan must focus on the pirate issue plaguing the Stairway Islands. The matter of rendering musicians obsolete could wait. The pirates of the Stairway Islands are the adversaries he urgently needs to confront. From the map, it is evident that the Stairway Islands comprise 8 large isles, of which only Bloodstone Island, where Luo Wenyuan resides, and Grey Gallows Island, located at the southernmost point, bear names. The remaining 6 islands are nameless, all teeming with pirates. Among them, Prince Saradosin of the Narrow Sea is the most formidable, commanding over 20 warships. However, Luo Wenyuan has amassed a fleet of 100 ships from the Redwine family, sufficient to cleanse the Stairway Islands of all piracy. Unless these disorganized brigands choose to unite, how could they possibly muster a force capable of opposing the Redwine fleet? Moreover, with the subsequent support from the Iron Throne, King Robert has long yearned for a war to warm up his martial spirit. Thus, he may very well step onto the battlefield himself. However, Luo Wenyuan believes that Prime Minister Jon Arryn will likely prevent Robert from having the chance to do so. After all, the current King Robert is not the same as he was 5 years ago. Now, he has become a portly figure who struggles to ascend a few flights of stairs without becoming breathless. To allow him back onto the battlefield? Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Chapter 32, The Storm of Stone Steppes, Part 2. Curse that thieving scoundrel. Those wretched Far Easterners. Byliko sat in his captain's quarters, venting his impotent rage. He shattered flower pots, sent the clutter from his desk crashing to the floor, and roared in frustration. While he was away on business, they had the audacity to ambush his stronghold, leaving the illustrious Prince of Bloodstone adrift at sea. This was a profound humiliation for Byliko. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping sounded at the door of the captain's quarters, followed by the voice of Byliko's first mate from outside. My lord, there are guests seeking an audience. They are representatives sent by the Governor's Council of Liss. Let them enter, Byliko replied, regaining a measure of composure as he instructed his first mate to admit the visitors. Soon, an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a robust figure, entered Byliko's captain's quarters. Prince Byliko of Bloodstone, the Lysian bowed, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic state of what should have been a lavish captain's chamber. Who are you? Biliko asked, towering over the slight Lysian. The Prince of Bloodstone was already a formidable man, a veritable giant, though not quite as exaggerated as the mountain. He was still a brawny figure tipping the scales at over 200 pounds. I am an emissary from the Governor's Council of Liss, representing the governors, the man replied. The governors of Liss? What do you desire from me? The emissary smiled and replied, we come on behalf of the Jade Dragon. The Jade Dragon has seized your islands, and their leader has slain one of our governors while seeking to harm the esteemed guests of the governor. Presently, the Jade Dragon remains under the protection of the Iron Throne. At this juncture, Liss, Myr, and Tyrosh are on the brink of war, and we find ourselves unable to intervene in the affairs of Stone Steps Island. Thus, we require your assistance. Liss can offer you ships, men, gold, and weapons, and you, in turn, must vanquish the Jade Dragon and thwart the Iron Throne's ambitions to dominate Stone Steps Island. Biliko blinked, intrigued by the proposal, yet fully aware of the art of negotiation. He donned a somber expression. But do you expect me to confront the Iron Throne alone? I have no desire to court death. Oh, you certainly will not face the Iron Throne alone. In fact, you are the last lord of the narrow sea we have managed to reach. The lords of all Stone Steps Island are willing to unite to drive away the Iron Throne's minions. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, how could I have arrived so swiftly to find you just returning from Slaver's Bay? Very well, I shall join you. Unbeknownst to Luo Wenyuan, the pirates of the Stepstone Islands had conspired with the Lyseni. Similarly, while the Lyseni and the pirates remained unaware, Luo Wenyuan had forged an alliance through his engagement with the Redwine family, embarking towards the Stepstone Islands with a formidable fleet of 100 warships. As the butterfly flutters lightly, its wings stirring the air, the heavens begin to darken. A conflict looms on the horizon. Yet this war is fated to be forgotten by most in Westeros, as it erupts beyond its shores on the Stepstone Islands. In mid-September, the Redwine fleet, accompanied by Luo Wenyuan, arrived at Bloodstone Island, laden with provisions that alleviated the island's dire famine. The second wave of refugees, drawn by the reformation of the Old Order, also set foot on Bloodstone Island. Luo Wenyuan aimed to swiftly seize control of the Stepstone Islands. The sooner he did so, the more he could leverage the Reformation to acquire a larger population of his kin. It was also in mid-September that a portion of the royal fleet, having journeyed from Dragonstone to support Luo Wenyuan, was ambushed by the pirate coalition. The royal fleet, caught unprepared, suffered heavy losses, with only 3 ships ultimately reaching Bloodstone Island. Thus, Luo Wenyuan became aware of the pirates' unification. However, naval matters did not require his direct concern, for he lacked knowledge of maritime warfare. On land, he could still manage to command, albeit with little finesse. Yet, having once been a player of Total War, he possessed at least a basic understanding of military strategy. Regarding his ground forces, Luo Wenyuan had raised 2 new standing armies. One comprised heavy infantry of Scale 3, bringing his total to 2 such battalions. The other was a Scale 3 unit of armored cavalry. Armored cavalry Scale 33,150,150 monthly maintenance cost, 150 gold dragons. In total, Luo Wenyuan commanded a standing army of 1,250 soldiers, an elite force capable of drawing the attention of lords across Westeros. The Reach boasted the most substantial power in the 7 kingdoms, while they may not possess the endless gold of Casterly Rock. The fertile lands allowed them to cultivate the most advanced agriculture and the largest population, yielding an army of approximately 60 to 100,000. Yet, do you realize how many of these 10,000 soldiers are not merely conscripted farmers? Perhaps less than 1/10. Among the remaining elite, how many can House Tyrell truly command? 2,000 or 3,000? The reality is far from the world depicted on screen. Not every soldier is clad in iron armor. Indeed, for the majority of conscripts, possessing leather armor is a remarkable fortune, let alone chainmail or plate armor. With a formidable force at his disposal, Luo Wenyuan was imbued with the confidence to take the offensive. His first target was a large island to the west of Bloodstone Island, slightly smaller in size, which Luo Wenyuan designated as Yangshire Island on the map. Approximately 200 pirates remained stationed on Yangshire Island, entrenched within a fortress built during the occupation of the Stone Steps Islands by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Luo Wenyuan dispatched Zhuge, equipped with a newly acquired set of second-tier armor and a second-tier polearm, to lead 300 heavily armored infantry and 100 crossbowmen against the pirates on Yangshire Island. Zhuge swiftly landed on the island and surrounded the pirates' fortress. During the siege, he demanded the immediate surrender of the pirates, to which they defiantly replied, "I can hold this wall until I perish." 3 days later, Shi Jinqing ascended the fortress walls of Yangshi Island using a siege ladder, wielding the second-tier polearm bestowed upon him by Luo Wenyuan, and successfully breached the stronghold. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Cheong-un's promised reinforcements departed from the city of Yangji and Dorne and arrived at Bloodstone Island. This contingent comprised a rather unremarkable assembly of soldiers, consisting of farmers and prisoners who were originally meant for the Night's Watch, led by 4 noble bastards lacking inheritance rights, totaling 1,000 men. Accompanying them was a royal decree from the Iron Throne, essentially stating that these 1,000 men were allocated to him without the expectation of repayment. While the temporary availability of these 1,000 troops was advantageous, Luo Wenyuan was hesitant to fully trust this motley crew, uncertain if any of them were spies sent by Varys or Peter Baelish. This concern was particularly acute regarding the 4 noble bastards. Among them were Aerys Tanton from the Crow's Perch, Hainhaver from the city of Harrow, the bastard Kale Rivers from the Riverlands, and finally, the northern-born Edas Snow. These 4 pledged their loyalty to Luo Wenyuan, expressing their desire to serve as his devoted subordinates. However, Luo Wenyuan remained ambivalent about their deployment, having been plagued by suspicions of Varys's ulterior motives since their last encounter. Nevertheless, for the time being, these 4 were necessary to manage the 1,000 men. Aerys Tanton was of medium stature, sporting a head of short brown hair slicked back, and appeared to be around the same age as Luo Wenyuan. He was clad in reasonably presentable plate armor. Hainhaver had a disheveled mane of flaxen hair and an ordinary appearance, though his armor was the finest among the 4. Kale Rivers, dressed in chainmail, stood at just under 5 feet tall, with a shock of red hair. Rumored to be the illegitimate offspring of a distant relative of House Tully, bearing a timid expression. Lastly, Edas Snow, the bastard son of Lord Wyman Manderley's cousin, Marlon Manderley, wore the poorest armor among the quartet, consisting of dark leather. Among the 4 individuals, he stood out most prominently, his tall stature nearly matching that of Luo Wenyuan, who stood at an impressive height of 1.84 meters. Edessa's was only slightly shorter, boasting an exceptionally handsome visage, albeit marred by a slender scar that bisected his left eye, imparting a fierce intensity to his otherwise striking appearance. His long, raven black hair was simply tied back into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. At a mere glance, Luo Wenyuan discerned that Edessa's was likely the most formidable among the quartet, as the narrative devoted to him far exceeded that of the other 3. In the grand hall of Bloodstone Castle, the 4 knelt, pledging their fealty to Luo Wenyuan. The hall, now well maintained, served both as a throne room and banquet hall, adorned in a manner befitting its purpose. Presently, Luo Wenyuan occupied the throne once held by Prince Daemon Targaryen, receiving the noblemen before him, reluctant to dismiss them. Given their association with the Prime Minister, Luo Wenyuan recognized that the 1,000-person reinforcement was somewhat perfunctory, yet it was, after all, an arrangement of the Iron Throne. While he could accept their oaths of loyalty, he was acutely aware of the pressing matter at hand. The pirates continued to infest the nooks and crannies of the Stone Steps archipelago, and swift action was imperative to expel them. Luo Wenyuan had little desire to engage in lengthy discussions. He needed capable allies, and regrettably, over the past 5 years, he had summoned only 3 retainers, wasting 2 summons. For the time being, he would make use of these 4 and ascertain their abilities through trial. Sir Ariel, he commanded, I have a straightforward task for you. A few days ago, my military commander, Shi Jinqing, secured the island of Sunstone to the west. He indicated the map, pointing to the large island west of Bloodstone Island. I require you to lead 250 men to relieve Shi Jinqing in defending the fortress of Sunstone Island. Instruct him to return with his men to Bloodstone Island. Do you comprehend? At your command, Sir Ariel replied, rising to take his leave. Luo Wenyuan then turned his gaze to Edessa's. As the most striking among the 4, Edessa's, even while kneeling, towered above the other 3 nobles. Sir Edessa's, I charge you with leading 300 men, alongside 100 of my heavy infantry and 10 armored cavalry, to capture the shattered rock isles to the east of Bloodstone Island. He gestured towards the map. Your orders, my lord, Edessa's affirmed. Luo Wenyuan stood, smiling briefly before turning to exit the hall, preparing to muster the necessary forces. As for the 2 of you, gather your remaining personnel, and supplement them with 100 heavy infantry and 100 crossbowmen. You are to assault the nearshore islands of the eastern Shattered Rock. Do you understand? Understood. Caius and Hein responded immediately. After arranging matters for the 4 individuals, Luo Wenyuan rose from his throne and made his way to the vicinity of the Bloodstone Island dock, where he found Pakister Redwyn. Although the pirates had united, their fleet consisted of merely 70 vessels, while Redwyn's fleet still held the upper hand. Luo Wenyuan believed it prudent to swiftly eradicate the pirates' remaining forces in order to eliminate the maritime threat as expeditiously as possible. At present, although the tides of war were about to turn, the construction on Bloodstone Island had begun to gain momentum. With some spare funds at his disposal, Luo Wenyuan commenced the restoration of Bloodstone Fortress and initiated the construction of a city at the island's center, which would eventually serve as the administrative hub of the Stone Steppe Archipelago. Through financial investment, the construction of Bloodstone Fortress proceeded systematically under the guidance of the governing system. Territory: Bloodstone Island. Current buildings: Castle Defense Works, under reconstruction, remaining time, 48 days. Castle Walls, under reconstruction. Remaining time, 48 days. Main Keep, Level 1 provides a sturdy residence for the inhabitants of the castle. Effect: Local conscription forces. Garrison size: 5. Militia Training Grounds, under construction, remaining time, 80 days. Barracks, under construction, remaining time, 80 days. Stables, under construction, remaining time, 80 days. Castle Town, under construction, remaining time, 80 days. Training Grounds. Level 1 offers a training facility for local conscripts, enabling them to learn weaponry and combat skills before entering the battlefield. Effect: All local conscripts gain a morale boost of 10, replenishment rate of 10. Castle Shipyard. Level 1. The port can accommodate a maximum of 5 vessels. Bloodstone Shipyard. Level 1. The shipwrights who were once enslaved by pirates are liberated under your command and henceforth pledge their allegiance to you. Effect: Special Building, allowing the consumption of resources to construct ships with a maximum vessel capacity of 10 at the port. In total, the reconstruction of existing buildings and the construction of new structures would cost Luo Wenyuan 300 gold dragons, in addition to the 500 gold dragons spent on the new city currently under development on Bloodstone Island, which, by the way, would require a year to complete. These pirates were not entirely foolish. At least their current leader, a pirate named Saladosin, was adept at concealing himself. Standing at the bow of the Queen Xingting, Pakister remarked to Luo Wenyuan that upon witnessing his prospective son-in-law's command of over 1,000 elite warriors, he felt increasingly satisfied with their alliance. Furthermore, with Luo Wenyuan having embraced the friendship of the Tillier family, thereby securing a tax exemption for Lord Redwyn, his fondness for this son-in-law deepened, to the point where he wished for Luo Wenyuan to lead the charge against the pirates in the Narrow Sea without delay. However, they cannot remain concealed at sea indefinitely. Luo Wenyuan turned to observe the bustling docks of Bloodstone Fort, where the increasing number of Han people on the island had led to a multitude of laborers assisting at the wharf. They were unloading supplies delivered by the bay from the ships, transporting them to the warehouses, and subsequently conveying construction materials to the heart of the island. I have dispatched troops to assault their stronghold on the Steppe Islands. If they refuse to confront us, I shall render them homeless. Indeed, Pakester harbored no doubts that the pirates would be utterly defeated by Luo Wenyuan's forces on land. Yet, they enjoyed the backing of the Lysians, which posed a dilemma for you. Recently, during a minor naval skirmish, Lord Pakester's fleet encircled a small reconnaissance squadron of pirates. After vanquishing them, sailors from the Redwyn family discovered standardized weapons from Liss aboard the pirate vessels. This is not a significant concern. The relations among the 3 city-states of Liss, Tylosai, and Mill are increasingly strained, and war could erupt at any moment. The Lysians cannot devote all their resources to me. The once allied kingdoms of the 3 daughters, now Tylosai, Liss, and Mill, have seen frequent frictions and trade conflicts, making trade wars a commonplace occurrence among them. One can only hope so. Lord Redwyn sighed, then turned away, waving his hand. The first mate, upon noticing, immediately commanded the sailors to weigh anchor and signaled to the other vessels, indicating that the fleet was to set sail. The Redwyn fleet majestically departed from Bloodstone Island, continuing their pursuit of the pirate fleet. Although the pirates would persist in their evasion, such concealment merely implies their inability to prevent Luo Wenyuan's army from landing continuously on the Steppe Islands, methodically dismantling their strongholds. As Luo Wenyuan stated, these pirates cannot hide from him forever. Chapter 34. The Storm of the Steppe Islands, Part 4. That cursed Far Easterner, emboldened by Lord Redwyn's fleet, is brazenly landing on our islands. Salado, how much longer must I hide at sea? In the pirate-infested assembly hall, Bayleek slammed his fist onto the table in fury, demanding to know, and immediately, several pirate captains surrounding him echoed his sentiments, questioning how long Salado intended to remain in hiding. It had been over a week since Bayleek was persuaded by the Lysians to join the pirate coalition. The Lysians proved to be trustworthy, supplying food, weapons, newly launched vessels, as well as enslaved sailors and untainted soldiers, delivering many essential provisions to the coalition's encampment. Yet, the current leader, Salado Sanjin, commanded them not to engage the enemy, insisting they should merely shift and evade Redwyn's fleet, only occasionally sending out a few dissenting pirate captains to face certain death. It will not be long now. As soon as Zoltan Bogard launches his assault from the Isle of Grey Gallows, we shall provide support from the north, and all shall be well. Saladosin studied the map and spoke thus. Zoltan Bogard? Did that fellow not claim he lacked sufficient ships and intended to abandon the Stair Islands to return to the River Lorne and Essos to continue his piracy? How could he possibly launch an attack from the Isle of Grey Gallows? We cannot withstand Redwyn's fleet. I will fight them. I refuse to believe that Redwyn, that wine merchant, can best us. My brothers are hardened men, while only you, Saladosin, a banker, would think of hiding. Baleko bellowed, drawing his curved blade and striking it down upon the table, cleaving the parchment map before Saladosin in two, the blade sinking into the wooden table and sending splinters flying. Fight them? Have you lost your wits? Do you think with our meager forces and the Unsullied, we can contend with those heavily armored warriors from the east? We scarcely possess decent armor, and those eastern crossbows are particularly effective against your light-armored fools. Saladosin, too, was incensed and retorted vehemently at Baleko. Baleko, enraged, instinctively reached for his blade to strike Saladosin, but despite his efforts, he could not wrench his curved sword free from the table. Thus he was compelled to regain some semblance of reason. Saladosin, I offer you a choice. Surrender your fleet, and we shall allow you to depart the Stair Islands aboard your Valyrian ship, or face the consequences here and now. With great effort, Baleko finally dislodged his curved sword and positioned himself before Saladosin, speaking in a hushed tone that clearly conveyed his intent to seize power, while also granting Saladosin a semblance of choice. Baleko's voice, though not particularly loud, was cold as winter and resonated throughout the hall, ensuring every pirate leader could hear him. Thus, the pirates gathered around Baleko, chanting, Baleko is right. Surrender the fleet. Surrender the fleet. I refuse to remain a hiding rat. Indeed, they, too, were weary of lurking. Unlike Saladosin, who still had legitimate enterprises, most of these pirates survived solely through plunder. With the governors of the Narrow Sea attacking their islands, they could no longer remain idle, for it was their very livelihoods at stake. Before Saladosin's anger could escalate, he was compelled to maintain his composure. Surrounded by the fierce pirates who would relish a refusal from him, a mere no from Saladosin would grant them the opportunity to dismantle him piece by piece. Very well. Gritting his teeth, Saladosin finally managed to utter a sound after a long pause, then rose in silence and exited the makeshift council chamber. Since Redwyn's arrival at the Stone Steps Archipelago, the pirates have sought refuge in their hideout at Torture's Abyss, situated on the narrow chain of islands to the east. This area, strewn with treacherous reefs, poses significant hazards to any vessel lacking a proper navigational route, rendering it the safest sanctuary for the pirates. Salado, unwilling to confront Redwyn's fleet directly, found himself at odds with other pirates who, though dismissive of the Westerosi fleet, could not remain passive as Luo Wenyuan relentlessly attacked their islands. They had toiled tirelessly to attain their current standing, and surrendering their islands would equate to relinquishing their very livelihoods. The governor of the Narrow Sea was not merely seeking to eradicate the pirates temporarily. The tales of these eastern refugees had become widely known. Upon Salado's departure, Baleko unhesitatingly occupied the position previously held by Salado, unfurling a map to deliberate with the pirates on where to launch their assault against the Iron Throne's lackeys. Meanwhile, Salado emerged from the council chamber, his face a portrait of frustration, flanked by two pirates wielding curved sabers and sharp swords, who had been dispatched by certain pirate captains to ensure Salado's compliant exit from Torture's Abyss. It was not until Salado returned to his ship and commanded it to depart the harbor that the two pirates leapt into the sea, swimming back to the dock. Only after the threat of their blades had vanished did Salado dare to unleash his fury. How dare they? How dare they seize my fleet? He seethed, pounding his fist against a nearby mast, glaring at the receding Torture's Abyss with clenched teeth. He turned to summon his first mate, instructing all sailors to set course for Bloodstone Island. I will make these fools pay dearly for the theft of my fleet. Upon hearing his captain's decree, Salado's first mate, a man of African descent from the Summer Isles, displayed a look of unease. Captain, are you certain you wish to disclose the secret passages of Torture's Abyss to that Eastern man? The pirates have maintained their stronghold in the Stone Steps Archipelago thanks to these secret routes. Regardless of the Iron Throne or the free cities, they come and go, but only the pirates can truly settle here. Yet these Easterners do not seem like the sort to depart easily. Indeed, if necessary, we shall cease being pirates. That Eastern man will pay a handsome sum in gold for this. Chapter 35. The Storm of the Stone Steps. Part 5. Let us converse, Sir Kalis. Came the idle suggestion from Havard, who, while sharpening his steel longsword on a whetstone, raised his gaze to meet that of Kalis Riverwind seated across the flickering campfire. Certainly. What would you like to discuss, Sir Hain? Sir Caius responded, his words slightly faltering. He was the illegitimate son of a certain Lord Tully, and due to the abuse inflicted by his father's legitimate wife during his childhood, he appeared somewhat feeble. Regardless of whom he faced, a subservient expression perpetually adorned his countenance, as if he were destined to be a servant. This impression left by Caius lingered in Sir Hain's mind, fostering a quiet disdain for his colleague. As they departed from King's Landing, Sir Hain sought to uncover the reasons behind the presence of his other companions on the Stairs Islands. Take, for instance, Sir Caius, who had been expelled from the bustling city of Riverrun by his father's wife, with nowhere else to turn. He ultimately opted to heed the call of the king rather than journey to the Wall, consequently joining the tumultuous expedition to the Stairs Islands. Ariel Stanton, the youngest brother of the current Lord of Crow's Nest, reportedly yearned for a fief of his own, which led him to the Stairs Islands. Adzas Snow, the illegitimate son of the Manderley family, sought to marry his 10-year-old cousin, but, upon facing humiliation due to his illegitimacy, left White Harbor in pursuit of his own ambitions. Lastly, there was Sir Hain Harvard himself, a mere offshoot of the noble Harvard lineage, whose connection to the current family was tenuous. Driven by ambition, he joined the expedition to the Stairs Islands through the introduction of a prominent figure. Wealth and glory serve as one of the primary motivators propelling individuals forward. And for the nobles across the Seven Kingdoms, the allure of land adds an additional element. Let us discuss pertinent matters, such as the fortress we are about to confront. With the 450 conscripts and the 200 elite Jade Dragons allocated to us by the governor, how do you propose we seize this stronghold? Considering that the garrison consists of merely 1 to 200 men, I believe I would opt for a siege and cut off their supplies. After all, this strategy minimizes our own losses, Caius replied, glancing at the coastal fortress about a mile from their encampment, carefully weighing his words. A cautious and prudent choice. Yet this tactic harbors a critical flaw for our current situation. A flaw? What, pray tell, is this flaw? Hein lightly tapped the wooden table with the tip of his right index finger, expressing his concern over our insufficient supplies for a prolonged siege. Before our departure, I had already surveyed the governor's storage warehouse, and it was evident that the provisions, armaments, and medical supplies offered by the governor were quite limited. Although the governor had the formidable Iron Throne and the support of House Tyrell behind him, it appeared that we would face considerable scarcity until the next resupply arrived at Riverbend. Thus, we must act swiftly. This would alleviate the logistical burden and also demonstrate our capabilities to the governor. A member of the Harvard family suddenly rose, pointing towards a distant fortress. Let me tell you what we ought to do. We must hastily manufacture siege engines and launch an immediate assault. We possess a significant numerical advantage, and the Jade Dragon is comprised of seasoned veterans, well equipped to deal with these marauding defenders. However, I have heard that these pirates have already fortified their stronghold, stockpiling logs and stones, easily obtainable materials. Look, all the trees within 100 meters of the fortress have been felled, Kalis remarked uncertainly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hein. It matters not. Those reinforcements sent by the Iron Throne are our finest vanguard, Hein replied. We must initiate our first attack tonight, Kalis. Urged the farmers to hasten the construction of the siege engines. He patted Kalis on the shoulder. If all goes well, perhaps the governor will grant us both a fief, and you shall no longer be regarded as a mere bastard, will you? Kalis exhibited a hint of discomfort. His nature inclined him to avoid unnecessary casualties. Yet Hein's proposition was undeniably enticing. The weight of his long-standing inferiority as a bastard had burdened him for too long. Sir Hein, you may be right. But I am uncertain how the governor will react if he sees heavy casualties on our side, I interjected. Casualties will not be limited to us. The Northerner will face similar challenges, and his numbers are even fewer than ours, Hein asserted. Kalis nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hein's reasoning. Then I shall proceed to arrange for the construction of the siege engines and ladders, he declared. Unbeknownst to him, Kalis seemed to have subconsciously adopted the role of a subordinate. Although he and Hein were ostensibly equals, Hein had already emerged as the de facto leader of our contingent. Meanwhile, as Hein awaited Kalis to prepare the siege apparatus, a brutal battle was raging on the craggy isle. True to the name bestowed by Luo Wenyuan, the isle was strewn with jagged rocks and barren land, and contrary to Hein's assumptions, the pirates here had not established any particularly formidable defenses. Thus, Luo Wenyuan entrusted Edard with 10 heavily armored cavalrymen. The conscripts were utterly no match for these pirates. Although the pirates displayed a lackluster performance against Luo Wenyuan's standing army, they nonetheless lived a life steeped in danger and bloodshed, which undoubtedly afforded them greater combat prowess than the conscripts. The fierce black pirate from the Summer Isles bellowed with rage, raising his rusted battle axe high, aiming a powerful strike at Edard's forehead. Despite being a mere illegitimate child, Edard was raised within the castle of Mermaid Palace in White Harbor, where he underwent rigorous martial training from a young age. Moreover, his father, Malin Mandler, was the captain of the White Harbor garrison. Therefore, Edard deftly sidestepped the incoming blow and with precision thrust his long sword into the pirate's exposed chest. After dispatching the lifeless pirate with a kick, he withdrew his sword and shifted his gaze to the battlefield nearby. Approximately 100 pirates found themselves encircled by 300 conscripts, who, with the support of heavily armored infantry, systematically subdued the pirates. Edard had not even dispatched the armored cavalry, yet the tide of battle was already in their favor. Chapter 36. The Storm of the Stone Steps Islands, Part 6. So, you wish to sell the map to Torture Abyss at a handsome price, do you? A little over 10 minutes ago, Salado Sainin approached the Redwind fleet aboard his Valyrian vessel, waving the central portion of the French flag. This individual, a pirate, smuggler, banker, and merchant, met with Luo Wenyuan and presented his demands. Indeed, if you pay me 50,000 gold dragons, I shall reveal to you the secret that allows these pirates to maintain a long-term presence in the Stone Steps Islands. This sum was exorbitant. Luo Wenyuan was but a poor soul, and unless he sought assistance from his father-in-law, Pakester, he would be unable to meet such a price. Thus, Luo Wenyuan's mind whirled, and he conceived a notion that would entice Salado to guide them to Torture Abyss without demanding a single coin. He poured a glass of pear brandy for Salado, but regrettably, he had little gold or silver to squander, and he could not produce the 50,000 gold dragons. However, if Mr. Salado would not mind, perhaps other terms could be proposed. After pouring himself a glass, Luo Wenyuan set down the jug and sat opposite Salado, studying the man from Liss. Salado, unhesitant, raised his glass and drank deeply. Then, as if a weary traveler had finally quenched his thirst, he exhaled contentedly. Very well, then. I shall listen intently to the terms you propose, my lord. I can present to you an offer that you will find utterly irresistible. Sitting across from Salado, Luo Wenyuan smiled, then embraced a patch of air as if cradling an imaginary cat. He feigned the demeanor of a godfather, conversing while petting his feline companion. I want you to serve me, and in return, I shall rename the Gallows Island to Glamorgan and grant you the title of Earl of Glamorgan. Salado blinked in surprise. A piece of land? This piqued his interest. Ah, and I will appoint you as the commander of the Narrow Sea Navy. In the future, should you serve me loyally, though Luo Wenyuan did not expect this pirate to truly grasp the concept of loyalty, he resolved to entice this pirate with extravagant words and tangible benefits to enlist his service. Compared to other pirates, Salado at least displayed a degree of loyalty when rewards were at stake. He was, after all, a man of principle. If you serve me faithfully, you shall have your pick of the 5 elders and their decrees. Moreover, your name will grace a page in the forthcoming compendium of martial arts. However, dear governor, what exactly are these matters? A somewhat dazed Salado was about to inquire about the 5 elders and their decrees and the compendium of martial arts when Luo Wenyuan interrupted him. But I understand, Mr. Salado, that you are a practical man. I doubt you would acquiesce to mere empty titles. Hence, I shall present something more concrete. Upon hearing this, Salado's interest was piqued. Benefits, this was what he truly cared about. If you speak of this, then I am all ears, my lord. Pray, elaborate. Luo Wenyuan glanced around to ensure no one besides himself and Salado was present before turning back to fixate on Salado. I shall grant you a privateering license. As long as you refrain from plundering merchant vessels from the river bay and keep your identity concealed during your exploits. I will also bestow upon you the Torture Abyss to utilize for your privateering and smuggling endeavors. In return for your endeavors, your profits will be divided 90-10 in your favor. How does that sound? Salado was taken aback, blinking in astonishment. Really? Of course, it is genuine. Is there a problem? None whatsoever. It is a deal, my lord. From this moment forth, I, Salado, shall be at your service. This privateering license held far more value than mere gold, and with Luo Wenyuan's promise to grant him Glamorgan, Salado recognized that if he could develop commerce on the island, he would have a means to manage the goods acquired through privateering, far surpassing a one-time sum of 50,000 gold dragons. Moreover, The profession of privateering encompasses far more than merely assuming the role of a pirate. Once the customs were established on the Stairs Islands, the number of smugglers would only increase, not diminish. With a privateering license, Salado could engage in smuggling duty-free goods with absolute impunity. This would undoubtedly confer a monumental advantage in the realm of trade, enabling him to capture market share through superior products at more competitive prices. Furthermore, the goods of his fellow traders might very well evolve into Salado's own merchandise. Although Luo Wenyuan intended to extract a 10% share of the revenue, the value of the privateering license justified this arrangement. In fact, Salado considered it exceedingly generous. Luo Wenyuan, beaming with delight, proposed that Lord Count Salado guide the fleet. The sooner they eradicated the pirates from the Stairs Islands, the sooner they could embark upon the development of the islands and, in turn, create wealth. Of course, I shall promptly instruct the Valerian to lead the governor's fleet, he affirmed. Armed with Salado's nautical charts, the Redwyne fleet swiftly set forth towards their concealed target. Lord Paxton Redwyne was only vaguely aware of the specifics of the arrangement between Luo Wenyuan and Salado. He knew only that Luo Wenyuan had elevated Salado to the title of Earl of Glamorgan, to which Salado acquiesced. Presently, the alliance between Luo Wenyuan and the Redwyne family remained robust, prompting Lord Paxton to seek out Luo Wenyuan at the bow of the ship. My Lord Wenyuan, I believe it unwise to elevate that rascal pirate to lordship merely for a map. You hail from noble lineage and should recognize that conferring such a title upon a sordid pirate could tarnish your reputation. Lord Paxton, a traditional noble of the Seven Kingdoms, placed great importance on an individual's reputation and lineage. Additionally, having suffered numerous attacks on his merchant vessels near the Stairs Islands, his disdain for pirates was palpable. I fully comprehend your concerns, Lord Paxton. However, I find Salado possesses certain qualities that may prove advantageous, and for now, we require his guidance to navigate the treacherous waters of Torture Abyss. Luo Wenyuan shrugged, displaying little regard for Lord Paxton's worries. While the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms might concern themselves with others' backgrounds and status, Luo Wenyuan himself held no such pretensions. Chapter 37. The Storm over the Stairs Islands. 7. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with heavy clouds as black as ink, illuminated only intermittently by flashes of lightning that briefly pierced the gloom. A tempest was imminent. The sea roiled beneath them, waves surging like small mountains, severely impeding the vessel's navigation. In such treacherous conditions, Salado harbored no confidence that he could safely guide the formidable Redwyne fleet past the perilous reefs of Torture Abyss. The ferocity of the waves made traversing the reefs exceedingly perilous, compounded by the notoriously harsh conditions of the Torture Abyss itself. My lord, we must at least await more favorable sea conditions before launching an assault on Torture Abyss. Salado commanded the Valerian vessel to anchor beyond the treacherous reefs encircling Torture Abyss. He then promptly made his way to the captain's quarters of the Queen of Qingting, where Luo Wenyuan awaited, to inform him of the perilous sea conditions. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenyuan stroked his chin, which had not been groomed for several days, and felt the stubble that had begun to prick his fingers. While he acknowledged the truth of the situation, he believed this presented an opportune moment for a surprise assault. The pirates would undoubtedly be unaware that their hideout had been discovered, nor could they anticipate an attack in such inclement weather. Are you considering taking a small boat to the island? Inquired Pakister Redwyne, who had spent the past few days with Luo Wenyuan and had come to understand his impulsive and reckless approach to matters. This was perilous, for while a small vessel might evade the larger ship's hazards, navigating such towering waves posed a risk no less significant than that faced by a larger craft. Indeed, the danger is considerable, yet the advantage lies in the element of surprise. The pirates would never suspect our intentions at this time, Luo Wenyuan contended. However, Pakister Redwyne firmly decided against such a reckless venture in order to return to Bloodstone Island. Seeing his plan dismissed, Luo Wenyuan nodded in acquiescence, realizing that if Lord Pakister deemed it prudent to wait for calmer waters, then patience would be required. Although Luo Wenyuan felt a pressing urge to eradicate the pirates, the current circumstances did not necessitate a rash attack. With the support of the Redwyne fleet, he held a distinct advantage over the pirates. Nevertheless, he yearned to resolve the pirate threat swiftly so he could return to Bloodstone Island, where he had yet to properly enlighten the young Targaryen princess, Daenerys, whom he had brought from Liss. Moreover, he had already attracted considerable attention with his recent bold actions, and amidst the impulsiveness of his course plans, he had drawn unwelcome scrutiny. With the War of the Five Kings looming, it was imperative that he proceed with discretion. Above, the dark clouds that had long been heavy with tension finally could no longer contain their burden, akin to a basin overflowing with water, as the thick rain clouds unleashed their torrential contents upon the earth. Soon, large raindrops pelted the ground, cleansing the blood-soaked soil. Sir Hain Harvard withdrew his long sword from the corpse of a pirate at his feet. The fierce fighting had ceased. Their earlier assault had been remarkably successful. After the sacrifice of over 100 comrades, the morale of the conscripted soldiers had finally broken, sending them into a hasty retreat. Yet, before their flight, the heavy infantry had managed to breach the walls of the coastal fortress, thanks to the sacrifices made by these conscripts. After losing the advantageous position of their defenses, the pirates were utterly deprived of any opportunity to retaliate, compounded by their own numerical inferiority. Sir Hain, the pirates in the tower have been thoroughly dealt with. Sir Caius Riverwind rushed over from the opposite side, braving the torrential rain alongside 2 soldiers who followed him. The illegitimate son of a baron shouted to Sir Hain, "The rain is pouring too heavily. Let us seek refuge in the tower." The deluge was indeed so intense that one could almost bathe directly in the downpour. The arduous combat in the rain had left Hain completely drenched, and now, with nightfall upon them, the storm made it difficult for him to even keep his eyes open. The weather by the sea was notoriously capricious. One moment it could be bathed in sunlight, and the next, shrouded in ominous clouds. "Of course, Sir Caius. I have just dispatched the last pirate here." Upon entering the tower, Sir Caius and Sir Hain quickly found themselves in a relatively tidy room. Caius had already sent someone ahead to light the fireplace, and as the flames flickered to life, they gathered around it, drying their soaked garments. "Sir Caius, may I pose a question?" Hain suddenly inquired as they huddled by the fire. "Might you have any interest in serving the Iron Throne?" "Of course. I am loyal to the Iron Throne. But, Sir Hain, why do you ask this so suddenly?" Hain Harvard smiled. Through their time together, he had discerned that Caius Riverwind was remarkably malleable and easily manipulated. At this moment, he was perfectly suited for Hain's purposes. "I have come to the Stepstones on the orders of Lord Varys. Our governor of the Narrow Sea is a perilous figure from the Far East. It is said he was responsible for the demise of Viserys Targaryen not long ago, but is that truly the case? I require your assistance in uncovering the true motives of this governor and his intentions toward the Seven Kingdoms." What Hain did not disclose to Caius was that regardless of the governor's loyalty, Varys had promised him that once the aging Count of Harrenhal passed, he would be made the rightful heir. "But I have sworn to serve Lord Wenyuan," Caius protested. "I never suggested we would betray him. You see, we are merely vigilant for the kingdom's sake, ensuring our esteemed governor does not engage in treachery. Moreover, our governor is not even a follower of the Seven. Our oaths to him are beyond the scrutiny of the Seven Gods. Very well, for the sake of the realm, I am willing to assist you. But I shall never partake in treason. Of course, no one shall betray him. As long as our governor remains steadfast, we shall have no issues." The two reached an accord to keep a vigilant watch over Luo Wenyuan for the stability of the kingdom, while, simultaneously, new developments began to unfold on the side of Luo Wenyuan. Special event triggered. The gaze of the octopus spider. "You have drawn the attention of Lord Varys due to a series of reckless and unreliable schemes. He will commence sending agents to investigate you. Be cautious not to reveal your little secrets." Effect: Spy Defense Efficiency 15. Damn it. Chapter 38. The Storm of Stone Step Islands, Part 8. For reasons unknown. Upon rising early this morning, Byliko felt an unsettling restlessness gnawing at him. A torrential downpour had persisted throughout the night, finally relenting only as dawn began to break. Consequently, some pirates, compelled by their captain's orders, made their way to their ships to begin the arduous task of clearing the rainwater that had accumulated in the holds. The sky remained shrouded in gloom, a dreary expanse with only a faint glimmer of light on the distant horizon. The sickly yellow sky perpetually exuded a languid aura, enticing one to retreat back to bed and languish there for the entire day. Byliko abhorred this sensation. The oppressive atmosphere, coupled with the stifling heat and the swarming dragonflies, only served to heighten his agitation. Such conditions heralded yet another impending storm, which meant the treacherous waters of the torture abyss would continue to thwart their attempts to venture out to sea. First, a tempest, and now it seemed yet another storm was brewing. But why had the Liss people failed to deliver supplies today? It was reasonable to expect that, having been delayed by the previous night's tempest, they should have brought provisions today, especially with the weather now calm. Within the council hall, pirate leaders from various islands murmured among themselves, voicing their grievances regarding the absence of supplies from the Liss people. "Byliko, do you think the Liss have clashed with the Telosians or the Moros?" One pirate inquired upon seeing Byliko enter the assembly. The island's supplies would not last more than a week. If the storms persisted for another week, they would find themselves in dire straits. What is there to fear? If it comes to that, We shall set sail from the torture abyss. If there truly is a storm, that would play to our advantage. That Far Eastern thief would never anticipate that we would launch a surprise attack in such weather. Biliko took his seat at the head of the council hall, articulating his plan. Unlike the relatively risk-averse Luo Wenyuan, the pirates found themselves at a precipice of survival. If they did not take decisive action now, their chances would evaporate entirely. Furthermore, had they known that the torture abyss had indeed been compromised, and that the supplies sent by their Liss allies had fallen into Lord Redwind's hands, they might be driven to desperate measures. Yet, such an opportunity would never arise. The winds are just right. Urge the oarsmen to exert themselves. Full speed ahead. We must sail into the torture abyss before the storm returns, barked Pakester Redwind, as the standard-bearers ascended the mast to signal the commands of Lord Pakester. Just as the morning broke and the wind ceased, calming the tumultuous waves, the Redwind fleet set sail once more. They were determined to reach the torture abyss before the fury of the elements returned. This was an opportune moment. At present, all the pirate vessels of the Stairs Islands had congregated in the torture abyss, blissfully unaware that their hideout had been exposed. Soon, the Redwind fleet burst into the view of the pirate encampment nestled within the torture abyss. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There is an enemy incursion. The location of the torture abyss has been revealed. The warning cry erupted just as the Queen of Green Pavilion was nearing the shoreline. The sentry pirates, caught off guard, raised the alarm. For centuries, the torture abyss had remained an impregnable refuge for pirates, its treacherous reefs and notoriously harsh sea conditions providing them with the perfect vantage point to observe the conflicts between Prince Daemon Targaryen and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters over the Stairs Islands. Some even chose sides in those struggles. Yet now, the secret map of the torture abyss, once closely guarded by pirates, had been divulged, heralding the imminent eradication of the long-standing pirate presence on the Stairs Islands. Curse it! Curse it! That damn Salado! How could he have given the map to those Westerlanders? Biliko, seated in the council chamber, heard the shouts of the sentinels and the deafening cries of battle, followed by the resounding crash of stones hurled by catapults shattering structures. He realized the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that his momentary hesitation, stemming from a bent blade stuck in the table that spared Salado's life, would lead to such dire consequences. Quickly, Biliko, flanked by his loyal, unsullied guards, charged towards the sandy beach of the port. Upon entering the chaotic battlefield, the towering figure of Biliko immediately drew the attention of many. Salado-san, you have cut off the livelihood of everyone on the Stairs Islands. Biliko roared in fury, as he delivered a powerful punch to a sailor of the Redwind fleet, the force so immense that it left his knuckles bruised and bloody, while the sailor collapsed, his face a grotesque mask of injury. At that moment, Salado stood aboard his Valyrian ship, a vessel rivaling the Queen of Green Pavilion in size. As the ship's bow surged onto the beach, Salado perched at the forefront, looking down upon Biliko. Biliko, spare your breath. You should have slain me when you seized my fleet. I must thank that table, for if it weren't for your blade getting stuck, I would not be here today. Ha! Now, as fortunes shift, Salado laughed heartily. Though his fleet had been taken by Biliko, this battle would enable him to reclaim his ships and, in the process, acquire those of other pirates as well. Biliko, consumed by fury, charged towards the Valyrian vessel with relentless determination. Towering over the 184-meter-tall Luo Wenyuan, the Bloodstone prince was clad in finely crafted chainmail, wielding a curved blade that could serve as a broadsword in the hands of another. His fierce combat prowess rendered him nearly unstoppable, allowing him to carve a path straight to the base of the Valyrian ship. However, his advance was abruptly halted. As Shi Jinqing was still en route from Yangshi Island to relieve his forces, Luo Wenyuan, lacking formidable warriors under his command, donned his armor and descended from the Queen of Qingting. He sprinted to the Valyrian ship's base, witnessing Biliko delivering a brutal kick to a heavily armored infantryman, poised to strike down with his blade. Seizing the moment, Luo Wenyuan leapt forward, drawing his long sword to intercept Biliko's curved weapon, using the force of their clash to redirect Biliko's strike into the adjacent sands. What a pleasure to meet you formally for the first time, Mr. Biliko. Your life has been bought for 1,000 gold dragons by a gentleman from Tyros. Perhaps you would be inclined to relinquish your weapon and accompany me to Tyros. While greeting Biliko, Luo Wenyuan swiftly spun his long sword, pressing it onto Biliko's curved blade, rendering it nearly impossible for him to withdraw. Chapter 39. The Storm of the Stone Steps Islands Dream On. Upon recognizing Luo Wenyuan's identity, Biliko's fury ignited. You wretched thief! How dare you pilfer my Bloodstone Island? Today, I shall send you to meet the stranger. In his rage, Biliko forcefully repelled Luo Wenyuan, reclaiming his curved blade. He spun around and delivered a powerful downward strike. But Luo Wenyuan stood his ground, raising his sword to block the full force of Balaeko's attack, the tremendous impact reverberating through his arms. Send me to my demise? You're 2 millennia too early, foul brother. Luo Wenyuan scoffed, mocking him. Then, with a thunderous shout, he pushed Balaeko back, declaring, Today, you shall die to the rhythm of fate. With a snap of his fingers, he unleashed the muse's sound brooch adorning his chest for the first time. Emitting a cascade of music from the jade pin, electronic beats, bass drops, rock melodies, and mysterious foreign tongues filled the air, startling Balaeko momentarily. What is that sound? Before Balaeko could articulate his astonishment, Luo Wenyuan was upon him, slicing towards his neck with lethal intent. Balaeko stifled his words and raised his blade to defend. This, dear friend, is my musical recommendation of the day. The piece is titled. Luo Wenyuan continued to unleash a series of heavy strikes against Balaeko's curved blade. Sparks flying in all directions. I believe that impulsiveness suits me far better than calmness. Ha! He laughed maniacally, each blow of his long sword growing in intensity, as if the music had amplified his strength exponentially. Moreover, it seems that this individual's character has undergone a transformation. The enchanting melody of an indiscernible instrument fills the air, accompanied by the somber voice of a man. The onslaught of the enemy before him pulses with the rhythm, becoming increasingly fierce. Yet each of Balaeko's counterattacks lands futilely in empty space. Although the nefarious figure from the far east moves in sync with the cadence, Balaeko's preemptive strikes prove ineffective. Furthermore, he finds himself unable to withstand the opponent's assault. In a moment of inattention, Luo Wenyuan's swift blade carves several crimson lines upon him. The clash of steel ignites a flurry of sparks, as the melody flows and their footfalls intertwine. As the duel prolongs, Balaeko's trepidation intensifies. Although Luo Wenyuan wields his blade with unparalleled ferocity, he appears devoid of any intent to take a life. Instead, he seems to dance. Using his opponent as a partner in this macabre ballet, rather than a battle, it resembles a performance. Ultimately, as the final crescendo reverberates, Luo Wenyuan strikes the hilt of his blade against Balaeko's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. 1,000 golden dragons are now within reach. One must acknowledge, Mr. Balaeko, that your life holds considerable value to Mr. Danzo, who would spare no expense to have you captured alive. Observing the unconscious Balaeko, Luo Wenyuan sheaths his sword with a sigh. Salado leaps from the Valeria's ship, landing beside Luo Wenyuan. My lord the governor, where did that magnificent tune originate? Salado gasps. For the melody he just heard was unlike any he had encountered before, each note seemingly stirring his very blood, compelling him to dance to its rhythm. It's innate. Luo Wenyuan gestures dismissively, snapping his fingers before turning back to rejoin the fray. Salado ponders, stroking his chin, then glances at his first mate. What was that? I have no idea. Boom. In the distance, thunder rumbles, followed by raindrops cascading from the heavens, pursued by gusts of wind. A tempest approaches, accompanied by the sailors' boisterous shouts. The heavily armored infantry relentlessly drives the pirates back to a small hill at the heart of the torture abyss, their final bastion. Though some pirates have surrendered to Luo Wenyuan, the Iron Throne considers slavery illegal, leaving him with little incentive to accept such capitulations. While these pirates are seasoned sailors, Luo Wenyuan prefers to commence training anew rather than enlist these undisciplined marauders. Their presence in this world merely inflates the cost of sustenance. The closing of the gates does not afford the remaining pirates of the Stone Steppes Isles much time. A group of infantrymen procures a log, and with the combined effort of the heavily armored soldiers, they violently batter the pirate stronghold. Upon witnessing the breach in the fortress gate, Luo Wenyuan raised his right hand, gripping the long knife, with his thumb pressing against the guard of the Tang sword as he drew it from its sheath, simultaneously issuing commands. The pirates, relentless in their dastardly deeds of pillage and destruction, had committed countless atrocities. In delivering a death sentence upon them, Luo Wenyuan felt no pangs of conscience. Today, he had performed a noble act. He was prepared to confront these marauders head-on, as the pirates, cornered and desperate for survival, summoned their fierce courage. A fierce clash erupted between them and the heavily armored warriors, resulting in a stalemate. Luo Wenyuan stepped onto the battlefield, immediately selecting a towering pirate as his target. Although Luo Wenyuan possessed strength, it was not that of a brute. His skills were present but not perfected. He exhibited speed akin to the wind and agility. Yet when faced with a formidable opponent like the Red Viper, he found himself lacking. His unique talents lay in the shifting times and the art of the Smoke Demon. In this transformed era, He excelled at using the repeating crossbow, the Wenyuan magic wand, and the smoke demon involved him donning a mask while hurling spice bombs filled with pepper and other aromatics, creating a dense fog that induced incessant coughing among his foes, allowing him to seize the moment for victory. However, regrettably, the success rate of these maneuvers on the battlefield proved dismally low. Hours later, as the torrential rain continued to pour, the torture abyss fell into Luo Wenyuan's grasp. Once the storm subsided, he would conquer the remaining stone steppe islands, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Yet, he could not afford to relax. The octopus spider had woven its web across the stone steppe islands, and peril still loomed nearby, demanding his utmost caution. The visible war was nearing its conclusion, while an unseen conflict was set to commence. Chapter 40. The storms and the winds calmed, and the tempest finally abated. Salado eagerly took command of over 70 pirate vessels docked at the torture abyss. This was indeed good news. Yet the bad news lay in the variety of the pirate ships, which ranged from merchant vessels to cargo ships, with a few legitimate old-sail warships, and even the swan boats from the Summer Islands. These swan boats earned their name due to their bows resembling birds, always adorned with pristine white sails. Under favorable winds, these swan boats could reach remarkable speeds, surpassing any oared sailboat. However, in the absence of wind, they were rendered immobile. Despite the eclectic assortment of pirate vessels, Luo Wenyuan now possessed a fleet of around 70 ships at his disposal. Once the constructions on the Stone Steppe Islands were completed, he could allocate resources to the shipyard on Bloodstone Island to construct more vessels. However, at present, he lacked the resources and manpower to commence the building of a fleet, as he still needed to methodically clear the remaining islands of the Stone Steppe archipelago, followed by a series of pressing domestic affairs. In early October, a band of disheartened knights, accompanied by a motley crew of guards, arrived in Westeros to pledge their allegiance to Luo Wenyuan. Subsequently, he dispatched these knights to join the initial lords who had sought his favor, instructing them to accompany Odysseus in their campaign against the island formerly known as the Grey Gallows, now renamed Glamorgan. By mid-October, the islands of the Stone Steppes archipelago had all been conquered, with the absence of ships and the cessation of support from the Lyseni. Combating these pirates was as effortless as a professional boxer facing a kindergarten opponent. It was now the time to reward merit and distribute lands. First among them was Saladosin, a former Lyseni pirate, merchant, smuggler, and usurious banker, who was granted the territories of Torture Abyss and Glamorgan Island. He commanded a fleet of approximately 70 vessels, though most had been seized from his former pirate comrades. Nonetheless, they would suffice for the time being. The only drawback was that Saladosin lacked the manpower to operate all his ships, thus only a dozen were currently seaworthy. Next, Luo Wenyuan delineated his direct dominion, comprising Yangshire Island and Bloodstone Island. The Stone Steppes archipelago consists of 3 major islands: Bloodstone Island, Yangshire Island, and Glamorgan Island. Apart from the Bloodstone and Yangshire Islands reserved for himself, Glamorgan Island was bestowed upon Saladosin, while the lesser islets would serve to accommodate the knights from Westeros seeking his allegiance. These islands were impoverished and the land was barren. Only the nearby coastal island and Dong Island held reasonably fertile ground, so Luo Wenyuan would not grieve over their allocation. However, this did not imply that he would indiscriminately distribute his lands. Shi Jinqing, having served Luo Wenyuan the longest, was indeed deserving of a land grant, and his loyalty was evident. Luo Wenyuan awarded him Dong Island, thereby elevating Shi Jinqing to the status of a noble with a legitimate title, granting him access to the noble games henceforth. Next was Tang Zhihao, whose financial acumen was commendable. Thus, Luo Wenyuan appointed him as the Lord of Coastal Island. He was tasked with overseeing the development of Coastal Island, while also assisting Luo Wenyuan in managing the 5-year plans for Yangshire and Bloodstone Islands. Such a misfortunate fate awaited the once handsome young man, destined to become bald in the future. But that was a tale for another time. As for the lords and knights from Westeros, Luo Wenyuan trusted none of them, for he was under the watchful eye of the 8-legged spider and had no desire to risk their proximity to Bloodstone Fortress. Coastal Island was a prime location, nestled between Dong Island and Coastal Island, close to Essos yet distanced from Westeros, with fertile land suitable for agriculture. Currently, Luo Wenyuan had over 20 knights from Westeros, to whom he allocated 40 acres each on Coastal Island. Among them, Sir Ariel, Sir Hain, Sir Cowes, and Sir Adas, the first 4 to seek refuge with Luo Wenyuan. Each received an additional 40 acres of land. However, upon accepting my land, do not be tempted to indulge in leisurely pursuits. We have much work ahead. It is not just I who must labor. You too, as newly appointed lords of your respective territories, must embrace your responsibilities. Luo Wenyuan summoned the knights from Westeros to the city he was constructing at the heart of Bloodstone Island. These individuals, now his vassals, stood before him as he addressed them from a makeshift platform, assigning them tasks despite their previous disregard for economic development. The population of the Stair Islands had long been sparse. After a recent census conducted by Lord Tang Zhihao, the total barely exceeded 10,000, including all of us. Without a populace under our rule, what kind of lords would we be? Although Luo Wenyuan had begun to see a trickle of refugees arriving at the Stair Islands due to the recent administrative reforms, the pace was far too slow for his current needs. Thus, once you begin managing your respective fiefs, I shall allocate a sum of money to you each month, not for frivolous enjoyment, but to invest in the development of your lands. You must find ways to attract settlers, whether by bringing in refugees or purchasing slaves to liberate them as free citizens. In any case, starting next month, I will dispatch overseers to your territories to ensure that you are diligently advancing the development of your lands. At this juncture, Luo Wenyuan paused. Observing the expressions of the knights before him, none appeared discontent. It seemed they recognized the dire condition of the Stair Islands, where even the diminutive Dragonstone and its subordinate islands boasted a greater population than their current domain. Therefore, they likely concurred with the need for development. Excellent. It appears you are all aware of our current predicament. Let me reiterate, should anyone be found embezzling my funds, I shall ensure that individual returns whence they came. Do you understand? The knights nodded in agreement, most of them having fled to the Stair Islands due to their miserable circumstances in Westeros. Now, the governor of the Stair Islands was unexpectedly generous, granting them land and offering financial support for development. As for the overseers mentioned by Luo Wenyuan, few among them took it to heart. Special operation, clear the spider's web, to be completed in 70 days. The octopus spider has woven its web in places it should not occupy. It is time to take up the broom and rid ourselves of these bothersome webs. Effect: the gaze of the octopus spider will be lost, and all characters serving the octopus spider will be cleansed. Chapter 41. Since her brother's incident, Daenerys had resided in this somewhat somber ancient castle for a month. Listening to the elder sister, who perpetually wore a stoic expression, recount the tale of this castle, I learned that it was constructed by her ancestor, the Ranger Prince Daemon Targaryen, and has stood for over a century. Thus, one might consider this place a semblance of home. Cradling the pristine white dragon egg gifted to her by Luo Wenyuan during his last visit, Daenerys perched upon the terrace atop the stone fortress, gazing out towards the distant sea. The origin of the dragon egg was ambiguous to Luo Wenyuan. He could not ascertain whether it was a fossil or an unhatched egg. Nevertheless, he presented it as a gift to Daenerys to enhance their rapport. For the egg was indeed exquisite and provided a momentary respite from her sorrow over her brother. Yet, this was merely a fleeting distraction. Luo Wenyuan's initial intent was to grasp at straws, to cast the dragon egg into Daenerys' possession, on the off chance that one day it might indeed hatch a dragon. Your Highness, he said, having ascended from the castle to the terrace, understanding that nurturing games require frequent interaction with the subject of affection. He was well aware of the essence of such games, a gentle pat on the head. However, it seemed that merely patting her head was not entirely sufficient. In any case, he approached Daenerys, reaching out to stroke the silver-haired girl's hair. It felt somewhat coarse and dry, indicative of the hardships she had endured during her years of seeking refuge. Do you still cherish this dragon egg? Luo Wenyuan pondered if it was a fossil or an unhatched egg, caught in a quantum state of potentiality, a state he whimsically termed Schar Dinger's dragon egg. It is beautiful, my lord Wenyuan. I adore this dragon egg, Daenerys replied, cradling it with great affection. Should it fail to hatch, perhaps, with the passage of time, it might develop a patina of its own. He nodded in agreement. As long as the princess was pleased, that was what mattered. Within this egg, perhaps, lay a flicker of life, and one day, it might indeed hatch, heralding the return of dragons to the world. Perhaps in the future, you could ride a great dragon back to Westeros, just as your ancestor Aegon Targaryen did. My brother often spoke of King's Landing, describing it as a vast and magnificent city. Luo Wenyuan shrugged. Indeed, it was large, but having witnessed cities of greater magnitude, he recalled his home in Chengdu, where the population alone exceeded 16 million, far surpassing the combined populace of all of Westeros. In my homeland, the city of my birth far eclipses King's Landing in size, population, and grandeur. He feigned a nostalgic expression, though in truth, he did miss his home, his parents, his friends, his 3060 graphics card, his extensive game library, and the conveniences of modern life. I have heard from my brother that you hail from the distant eastern continent. What is the homeland of Lord Luo Wenyuan like? Upon hearing Luo Wenyuan's words, Daenerys felt a flicker of curiosity about his birthplace. Ah, it is a magnificent realm. Luo Wenyuan continued to caress Daenerys' head as he spoke. The empire vast and populous, teeming with all manner of wonders. Do you know? In the northern reaches of the Radiant Empire, there stretches a great wall that extends for thousands of miles. Does your homeland also have Night's Watchmen? No, the Great Wall is not a defensive structure for the empire. It serves as an offensive fortification. Through the Great Wall, we conquered the steppes of the northern nomads, transforming them into the empire's territory. Alas, whether in the realm of lies or in the truth, Luo Wenyuan can never return to his homeland. While Luo Wenyuan busied himself with nurturing his relationship with Daenerys, his ministers toiled incessantly. With a wave of his hand, he spent money like water, distributing infrastructural funds to all the knights. Yet, where was he to procure the funds for himself? All these vexing matters were left for Tang Zhihao to ponder. However, to be precise, it need not be a source of great distress. Tang Zhihao penned a letter, affixing Luo Wenyuan's crest to adhere to local customs. As Luo Wenyuan had also acquired a family emblem, a black eastern dragon on a white background. Then, Tang Zhihao summoned Luo Wenyuan's attendant, Marlon Haid, who happened to be his brother-in-law. Luo Wenyuan seldom called upon his attendant, so this time, Tang Zhihao would take it upon himself to instruct Marlon. Marlon was a man of few words, his range of activities within Bloodstone Fortress quite limited, since Luo Wenyuan rarely sought his assistance. Marlon's daily routine consisted of honing his martial skills in the training grounds. Previously, Shi Jinqing had often trained with him, but now that Shi Jinqing had gone to the Eastern Isles to manage his own fief, Marlon found himself with little to do. Marlon, we have tasks to attend to. Assemble 30 guards and prepare the ship. We shall embark to Qingting Island shortly. After completing the letter, Tang Zhihao sealed the envelope with Luo Wenyuan's crest. He called for Marlon and instructed him accordingly. Of course, my lord, what business do we have on Qingting Island? To borrow money, seeking funds from the lord's father-in-law. The infrastructure of the Stone Steppes archipelago is exceedingly costly. Consequently, a week later, Tang Zhihao set sail, returning to Bloodstone Island with several chests of gold. The pirates of the Stone Steppes archipelago were entirely eradicated. Baelike was sent to Tai Luoshi, and Luo Wenyuan secured 1,000 gold dragons from Donzua, an immense sum indeed. Now, Mr. Donzua, who aspires to enter politics, could finally execute his revenge. By the way, Mr. Donzua has made a resurgence, currently. This merchant from Tai Luoshi is traversing the region, delivering speeches and engaging in electoral bribery in preparation for the forthcoming election for the Great Lord of Tai Luoshi. Frankly, Luo Wenyuan found it difficult to comprehend the politics of Tai Luoshi, where bribery in elections is deemed legal. Those who do not engage in such practices are unworthy of governance. Luo Wenyuan believed this legalized bribery ought to be rebranded, perhaps as political donations, which would be a fitting term. On the other side, the island of Haizhou was bustling with activity. The knights, having received funds from Luo Wenyuan, delineated their respective lands and then hurried to Talaxi to meet with slave traders, embarking on the noble endeavor of liberating slaves. In a remarkable turn of events, following the eradication of the pirates, the slave industry within the free trade city-state experienced a resurgence. These minor lords of Haizhou Island even convened a parliament, which they named the Tide Council. Under the auspices of Sir Ariel, Sir Adisath, and Sir Harvard, they united to collectively develop and construct their territories. The knights, lacking in financial expertise, found assistance from others, while those less adept in rhetoric and commerce sought partners to procure substantial supplies. Sir Harvard took the opportunity within this assembly to forge alliances, rallying several knights willing to maintain their loyalty to the Iron Throne. Chapter 42. To the Stone Steppes Archipelago. To the places in Westeros that require your presence. By the time Luo Wenyuan took notice, Haizhou Island had transformed into a peculiar tableau. It must be said, the knights he had dispatched were indeed resourceful. They cultivated the land with remarkable finesse. The formal title of this assembly is, in fact, the Tide Council. The knights you have bestowed upon this land, driven by self-interest, united to construct their respective castles and villages. However, caution is warranted, for should there be spies in their midst, perhaps purchased by the eight-legged spider, they too could grow in strength. Effects: local construction costs are reduced. Annual development rates in the region have increased. The influence of the eight-legged spider is heightened locally. A flourishing slave trade. Although slavery is deemed illegal in Westeros, the local lords, faced with a shortage of population, have resorted to purchasing slaves from Essos, subsequently liberating them to serve as subjects. Given that these newcomers do not adhere to the faith of the Seven, local beliefs are likely to shift towards foreign religions. Effects: Local labor development increases monthly. Religious beliefs in the area are transitioning towards the worship of Lawler. Neglected lands. Although you have not allocated all the lands of Heijo Island to these knights, the remaining territories, still nominally yours but lacking oversight, may one day be quietly usurped by other local lords. Effects. As time progresses, unforeseen changes may arise. A thriving carpentry and masonry market. The demand for construction, be it houses or castles, has drawn numerous carpenters and masons to settle in this area. Effects. Construction costs are diminished. Building speed is accelerated. Well, it appears to be an unrealistic expectation to rely on these knights to act with diligence autonomously. They may currently exhibit a degree of conscientiousness, but the passage of time may alter this dynamic. On Heijo Island, there exists a promising opportunity to reduce construction costs, prompting me to consider establishing some villages or towns there. In November, the summer in Westeros persists, and the heat on the Stone Steps archipelago remains stifling. Amidst this oppressive warmth, the supervisors dispatched by Luo Wenyuan and the craftsmen sent by Tang Jihao to select sites for village construction on Heijo Island set out. Another wave of refugees has arrived at the Stone Steps archipelago, and thanks to the regular influx of Han Chinese refugees, the population of the archipelago is steadily increasing. The knights on Heijo Island graciously welcomed the supervisors sent by Luo Wenyuan. This courtesy stemmed from the fact that most knights still held gratitude towards Luo Wenyuan, who generously granted them land. Although they were required to undertake the construction themselves, they could still access the infrastructure funding provided by Luo Wenyuan, which naturally engendered their appreciation for the governor. After all, not everyone can be ungrateful. Moreover, the supervisor sent by Luo Wenyuan was Cheng Qingxue, a woman about whom rumors circulated among the knights, suggesting a peculiar relationship with their lord that was understood by some and incomprehensible to others. What the knights were unaware of, however, was that Cheng Qingxue's role extended beyond merely overseeing the construction of their territories and monitoring the use of infrastructure funds. She was also there to investigate whether any of the knights harbored spies for the octopus. Meanwhile, Tang Jihao, overwhelmed with responsibilities and too preoccupied to attend to his maid, dedicated each day to assisting Luo Wenyuan in managing the various islands, surveying newly established villages, overseeing town development, managing populations in different regions, organizing agricultural activities, and occasionally taking Marlin on trips to the river bay. Time, relentless in its march, never pauses for anyone. As preparations for clearing the spiderwebs progressed, Cheng Qingxue began gathering intelligence on the knights who had banded together. Among the matters known to Luo Wenyuan, the news of Sir Heinrich Harvard's efforts to form factions captured his attention the most. This individual was one of the initial 4 lords to pledge allegiance to him and held considerable influence within their small circle. Although Sir Caius Hahn possessed 80 acres of land, for reasons unknown, he seemed to function as a mere echo of Sir Heinrich, thus allowing the latter to assert dominance as a powerful vassal on Heijo Island. What was Heinrich's ulterior motive for forming alliances? Was he attempting to incite factional disputes? At present, the Heijo Council, bolstered by representatives dispatched by Luo Wenyuan, was devoid of any substantial contention. With the construction of their respective strongholds yet to commence, and the newly acquired population still awaiting village establishment, what could possibly be the purpose of forming factions at this juncture? This individual undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. However, at present, Luo Wenyuan lacks the evidence to substantiate that Hein Harvard is in the service of the octopus spider. Yet, it is wise to be cautious, especially since Daenerys has languished in Bloodstone Fort for an extended period. Though she has not voiced her grievances before Luo Wenyuan, no one relishes prolonged confinement. Furthermore, Daenerys has not been entirely isolated. At least, Sir Edessas and a few other knights have encountered her during their visits to Luo Wenyuan to procure infrastructure funds. Currently, Daenerys is identified as the daughter of Sir Qing's Valyrian concubine, known as Shidani. Being Valyrian, she shares the characteristic silver hair and purple eyes. Although Sir Qing's true daughter also possesses silver hair, albeit lacking the violet irises. It is worth noting that Edessas and his fellow knights are not particularly acquainted with Hein and his compatriots. They form a distinct faction, primarily hailing from the north. Rather than engaging in political machinations, they prefer to utilize the golden dragons bestowed upon them by Luo Wenyuan to enhance their own lands. For Sir Hein, the lands granted by Luo Wenyuan, along with the monthly infrastructure funds, pale in comparison to the allure of his hometown, Harvard City. In contrast to the current Stone Steps archipelago, Harvard City is indeed a veritable paradise, with the Lord's castle perched upon a gentle hill, graced by a flowing stream, and a bustling settlement housing thousands. The territory of the Harvard family boasts numerous villages and farms. If he successfully accomplishes the task assigned by Count Varys, unearthing evidence of the governor of the Narrow Sea's treasonous intentions and locating the hidden Targaryen princess, he could return to inherit Harvard City, and undoubtedly the king would bestow upon him further rewards. Sir Hein Harvard harbors a dream of returning to Westeros to reclaim his family legacy. As for Luo Wenyuan, lacking any incriminating evidence against Sir Hein's conspiracies, what recourse does he have? He has never been one to engage in tyrannical caprice. Indiscriminately arresting individuals is not his modus operandi. Thus, he must patiently await the completion of the spiderweb's cleansing, confident that once the preparations are finalized, he will have the means to eradicate these arachnid minions. Chapter 43. Developmental progress. It is unclear when this phenomenon began, but rumors regarding the Stone Steppes archipelago have begun to circulate among the rural towns of the Seven Kingdoms. Have you heard? The governor of the Narrow Sea has declared that no taxes will be levied on residents living within his territory until the end of the year 297 AC. Is that true? Such a boon exists? With the year nearing its end, that amounts to nearly 2 years of tax exemption. That is indeed remarkable. My cousin's family appears to be contemplating a move there, as I have heard that new villages and cities are springing up all over. This gossip, undoubtedly, is the brainchild of Luo Wenyuan. Rather than acquiring slaves, he has opted to attract the displaced and common folk from across the Seven Kingdoms to settle here, making tax exemption his most effective strategy. However, the drawbacks of this approach are quite apparent. The influx of numerous immigrants, attracted by the promise of tax exemptions, has led to a significant settlement of desperate individuals upon your lands. This action, however, adversely affects local security, as some fugitives are likely to seek refuge in your territory to evade capture. The outcome: a monthly increase in the local Human Development Index, alongside a deterioration in public safety, with the potential for criminal incidents looming. By the way, compared to the previously convoluted internal affairs reminiscent of the kingdoms and empires style, Luo Wenyuan has opted for a stylistic shift, showcasing territorial development through a panel akin to Europa Universalis 4. The prosperity of a territory will now be measured through an exceptionally intuitive development index, which is divided into 3 components. The Tax Development Index, which influences the amount of taxes collected locally. The higher this index, the greater the contributions that local residents can make to your coffers. The Production Development Index, as its name suggests, affects the output of local goods and the efficiency of handicrafts and manufacturing. A higher Production Development Index results in an increased volume of goods produced in the locality. The Human Development Index, representing the local population. A higher index indicates a larger populace, which allows for the recruitment of more conscripts from the area. Currently, it comes as no surprise that the development indices of all islands in the Staircase Archipelago stand uniformly at 1, 1, 1. However, one can observe the neighboring King's Landing, which boasts a Tax Development Index of 11, a Production Development Index of 10, and a Human Development Index soaring to 20, culminating in an impressive Total Development Index of 41. Undoubtedly, it is a fertile land. The combined development of the entire Staircase Archipelago pales in comparison to that of King's Landing, which undeniably serves as the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, abundant in wealth. Regrettably, reality diverges from the realm of games. In the game, Luo Wenyuan could elevate the development index with a mere keystroke to awaken, referring to the activation of the console. Yet in this reality, he must diligently increase the population, cultivate the land, and stimulate the development of handicrafts. At present, Luo Wenyuan has dispatched individuals across Westeros, employing both true and fabricated rumors to entice immigrants. This endeavor has indeed yielded positive effects for his territory, as the immigrants remain oblivious to which islands constitute the governor's domain. Consequently, numerous settlers have begun to migrate to Heijo Island, somewhat slowing the local mainstream beliefs drift toward the worship of R'hllor. Prepare to set sail. We are embarking. Those heading to Bloodstone Island, hurry. This ship is the last one this week from Nymph Springs to the Staircase Archipelago. A scruffy captain with a buzz cut shouted from the bow of the vessel. Over the past fortnight, following the announcement by the governor of the Staircase Archipelago regarding a 2-year tax exemption for his territory, many impoverished farmers have chosen to seek a new life on the islands. In a fleeting moment, captains like the crew cut captain, who possess only a modest vessel, journeyed to the Stair Island, reaping considerable wealth. Since the eradication of pirates from Stair Island, those who sought their livelihoods upon the sea found themselves considerably safer. William, come aboard. We are about to set sail. At the bustling dock, Potana called out for her 12-year-old son. The lady, likely in her 30s, had chestnut hair and a slightly plump figure, neither excessively thin nor notably overweight. She possessed a fair countenance adorned with a pair of perceptive eyes. Potana was the maid and the mother of the illegitimate son of Lord William Mutton of the town of Lady Spring. However, as Lord Mutton had yet to father a legitimate son with his lawful wife, who persistently mistreated his illegitimate child, Potana, as a mother and a mere maid, was unwilling to witness her son being tormented daily. Hence, she resolved to take her son to a distant land. Consequently, Stair Island, recently instituting a tax exemption policy, naturally emerged as the ideal destination, a brand new locale to embark upon a fresh chapter in life. "Mother, I am here." A boy, slender and short with chestnut hair, waved to his mother from the dock. Beside him stood a portly man in his 40s or 50s. This stout individual was none other than Lord William Mutton of Lady Spring, his body a mass of soft flesh, pallid and weak. "Lord William." Potana hurriedly disembarked and approached Lord Mutton, bowing respectfully. Lord Mutton nodded, gently patting his illegitimate son William's head. "Potana, I am aware that you are determined to leave, so I have come to bid you farewell." Here, he presented a pouch of coins to her. "I apologize for being unable to prevent her treatment of our child over the years. Consider this a form of recompense." "I understand, Lord William. She once loved this man before me, even naming our son after him. Yet, I shall raise young William well. However, the man she once adored was a valiant knight, not this feeble mound of flesh before her now. Take care on your journey. I must return swiftly. If she discovers that I secretly came to see you off, tonight she will make a dreadful fuss." Lord Mutton glanced around, ensuring no one was observing him, and affectionately stroked young William's head before hastily departing. After receiving the pouch of coins, Potana took her son's hand and led him back aboard the ship. Shortly thereafter, the sailors hoisted the anchor and unfurled the sails, steering the cargo vessel named the Water Dancer away from the port of Lady Spring. "Mother, what is the island we are going to like?" On the deck, young William gazed back at the receding town of Lady Spring, his curiosity piqued. "It is our new home, William, a place where no one will bully you." A mother tenderly caresses the crown of her child's head, where no longer will there be a little sister to bully him for being a bastardy. "Do I still have the opportunity to continue my martial training and become a knight?" "Indeed, you do." Chapter 44. Clearing the Cobwebs, Part 1. There are countless individuals like Potana who find themselves unable to remain in their native lands, whether due to the direst of circumstances, the ire of enemies, or the weight of criminal charges. They are compelled to forsake their homes in search of a livelihood elsewhere. However, despite the multitude of such souls, the dissemination of news is woefully slow, even with Luo Wenyuan's efforts to dispatch individuals across the Seven Kingdoms to spread word. It is possible that some villagers may not hear of these events until the year the War of the Five Kings erupts. In this era, Martians are ubiquitous. Since the cessation of pirate activity on the Stairs Islands, merchant vessels traverse the narrow seas with greater safety and speed. In just about a day's journey, the Water Dancer has arrived at the newly constructed port on Bloodstone Island. This port is linked to a newly founded city named Everlast City, built in a distinctive Eastern style unlike any city in Westeros. Yet, despite its status as a city, Everlast City is merely a settlement with a few rows of wooden structures. Potana disembarks from the cargo ship with young William, finally setting foot on solid ground once more. However, she soon discovers that someone is already waiting for her and her son at the dock. Lady Potana, Caius Rivers, the illegitimate son from House Tully, has been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Potana and her son, he strides forward eagerly. "I have long heard from Lord William that you would be relocating to the Stairs Islands. He entrusted me with the task of looking after young William. So should you require anything in these days, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Sir Caius had served as a squire to Lord William Mouton for several years, and as two individuals marked by a certain fragility of spirit, they developed a camaraderie. "Thank you for your kind offer, Sir Caius." Potana, having previously encountered Caius during his time as a squire, recognizes him. "In light of this, I do have a request. I hope you might take William under your wing as your squire and teach him the ways of knighthood." "Of course, Lady Potana. Please settle in here and arrange your local residency. Once I have attended to matters at my estate, I shall return in a few days to take William with me." After exchanging pleasantries, Caius presents Potana with a pouch of coins before bidding her farewell. Sir Caius has come to Bloodstone Island to meet with Luo Wenyuan. Recently, he discovered a copper mine on his land and intends to establish a mining operation, aiming to utilize the copper to forge tools and secretly mint some copper star coins. For your reference, 1,470 copper star coins are equivalent to a single golden dragon. However, money remains money, and the Iron Throne imposes the strictest regulations on the minting of silver stags and golden dragons. Thus, Minting a few copper coins in the vicinity is quite secure. Nevertheless, Caius finds himself short of funds and lacking sufficient manpower, prompting him to seek a loan from the governor for urgent matters. He also plans to assist Potana and her son, who are expected to arrive at Bloodstone Island in the next couple of days. After parting ways with Sir Caius, Potana and William entered the city of Evergard. William, with his curious demeanor, observed the bustling crowd around him, yellow-skinned, black-eyed, and dark-haired. He had never encountered such foreign visitors before. Though the area was teeming with activity, it bore more resemblance to a busy construction site than the vibrant life of the city. Numerous craftsmen continued to erect buildings nearby, while laborers hurriedly transported timber and stone, with only a few farmers or fishermen occasionally spotted among the throng. Soon, Potana led William to the household registration office. She had already listened to the ship's captain with the crew cut, who had informed her about the necessities for settling down upon arrival at Bloodstone Island. "What is your origin?" asked a clerk, struggling with his clumsy Westerosi. He looked up from beneath a grand oak tree, seated at a low table cluttered with numerous scrolls, as he diligently registered each new resident. "Hajian, from the town of Nymph Spring," Potana replied. "Yes, it is just me and my son. His name is William River." The clerk noted their information. "Very well, you may first seek a modest dwelling outside the city. Of course, if you have the means. You may choose to reside in a small house within the city at once." Potana, having received a pouch of coins from both William and Sir Caius, found herself in a comfortable financial position. She produced a small bag of silver stags and purchased a quaint little house, swiftly moving in with her belongings. Meanwhile, after parting with Potana, Caius entered Bloodstone Castle. However, it was not Luo Wenyuan who came to greet him. Rather, it was Tang Jihao, as Caius had come seeking financial assistance. Thus, Tang Jihao engaged in negotiations with Caius. Regrettably, Caius was not suited for business dealings. Although he secured a sum of money from Tang Jihao, he was also taken advantage of, as he would be required to allocate a portion of his copper mine's revenue to Bloodstone Island each month until the loan, along with its interest, was repaid. Excellent. Then we have reached an agreement. Starting in 2 months, you will remit 15% of your mine's income to me each month as repayment for this loan of 100 golden dragons. Is Lord Wenyuan not present? Caius inquired. As Tang Jihao produced a contract, Caius signed his name and affixed his seal. At that moment, a child's innocent voice echoed from outside the door, prompting him to glance over. There, peering timidly into the room, was a little girl with silver hair. Caius paused, taken aback by her striking silver locks and violet eyes. This morning, Lord Wenyuan went to oversee the construction of the iron mine and is expected to return only later in the evening. Tang Jihao maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the presence of cows beside him. The girl outside nodded and hurried away. "Lord Tang, this young lady is..." "Oh, she is the daughter of Lord Shi Jinqing, named Shi Danny, a child born of a Valyrian woman." This explanation somewhat assuaged cows, for it was reasonable that a child of Valyrians might possess silver hair and violet eyes. He nodded, realizing this was the case. However, while Cows was acutely aware of his own potential lack of resolve, it did not imply that he was devoid of intellect. This piece of information would be duly noted. Chapter 45, Clearing the Cobwebs, Part 2. What to say? What can be said? The governor is certainly willing to lend me money to open a copper mine, but he demands that I pay back 15% of the mine's output as repayment. That is not what I inquired about. A man in the room slammed the table in frustration. Chung Chingsnow pressed her ear against the wall, listening intently to the conversation within. "Oh, I didn't find anything significant. However, I did see a little girl with silver hair and violet eyes at Bloodstone Castle. They claim she is the daughter of Lord Shi Jinqing and a Valyrian woman. But I thought it necessary to mention this to you." Cows's voice reached Chung Kingsnow's ears, further solidifying her belief that they were indeed searching for the whereabouts of Daenerys Targaryen. Otherwise, why would they exhibit such unwarranted interest in a girl with silver hair and violet eyes? Really? This is indeed an exhilarating discovery. How could this girl possibly be Lord Shi Jinqing's daughter? Consider this. She does not reside with her father on Dragonstone, so why is she in Bloodstone Castle? However, Lord Shi Jinqing's estate on Dragonstone is yet to be completed, and he has been residing at Bloodstone Castle these past few days. Does that matter? We need only to know that we have found a lead. The voice of Sir Hain echoed in the room, accompanied by the sound of papers being shuffled. Chung Chingsnow quickly departed, hastening to the woods near the manor's raven cage, where her 2 light cavalry guards awaited. The forest was a necessary passage for ravens from Haijo Island heading to Westeros. Before long, illuminated by the setting sun, a raven soared from the manor, heading directly towards Westeros. Chung Chingsnow raised her bow and shot down the raven with a single arrow. In the next moment, a light cavalryman dashed forward to retrieve the raven, removing the letter bound to its leg. Esteemed Lord Varys, upon our meticulous investigation, we have uncovered the whereabouts of the illustrious Daenerys Targaryen, hidden away by the erudite Governor Luo. At present, we refrain from taking rash actions. Hence I relay this intelligence to you, my lord. I implore you to swiftly inform His Majesty the King, so that this traitor may be apprehended without delay. Yours humbly, Sir Heinrich Harvard. The evidence is irrefutable. Indeed, these knights from Westeros are hardly trustworthy. Qing Xuan nodded, for the most crucial evidence had now reached her hands. It would now be considerably simpler to deal with Sir Heinrich and his faction of knights. She commanded a cavalryman to promptly deliver the missive back to Luo Wenyuan, while she remained to oversee matters and prevent Sir Heinrich from further dispatching letters. The raven had been sent. We shall now await news in silence. Sir Heinrich dispatched the raven and turned to Cows. Do not wear that expression. I am aware that the governor has been exceedingly generous to us. Yet we cannot remain passive in light of his actions. He approached Cows, patting him on the shoulder. Everything is for the kingdom and for my city of Harvard. He silently added, ensuring that none would overhear this thought. Let us hope so, Cows replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Unlike Sir Heinrich, he held a certain fondness for his lord, yet the evidence of the governor's treachery presented by Sir Heinrich left him in a quandary. Thus, Cows found himself reluctantly becoming an intimate ally of Heinrich, or perhaps a mere puppet, for throughout his life, he had rarely acted of his own volition. 2 days later, Luo Wenyuan received the missive from the light cavalry in his study, while preparations to clear the cobwebs would be completed in 2 days. After a month of idleness, it was time to stretch his muscles again. The man, in his late 20s, who had transitioned from being called brother to often being referred to as uncle, sighed and summoned Shi Jinqing, for there was work to be done. Shi Jinqing soon arrived. Having served Luo Wenyuan for many years, he had amassed considerable wealth, with aspirations to construct his estate in a garden style. However, the project remained incomplete, necessitating a prolonged stay on Bloodstone Island. My lord, what are your commands? Shi Jinqing entered the study, which, despite its designation, lacked any books upon the shelves. Should Luo Wenyuan wish to adorn it with literature, he would inevitably need to hire several scribes to transcribe works from the City of Learning. Such was the era devoid of printing. Once I master the art of printing, I shall ensure the downfall of your decrepit academy. Gather all our cavalrymen. We shall set forth to Haijo Island this evening. There are a few disloyal individuals that require addressing. At once, Shi Jinqing bowed respectfully and promptly went to assemble the cavalry. After the departure of Shi Jinqing, Luo Wenyuan stretched his neck, and before him emerged the developmental status of the various islands within the Staircase Archipelago. After a month or two of transformation, Yangshi Island, Shueshi Island, Haijo Island, and Jinhai Island have each reached a level of human development rated at 2, while the remaining islands remain unchanged. The tax revenue and production development levels have yet to evolve. However, these aspects require more time and governance to progress. Nevertheless, Luo Wenyuan is not in a hurry, for there are still 5 full years until the War of the Five Kings, although the tale of ice and fire commenced in the year 297 of Aegon's conquest, the year when the Night's Watch trio fell victim to the White Walkers beyond the wall. Subsequently, in 298 AC, Jon Arryn passed away, prompting King Robert Baratheon to journey north to summon Eddard Stark to serve as Hand of the King. Thus, Luo Wenyuan must resolve the affairs of the Staircase Archipelago before the year 298 AC. He plans to then make his way to King's Landing, concealing himself while awaiting the noble lords to engage in their power games. At the opportune moment, Luo Wenyuan intends to strike like a thunderbolt, seizing his quarry in one swift motion. To ensure he is prepared and alive to contest power with the nobles, he must first eliminate those knights who may be in service to Varys. In his own words, it is simply unacceptable for a vassal to pledge loyalty to him while simultaneously serving another. He utterly fails to grasp the concept that a vassal's vassal is not his vassal. This is no ordinary treachery. Decisive action is imperative. Chapter 46. Clearing the Web. 3. How peculiar it is that, despite the absence of pirates or other threats in the Staircase Archipelago, the troops of Bloodstone Island have begun to mobilize today. A knight from the Reach, clutching a goblet, took a hearty swig of ale and spoke up. You are unaware of this. Sir Adas, seated by the window, could see the distant docks, observing rows of mounted knights boarding ships. He turned to the knight from the Reach and replied, Hainharf, that fool, is secretly forming factions and engaging in underhanded schemes, attempting to gather evidence against Lord Governor regarding the clandestine activities of Daenerys Targaryen. It's strange that the governor has not taken action against him. I know that Sir Hein is forming factions, but how do you know about the latter? Asked the knight, puzzled. Because he is a fool. The last time I met with the governor and received my payment, he came to me asking if I had seen a silver-haired girl with purple eyes in Bloodstone Castle. Given such a question, how could I not discern his intentions? The knight from the Reach stroked his chin, realizing that this individual does not regard loyalty in the slightest. Indeed, in the depths of his thoughts, Adisath reflected that he indeed had encountered the silver-haired, violet-eyed girl, yet he remained uncertain whether Luo Wenyuan was secretly harboring Daenerys Targaryen. However, even if Luo Wenyuan truly possessed a princess from a bygone era, what significance would it hold for him? For Adisath, as long as he maintained his silence, this could very well serve as an opportunity for future advancement. Recently, Adisath had made the acquaintance of a knight from the Riverlands named Leo Belmont, who claimed that their ancestors hailed from a hunter family in Essos a millennium ago, possessing a legendary whip-blade of exceptional sharpness. Sir Leo had only arrived at the Stairs Isles within the past month, and despite being a knight of the Riverlands, he shared a remarkably close bond with Adisath from the north. Given that Adisath was the illegitimate son of the Mandrill family, which had once originated from the Riverlands, he could, by extension, be considered a quarter Riverlander. I have a plan, my friend, Adisath said, extending his left hand and gently tapping the wooden table of the tavern. One that could expand my lands and offer you the chance to gain your own fief. Are you interested? Of course I am, my friend, Leo replied, intrigued. As the last of the Belmont lineage, the prospect of owning a fief might allow him to revive his family's legacy. Excellent. Then we must hasten to return to Haijo Island aboard a merchant vessel. We shall gather some allies to assist the governor in dealing with these traitors. In due course, their lands will surely be confiscated, and you and I, as beneficiaries of our deeds, shall receive appropriate rewards. As he spoke, Adisath rose, signaling that their revelries would have to wait. Drinking can wait for another time, but the chance to achieve greatness is fleeting. Leo also stood, his desire for land palpable. Adisath and Leo boarded a swift and nimble sailing ship, setting sail for Haijo Island. By the following morning, they arrived at the port located within Adisath's domain on the western coast of Haijo Island, which boasted an oak forest and fertile black soil. Moreover, Adisath's lands lay in close proximity to Lord Caius's copper mine, a fact that had long piqued his interest. After all, a copper mine could yield considerable wealth if managed properly. Presently, Adisath devised a straightforward plan to convene the Haijo Council under the pretense of crowdfunding for merchant ships. They had previously discussed that rather than continually hiring captains, it would be wiser to purchase a few vessels for their own use. Messengers galloped forth, and by afternoon, over 20 lords from Haijo Island had gathered at Adisath's estate. For these nights, meetings had become commonplace as they deliberated on various economic developments, leaving no one to question the purpose of this assembly. Very well, they have all arrived. Before the manor gate, Odessa's spotted Hainharv and Kias, accompanied by their entourage of 6 knights, arriving on horseback. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Leo, instructing him to prepare the personnel and act according to the circumstances when the time comes. Of course, but are you certain about this? It infringes upon the rights of the guests, Leo replied. Rest assured, I am also a person who respects the rights of guests. After I present them with their gifts, you may act. At that point, I will have duly honored the guests' rights. Leo, standing beside Odessa's, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. As Leo departed, Odessa's chuckled softly and proceeded into the council hall of his manor. This hall served as both a venue for Odessa's to manage the affairs of his territory and a place for banquets or councils. The Grand Hall was constructed in imitation of the Mermaid Palace of White Harbor, a testament to Odessa's identity as a member of the Mandrick family. The floor was adorned with unfinished paintings of crabs, clams, and starfish, these creatures concealed among the entangled black seaweed and the bones of drowned sailors. The walls were painted in shades of deep sea blue-green, where pale sharks glided through the water, while eels and octopuses slithered between rocks and sunken ships. Above, in the lofty arches, schools of herring and cod swam gracefully. Higher still, the sea surface was depicted, with a brand new fishing net dangling from the rafters. Currently, this makeshift mermaid palace was still under construction, many paintings yet incomplete, and the ceiling, originally intended to showcase battleships and storms, remained blank. As the knights entered the council hall, they took their seats according to their social circles or individual factions. As the host, Odessa surveyed the room, noting that his targets were all present, and he raised his voice to commence the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you not for trivial matters, but to discuss whether we should jointly invest in purchasing merchant ships. For the past 2 months, We have heavily relied on hiring vessels to transport the supplies and population we require. This is unsustainable and will undoubtedly impose a significant burden on me over time. Therefore, I propose that we acquire our own ships, which would save us a considerable amount of gold and silver over the year. I believe Sir Odysseus speaks wisely. Sir Ariel concurred, nodding. Last month, our expenditures on hiring captains reached 26 gold dragons. However, the costs of purchasing a ship are substantial. We cannot afford that at present. The knights began to discuss animatedly, their voices rising in a cacophony reminiscent of sparrows unaware of the impending storm. Chapter 47, Clearing the Cobwebs, Part 4. My lord, we have arrived at the port of Haijo Island. Early in the morning, Luo Wenyuan was awakened by Shi Jinqing. They had now reached Haijo Island. Climbing out of his hammock, Luo Wenyuan shook his head, recalling his whimsical decision to sleep in the hammock on the ship last night. Now finding himself quite dizzy from the experience. Have we arrived? Very well. You may take the men to deal with Sir Hein Harvard and his companions. I am feeling somewhat dizzy and require a moment to recuperate. As for the situation at the dock, I believe it would be prudent for you to witness it personally. Sir Hein Harvard and his entourage are all present at the wharf. In an instant, Luo Wenyuan felt a surge of clarity. They are indeed at the dock. He promptly exited the cabin of the ship. Upon arriving at the rather modest makeshift dock, he beheld a gathering of individuals he recognized, knights of the lands bestowed upon him. Leading the group was Adisath, and at his feet lay Sir Hein Harvard, Caius Heaven, and several other knights, all bound and sprawled on the ground. The vessel had already docked, and Luo Wenyuan, surprised, disembarked. What transpired here? He was aware that his purpose was to apprehend Sir Hein Harvard and his allies. Yet he had not anticipated that they would be captured prior to his arrival. My lord, Adisath declared, leaning on his long sword and kneeling, resembling a loyal knight. Though his countenance betrayed a stark contrast to that of true fealty. In recent days, I discovered that Sir Hein Harvard and his cohorts were conspiring to rebel. So I took the liberty of apprehending them, awaiting your judgment. Luo Wenyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, I did come to arrest Sir Hein Harvard and his companions. But how did you come by this information? How did you manage to capture him? He recalled that Sir Hein Harvard had once attempted to entice him into a conspiracy. The narrative then shifts back to a day prior. Adisath had never been particularly fond of the tedious discourse of the council, yet life often necessitates compromise, and few can maintain an unwavering stance like Lord Tywin Lannister. Just as Adisath himself had come to Stone Steps out of necessity, for his relatives deemed his lineage insufficiently noble to wed their daughters. If he wished for his kin to compromise, he must achieve something of note. However, the current debate at the council had sparked considerable contention among the knights. He could conveniently distance himself from the fray, allowing them to quarrel. For the ultimate decision regarding the purchase of ships held little significance for him. What mattered was whether he could successfully apprehend Sir Hein Harvard and his companions. Meanwhile, Sir Hein Harvard shared little interest in the ongoing dispute. He mused, I am on the verge of returning to the kingdom to await my inheritance of Harvard City. Why should I concern myself with the trivial matters of this remote locale? Yet, unbeknownst to him, all his clandestine maneuvers had been thoroughly observed. As for the inherently dubious council, after much deliberation, the knights ultimately resolved to procure some vessels for their own use. The assembly concluded rather hastily. After all, apart from Sir Errol's Tanton, the other 3 knights who possessed 80 acres of land showed little interest in the proceedings. Only Sir Errol's was wholeheartedly devoted to the management of his estate, oblivious to the murmurs beyond. The tedious discussions, which left many parched from excessive chatter, came to an end. As the host, Odysseus had prepared a modest banquet, though the knights residing on Haijo Island were still experiencing financial strain, resulting in a rather simple feast. Once again in Odysseus's council hall, the servants presented golden brown loaves of bread. However, in comparison to the soft white bread commonly enjoyed by the nobility of Westeros, the bread here was somewhat coarse and lacking in additional accompaniments such as butter, cheese, nuts, dried fruits, and various fruits. Fortunately, they had warm milk to accompany the somewhat hard bread. Besides this rather dense bread, Odysseus's servants also served several other dishes and beverages. There were golden, oil-fried fish, seasoned with coarse sea salt and a sprinkle of pepper, crafted with the simplest of techniques into a delightful dish. Potatoes, boiled until tender, were meticulously mashed and seasoned with salt and various spices, serving as the staple for each night. Moreover, thanks to the connections between the Grand Governor of the Narrow Sea and the Earl of Qingting Island, they were fortunate to enjoy wines and apple brandy from Qingting Island. In stark contrast to the lavish feasts of other Westerosi nobles, replete with an array of dishes and pastries, the knights of Haijo Island led a remarkably austere existence. As dinner concluded and the knights prepared to depart, Odysseus, as the host, stepped forward to present each knight with small tokens of appreciation, ranging from trinkets to precious spices. His personal collection was indeed replete with exquisite items. Although he was the illegitimate son of the Mandler family, his father, Marlon Mandler, served as the commander of the White Harbor garrison, which had afforded him considerable wealth in his youth. Sir Hein Harvard also received a small gift, a vial of saffron from the Saffron Straits, leaving him somewhat astonished due to the saffron's exceptional value. This gift is rather extravagant. My lord Odysseus, remarked Sir Hein, as he stood at the manor's entrance, cradling the vial of saffron with a beaming smile, mirrored by Odysseus's own expression of joy. Sir Hein interpreted Odysseus's smile as an olive branch extended towards him, while Odysseus smiled for the prospect of eventually reclaiming some of the gifts he had bestowed. There is no need to concern yourself with the value, my lord Hein. Consider it a farewell gift, as is customary for a host. However, Sir Hein detected a hint of peculiarity in Odysseus's words. A farewell gift? You spoke only halfway when a sudden roar echoed through the air. And from the thickets beyond the estate emerged a group of individuals, brandishing long swords, curved daggers, and spiked maces. A few of them were armed with bows and arrows. Swiftly encircling Hein Harvard, Caius Kebwin, their followers, and the unfortunate Odysseus trapped amidst them. What do you intend to do? Hein exclaimed, alarmed. In a flurry, he hastily concealed his saffron and drew his sword, while his loyal knights followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Observing this, the other knights nearby also prepared to join the fray. However, before they could advance, several guards at the estate's entrance intercepted them, crossing their pikes to block the knights' passage. Odysseus, what are you planning? Hein Harvard sensed something amiss and immediately turned to face Odysseus, only to be met by a swiftly approaching fist aimed at his face. Chapter 48, Clearing the Web, Part 5. The ambush was remarkably straightforward, Odysseus remarked. Surprising a band of traitors who were utterly oblivious to the fact that their scheme had been unveiled was astonishingly effortless. They were completely unprepared. As he spoke, Odysseus delivered a kick to the back of Hein Harvard's head, who, with his mouth muffled, could only emit muffled sounds, as if cursing Odysseus in frustration. Luo Wenyuan sat atop a wooden barrel at the dock, momentarily taken aback by the turn of events. Rubbing his forehead, he recognized that the task he intended to undertake had been accomplished by another, which was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. However, he cast a glance at Sir Leo, who stood beside Odysseus. The man bore the surname Belmont, leading Luo to wonder if he might be a hereditary demolitions expert, persistently clinging to the misfortunes of a hapless count's castle. Clearing the Web has concluded. Your loyal vassals have aided you in resolving a significant internal threat. Perhaps they are aware of your little secret, yet they remain your trustworthy subordinates. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to satisfy them with just and generous rewards. Effect, the gaze of the octopus spider is dispelled. Sir Odysseus, you truly are my loyal vassal. You deserve a more splendid fief. Regardless, since Odysseus had captured Hein Harvard and his entourage, a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I recall that your fief is adjacent to Caius's domain. Thus, as a reward, I hereby bestow upon you the lands of Caius. Then, he turned his gaze to Sir Leo, a man of considerable stature, comparable to Luo Wenyuan, who possessed a head of sleek black hair and a countenance as chiseled as a marble statue crafted by Roman artisans, adorned with a hearty smile that suggested he was a man of integrity. Sir Leo, Luo Wenyuan mused, intrigued by the man's surname. I intend to grant you a fief of your own, and I hope you will serve me diligently in overseeing the lands once held by Hein Harvard. Sir Leo was overjoyed. He immediately knelt before Luo Wenyuan, proclaiming, I shall be your most loyal knight, generous governor. As for the remaining minions of Hein Harvard, they may be innocent or perhaps harbor ulterior motives. Regardless, Luo Wenyuan could never restore their freedom. Yet, how to deal with these individuals? Luo Wenyuan had not yet made a decision. At least for today, he had not contemplated how to handle them. Although the safest course of action would be to send them all to meet the stranger, executing them without trial would undoubtedly tarnish his diplomatic reputation and provide others, particularly the observant Earl of Varys, with an opportunity to attack him. Therefore, the most prudent solution Luo Wenyuan could devise was to place these individuals under house arrest, allowing time to pass before quietly making them vanish. Discretion was paramount. Above all, it was essential to maintain a low profile. A company of soldiers disembarked, hoisting the bound captives aboard the ship, and Luo Wenyuan prepared to follow. However, before departing, he glanced back at the knights on the dock. The lands of Hain Harvard's accomplices cannot be left unattended during this time. I recall there are villages and estates upon their lands. Did you not form a council? I shall temporarily entrust those lands to your management. Do you understand? He emphasized the word temporarily, and the knights assured him they would manage the lands justly before he finally turned to board the ship. As the coastline of Haijo Island receded from view, until even standing at the mast, it was no longer visible, the sun gradually rose in the east. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon that Luo Wenyuan returned to the deck. The soldiers dragged Hain Harvard from the depths of the ship and brought him onto the deck. Luo Wenyuan snapped his fingers, and a soldier promptly removed the ropes binding Hain's mouth, allowing him to speak. Tell me, was it Varys who sent you to gather intelligence on me? Though Luo Wenyuan was already aware that Varys was behind it all, he intended to feign the role of an interrogator with Hain Harvard. Traitor! You are a traitor to this kingdom. I have nothing to say to you. You harbor remnants of the Targaryens. Lord Varys will surely inform His Majesty the King and ensure you experience the wrath of the flames. Hain, however, stood defiantly, and as soon as he could speak again, he shouted vehemently. If mere glances could kill, Luo Wenyuan might have been pierced by 1,000 arrows from Hain's gaze. What evidence do you possess? Where is your proof? Luo Wenyuan produced a letter, one penned by Hain Harvard himself, and tossed it before Hain. You people, ever ready to bend with the wind, claim to have seen the daughter of Shi Jinqing, who is said to possess silver hair and purple eyes. This is clearly a falsehood, for Shi Jinqing's 2-year-old daughter, though she has silver hair, possesses brown eyes. What are you attempting to concoct? Upon encountering that letter, Hain instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. You intercepted my raven. Luo Wenyuan twisted his neck and replied, Indeed, I intercepted your raven. How could I refrain from doing so? Should I allow you to slander me with impunity? You have betrayed me and now seek to defame me. The evidence is irrefutable. The only true evidence of your guilt lies in the betrayal itself. The concealment of the Targaryen princess, however, cannot be deemed slander. Internally, Luo Wenyuan scoffed at himself, yet outwardly maintained a facade of innocence. Tell me, how shall I deal with you? With circumstances as dire as they were, Hain gritted his teeth, recognizing that any plea or outcry would prove futile. Thus, he saw only one path to salvation. You, the traitor, cannot treat me as a criminal at your whim. I demand a trial by combat. Let the 7 gods determine our fates. Hain bellowed. Luo Wenyuan blinked. A trial by combat? Although I am not one of your 7 gods' adherents, I shall indulge your custom. If you wish for a trial by combat, then choose your champion. I am magnanimous. As he spoke, Luo Wenyuan gestured, and a nearby soldier promptly fetched his Tang broadsword. I choose to participate in the trial by combat myself. I require no champion. I shall defeat you and prove you to be the traitor. Hain retorted fiercely, as the soldiers untied the ropes binding him, allowing him to flex his stiff and aching joints from being restrained for too long. Luo Wenyuan rolled his eyes. To win a duel and render the opponent an undeniable criminal, the justice of Westeros truly favored the strong over the weak. Chapter 49, Trial by Combat Today. The sea conditions around the stone steps isles were relatively calm, and the vessels rocked gently with the waves. Soldiers surrounded Luo Wenyuan and Sir Hain Harvard, leaving ample space for their duel. Sir Hain was fully armored, clad in the heavy plate mail he had purchased at great expense from the Riverlands. His gleaming steel armor reflected the light, and without a squire to assist him, he struggled to don his armor piece by piece, as Luo Wenyuan forbade him from summoning other knights for assistance. Next came his weapon, a steel mace paired with a leather-covered knight's shield. The mace was an exceedingly effective weapon against both light and heavy armor, simple to wield. One simply needed to strike. A single blow would not only shatter bones and injure internal organs, but also pierce flesh with the spikes adorning the mace. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan was also prepared. Unlike the heavily armored Sir Heinrich, Luo Wenyuan donned merely a black leather jerkin and trousers, complemented by knee-high hunting boots, presenting himself more as a noble out for a hunt than a knight engaged in a duel. Furthermore, his weapon of choice remained his Tang broadsword, though this blade, costing him 5,000 gold dragons, could not rival the magical craftsmanship of a Valyrian steel sword. It was nonetheless a formidable weapon in its own right. As the tournament commenced, a soldier announced the official start, prompting the impatient Sir Heinrich to bellow and charge recklessly at Luo Wenyuan. Relying on his sturdy armor, he swung his mace with ferocity aimed directly at Luo Wenyuan's head, an attack so swift and brutal that it seemed poised to shatter skulls and spill blood in an instant. However, Luo Wenyuan nimbly leapt back like a graceful cat, evading the strike. As Heinrich's first blow missed its mark, he quickly halted his right hand and unleashed a second assault, again targeting Luo Wenyuan's head. Yet this attempt also met with failure. Luo Wenyuan, unencumbered by armor, moved with the agility of an elusive breeze, while the heavily armored Heinrich found himself less nimble and quick. After deftly dodging several of Heinrich's broad and sweeping attacks, Luo Wenyuan seized an opportunity. As Heinrich swung his mace without retracting it, Luo Wenyuan sprang to the right, thrusting his longsword sharply toward a gap in Heinrich's helmet. However, Sir Heinrich swiftly raised his arm, deflecting the thrust with his arm guard. The razor-sharp blade grazed Heinrich's helmet, sparking and leaving a white mark and a slight dent. Enraged, Heinrich roared and swung his shield at Luo Wenyuan, but again found only empty air. Indeed, Sir Heinrich was a knight well-versed in swordplay, a formidable figure even among Luo Wenyuan's vassals. Yet, in comparison to Luo Wenyuan, he appeared rather mediocre. His previous encounters had primarily involved battling pirates, leaving him with little experience against worthy opponents. Now, faced with Luo Wenyuan, he realized that the strength he relied upon was not as dependable as he had presumed. His choice to don heavy plate armor against Luo Wenyuan's lighter attire had only ensnared him in a relentless battle of attrition. Nevertheless, this did not imply that heavy armor rendered one a mere target against lighter or unarmored foes. If that were the case, humanity would have little reason to devise such protection. The two continued their combat, with Heinrich no longer launching blind assaults. He held his shield at the ready, creating distance between himself and Luo Wenyuan, for he knew that futilely exhausting his stamina would lead to his swift downfall. Luo Wenyuan, unfazed, had never placed much value on honor or chivalry, particularly with loyal soldiers surrounding him. With a mere command, they could swiftly overwhelm Sir Heinrich. However, Luo Wenyuan had no intention of doing so. On one hand, he had already discerned the opponent's general capabilities during their recent encounter. On the other, he found himself with ample time to spare. Thus he decided to use this individual as a sparring partner to stretch his limbs. Observing Sir Heinrich distance himself, Luo Wenyuan did not rush to close the gap. Instead, he took a couple of steps back, leaning against the mast while watching with keen interest as Sir Heinrich resembled a hedgehog in self-defense, rooted in place and hesitant to move. Noticing Luo Wenyuan's immobility, Sir Heinrich gritted his teeth in frustration, loathing the feeling of being underestimated. He understood all too well that he had no capital to squander on a battle of attrition. Should he linger here, his last resort for survival in this duel would be squandered. However, had he known that even if he triumphed in this contest, Luo Wenyuan would not permit him to depart, Sir Heinrich might have opted to remain quietly in the ship's hold, accepting his confinement. After a brief stalemate, Sir Heinrich regained some stamina and initiated a new round of assaults. This time, he calculated that Luo Wenyuan would likely continue to evade his strikes, engaging in a war of attrition to sap his strength. Therefore, he moderated his force, ensuring that while his strikes remained swift and fierce, the hidden power within them was significantly diminished. A resounding clash of metal echoed as a tremendous force transmitted from the weapon to Sir Heinrich's hand. To his surprise, Luo Wenyuan chose not to evade the entanglement any longer. In response to Sir Heinrich's offensive, Luo Wenyuan stepped forward, parrying the attack with his long knife. Seizing the moment while Sir Heinrich had yet to regain his strength for another bout, Luo Wenyuan unleashed a sudden burst of power, knocking the mace from Sir Heinrich's grasp, and, in a fluid motion, pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Sir Heinrich's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sir Heinrich, this will not do. The duel has only just commenced, Luo Wenyuan remarked. Following his victory, he refrained from pressing the attack, taking 2 steps back to allow his opponent to rise. If you fight in such a manner, how will the gods above vindicate your innocence? Sir Heinrich, wordless, swiftly regained his footing, facing Luo Wenyuan once more as he charged forward again. This time, he showed no mercy, wielding his mace with all his might. For the fury within him had been ignited by Luo Wenyuan's brief words. The flames of wrath consumed his thoughts, compelling him to strike with full force. Intent on shattering the face of this detestable young man before him, Luo Wenyuan did not shy away. He met Sir Heinrich head-on, blocking and parrying each of the relentless strikes delivered with full force, while simultaneously retaliating with equally powerful slashes of his own. Soon, the wooden shield in Sir Heinrich's grasp could no longer withstand the onslaught, akin to a tide's relentless surge. After yet another sweeping strike from Luo Wenyuan, Heinrich raised his shield to parry, but this time, Luo's blade shattered the wooden shield, sending splinters flying and fragments raining down upon the ground. In Chapter 50, The Death of Harvard, a melody woven from steel reverberated across the ship's deck. With the loss of his shield, Sir Hein found it increasingly difficult to fend off Luo Wenyuan's rapid and unyielding assaults. Amidst the clashing of steel, he was unable to defend against every fierce strike from Luo. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the sturdiness of his armor. The sharp and resilient long knife left countless dents upon Sir Hein's gleaming new plate armor. Even with a cushioning layer beneath, he felt as though he were being relentlessly battered by a heavy stick. With each swing, he sensed his strength waning, and soon, his breaths grew increasingly labored. He was on the brink of exhaustion. In contrast to the panting Sir Hein Harvard, Luo Wenyuan only perspired slightly, and despite also breathing heavily, he still retained a considerable reserve of energy. At last, it appeared that Sir Hein could muster no more strength, or perhaps Luo had grown weary of the sport. Following another clash of weapons, the mace slipped from Hein's grasp and fell into the ocean. Before he could contemplate his next move, Luo, having reclaimed his weapon, swiftly raised his long knife. The obsidian blade shot forth like a flash of lightning, piercing through the throat guard of Hein Harvard, who had raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. Luo then withdrew his blade, and blood gushed forth like a fountain from the seams of the armor. Sir Hein Harvard fell to the ground without uttering a final word, clutching his throat as he succumbed to a series of convulsions, gradually losing all signs of life. Luo Wenyuan flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He then tilted his head to glance at the lifeless body on the ground. The death of Hein Harvard could be deemed an inconsequential event or a cataclysmic one. As long as no one could reveal what transpired here, his demise would remain trivial. Conversely, tossing him into the sea and cleansing the deck would erase his existence. Luo Wenyuan dismissed further thoughts and nodded towards a nearby soldier. Two soldiers immediately approached, lifting Hein Harvard's corpse and unceremoniously casting it into the sea. With a splash, Sir Hein vanished beneath the waves, his armor dragging him swiftly into the depths, leaving behind only a dark crimson stain upon the surface. What a pity about that suit of armor. It was quite well crafted, but alas, it was rendered useless. Sir Hein Harvard was accused of treason against his lord and perished in the trial by combat. This particular message failed to capture the attention of the nobility of Westeros. The destitute nobles and bastion knights venturing to the Stepstones for their livelihood could scarcely provoke interest. Days later, within the bustling and somewhat malodorous confines of King's Landing, the corpulent Lord Varys lamentingly set down the note in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. Sir Hainhafer, though undoubtedly unreliable, remained the most dependable among the knights he could muster. Sir Ariel dismissed the schemes and intrigues with disdain, while Kaelis Riverwind proved to be weak and easily manipulated. Lord Edessa's snow held Varys, the eunuch, in disdain, and Varys lacked the influence to gain favor with House Manderly. Persuading them to wed the heir's daughter to a bastard was beyond his reach. The gravest concern was that Varys's machinations must remain concealed from our good King Robert, who sought a living Targaryen princess, not a corpse crushed by his warhammer in a fit of rage. Thus, even if he wished to garner support, he found himself unable to extract further resources from the crown to execute his plans. Although Governor Illyrio of Pentos could offer assistance, Lord Varys needed to tread carefully. Within the court, his adversaries were exceedingly cunning, and any misstep would likely see Lord Tybalt eager to use him as a stepping stone for his own ascent. Alas, in the solitude of his chamber, Lord Varys muttered to himself, pacing back and forth, shaking his head and sighing. He yearned to send some little birds into the Bloodstone castle, yet inexplicably, the governor of the Narrow Sea had not yet hired servants for his fortress. Even his attempts to bribe young girls to serve as maids were swiftly exposed by the current maidservants to the castle guards, resulting in their immediate capture. Indeed, while Luo Wenyuan was nowhere near Varys in the art of intrigue, he was fortunate to possess a certain omniscience. He understood that Lord Varys's strengths lay in the myriad secret passages and ubiquitous little birds within the Red Keep. Therefore, he needed only to prepare strategically to render the astute Lord Varys temporarily helpless. Yet, this situation could not last indefinitely. For a time, he might succeed in giving Varys a headache, but could he remain unscathed forever? Aside from a select few, the minor stirrings on the Stepstones garnered little attention. However, it was not entirely the case. Sir Aelmont Tully from the Riverlands was particularly attentive to Luo Wenyuan's actions, specifically following the arrest of Kaelis Riverwind. As Kaelis's biological father, Sir Aelmont, despite his legitimate wife's disdain for Kaelis, endeavored to shower paternal affection upon his illegitimate son. Upon learning that his biological son had been captured by Luo Wenyuan, Caius journeyed over 1,000 miles from the bustling city of Benlu to the ominous Bloodstone Island. Fortunately, Luo Wenyuan was aware of Caius's frailties and his susceptibility to manipulation. As long as he was willing to swear an oath by the 7 gods, declaring that Hainhaver had fabricated lies to tarnish the reputation of the governor of Narrow Sea. Luo Wenyuan would grant him clemency. Indeed, Caius clung desperately to this slender thread of survival, and without much effort, he regained his freedom. However, his lands had already been rewarded to Adisath, leaving him once more as the destitute Caius Riverwan. As for the other 7 knights, they were inconsequential figures, neglected and uncared for, destined to languish for eternity in the grim dungeon constructed over a century ago at Bloodstone Castle. With the webs cleared away, Luo Wenyuan bought himself some time to focus on domestic affairs rather than the treachery that often plagued the court, momentarily staving off the omnipresent scrutiny of the 8-legged spider from King's Landing. Chapter 51. A new year, new vassals. The oppressive heat was palpable, thanks to the prolonged summer. The summers in this world were invariably lengthy, yet such enduring warmth meant an equally protracted period of sweltering weather, which Luo Wenyuan detested most. Indeed, as the saying goes, I can assure you that when the heat rises, a woman's modesty dissipates, leading to scenes of naked swimming in the nearby rivers. Even in the streets, the sweltering temperatures rendered woolen and leather garments unbearable. Thus the affluent donned short sleeves, while the less fortunate opted for cotton. Yet, once the sweat trickled down, clothes clung to the skin, making one feel as though entirely unclad. This sentiment was famously expressed by King Robert, whose simple words concealed profound truths. Though Luo Wenyuan had little time to ponder such matters during his last visit to King's Landing. Regrettably, Bloodstone Island could not compare to King's Landing. Its population was less than a tenth of that in the capital, and the noble maidens, who were often more aesthetically pleasing due to their favorable living conditions, were a rare sight. Ahem, the preceding remarks were grounded in a healthy appreciation of aesthetics, which is universal, as even the fanciful tales told to children often feature handsome princes and beautiful princesses, or gallant knights and lovely maidens. Therefore, from the perspective of beauty, King Robert was indeed an artist, albeit one with fleeting passions. Returning to the matter at hand, this stifling day caused Luo Wenyuan considerable discomfort, leading him to fantasize about abandoning his domain to seek refuge in the cool northern realms. This made him nostalgically recall an American named Willis Carrier. Willis Carrier, the renowned father of air conditioning, was the inventor who enabled countless individuals to enjoy the comfort of a cooled environment during the summer months, and in a sense, he was a savior. On this sweltering day, Luo Wenyuan awoke at an early hour. The oppressive heat enveloped him in a sheen of perspiration, rendering his skin as fiery as a blazing inferno, particularly in the presence of another equally heated body beside him. Rising from the bed, he distanced himself from Chung Qinxiu, who, despite her frosty demeanor, radiated warmth akin to flames. He poured himself a glass of sweet summer red, downing it in one swift motion, finally alleviating the parched sensation that felt as if it were igniting his throat. Is it not a rather ordinary occurrence, one might ponder? Regrettably, in an effort to curtail expenses, Luo Wenyuan had twice proposed dispatching someone to the wall to procure ice from the Night's Watch, only to be met with Tang Jihao's polite refusals. Alas, it was a predicament. The Night's Watch had but one means, aside from begging, to acquire resources from the outside world, harvesting ice from the frigid expanse beyond the wall and selling it to the south. However, the manpower of the Night's Watch was severely limited, capping the quantity of ice they could extract at any given time, and their lack of vessels compelled them to hire ships for transportation. Consequently, by the time the ice reached King's Landing, the price had soared to exorbitant heights. Thus, Luo Wenyuan was left to sip on his beverages unchilled. Setting down his glass, he let out a contented sigh. The temporary satisfaction of his material desires was enjoyable, yet he was soon to resume his duties. Although going to work was not entirely accurate, since the year 295 of the conquest had ushered in a period of monotony for Luo Wenyuan. Although Westeros had seen no significant events during this year, it was not entirely devoid of importance, as Rickon Stark had been born. Beyond that, few major happenings had transpired. The spiders had momentarily ceased their machinations, and Peter Baelish had limited interactions with Luo Wenyuan, owing to his current tax-exempt status. As for the Ironborn, having forged a contentious relationship with Luo Wenyuan, they found themselves embroiled in a trade war with Tyrosh and Myr, leaving them little time to attend to the Stepstones. In this manner, Luo Wenyuan's existence had devolved into a monotonous routine of idling while attending to castle affairs and occasionally inspecting the various islands of the Stepstones to assess infrastructure developments. Infrastructure was of paramount importance, vital for the construction of roads and bridges, as well as the building of homes, wells, and the cultivation of farmland or mining projects. The influx of population to the Stepstones was on the rise, and with the exception of Haijo Island, Other islands had established predominantly Han Chinese communities. On Haizhou Island, the Han could not constitute the main demographic, as the local knights, or rather the barons who now presided over the estates, sought to swiftly replenish their dwindling populations by acquiring numerous slaves, liberating them to serve as subjects. Among them, the Lazalan people are the most numerous. These Lazalan originally inhabited the arid expanses southeast of Vistadrak, in a land known as Laza, characterized by vast stretches of pasture and rolling hills beyond their cities. This gentle and peaceful race, whose livelihood relies solely on pastoralism, has earned the moniker sheep people from the Dothraki, becoming the most prevalent type of slave in the Dothraki slave markets. However, despite their reputation for frailty, the Lazalan possess a remarkable virtue, their prolific nature. After all, if they were not productive, they would inevitably face extinction at the hands of the Dothraki. In matters of warfare, the Lazalan are utterly inept. Their peace-loving nature and devotion to the supreme shepherd, revered as the sheep god, leads them to believe that all individuals are merely sheep under divine supervision. Thus they shun violence. In this regard, they are vastly inferior to the Dothraki. Yet, while they may falter in battle, the Lazalan excel in productive endeavors, being diligent and adept, easily manipulated like Cercius. When the lords come to collect their dues, the process is invariably smooth. Regaining his focus, Luo Wenyuan filled his glass with wine and poured a cup for Chung Qing-shu as well. After vigorous activity, it is essential to replenish one's fluids, especially in such heat. Although the nobility rely on wine for hydration due to the potential risks of drinking untreated water, Luo Wenyuan preferred wine over boiled water. For the local wine resembles juice, and he seldom encounters a beverage that truly feels like wine. Today, he had a task at hand, to recruit a new retainer. With the new year just begun, Luo Wenyuan intended to enlist a scholar to propagate the rites and music under the guise of teaching literacy, to disseminate Confucian ideals, thereby solidifying his rule. After all, since the ancient sages departed, both rites and music, as well as various philosophical schools, have been continually reshaped by the rulers of dynasties, ultimately becoming instruments for their governance. Luo Wenyuan merely sought to emulate the endeavors of those predecessors. In Chapter 52, after finishing breakfast in his study, Luo Wenyuan commenced the New Year's retainer recruitment. To avoid lengthy descriptions, he did not scrutinize the profile of the scholar before him, named Han Zhuge, a stubborn, fervent, and courageous intellect. However, why did Han Zhuge also exhibit traits of a skilled warrior and duelist? It seemed he had mastered the arts of archery and charioteering from the 6 arts of the gentleman. Having met the Lord, I am Han Zhuge, a disciple of the Gonyang school, willing to face any peril for your sake, the scholar, approximately 30 years of age, declared, possessing a square face that exuded righteousness, though it should be noted that this does not imply an abundance of virtue on his countenance. Han Zhuge, tall and imposing, certainly did not resemble a typical scholar. He stood even taller than the 184-meter Luo Wenyuan, sporting a tuft of goat's beard on his chin and a 6-sided Han sword elegantly tucked at his waist. Exuding the aura of a Confucian scholar or a Han Dynasty envoy, Luo Wenyuan could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was it not excessive for a Confucian of the Gonyang school to possess such martial prowess? In a strict sense, the Gonyang school is but half of Confucianism, the other half being rooted in the myriad philosophies of the Warring States period. However, it is essential to recognize that the Gonyang school emphasizes a grand notion of revenge, elevating the act of vengeance to a significant status. Additionally, it engages in the discourse on the distinctions between the civilized and the uncivilized, representing a form of cultural nationalism or moral nationalism that is devoid of bloodline theories. Luo Wenyuan raised his hand to stroke his chin, addressing Mr. Han Zhuge. I aspire to establish an academy locally and hope you will teach disciples here, disseminating enlightenment. Beyond imparting the rites and music and assimilating the thoughts of students seeking knowledge, Luo Wenyuan envisioned nurturing a cadre of future officials capable of literacy. In Westeros, despite the existence of scholarly cities like the Citadel, not all commoners have access to education, resulting in the persistence of numerous barbaric customs across the continent. On a previous inspection of Haizhou Island, Luo Wenyuan witnessed a scene in a village where a landlord and his tenants were drafting a contract. After reaching an agreement, the landlord and tenants seized a child, brutally beating him, forever etching the day's contract into the child's memory through that cruel act. This custom sent a shiver down Luo Wenyuan's spine. Such practices were not only present in Westeros, but echoed the dark medieval period of Europe, where contracts were similarly remembered through violence. To propagate the words of the sage is our undeniable duty, Luo Wenyuan exclaimed. Then, Go to Yonggu City to secure a plot of land for the academy. When the time comes, you can enlist Tang Jihao to arrange for the construction, Han Jigu replied. Promptly departing to seek out Tang Jihao. Rubbing his temples, Luo Wenyuan felt a throbbing headache. He had anticipated recruiting a pedantic Confucian, only to find himself confronted with a figure of formidable martial spirit, which disrupted his plans. Had a mere pedant arrived, he would have arranged for Daenerys to undergo the reprehensible yet contextually relevant training of feminine virtues, or what might be termed ladylike training. Luo Wenyuan was well aware that these so-called feminine virtues were detrimental for modern individuals. They stifled women's societal status and represented the remnants of traditional patriarchal feudalism that needed to be eradicated. Yet, in Westeros, such ideologies paralleled the education of noble ladies in various aristocratic households, akin to Sansa Stark. When she first chose to align herself with the Eternal Emperor rather than her sister Arya, the perils of her genteel upbringing were already evident. Joffrey was to be Sansa's future husband, and thus she felt compelled to favor him. Observe, even after the tragic demise of Arya's companion, Micah, Edard Stark, in comforting his youngest daughter, still attempted to justify Sansa's actions. Particularly after Eddard's imprisonment, Sansa's fixation on becoming Joffrey's queen was striking. She even admitted her family's status as traitors and implored her brother Robb Stark to surrender. Although coerced by the Lannister family to pen such a letter, her series of actions was indeed disconcerting. However, one cannot place all the blame upon her, for she was merely a young girl filled with dreams, and her education had not equipped her with the knowledge of how to navigate such dire circumstances. Thus, she donned the armor of etiquette, continuing to pursue her dream of marrying Joffrey. While this education led Sansa to commit numerous foolish acts, it inadvertently provided the Lannisters with a slight advantage, despite their own numerous blunders. What Luo Wenyuan required from Daenerys was a princess who could be wholly dependent on him. A beautiful puppet rather than the mother of dragons depicted in the original narrative. However, for now, Luo Wenyuan had to temporarily postpone this plan. My lord, someone requests an audience, a guard suddenly announced as Luo Wenyuan sat in his study, lost in thought. Who is it? Luo Wenyuan inquired, glancing out the window where the sun was still ascending towards its zenith, indicating it was not yet the time for official business. It was hardly noon. Surely Tang Jihao and the others were occupied with lunch and would report to him later regarding state affairs. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? It is a woman. She has been lingering at the castle gates insisting on seeing you, and cannot be dissuaded. I came to inquire whether you wish to meet with her, the guard replied. A woman? How curious, for I have not engaged in any social gatherings outside. Why would a woman wish to see me? Luo Wenyuan pondered. Bring her in. I wish to see why she seeks my presence, he instructed. Yes, my lord. Moments later, a woman with auburn hair entered the study. Luo Wenyuan cast his gaze over her, surveying her from head to toe, noting her curvaceous figure and striking features. She appeared to be around 28 or perhaps slightly older, with a beauty mark beneath her left eye, her ample form undeniably captivating. It was evident to Luo Wenyuan that this woman belonged to the category of mature ladies. Alas, the thief is indeed myself. Chapter 53. Luo Wenyuan cleared his throat politely, yet awkwardly. Ahem, my lady, what brings you to seek my counsel? He inquired. Though Luo Wenyuan acknowledged that he was hardly a paragon of unwavering virtue, he found himself intrigued by the sudden appearance of the woman before him, who insisted on meeting him. Governor, I have come to implore you to release my child, she began, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, reminiscent of a rain-drenched pear blossom, as she knelt before the astonished Luo Wenyuan. Release your child? But who is your child? Have I captured him? The woman's words left Luo Wenyuan perplexed. He mused, I am not a tyrant who indiscriminately arrests people. Raising her tear-streaked face, she implored, Governor, my name is Potana, and my son is William Hohen. He is the child of Lord William Mutton from the town of Enquan. Previously, he served as a page to Sir Caius. And when Sir Caius was apprehended by you, my son was taken as well, and I have yet to receive any news of him. Governor, I beseech you, please release him. He is but a child who knows nothing. William? Who is that? Luo Wenyuan inquired. Sir, he is among the prisoners apprehended alongside Sir Adesici, currently held in this very dungeon. Suddenly, Chung Qingxue appeared from behind Luo Wenyuan, whispering in his ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Is that so? Wait. When did you come to stand behind me? He turned to glance at Chung Qingxue. I have been by your side all along, she replied. Ahem. Luo Wenyuan cleared his throat and turned his attention back to Potana. While your plea is noted, how can I ascertain that your son did not partake in the plans of those rebels? Governor, if you would agree to release my son, I would be willing to do anything for you, even stop. If you continue down this path, I fear I may not pass the scrutiny. What? Luo Wenyuan waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, let us speak of serious matters. It is not impossible for me to consider releasing your son. But I do indeed have a condition. Governor, Potana said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I am willing to comply with any condition you set forth. I require you to serve as a tutor to the daughter of my vassal. I trust you understand how to educate a true noble lady? At this, Potana blinked in surprise. This condition was unexpected, just as Luo Wenyuan had surmised. Potana had received an education befitting a lady before becoming Lord William Mutton's lover and personal attendant. Governor, this should pose no problem, but, however, this condition is not as she had anticipated. Is it not rather too generous? Humph, but you must remain by that young lady's side at all times. Do you understand? Yes. Potana remained unaware that this condition amounted to a veiled deprivation of freedom. After all, she had no inkling that the young girl she was destined to educate was, in fact, the last scion of House Targaryen. Furthermore, she could not possibly foresee that Daenerys would be concealed by Luo Wenyuan until the time of the War of the Five Kings, when she would once again grace the eyes of the world. But that was a matter for another time. As Luo Wenyuan rose from his seat, he declared, Since you have acquiesced, your son shall be granted freedom. Rest assured, I am no villain. Your son can learn the art of combat alongside my soldiers at Bloodstone Castle. Perhaps one day, he may even acquire a fief on Sea State Island. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Potana exclaimed hurriedly, disregarding whether Luo Wenyuan's promise was merely a fleeting notion. Before long, she was reunited with her son, little William, the boy with auburn hair who had been confined in the dungeon of Bloodstone Castle. Due to his house arrest, William was clad in a simple linen garment, his only visible change being a thin layer of dust upon him. While the mother and son embraced, Luo Wenyuan departed alone to seek an audience with Daenerys. After all, he had arranged for her to have a lady tutor, and it was essential that she understood the need to commence her education, akin to that which noble women of the Seven Kingdoms were expected to receive. Not every girl was as fortunate as Arya or the fair Brienne, who could choose to live the life they desired. Daenerys' chamber was situated in a loft near the top of Bloodstone Castle, offering a splendid view of the sea, as well as a glimpse of a corner of King's Landing and its bustling docks. She could observe the city's harbor, which was beginning to teem with ships and visitors. Upon entering Daenerys' room, Luo Wenyuan found the young princess engrossed in a children's book he had left for her, one procured from the system. Recently, he had discovered that this system included a lottery feature, allowing one to draw a prize for the cost of a gold dragon. However, the items he received were often peculiar. Among the oddities were items like Master Tang's iced tea and the most common street snacks from his school days, such as a type of tofu product known as Big Knife meat. On a particularly fortuitous occasion, he had even drawn a transformation belt from the series Kamen Rider Decade. Though it lacked a transformation card and was merely a plastic toy, he frequently received various books as well, including Meditations by a certain Roman emperor, along with a number of untranslated texts, the titles of which eluded him. The book he had given to Daenerys was one of these. Its title was something akin to Magical Girl Madoka. Such a title clearly suggested it was intended for young girls, prompting Luo Wenyuan to curate a selection of similar books that he deemed suitable for Daenerys to read. At that moment, the princess was deeply focused on her reading. Princess Daenerys. Luo Wenyuan stood at the threshold of the princess's chamber, gently rapping on the door. The sound drew Daenerys' attention. She turned her head and beheld Luo Wenyuan. My lord Wenyuan, exclaimed Daenerys, as she set down her book and hurried to the door to greet him. The book you gave me is quite terrifying. Do magical girls truly transform into witches in the end? But I have yet to read that particular book. How many times had Luo Wenyuan felt utterly bewildered today? Chapter 54. Ahem, your highness, he began, clearing his throat to shift the topic. I have sought a tutor for you, who shall instruct you in the ways of becoming a proper lady. Is that so? My lord Wenyuan. But will this governess not betray me? Luo Wenyuan placed his hand gently atop the girl's head, reassuring her. Fear not, fear not. The young princess has lived a life pursued by the assassins of the Iron Throne since her infancy. Even now, after having resided safely in Dragonstone for so long, she remains cautious and fearful. I shall ensure that the governess's movements are restricted, your highness, rest assured. For reasons unknown, whenever Luo Wenyuan's palm rested upon her head, Daenerys felt a profound sense of security, an emotion she had seldom experienced since her birth. Such a sense of safety is paramount in human existence. The instinct to evade fear and seek solace is intrinsic to our nature. In the original tale, Viserys Targaryen succumbed to madness due to a chronic lack of reassurance and persistent anxiety. Perhaps this was exacerbated by the Targaryen family's long history of consanguinity. though the psychological impact of their upbringing was undeniably significant. Undoubtedly, Daenerys' feelings also indicated the fruitful development of her affection for Luo Wenyuan. Each gentle pat on the head brought them closer together. Thus, from the following day onward, Daenerys embarked on the formal study of what it meant to be a noble lady. However, Potana seemed oblivious to Daenerys' true identity, firmly believing in the facade of Dany, unaware that she was instructing the last scion of House Targaryen. Consequently, Daenerys' life became enriched with activities. She spent her days learning the arts befitting a lady and her nights listening to Luo Wenyuan regale her with tales. Aside from her continued confinement within Dragonstone, the terror of her past fugitive existence began to dissipate. As for Luo Wenyuan, he continued to indulge in leisure and attend to his affairs with a mundane monotony. It was no wonder that King Robert, upon ascending the Iron Throne, became consumed by hedonistic desires, at times wishing he had lost the war of usurpation, so he might escape to Essos and live as a carefree mercenary. Yet Luo Wenyuan could attest that the life of a mercenary was far from idyllic. He had once fretted over the finances of his mercenary company, though such worries now belonged to a distant past. Yet, life in the present has indeed become somewhat monotonous. The world enjoys a fragile peace, and the Stepstone Islands lie far removed from the ceaseless intrigues of King's Landing. Currently, among the Seven Kingdoms, only the Riverlands ardently observe the burgeoning trade network of the Stepstone Islands. Duke Edard Stark of the North shows little interest in the political affairs south of his territory. Perhaps he holds a less than favorable opinion of Ser Luwin, for the steadfast and honorable Stark would likely deem him a bloodstained assassin. The Lord of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy, may covet Luwin's life, as one of his sons met his demise at Luwin's hands. Likewise, the Tully family of the Riverlands remains indifferent to him, preoccupied as they are with the declining health of their aging duke. Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands might harbor a modicum of interest in Luwin, for the geographical position of the Stepstone Islands suggests they could become a lucrative trade hub in the future. Meanwhile, Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End, with his youthful exuberance at 16 or 17, finds himself in the throes of adolescence, making it prudent for Luwin to maintain his distance. Lastly, there is Dorne, which, as a loyalist during the War of the Usurper, finds itself in a strained relationship with the Iron Throne due to the Lannisters' heinous actions against Elia Martell and her children. The late Prince Lewin Martell, who perished valiantly at the Trident, had his body returned by Jon Arryn, who managed to persuade the Dornish to pledge allegiance to Robert Baratheon. However, the desire for vengeance within Dorne has not dissipated, resulting in an enduring tension with the Iron Throne. In the future, Dorne may become an ally for Luwin. But presently, Prince Doran may only be concerned with potential trade tariffs from the Stepstone Islands, which remain a barren land, sparsely populated and reliant on the Riverlands for occasional provisions and funds. Thank heavens for the Tyrells, for Luwin can still enjoy the affordable summer red wine and his preferred pear brandy. Thus, for the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, news from King's Landing may hold greater allure. Now, returning our gaze to the Stepstone Islands, over the past few months, the islands have been in a constant state of development, particularly notable on Seaguard Island, where the barons no longer require Luwin's assistance. Villages have been established, and the first harvest of wheat has been gathered, thanks to the temperate summer climate that allows for continuous cultivation. On the other side, the long unmentioned Salado San has indeed made strides in his business. Currently, Luo Wenyuan is unable to muster his own fleet. Fortunately, Salado has proven to be a trustworthy ally. Though he may have once been a pirate and smuggler, he embodies a strong sense of contractual integrity. He has assisted Luo Wenyuan in establishing temporary dock outposts along the critical routes of the Stone Steppes Islands, collecting tariffs, and incidentally, revisiting his old trade by occasionally engaging in acts of piracy. He has been forthright in sharing the proceeds from each venture with Luo Wenyuan. However, there lies a pressing issue that troubles Luo Wenyuan. Salado San, this former Lysine pirate, continues to practice slavery. This is indeed a grave concern, for the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms has explicitly declared slavery to be an illegal practice. The Great Bear, Jorah Mormont, faced dire consequences for merely capturing poachers to sell to slavers. He was pursued by Eddard Stark and ultimately forced to abandon his lands, fleeing to Essos for his life. Salado, however, is far more audacious. He does not merely enslave criminals, but sends ships to raid Liss, where the Lysini are easily victimized, capturing slaves en masse and bringing them back to the island of Glamorgan. It is rumored that some barons from the islands of the Sea of Dorne privately approached Salado to purchase slaves directly, bypassing any middlemen. Chapter 55. One thing Luo Wenyuan must concede is that Salado San truly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures, at least in the context of medieval entertainment. Take the present moment, for instance. Luo Wenyuan and Lord Salado are perched atop a peak on Glamorgan Island, where several natural hot springs exist. Lord Salado discovered this locale and has constructed an open-air hut there. This allows him to luxuriate in the hot springs while gazing at the vast expanse of stars above. However, one should not dismiss the notion of having hot spring bathhouses. Even the North's Winterfell boasts such amenities. Finding a few hot springs here is hardly excessive, is it? Note, Catelyn Tully and Eddard Stark's chamber is situated above a hot spring, ensuring their room is perpetually warm. At present, both Luo Wenyuan and Salado are soaking in the hot springs. Both men, who exhibit a certain hedonistic inclination, agree that serious discussions should be conducted in such a comfortable manner. The Iron Throne? Bah, let it be. As long as neither of us speaks of it. Who can dictate our affairs? Lord Salado relaxes in the hot spring, attended by several young maidens who provide him with massages and other special services. While he enjoys their ministrations, he remarks, contrary to the portrayal of black characters in television adaptations, Salado-san, this former Lysine pirate, although showing signs of graying hair and beard, still possesses soft, fair skin, epitomizing the visage of a wealthy Lysine. It is difficult to say, for there are individuals within Junlin who harbor animosity towards me, from both a legal and a security standpoint. I would prefer that you refrain from employing the institution of slavery. Luo Wenyuan relaxed his body, leaning against the warm, rocky wall of the hot spring, the slightly scalding water enveloping his chest, providing him with great comfort. This truly perplexes me, my Lord Governor. If you wish for me to disperse these slaves, the loss would be considerable for me. What is so challenging about it? Luo Wenyuan raised his hand to halt the advances of a maid who sought to massage his back. The Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms forbids slavery. Simply changing the status of these individuals would pose no issue, would it? Salado became intrigued. Change their status? My Lord Governor, what do you imply? A notion flashed through Luo Wenyuan's mind, reminiscent of content from the game stars, such as contract workers. You merely need to draft a beneficial contract for the slaves, one with interest. As long as they can repay the increasing debt each month, they can be liberated as free citizens. Otherwise, they shall continue to work as contract laborers until their debts are settled. Thus, these contract workers would not be considered slaves. They would merely be laboring to repay their dues. Marvelous, Salado exclaimed. Indeed, if these individuals could be burdened with an insurmountable debt to labor for themselves, they would resemble slaves, even if not classified as such. Yet, within Luo Wenyuan's heart, a sigh was unavoidable. Was I not once a proponent of ideals? How have I descended to this state? It is truly a sin. It becomes evident that feudalism transforms individuals into specters, while communism restores specters to humanity. Moreover, one can discern that Luo Wenyuan is indeed hypocritical. My Lord Governor, you seem quite adept at navigating these regulations, do you not? After swallowing a sip of Riesling, Salado inquired. However, Luo Wenyuan merely rolled his eyes. I actually understand very little. I have merely witnessed the suffering of those affected and have lived a life not dissimilar from these contract workers. Ahem. I have simply experienced much and seen a great deal. Luo Wenyuan's visit to meet Salado was not solely to discuss the matter of slavery, though that issue was indeed significant, for his greatest concern was to avoid any information that could be detrimental to him being discovered. Furthermore, I have a task I wish for you to undertake, Count Salado. Luo Wenyuan cleared his throat, assuming a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Salado waved his hand, and the maids attending them immediately withdrew from the hot spring room. What service can I provide for you, my Lord Governor? Plundering. You are to return to your former profession. Is that not simple? Just a few days ago, I discreetly intercepted several merchant vessels from Pantos and Mir. As you may be aware, Luo Wenyuan was indeed aware of the situation, having reaped the benefits of dividends. The privateering license had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable fortune. However, such endeavors could easily offend others. Nevertheless, Salado's exceptional business acumen allowed him to thrive for many years as a proficient marauder of the seas. I am fully cognizant that you may continue to plunder the merchant vessels of Pantos, yet I implore you to exercise discretion. Do not allow your true identity to be discovered. Keep a watchful eye on the ships departing from Pantos, particularly those bound for King's Landing. These vessels must be intercepted. A flicker of astonishment crossed Salado's eyes. Of course, my lord, but do refrain from inquiries. Simply execute your tasks as instructed. You may plunder the merchant vessels of Liss, but remember, maintain the secrecy of your identity. Understood? Yes, my lord, I comprehend. However, I grasp the rationale for targeting the ships of Liss. Yet I am perplexed as to what animosity you harbor against Pantos, compelling me to specifically raid their vessels. I've told you not to question, he sighed. Well, it does no harm to share, especially since I was pondering that I might not have enough to say. In short, I have a current political adversary who is colluding with the Pantosians, so you should understand the implications. I understand, my lord. Yet I am quite curious as to how you have garnered an enemy in King's Landing after spending so little time there. I too wish to know. I am not a magic mirror that answers all inquiries. You ask me, but who shall I inquire of? Luo Wenyuan rose from the hot spring, casually grabbing a towel from the side. However, he soon noticed that the texture felt off. Upon closer inspection, he observed intricate golden and crimson patterns embroidered upon a silk fabric. This seemed rather unsuitable for a bathing towel. Nonetheless, he shrugged it off and wrapped it around himself. Very well, Count Salado, remember well the matters I have entrusted to you today. I shall return in due time to assess the progress of your work. Of course, my esteemed governor. Chapter 56. News from King's Landing, Qingting Island. This marked the first occasion for Adesas to set foot on this renowned wine-producing land in all of Westeros. He had just arrived aboard his flagship, the Black Gale, having been invited to partake in a grand feast, one that could also be described as a wedding celebration. The date was the mid-September of the year 297 Aegon's conquest, a day that would typically pass without distinction. However, Qingting Island was adorned in festivity for a wedding. Today was the nuptial day of Countess Desmola Redwine, the 15-year-old daughter of the Count of Qingting Island. With her flowing orange-yellow locks, she was to wed the governor of the Narrow Sea, ruler of the Stepstone Islands. This celebration drew nearly all the lords of the Riverlands and the vassals of the Stepstone Islands to Qingting Island. However, the lords of the Riverlands harbor a certain disdain for this governor of the Narrow Sea. More precisely, their contempt is not directed towards the esteemed governor himself, but rather towards his vassals. Since the day the governor triumphed over the entirety of the Stepstone Islands, 3 years have elapsed, during which the nobility of Westeros has become acquainted with this new governor of the realm. It is common knowledge among the aristocracy that this governor hails from noble lineage, descending from an ancient and powerful dynasty. Though that mysterious kingdom, much like Valyria, was laid to ruin by natural calamities, even to this day, refugees from that land continue to settle in the Stepstone Islands. Yet, despite the governor's illustrious heritage, his vassals do not share the same noble standing. Aside from the esteemed Lord Shijing and the learned Lord Tang Jihao, the governor's retainers are comprised of lesser nobles, second sons, or even illegitimate offspring, including a reformed pirate of Liss. Adesars himself is not without his share of scorn. The Mandler family is a banished house from the Riverlands, and furthermore, Adesars is a bastard. Although he has since established his own family, adopting the surname of Blacksea, meaning Black Sea, he remains subject to derision. Oh, is that not the bastard of Mandler? Who would have thought that the offspring of an exile could attain the title of lord? Such taunts followed Adesars as he made his way to the banquet hall. Situated on a small hill, the hall was not yet prepared, and apart from the bustling servants, Adesars easily spotted his liege. The governor of the Narrow Sea, the man known as Luo Wenyuan from the Far East, was engaged in conversation with the balding Lord Pakister Ledwin. Beside the governor stood his betrothed, the fair Daenerys Ledwin. The governor's appearance remained unchanged from the first time Adesars encountered him years prior. Although he had just turned 30, he still bore the youthful visage of one in their early 20s, as if the relentless passage of time had failed to etch any marks upon his face. His bride, Daenerys Ledwin, at merely 15, had indeed been groomed to be a proper lady, standing steadfastly by her future husband. However, she fell short of Adesar's expectations for a governor's wife. For while Daenerys possessed an admirable figure and a pleasing countenance, her face was marred by an abundance of freckles, detracting from what could have been deemed a fair visage. Luo Wenyuan had just concluded a conversation with Lord Redwin, both of them wearing broad smiles, suggesting that they had engaged in an amusing discussion or perhaps struck a beneficial deal. Adesath hastened to Luo Wenyuan's side, who acknowledged his vassal. Adesath had evolved beyond merely being the lord of a manor and several villages on Haijo Island. He now served as the chief intelligence officer in Luo Wenyuan's cabinet. Although Adesath was well aware that the true master of intelligence on the Zhuge Islands was the woman by Luo Wenyuan's side, he possessed enough cunning to maintain his prominent position. Your Excellency, Adesath inclined his head in a gesture of respect. My informants have recently uncovered some intriguing news in King's Landing that I believe may pique your interest. Luo Wenyuan nodded, prompting him to continue. It appears that Hand of the King Jon Arryn has been frequently meeting in secret with Lord Stannis. They have also been seen visiting numerous brothels and other establishments in King's Landing, which is decidedly unusual. I felt it was imperative to bring this to your attention. Jon Arryn, a 72-year-old man, consorting with the perpetually stern and duty-bound Stannis in such establishments, raises significant concerns. Visiting brothels? The two of them? Huh. It seems trouble is brewing in King's Landing once more, remarked Lord Paxtor Redwyn, who had been listening to Adisatha's report. Luo Wenyuan did not shy away from the matter. After all, he and Lord Paxtor were aligned in their interests, and discussing it privately could create discord between him and Redwyn. That remains to be seen, Luo Wenyuan replied. Although the truth was that the situation was indeed dire. Jon Arryn's clandestine meetings with Stannis suggested that the old Chancellor was beginning to suspect that King Robert Baratheon's 3 children were not his own. The infamous Joffrey, the lean and capable Tommen, and the charming Myrcella, who inherited Cersei's beauty but none of her malevolence. If one had to choose among them to be king, Tommen might prove to be a commendable ruler, yet he would pale in comparison to Myrcella. However, I believe it is best that I visit King's Landing. Lord Paxtor, after my wedding, I shall set forth for the city. Oh, then please extend my regards to Horus and Haber. It appears that peace may once again elude King's Landing, and I hope you can ensure the safety of the 2 brothers during your visit. Luo Wenyuan nodded in agreement, yet Adisath displayed a hint of concern. Your Excellency, are you truly intending to go to King's Landing? In recent years, Luo Wenyuan has predominantly resided on the Stone Steps Islands, venturing only occasionally to the River Bay and rarely to other locales. Although he ostensibly dedicates himself to the governance of his territory, Odysseus is acutely aware that the governor seems to be at odds with Lord Varys, the master of whispers of the Iron Throne. Thus, the governor has been deliberately avoiding any departure from the Stone Steps Islands. Stretching his neck, Luo Wenyuan nodded. Indeed, it is time for me to journey to King's Landing, and you shall accompany me. He patted Odysseus on the shoulder, stating that both he and Shi Jinqing would join him on this expedition. Of course, my esteemed governor. Odysseus bowed his head in acknowledgement. Chapter 57. Sudden illness. Thank you for the invitation. I am in King's Landing, having just disembarked at the docks. The harbor remains as bustling as ever, with merchant ships and fishing vessels of various sizes anchored in the docks. The area is teeming with life, as local fishermen toil daily to provide sustenance for the Grand City. Over there, merchants from Essos arrive. Despite the lingering threat of pirates in the Narrow Sea, specifically a certain unnamed Saladerson, the maritime trade routes have become significantly safer compared to 3 years ago, thus attracting a greater influx of merchants to King's Landing. Among them, the most conspicuous figure is a knight clad in resplendent white armor and robes, Sir Alice Oakhart, who once crossed paths with Luo Wenyuan during a previous encounter as a member of the Kingsguard. Sir Alice, it has been quite some time. Luo Wenyuan approached to greet him. Your Excellency, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of His Majesty the King to you in King's Landing. Sir Alice warmly received Luo Wenyuan. However, it is unfortunate that your visit comes at an inopportune moment. King Robert is likely unable to meet with you at present. Oh, I can understand. Let me venture a guess. His Majesty is out hunting, is he not? Sir Alice shrugged, a look of regret on his face. Regrettably, you are mistaken. It is Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, who has passed away. Luo Wenyuan blinked in disbelief. What? Lord Jon has died? Indeed, it transpired just yesterday. Lord Jon fell ill abruptly the day before and succumbed the following day. The illness was swift and severe. Luo Wenyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had been aware of the situation prior, but had not anticipated encountering it so soon. This is indeed tragic. I recall meeting Lord Jon merely 2 months ago. Discussing matters of taxation, he bore no semblance to a man of 70 years. Sir Alice then led Luo Wenyuan, along with Odysseus and Shi Jinqing, towards the Red Keep. While Lady Desmara, though only 15, was already addressed as Lady as she made her way to the outskirts of King's Landing accompanied by a retinue of servants and guards. Luo Wenyuan possessed a residence on the outskirts of King's Landing. Despite not having visited the city for the past 3 years, he had still acquired this property in the area. On the other side, as Luo Wenyuan made his way towards the Red Keep, he sensed an atmosphere of solemnity and sorrow enveloping the entire castle. He could not ascertain how many among the gathered were genuinely mourning for Jon Arryn. Yet he was certain that King Robert would be deeply grieved. Robert Baratheon, having lost his father at a tender age, considered Jon Arryn as a father figure, who had assumed paternal responsibilities in numerous aspects of his life. Years ago, when the Mad King Aerys II demanded that Jon Arryn surrender his 2 wards, Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, Jon not only refused to comply, but also raised the banner of rebellion, thus igniting the flames of the war of the usurper. With his passing, it was reasonable to assume that King Robert would be profoundly saddened. Upon arriving at the gates of the Red Keep, He was met by a figure awaiting his presence, a diminutive man, barely half Luo Wenyuan's height. "Tyrion, my friend, it has been far too long," Luo Wenyuan exclaimed, hastening towards the grinning dwarf, extending his hand to clasp that of the imp. "Ah, learned governor, indeed it has been 2 months since our last encounter," Tyrion replied, his face radiant with joy. Their camaraderie flourished, for Luo Wenyuan was among the few who overlooked Tyrion's innate shortcomings, and they often found common ground in discussions of scholarly pursuits and their shared fondness for libations. Nearby, Ser Jorah Mormont adjusted his white cloak, brushing off some dust that clung to it. "My lord governor, I must take my leave now. I have escorted you to the Red Keep, and it is time for me to return to my vigil by the king's side." "I appreciate your service, Ser Jorah," Luo Wenyuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the towering figure of the Lannister. "I hear that Jon Arryn succumbed to a sudden illness yesterday. What exactly transpired?" "You've heard? Well, it is not surprising. He fell ill unexpectedly, suffering from an unrelenting fever, and even Grand Maester Pycelle could not save the life of our esteemed hand," Tyrion explained, shrugging his shoulders as he relayed the information he possessed. It was evident that Pycelle's intervention could not have thwarted Jon Arryn's demise. The elder was a loyal sycophant of House Lannister, undoubtedly aware that Jon Arryn had been poisoned. Yet, he concealed this truth and administered misguided treatments to the hand. Why would he act thus? Because he suspected that the poisoner was of Lannister blood, as the late hand had been investigating whether Queen Cersei's children were indeed the progeny of King Robert. What a pity, truly a pity. I cannot fathom that the robust Lord Arryn I last beheld would perish from a sudden malady, Luo Wenyuan remarked contemplatively. "Indeed, neither could I," Tyrion agreed. After feigning a show of concern, Luo Wenyuan inquired, "So, whom do you believe King Robert will appoint to take the hand of the king's position next?" "Who else could it be?" Tyrion rolled his eyes, undoubtedly intending to seek out his old friend, Eddard Stark of the North. "Just wait. He might well be planning to embark on a journey to the north in a couple of days. Will you be heading north then?" "Oh, certainly. I've longed to visit the Wall, and perhaps even relieve myself at the world's end." "You certainly possess a peculiar sense of humor. While I too harbor some interest in the Wall, I doubt I will venture further than Winterfell." "Oh, are you truly dampening my spirits? I had thought you would accompany a friend to explore." "Humph, I am quite occupied, you must understand. I have only been wed for a few days. Would I abandon my wife to accompany you to the Wall? Not a chance." "Ah, speaking of which, you didn't invite me to your wedding. How is that acceptable?" "Well, that is indeed unfortunate, but I had no choice. My trip to Dragonstone was initially intended to celebrate a birthday. Yet I was taken aback when Lady Mina arranged the wedding for me. According to my homeland's customs, I should have waited until Daenerys was 16 before marrying her. Your customs are rather odd, marrying so late. In truth, there is no such tradition. It was merely a ruse by Luo Wenyuan to postpone the wedding until the War of the Five Kings, hoping to annul the political marriage should he choose to rebel. Unfortunately, the plan failed, yet it bears no significant consequence." Luo Wenyuan engaged in casual conversation with Tyrion, while Adas and Sir Jinqing trailed behind them. The quartet soon entered the Red Keep. Chapter 58. As expected, the following morning, as soon as Luo Wenyuan opened his eyes, he received news from the Red Keep. His Majesty the King was preparing to depart for Winterfell to pay a visit to Duke Eddard Stark. Wherever the king goes, the heart of the kingdom follows. Thus, King Robert was on the move, prompting the nobles and courtiers of the court to prepare to accompany him to the north. However, not just yet. The king intended to set off only after the news of Jon Arryn's burial, a time frame which afforded Luo Wenyuan some time for preparations. Perhaps to indulge in an extra 5 minutes of rest, or perhaps even more than 5 minutes. Luo Wenyuan's residence, situated on the outskirts of King's Landing near the sea, offered a direct view of the narrow sea from his bedroom. Though dawn had arrived, with the eastern sky ablaze in fiery gold, the sun had yet to make its appearance. Luo Wenyuan yawned and stretched, pulling aside the delicate silk sheets before sinking back into bed, embracing Daenerys, who remained blissfully asleep from the previous night's vigorous activities. Indeed, while the girl's face bore many freckles, her skin was of exquisite quality, smooth and soft to the touch. The only downside was that this embrace might become rather warm. Luo Wenyuan was still indulging in leisure and slumber, while others were already bustling about early in the morning. The assistant scholars of the Red Keep were diligently composing letters for the king, subsequently placing this dire news into the Raven's message tube, thus informing the realm. Simultaneously, they were tasked with conveying the message of the king's imminent journey northward to Winterfell, allowing House Stark ample time to prepare for his arrival. Ultimately, Luo Wenyuan could no longer indulge in his slumber, for a messenger arrived at the Red Keep, The king was heading north and had extended an invitation to Luo Wenyuan and his lords to accompany him. In the present day, Luo Wenyuan had risen to a position of notable stature, far removed from the time 3 years prior when he had just seized the Stepstones. The islands were now flourishing as a vital trade node, aside from Liss, which had been declared under a trade embargo by Luo Wenyuan. Other free trading city-states had established trading guilds in the Steadfast City on Bloodstone Island. This arrangement allowed Luo Wenyuan to reap substantial trade tariffs daily, as Westeros exhibited a voracious appetite for goods from Essos. Even with a portion of these tariffs owed to the Iron Throne, the remaining income proved to be quite considerable. It is worth noting that despite the tariffs Luo Wenyuan contributed monthly, the Iron Throne remained significantly in debt, albeit not as extensively as depicted in the original narrative. Undeniably, Luo Wenyuan had emerged as a formidable vassal, much like he had 3 years prior, bolstered by his elite force, the Jade Dragon, comprising 1,350 seasoned warriors. This formidable contingent alone was sufficient to influence the outcome of a battle. Moreover, beyond this standing army, he had the capacity to summon additional recruits at will. The Stepstones had transformed from a mere backwater into a thriving hub, yet the nobility of Westeros remained oblivious to Luo Wenyuan's true prowess. Even those vassals residing on the Isles of the Sea, such as Odysseus, had merely become nouveau riche through the fortunes afforded by the Stepstones, remaining little more than a collection of upstarts. However, setting aside such matters, it was evident that Luo Wenyuan was regarded with greater favor than his vassals. In summation, let us return to the matter at hand. Thus, the king intends to depart in 3 days? In the drawing room, Luo Wenyuan reclined upon a soft sofa from Tyrosh, his back supported by plush pillows of murine. The governor of the narrow sea cradled a silver-gilt goblet encrusted with rubies in one hand, filled with the summer red from the arbor, accompanied by a few ice cubes that emitted a refreshing chill. Opposite him sat the illustrious imp, Tyrion Lannister, a man of letters who reveled in the pleasures of wine and the warmth of companionship. He was not only a friend to Luo Wenyuan, but also a frequent guest at his home, drawn by the ample supply of exquisite arbor wine that Luo Wenyuan procured. Of course, at least 100 nobles will accompany our good king northward. I pondered for a moment and thought how dull it would be with just that crowd. Therefore, I believe that inviting you along would certainly add a touch of excitement, wouldn't it? Tyrion held a large goblet in his hand, filled with a crimson liquid, though, to be precise, only a third of it remained. Tyrion possessed an extraordinary tolerance for wine, and though the beverages here were generally low in alcohol content, it was rare for anyone like Luo Wenyuan to truly feel the potency of strong spirits. So, it was not merely His Majesty the King who extended the invitation for me to travel north, but rather your idea? One cannot put it that way. The envoy was indeed sent by King Robert. However, I extend this invitation as a friend, for you are far more intriguing than those who incessantly flatter. The last time I visited the Stepstone Isles, you and your vassals were all remarkably talented, and your eloquence charmed me immensely. I truly enjoyed my time on Bloodstone Island. Luo Wenyuan chuckled softly and tilted his head back, downing a generous gulp of summer red wine. The two had managed to empty a barrel of summer red that day. Time passed swiftly. In the 3 days leading up to his departure, Luo Wenyuan attended to a few minor matters, such as spending time with his newly wedded wife. For he would only be accompanied by Adas to join the king's northern expedition. Adas, the illegitimate son of House Manderly, though no longer bearing the surname Snow, was still considered a man of the north. He could serve as a guide for Luo Wenyuan and perhaps even take him back to White Harbor for a family visit. Venturing into Stark territory, he had no need to worry about his safety, especially since, over the years, Luo Wenyuan's martial skills had progressed significantly. Most importantly, it seemed that, due to the passage of time, Varys had ceased to trouble Luo Wenyuan. Recently, Luo Wenyuan felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and anxiety. The War of the Five Kings was imminent. King Robert was heading north, and he was about to become entwined in this unfolding saga. How could such anticipation not stir his emotions? Most significantly, he was soon to meet several key figures from the tale of ice and fire, particularly the Stark family, whom he had yet to encounter. Not even during the Iron Islands rebellion had he laid eyes on a single Stark. To put it bluntly, what truly mattered to Luo Wenyuan was not merely the prospect of meeting the Starks. Rather, he was more concerned about whether the Stark maidens would surpass the actresses from the television adaptation in beauty. Chapter 59, The Winterfell Banquet from a Distance. Bran beheld a knight clad in white armor and robes, riding a white steed, emerge from behind the trees of a small hill. Following this white knight was a torrent of knights and cavalry. At long last, the king's forces had arrived at Winterfell. Bran quickly sprang to his feet and dashed along the high rooftop. With a leap, he landed on the somewhat lower city wall. And this agile youth began to scale the bricks, drawing ever closer to the ground. Ultimately, the boy known as Bran Stark let go of his grip and landed safely on the earth before turning around. There he beheld his mother, Catelyn Tully. "Mother, I saw them. The king's party. They are coming." Yet, being but a child, Bran was blissfully unaware of the perilous nature of his climbing escapade, which surely caused his parents much anxiety. Thus, he excitedly reported to his mother. Lady Catelyn approached Bran, bending slightly. "Bran, I need you to promise me that you will never climb walls again. Do you understand?" Bran, sticking his tongue out in his mind, bowed his head, temporarily yielding to his mother's wish. "I promise." However, this assurance did little to appease her. "Bran, do you know? Every time you lie, you look down at your toes." Embarrassed, Bran smiled sheepishly, prompting Catelyn to shake her head and relent. "Very well, go inform your father. We must prepare to welcome the king." In truth, the formal welcoming of the king would not occur until the banquet. This feast was a reception held by Winterfell in honor of his majesty, and thus it was a grand affair, with servants, lesser noble courtiers, and even some bastards already seated. They occupied the outermost layer of the banquet hall, followed by the more distinguished nobles and knights who filled the middle tier. The innermost layer was reserved for the royal family, the Duke of the North, and other highborn lords. These individuals were not only the last to arrive, but also commanded the attention of the entire hall, as all present were required to pay them their respects before indulging in the feast. However, as enticing as the aroma of the banquet was, Jon Snow, seated in the outer layer, was far more concerned with the royal family. In his 15 years of life, he had yet to behold the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon, a close friend of his father's and the bravest warrior in all the realm. First to enter was Lord Edard Stark, the host, escorting the queen into the hall. The queen was indeed as beautiful as the tales foretold, adorned with a jeweled crown that complemented her golden hair, the emeralds perfectly matching her striking green eyes. Yet, Jon could discern that the smile upon the queen's face was merely a facade, a forced grin, as she had yet to cast a single glance at Lord Edard even after being seated. Following them were King Robert and Lady Stark. At this moment, Jon Snow beheld King Robert for the first time. However, he could not suppress the profound sense of disappointment that welled within him. In his eyes, the current King Robert appeared to be merely a corpulent figure, unsteadily ambling about, seemingly enraptured by the contents of his goblet. This stout man, adorned with a thick mane of black hair, walked hand in hand with Lady Catelyn, entering the banquet hall together. Jon's disillusionment deepened, as he had always envisioned the demon of the Trident, the most valiant knight of all the Seven Kingdoms, to be a figure akin to a celestial being. Following King Robert into the hall came the children, starting with the 3-year-old Rickon Stark and Bran. Rickon endeavored to project the solemnity befitting a child of his age. Yet as he passed before Jon, that gravity evaporated. He paused to greet Jon, prompting Jon to wave him off, urging him to hasten. Closely trailing was Robb Stark, clad in a woolen garment of gray with white trim, linking arms with Princess Myrcella, barely 8 years old. The princess's golden curls cascaded like a waterfall beneath her jeweled netting. As they crossed Jon's path, he quickly formed a rather blunt conclusion. The girl seemed rather dull. Yet, she bestowed a shy smile upon Robb, who returned it with an almost foolish grin. Next, Jon's 2 half-sisters accompanied the princes into the hall. Arya walked alongside Prince Tommen, who was rather plump, with platinum locks that flowed longer than Arya's. Following them were Sansa and Prince Joffrey, the latter only 12 yet taller than both Robb and Jon, with Sansa radiant by his side. However, the disdainful expression on Joffrey's face, as he looked down upon the hall of Winterfell, ignited within Jon a fervent desire to deliver a punch to that insolent brat. Then entered the Queen's 2 brothers, first the Lion of House Lannister, Jaime Lannister, infamously dubbed the Kingslayer, and then the imp, Tyrion Lannister, who was less than half his brother's height, stealthily keeping pace beside Jaime. Jon found himself observing the duo with heightened curiosity. Soon after, the renowned governor of the Narrow Sea, the enigmatic figure from the east, the last scion of the Bright Empire, Quentyn Martell, entered the gathering. Jon examined Quentyn's striking exotic features. He was tall and slender, dressed in a black and red leather jacket and trousers, with a pitch-black cloak sewn onto his right shoulder. Accompanying him was Adam Frye, a man of whom Jon had heard. Adam was the illegitimate son of House Manderly, who had pledged allegiance to Quentyn years prior and now commanded his own lands and considerable wealth, having shed the Stark surname. This deeply stirred Jon, who yearned to achieve great deeds and earn a name and glory. His idol was the young Dragon King who initiated the conquest of Dorne, fueling his own aspirations for accomplishment. Among the last dignitaries to arrive were Theon Greyjoy, who became the adopted son and attendant of Lord Eddard Stark after the failure of the Iron Islands Rebellion, and then came Benjen Stark, a member of the Night's Watch and Jon's uncle, who offered Jon a gentle smile as he passed. Once all the esteemed guests were seated, they raised their glasses in a toast, exchanging congratulatory words, and the banquet officially commenced. Chapter 60. The banquet hall was illuminated by countless flames and candles, with Luo Wenyuan seated near the royal family and the Starks. Regrettably, although the evening's feast was lavish, Luo Wenyuan felt it paled in comparison to the banquet he attended on Qingting Island. However, he was not one to be overly critical. He produced a pair of silver chopsticks he always carried, preferring them over knives and forks. These chopsticks were intricately carved with dragons and clouds, appearing quite exquisite. "Do you all eat with these two little sticks?" Arya exclaimed loudly upon seeing Luo Wenyuan using chopsticks to take food from his plate. Much to the dismay of her sister, who promptly scolded her, "Arya, be quiet." This small commotion drew the attention of those around, as they had never seen such unique dining utensils before. Luo Wenyuan noted the varied expressions on their faces. The adults seemed largely uninterested. Tyrion, having grown familiar with Luo Wenyuan, was unperturbed by his use of chopsticks. Apart from Prince Joffrey's disdain, the other children were filled with curiosity, while Sansa maintained her composure, revealing no signs of intrigue. "Indeed, Lady Arya, in my homeland, we utilize these utensils called chopsticks," Luo Wenyuan began to elaborate. "Typically, we possess two pairs of chopsticks. One serves as our dining tool, while the other is employed in our training." Training, a term unfamiliar to the gathered audience. "What is training?" the inquisitive Arya inquired. "It can be considered a form of exercise. The esteemed warriors of the Bright Empire utilized chopsticks for training. During the scorching summer, we would venture into bamboo groves, sit in meditation, and use chopsticks to catch the insects around us, thereby honing our reflexes, observation skills, and the coordination and dexterity of our hands." This piqued everyone's interest, though the noble ladies present remained indifferent. "Is that truly so remarkable? I have yet to witness such extraordinary skills from you." Tyrion's words trailed off as Luo Wenyuan moved with the speed of lightning, deftly using his chopsticks to grasp a piece of onion, perfectly roasted to a crisp and tantalizing texture, drenched in savory gravy. He tossed it high into the air, and as it descended, his silver chopsticks swiftly caught the onion with unwavering precision. Just like that. Although Luo Wenyuan couldn't catch a fly with his chopsticks, this playful display was no challenge at all. "Humph, you would indeed make a fine performer at a circus," Prince Joffrey remarked disdainfully. However, Luo Wenyuan paid him no heed. To him, Joffrey was no more significant than a corpse. After Joffrey ascended to the throne, he ruled for less than a year before being poisoned. Thus Luo Wenyuan felt no compulsion to engage in a contest with a dying man. Others, however, had a different perspective. "Joffrey, mind your manners," King Robert bellowed at his son, to which Joffrey scoffed dismissively. This minor commotion soon faded, as Luo Wenyuan had not exchanged a single word with Joffrey. Yet, on the other side of the hall, a young girl remained attentive to the spectacle. "Wow, that's amazing. Can you teach me?" Arya stood up to inquire, her eagerness palpable, as if she would have rushed over to Luo Wenyuan had they not been at a banquet. "Arya." This time, it was Lady Stark who expressed her discontent. Casting a meaningful glance at Robb, her eldest son, understanding her cue, he promptly approached Arya, lifting her up. "Come now, it's time for bed." Thus, Luo Wenyuan lost the opportunity to endear himself to Arya, watching as the Stark girl was escorted back to her chambers. What a pity. The banquet welcoming the king had now extended to 4 hours. Throughout this time, Luo Wenyuan's predominant observation was that, in contrast to the convoluted schemes of the southern nobility, the northern lords exhibited a more straightforward and generous demeanor, though this did not imply that the northern aristocrats were devoid of cunning. More and more northern nobles approached Luo Wenyuan to engage in drinking games. With a commendable capacity for alcohol, he first challenged a burly northern lord to a drinking contest. After several rounds, Luo Wenyuan drained his horn cup of ale, while his opponent staggered and fell to the ground, prompting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding nobles, with King Robert's laughter ringing the loudest. Next was someone Luo Wenyuan had encountered at the tournament in King's Landing, Lyanna Stark. The two engaged in another drinking duel, with Luo Wenyuan repeatedly downing the ale in his horn cup, while Lyanna matched him drink for drink. Ultimately, their contest yielded a victor. Luo Wenyuan, feeling dizzy and on the brink of inebriation, set down his cup, conceding defeat amidst a sea of laughter, allowing the next challenger to take his place. Among the few admirable qualities of Luo Wenyuan is his steadfastness in avoiding excessive intoxication. Upon returning to his seat, he discovered that Tyrion had already departed. It seemed he had ventured to engage Jon Snow in the pivotal dialogues of the original narrative, imparting those two famous maxims: do not forget your origins, for the world shall not forget them. Arm yourself with this knowledge, and you shall never be harmed. In the eyes of their fathers, all dwarfs in the realm are deemed bastards. Although the prejudices of Luo Wenyuan's bygone era have largely dissipated, in this current age, should a dwarf be born into a family, the parents might still tragically cast the unfortunate child into the river to drown. Settling back into his seat, Luo Wenyuan indulged in some roasted meat, seeking to satisfy his appetite. At that moment, a wave of hearty laughter erupted from the mid-tier seating. Curiosity piqued. He turned to witness King Robert lifting a rather ample lady, burying his face amidst her generous bosom. Swiftly, Luo Wenyuan's gaze shifted to Queen Cersei, whose expression was one of barely contained fury directed at King Robert, while Lady Catelyn, seated beside the Queen, wore an expression of palpable discomfort. Who would not feel awkward in such a scenario? Had Luo Wenyuan not been privy to the incestuous liaison between Cersei and her brother Jaime, and the knowledge that Robert's 3 children were not his own, he too would have deemed King Robert's behavior rather excessive. Chapter 61. Insulting yet harmless. The king planned to remain in Winterfell for a few more days. When Luo Wenyuan finally arose from his slumber, the sun was already high in the sky. The welcoming feast the previous night had been exceedingly lively, with revelers indulging in copious amounts of wine, leaving the castle of Winterfell rather desolate in the morning light, with few nobles stirring about. The vast castle even bore a somewhat forlorn ambience. Consequently, Luo Wenyuan resolved to seek entertainment at the training grounds. However, upon his arrival, he was met with disappointment. The training grounds were sparsely populated, with the venerable Ser Roderick overseeing the children's sparring matches. In the arena, Bran and Prince Tommen, clad in full armor, engaged in their contest wielding wooden swords. The sparring of these children, who were but a fraction of Luo Wenyuan's age, proved rather unremarkable. Yet, with little else to occupy his time, he found a spot to sit and observe the duel between the prince and the Stark scion. Before long, the portly Prince Tommen was toppled by Bran, and due to his cumbersome armor, he resembled a turtle overturned, struggling to right himself. Ser Roderick called for a halt to the match, and a servant assisted the prince to his feet. Then Ser Roderick turned to the remaining children in the training yard. Joffrey, Robb, would you care to engage in another bout? Robb Stark readily acquiesced, exhibiting utmost willingness. Upon hearing the summons, Prince Joffrey emerged, his countenance adorned with an expression of sheer ennui. Lord Roderick, this is mere child's play, he declared. Nearby, watching the spectacle, Ser Loras Tyrell could not help but roll his eyes. Joffrey's remark was reminiscent of children who refuse to acknowledge their own youth. Indeed, you both are but children, laughed Theon Greyjoy. I cannot ascertain whether Robb is a child, Joffrey retorted with pride, but I am the esteemed crown prince, and I have no desire to continue this childish sparring with the Starks. Prince Joffrey, your encounters with the sword far outweigh your strikes, Robb interjected. Joffrey regarded Robb with an impassive gaze, adopting a sardonic tone. Oh, how terrifying. Our seasoned warrior has spoken. His Lannister attendants erupted in laughter. How can one engage in politics alongside a king so petulant and cruel? In both the television adaptation and the original narrative, the infamous Joffrey Baratheon emerges as a masterfully crafted character, precisely because he is so detestable. Now, witnessing the real Joffrey, even with the knowledge of his dire fate ahead, Ser Loras felt his blood pressure surge, merely by observing. Who posits that childish antics cannot forge true warriors? Rising from his seat, Ser Loras stepped into the arena. I had not wielded a true sword until my 20s, yet did that hinder my ascent to becoming a skilled warrior, Prince Joffrey? In the whispers of Westerosi nobility, Loras was deemed a valiant fighter, having exchanged blows with the Mountain during a tournament in King's Landing, ultimately emerging victorious, thus earning the reputation of a formidable knight. Ah, the circus clown has come to speak of swordplay, Joffrey sneered. Your mother is deceased. You, a bastard born of incest, should fate allow me to exact vengeance. I shall see your blood stain the shores of Blackwater. Loras, eloquent as ever, spoke loudly in a tongue foreign to the locals. He then switched back to the common tongue of Westeros. Since your highness claims such proficiency, why not demonstrate it? Humph. I am a prince and shall not engage in such juvenile games with the likes of you. Hound, fetch me his head. The ever-loyal Sandor Clegane, clad in his dog-headed helm, responded gruffly, as you command, your highness. Thus, the hound strode into the arena. The plan was set. He could showcase his prowess against the hound. Loras, emboldened by his muse, believed he would not falter before the hound, and the author would seize the opportunity to recommend his favorite song, a delightful twofold gain. Meanwhile, Jon Snow and Arya Stark observed the unfolding events from a high tower. Luo Wenyuan twisted his neck and swiftly approached Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick, would you be so kind as to fetch my sword and also provide me with a wooden sword? I shall not indulge in childish games, Your Excellency. The hound mocked as he observed Luo Wenyuan reaching for the wooden sword. Sir Roderick handed the wooden sword to Luo Wenyuan, who found it slightly short for his stature. Indeed, I believe that employing the feeble strength of a child's play is sufficient to contend with you. I assure you, you will come to regret that. The hound's voice dropped, edged with menace. Prince Joffrey seized the opportunity from behind to bellow, "Good dog. Dismember this braggart immediately." Luo Wenyuan turned, clutching the brooch known as the Muse's Melody in his left hand. "That may be a different matter altogether," Clegane, with a delicate tap of his slender alabaster finger against the pearl-like brooch, an electrifying electronic melody erupted, startling everyone present. "I hope you enjoy the music," Luo Wenyuan proclaimed, fastening the brooch to his chest. In the next moment, he charged towards Sandor with the sword, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The hound, jolted back to reality by the inexplicable sounds, raised his sword to strike Luo Wenyuan. Yet, Luo Wenyuan was simply too rapid. The hound swung his sword 4 or 5 times, but Luo Wenyuan remained stationary, evading the blows with the grace reminiscent of a scene from The Matrix, leaning back and sidestepping, leaving the hound unable to graze even the hem of his cloak. What astonished the hound even further was the illusion that Luo Wenyuan seemed to be surrounded by an army, as if a multitude of figures wielding wooden swords were incessantly assaulting him. The hound could only deflect a fraction of the onslaught, while the incessant clattering of his armor echoed like a hailstorm, countless wooden strikes raining upon him, rendering him powerless. In a mere 3 minutes, Luo Wenyuan withdrew, stepping back. Sandor's armor was riddled with countless dents from the wooden sword. Although he bore no physical wounds, the humiliation was palpable. Luo Wenyuan casually discarded the wooden sword. "Prince Joffrey, should you summon your knights to learn the tricks of the circus from me, you might find that you no longer require the hound." With that, he turned and approached Sir Roderick. "Sir, may I trouble you to return my sword?" How exhilarating it was to flaunt his prowess and then retreat. Luo Wenyuan would never divulge that this pause had hindered him from continuing his vigorous assault on the hound. As a formidable opponent capable of contending with the furious mountain, Luo Wenyuan would not engage him without an advantage. Chapter 62. The sun dipped low in the sky, and the winter sunset was always a favorite of Luo Wenyuan. The library tower of Winterfell is indeed a splendid location, towering above the city and providing a perfect vantage point for admiring the scenery. Since arriving in this realm of perpetual summer, Luo Wenyuan has not witnessed the beauty of snowfall. Now, before the endless summer draws to a close, he seizes the opportunity to bask in the sight of snow once more. Why do you venture to such lofty heights? Just as Luo Wenyuan was enjoying the sunset against the backdrop of the snowy plains, Tyrion's breathless voice reached him from behind. Turning to look, Luo Wenyuan saw Tyrion grasping the column of the staircase railing, unable to reach the handrail due to his short stature. "It has merely been a long time since I last beheld the snow," Luo Wenyuan replied. "Is that so? However, today I heard tales of your prowess, fending off hounds with a wooden sword and possessing a brooch that emits peculiar music. Why had I never seen such wondrous trinkets before? Only because the occasion had not arisen. Do you perceive that trinket as merely a source of entertainment?" As Tyrion caught his breath, he remarked, "I cannot say whether it serves as entertainment, but I suspect your brooch is indeed tied to magic, is it not?" "Indeed, that is not false. Our King Robert has certainly heard of your extraordinary brooch from my good nephew. He is quite intrigued." Luo Wenyuan shrugged. "Does His Majesty wish for my possession? Whether he desires it is uncertain, but his curiosity is genuine. Perhaps he will soon seek you out to showcase your singing brooch." "That is quite preposterous. I am no bard. Alas, the Stark children speak so highly of the melody you played while battling the hounds. It has left me somewhat envious." "Then indulge your envy. I have heard Winterfell also hosts a house of pleasure." "Ah, but the yearning of the soul and that of the flesh are 2 distinct matters, my friend. How can I not request a display from you, my dear friend?" Very well, I shall permit you a glimpse." Luo Wenyuan gently tapped the brooch, and it responded to his thoughts, releasing a piano piece. F. R. Liss. "Wow," Tyrion exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless by this masterpiece of musical genius. Perhaps the myriad differences among humanity are overshadowed by a shared appreciation for beauty. Moreover, in Westeros, the instruments are limited: harps, lutes, violins, psalteries, various flutes, and bagpipes. But the piano was a first for Tyrion, who was captivated by such exquisite music. "This is truly marvelous," he marveled. to possess such a magical object. Does it not allow you to hear the music of the heavens themselves? Not quite. I can only hear the melodies I have encountered. Indeed, my friend. What a remarkable feat. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a melody that could rival the enchanting performance of your brooch. It appears your homeland is blessed with a plethora of talented vocalists. Ah, there once were many. Luo Wenyuan adopted a melancholic demeanor, as if reminiscing about something cherished. However, this feigned nostalgia was tinged with authenticity, for he did harbor genuine longing within his heart. Tyrion, astute in reading the subtleties of emotion, recognized the wistfulness that flickered across Luo Wenyuan's countenance and deftly shifted the conversation. Ah, let us set aside such musings for the moment. King Robert is still in search of you, eager for a glimpse of your artistry. Very well, very well. It seems I must assume the role of a wandering minstrel this evening, Luo Wenyuan replied. Oh, my dear friend, with such a wondrous instrument at your disposal, which bard would not feel utterly diminished in your presence? With laughter and camaraderie, the two rose from their seats and descended the steps of the library tower. As for the prospect of showcasing the divine melodies before King Robert, Luo Wenyuan had no reservations. He was certain the king would not covet his brooch. Unlike the centralized autocracy of the Celestial Empire, the feudal system here, reliant on the balance of power between lords and vassals, ensured that a king, despite being the nominal ruler, could not act with impunity. If King Robert were to express a desire for Luo Wenyuan's brooch, he could merely inquire if Luo Wenyuan would consider selling it. Should the king possess the authority to demand such a treasure? One might wonder how the Baratheon family has never acquired a Valyrian steel sword. The holder of the Iron Throne cannot act without restraint. The last monarch to attempt such audacity was Aerys II, known as the Mad King, whose fate was sealed by the sword of Jaime Lannister. Now, the Targaryen throne has passed to the Baratheon family, whose eldest son fell in battle, while the second son fell victim to the treachery of Luo Wenyuan. His innocent daughter now resides in a newly constructed castle on Bloodstone Island, where she may one day bear children with a claim to the Iron Throne. However, at present, King Robert remains blissfully unaware of Luo Wenyuan's myriad schemes. He only recognizes that he has recently been graced by a celestial melody. As Tyrion remarked, that evening, Luo Wenyuan indeed played the role of the minstrel, and the guests clamored for encore after encore. Thus, Luo Wenyuan obliged, performing piece after piece of the music he believed would resonate with his audience. Ah, that was truly magnificent. I ought to appoint you as the royal court musician, King Robert exclaimed after listening to a particular composition. The evening banquet tonight lacked the grandeur of last night's affair. Luo Wenyuan could only feel relieved that there were fewer guests today. Otherwise, he would have had no time to eat, continuously performing song after song, much like an antiquated jukebox incessantly switching tracks. Your Majesty, perhaps this honor is better left unclaimed, Luo Wenyuan said with a wry smile. Although the king would certainly not desire his brooch, he would demand his relentless singing. I believe I should leave some sustenance for the other minstrels. Ha ha. You do make a valid point. However, once we return to King's Landing, you must perform daily. Chapter 63. As dawn broke, the eastern sky was painted a brilliant red by the rising sun. Outside Winterfell, the king, along with Duke Ed and their eldest son and attendants, gradually departed the city for a hunting expedition. The king hoped to secure a wild boar to enhance tonight's feast, and today marked their final day in Winterfell. Tomorrow, King Robert would set forth southward, returning to King's Landing, while Duke Ed would assume the role of the new hand of the king, assisting in the governance of the realm. Although the kingdom was primarily managed by the small council, the king was mostly occupied with indulgences. Luo Wenyuan did not partake in the hunt, as he lacked enthusiasm for such activities. To be frank, he simply struggled to rise from bed. He was accustomed to late nights and even later mornings, a reflection of the poor lifestyle habits of contemporary youth. However, even after the king had ventured out to hunt, Luo Wenyuan could not enjoy his slumber for long. Just as the morning was drawing to a close and noon had yet to arrive, a small visitor appeared at his door. Ah, Miss Arya, are you seeking my guidance on how to become a warrior? Luo Wenyuan hurriedly donned a set of casual attire and opened the door to greet the spirited Arya. Yes, my father is taking me to King's Landing tomorrow, so I thought if I went there, I could learn skills from you. I saw you at the training grounds besting the hunting dogs of House Clegane. The Stark girl wore an expression of eager anticipation. It must be said that, in comparison to her sister Sansa, who inherited their mother's delicate cheekbones, chestnut hair, and sapphire-like eyes, Arya appeared quite ordinary. She bore the features of House Stark, a long face, gray eyes, and brown hair. Though Arya's appearance could only be described as average, she possessed a wild beauty that her peers could not comprehend. Indeed, It was Luo Wenyuan's penchant for collecting notable figures that stirred him. Players often exhibited a tendency to collect, from noble lineages to bloodlines, and he shared this quirk. Unbeknownst to Arya, the man before her coveted her claim to the north. She assumed he was merely contemplating which techniques to teach her. Well, that is not out of the question. But I believe it would be prudent to seek Lord Ed's consent first, and I am not well versed in women's martial arts. Women's martial arts? Do you have specific training for women? Indeed, I have a devoted female guard at my side. If your father consents, I can certainly ask her to instruct you in some techniques, replied Luo Wenyuan, effortlessly charming the young child. Yet, a question arises. Why does Luo Wenyuan consistently seek the favor of such young girls? It appears that I, myself, have a penchant for youthful innocence. This remark delighted Arya, who was passionately fond of swordplay. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air from outside the window, followed by several more howls, as if spurred by some unseen force, one of which echoed right outside Luo Wenyuan's door. It was the dire wolves raised by the Stark children. But what could have transpired? Luo Wenyuan, momentarily at a loss, swiftly exited the room alongside Arya. Nymeria, be quiet. Arya, uncertain of the cause of the uproar, could only attempt to calm her own dire wolf, yet Nymeria paid her no heed, continuing to howl in response. Something was amiss. Undoubtedly, trouble had arisen. Luo Wenyuan raised his right hand to stroke his freshly shaven chin, pondering that the wolves, imbued with a spirit of their own, must be howling in unison due to some calamity befalling their kin. Having resided in this world for several years, he occasionally found himself forgetting the main narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire. However, the current commotion had clarified the situation. The king was set to depart Winterfell for a hunt the following day. The howls of the wolves within Winterfell could only indicate that Bran Stark had stumbled upon Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime in an illicit embrace and had subsequently been pushed from the high tower. He promptly took Arya and dashed toward the highest abandoned tower in Winterfell. The sequence of events was rather straightforward. Bran, eager to bid farewell to Winterfell before his departure, intended to ascend to the highest point in the castle for one last panoramic view of the city that had nurtured him. Unfortunately, halfway up, he overheard a discussion about his father, Edard Stark, taking place in the abandoned tower. Curiosity compelled him to draw closer, only to witness Cersei and Jaime engaging in the primal act of love after their conversation about Edard Stark, the future hand of the king. Regrettably, Bran was discovered by Cersei. Subsequently, Jaime Lannister pushed Bran from the tower, culminating in a harrowing plunge devoid of ropes or safety gear. Luo Wenyuan and Arya quickly arrived at the base of the tower, though they were not the first to reach the scene. 2 guards from Winterfell had already arrived, flanking a pale Bran, appearing utterly at a loss. Upon seeing Luo Wenyuan and Arya approach, one of the guards hastened toward them, exclaiming, "My lady, this nobleman, young Bran. It appears he must have fallen while attempting to climb the wall. Impossible. How could this be? Bran has never faltered." Arya shrieked, rushing to her brother's side, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. It was indeed inconceivable. Luo Wenyuan silently pondered, for Bran would never stumble. It could only be said that he was pushed, which was a different matter entirely. The poor child would be left crippled in the future. Yet for now, Luo Wenyuan had to maintain his facade and first ensure Bran's safety. "You two, quickly fetch 2 sturdy long wooden poles and a piece of strong cloth. We must hastily construct a stretcher and summon Lady Stark at once. Go." The 2 guards, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly departed. In no time, they returned with a stretcher, and under Luo Wenyuan's direction, they clumsily yet cautiously transferred Bran onto it. Soon after, the guards lifted the stretcher and followed Luo Wenyuan towards Winterfell's great keep. Halfway there, they encountered Lady Stark, accompanied by a throng of people rushing towards them. Upon seeing her son, pallid and lifeless upon the stretcher, Catelyn let out a heart-wrenching and desperate wail. At that moment, Maester Luwin arrived, and the soldiers carrying the stretcher paused, allowing the maester to examine Bran's condition. As more and more people gathered, Luo Wenyuan discreetly withdrew from the crowd, glancing around until he spotted the tardy Queen Cersei and Ser Jaime approaching. In contrast to the immediate concern shown by Myrcella and Tommen for Bran's well-being, the siblings regarded the encircled Bran with unease. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Luo Wenyuan's lips, a barely noticeable smile. Dark clouds were gathering, and his opportunity was on the horizon. Chapter 64. Luo Wenyuan yawned, the howling of wolves that had begun early in the morning disrupting his sleep throughout the night. It was akin to living next to a construction site, with the deafening sound of concrete piling echoing at the same time every night. Since sleep was no longer an option, he rose from his bed, donned his garments, and opened the window, allowing the brisk morning air to fill the room. The cold breeze invigorated him, sharpening his senses, and he soon noticed Tyrion tiptoeing to deliver a slap to Prince Joffrey's face in the courtyard below. A classic scene. Indeed, I cannot believe I am witnessing this iconic moment once more. After yet another slap, he observed Joffrey storming off, clutching his face. Though it was unclear what he intended to do next. Originally, it was his uncle Tyrion Lannister who intended to admonish him, instructing him to pay the appropriate respects to the Stark couple and to pray for Bran. However, at this moment, Luo Wenyuan suspected that it might indeed be Tyrion's 2 slaps that incited Prince Joffrey's murderous intent toward Bran, subsequently leading him to hire assassins for the task. Although in the television adaptation, the blame for Bran's assassination was placed squarely on Petyr Baelish, upon closer reflection, it becomes evident that Bran encountered an assassin mere days after his incident. One must ponder how Petyr, residing in King's Landing, could have received timely information and then dispatched a killer. Furthermore, even in the original text, both Tyrion and Jaime independently uncovered distinct leads, concluding that the culprit was Joffrey himself. Luo Wenyuan retracted his increasingly distant thoughts, recognizing that such musings were occasionally necessary to aid his recollection of potential future storylines. Moreover, it was now breakfast time. He muttered to himself, stifled a yawn, and exited his chamber. Descending the stone spiral staircase, he made his way to the dining hall below. The howling of wolves seemed to have stirred quite a few nobles, who were now dining while lamenting the restless night they endured due to the raucous noise. Amidst the throng, Luo Wenyuan spotted Adisath, who was seated alone at a wooden table, several plates, and a half-filled wine goblet before him. The plates contained bread, bacon, and mashed potatoes drenched in gravy. He approached with quick strides, taking a seat across from Adisath. A servant promptly arrived, inquiring about Luo Wenyuan's desires. After another yawn, he raised his left hand, extending a finger. "Bring me a glass of beer, chilled, along with some bread, bacon, and sausage," he ordered. His breakfast lacked vegetables, rendering it nutritionally imbalanced. "Is there any new development from the Starks?" he asked, resting his chin on one hand and stifling yet another yawn. Adisath chewed slowly, lifted his goblet, took a sip, and swallowed the bacon before responding. "I've heard that things have stabilized. The child has survived." Despite being disturbed all night by Bran's wolf, Adisath, as a bastard of House Manderly, bore no ill will toward Bran or his wolf. Yet, he wondered if the child would awaken again. Duke Edard, Lady Catelyn, and King Robert had kept vigil at his side throughout the night. The servant soon returned with Luo Wenyuan's requested fare, freshly baked soft bread, a large mug of beer, and 2 plates brimming with bacon and sausage. "It appears the king will not be departing today," Luo Wenyuan remarked, slicing 2 pieces of bread with his knife and assembling a simple sandwich of bacon and sausage. "Your Excellency, it seems we are unable to set forth today." As Adisath beheld the sandwich in Luo Wenyuan's hand, he too imitated the action, slicing 2 pieces of bread and spreading some mashed potatoes with bacon within. Indeed, following a series of events, the king lingered in Winterfell for an additional 2 days. However, this duration had reached its limit. On the 3rd day, they were compelled to set forth. Even though Eddard Stark was deeply concerned for his young son, he had no choice but to accompany the king southward. Eddard, along with Sansa and Arya, was meant to journey south as well. Yet Bran would remain forever in the north. Perhaps one day, when Old Man Martin updates, Bran may no longer have to be bound to the north. Among those departing the north, Arya visited Luo Wenyuan daily. The young girl had finally found someone willing to teach her the art of swordplay, and thus sought Luo Wenyuan's guidance regularly. He was more than happy to impart fundamental techniques, such as the horse stance and basic strikes, as well as novice tutorials on various cutting techniques. This arrangement served to enhance their camaraderie and simultaneously kept Arya from training with Mikey, the butcher's apprentice, which could have led to unfortunate consequences. Ultimately, this may lead to a timeline where Sansa's little wolf lady survives. There is a rather significant matter worth mentioning, which necessitates a temporal rewind to when the king's entourage was approaching the expansive marshes of the Neck. "My lord governor, I must return for a while." In the morning mist, Adisath rode alongside Luo Wenyuan, intending to visit White Harbor to see his father and relatives. Therefore, he sought out Luo Wenyuan to convey this information to his liege. "Very well, do take care and return promptly," Luo Wenyuan nodded, allowing Adisath to proceed alone to White Harbor, untroubled by concerns for his safety, for Adisath was a formidable warrior. As the days passed, the king's party finally arrived at the Trident River. More precisely, it was the tributary known as the Green Fork, and even more specifically, the famed Ruby Shore. This area was the very battleground of the Battle of the Trident, where Robert Baratheon defeated Rhaegar Targaryen. when Robert's warhammer struck Rhaegar's chest. It shattered the ruby-adorned sigil of the three-headed red dragon upon Rhaegar's breastplate, scattering rubies across the ground. Henceforth, this place became known as Ruby Shore, where people still occasionally discover Rhaegar's rubies. On this day, Arya once again approached Luo Wenyuan. "My lord Wenyuan, let us seek Rhaegar's rubies together. Then we can practice our swordplay by the river." The girl, accompanied by the reluctant and somewhat disheveled Nymeria, ran to find Luo Wenyuan. Without hesitation, he nodded and replied, "Very well, but do remember to wear your protective gear." However, at this moment, Luo Wenyuan had forgotten one crucial detail. It was at the Ruby Beach that Arya had practiced swordplay with the Butcher's Apprentice, ultimately clashing with Prince Joffrey. Chapter 65, The Long Summer. The sun blazed overhead as Luo Wenyuan, under Arya's guidance, arrived at a picturesque riverside. Previously, Arya had scoured the vicinity of Ruby Beach in search of rubies. Yet her efforts had yielded naught. Thus, it was time for the arduous practice segment. Since departing from Winterfell, Arya had persistently sought out Luo Wenyuan, either to coax him into recreational outings or to request sword training. Consequently, he felt that he had been instructing this young wolf girl in the art of swordsmanship for over 2 weeks, and it was time to embark on the next phase of practical exercises. Ultimately, he would assess her proficiency and impart a few foundational techniques, knowing that he would eventually delegate the task of teaching Arya to Qingqinxue. "Today, we shall practice combat to ascertain whether you have absorbed the fundamentals I have imparted," Luo Wenyuan declared, brandishing his longsword. He approached a nearby tree and skillfully carved 2 sturdy wooden sticks. These sticks, long and straight, were remarkably resilient. Few men could resist their allure. "At least, I cannot. Can you?" He handed one of the sticks to Arya. "Now, attack me and let me see how well you have learned." "Absolutely," Arya exclaimed, charging towards Luo Wenyuan with a straightforward thrust aimed at him. Her stance was decent, yet her footing appeared somewhat unstable. It seemed her horse stance required further refinement. Luo Wenyuan raised the stick and lightly tapped Arya's weapon, causing her to miss and collide with him instead. "Your speed is somewhat lacking, and your foundation seems unsteady. Miss Arya, have you been slacking off during your horse stance training? Practicing the horse stance is exhausting." Arya pouted, "Standing still makes my legs ache. I too have endured similar trials." "Persevere, Miss Arya. Only by establishing a solid foundation can you become a competent swordsman," Luo Wenyuan fibbed, for his own martial prowess had been forcibly elevated by the system. Subsequently, Arya launched several more attacks towards Luo Wenyuan, all of which he deftly parried. If one were to simplistically assess Arya's progress, the conclusion would be that she was making satisfactory strides. After 2 weeks of training, while her fundamentals remained somewhat lacking, she was exhibiting commendable form. "All right, that will suffice," Luo Wenyuan announced, successfully blocking Arya's final strike. He called out loudly for her to cease her assault. "You are doing well overall, but your basics are still not sufficiently solid. Today, you must focus on your horse stance and practice your center of gravity. This is your most pressing issue at present." Just as Luo Wenyuan was about to continue supervising Arya's stance training, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the woods behind them. Luo turned to investigate and saw a king's guard emerging from the underbrush. "Your Excellency, the governor of Narrow Sea, a vassal of yours requests an audience in your tent." "My vassal? Which one?" "It is Sir Leo Belmont." Luo Wenyuan shrugged and turned to Arya. "Very well, Miss Stark. I shall resume your training another time. For now, I have matters to attend to, and you should return to the tent to seek out Lord Edard." Relieved at the prospect of escaping further training, Arya replied playfully, I know, I shall return shortly." Luo, somewhat skeptical of her compliance, followed the guard back to his tent. Sir Leo was seated, clad in dark attire with a matching cloak that complemented his sleek black hair, resembling a night's watchman from a bygone era. Upon seeing Luo Wenyuan, Leo promptly stood. "Your Excellency." Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "What brings you to seek me so suddenly? Has something occurred?" "Yes, my lord," Leo replied. "Lord Tang believes it best not to use ravens for this matter, hence I have come directly to you." After a brief pause, Leo glanced around before retrieving an object and presenting it to Luo. "I must say, you Easterners are truly formidable. Do those self-proclaimed alchemists truly possess magic?" Luo accepted the item Leo offered and examined it closely. It was indeed a flintlock firearm. "They have finally produced it for me," Luo exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Last year, he had gathered a group of alchemists in his domain to assist in the creation of gunpowder, recalling only the formula of 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, and 3 parts charcoal. However, the real challenge lay in the construction of the firearm itself, as Luo had no knowledge of how to create such a weapon. He could only provide verbal descriptions to the blacksmiths, who, constrained by their imaginations and the limitations of their current smelting technology and craftsmanship, exerted considerable effort to forge a flintlock. All their labor was not in vain, as the culmination of their hard work was the firearm now before Luo. Just as you mentioned, once gunpowder and projectiles are loaded, pulling the trigger will unleash astonishing power, Leo added. However, regrettably, my lord, the blacksmiths informed me that the projectiles required for this weapon are difficult to manufacture, so if you intend to utilize it, you must conserve your ammunition. I comprehend the situation, for I am well aware of the artisanal standards here. Thus, I have acquired yet another secret weapon. Leo handed a holster crafted from black leather to Luo Wenyuan, who then sheathed the firearm within it, fastening the holster to his waist. He subsequently tugged at his clothing to conceal the holster. At that moment, a tall man unexpectedly burst into Luo Wenyuan's tent, prompting both Luo and Leo to turn their gazes, only to discover it was Edard Stark. My Lord Stark, Luo exclaimed, startled by the sudden visit. Governor Luo, have you seen my daughter Arya? Before Luo could finish his sentence, Edard interrupted. Taken aback, Luo Wenyuan blinked in confusion. Had not the young lady been playing by the riverbank near Ruby Shore? He had intended to further instruct her in martial arts, but alas, he was preoccupied with matters at hand. Luo's voice trailed off as he noticed Edard's face betraying his unease, which caused a sudden pang in Luo's heart. It seemed that Arya had recently had a confrontation with Prince Joffrey, during which her direwolf had bitten him. Now, he could not locate her anywhere. Realizing this, Luo smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Heavens, I should not have allowed her to wander alone. The unfortunate incident had indeed transpired. Chapter 66. God knows where Arya had been hiding over the past 4 days. By the time Luo Wenyuan received word, it was reported that the Stark household's captain of the guards, Jory Castle, had finally found her. However, the castle gatekeepers were loyal to the queen, so as soon as Arya returned, she was summoned by the king and queen. At this moment, Robert's men had arrived uninvited at Derry, becoming the guests of Lord Raymond Derry. Due to Arya's disappearance, they had lingered for several days. This was undeniably awkward, as the ruling family of Derry had been adversaries of King Robert during the War of Usurpation, being staunch supporters of House Targaryen. Thus, the king's presence here was rather uncomfortable. Currently, the king had commandeered Lord Derry's reception hall to address this matter. By the time Luo Wenyuan arrived at the hall, Arya was surrounded by a throng of people, with only Jory, the captain of the Winterfell guards, standing beside her. Before long, Edard Stark entered through the door, and the crowd immediately parted to allow the Warden of the North to approach his daughter. Edard knelt on one knee, embracing his frightened daughter and whispering words of comfort to her. After exchanging a few quiet words, Edard rose to his feet and confronted King Robert, inquiring, What is the meaning of this? He then scanned the hall for friendly faces, finally meeting the gaze of Luo Wenyuan, to whom he offered a nod. Duke Ed's gaze shifted toward King Robert. You have found my daughter. Why did you not inform me? Before King Robert could respond, Queen Cersei interjected. How dare you speak to the king in such a manner? Silence yourself, foolish woman. King Robert rebuked, straightening his posture. Ned, he continued, addressing Ed Stark, I apologize. My intention was not to frighten Arya. I merely wished to bring her here so we could resolve this matter swiftly. What matter do you refer to? Duke Ed's voice was as cold as ice. Cersei stepped forward, confronting the Duke. Stark, you know precisely what I speak of. That wild girl of yours conspired with that butcher to attack my precious son. Her wolf nearly severed his arm. She gestured toward the layers of silk bandages wrapped around Joffrey's arm. At this, Ser Loras Tyrell, standing nearby, shook his head. Joffrey had suffered only minor injuries. A few superficial cuts at most. One might speculate about rabies, yet no one in this realm understood the meaning of such a disease. However, the queen's accusation left Arya feeling deeply wronged, prompting her to exclaim, That is not true. It was not like that. She only bit him because he was bullying Micah first. Observing the scene from the crowd, Loras felt a pang of regret. He marveled at how the young girl had ultimately found Micah to play with, yet lamented that he believed he could alter the course of this grim narrative. His complacency, however, had failed to divert the tragedy set upon its predetermined path, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. Can I truly change this timeline? Ser Loras, noticing the myriad expressions crossing Loras's face, approached him and whispered, My lord, do you suspect that the Stark girl is lying? No, she would not deceive. Then, are you suggesting that the prince? Ser Loras paused, aware of the crowd around them and the queen's spies lurking nearby. Lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to the two of them, Loras replied, Indeed, the prince is lying. Unfortunately, our King Robert's heir is a cruel and cunning individual. If he is to rule this kingdom in the future, he will surely become the second Mad King. By the 7. If that is the case, Loras began, raising his left hand and placing his index finger before his lips, signaling for silence. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for now and observe how the current situation unfolds. Meanwhile, Arya was recounting the events as they had transpired. After parting ways with Luo Wenyuan, she found a passing butcher's apprentice named Mike nearby, seeking his companionship for sword practice. However, by unfortunate coincidence, a drunken Joffrey happened to stroll by with Sansa. Fueled by liquor, Joffrey demanded Mike wield his wooden stick to spar. Naturally, Mike dared not engage the prince, leading Joffrey to draw a bloody line across the butcher's apprentice's face with his sword. Upon witnessing her newfound friend being harmed, Arya immediately intervened. After a scuffle, Arya's wolf, Nymeria, bit down on Joffrey's hand, causing him to fall to the ground. Subsequently, both Mike and Arya fled. Once Arya recounted her version of events, it was Joffrey's turn to narrate, but his account differed significantly. King Robert shook his head, rising with a heavy expression, as if he longed to escape the scene. Look, she tells one story, he tells another. What am I to do? However, there were more than 2 people present. Sansa, come here and tell us what truly happened. Lord Edard spoke, prompting his eldest daughter to hesitantly approach, glancing first at Prince Joffrey, then at her sister. I don't remember, she said, tears brimming in her eyes. Everything happened so quickly, I don't recall. A wrongdoer will ultimately suffer, Luo Wenyuan lamented, shaking his head. Sansa thought she could win Joffrey's favor, but the outcome would soon be revealed. Scoundrel! Wretch! Arya screamed, launching herself at Sansa like a released arrow, knocking her down. A flurry of fists ensued. You liar! Liar! Great liar! Arya! Stop! Come back! Lord Edard bellowed. When Joffrey pulled Arya away, she continued to thrash about, her legs kicking incessantly, while Sansa, dazed, gazed at Arya with a look of disbelief, seemingly frozen in the moment she was knocked down. Look at her. She is just a wild girl. She must be punished. Queen Cersei scoffed disdainfully from the side. By the 7 hells, King Robert swore. She is but a child. Do you wish to whip her and parade her through the streets? For heaven's sake, it was merely a childish brawl. The king's words infuriated the queen. Robert, she injured your son, and little Joffrey will bear a scar for life. The king then glanced at his eldest son. Let it be. It will serve him as a lesson. Ned, you must discipline your daughter properly, and I shall attend to my son. This matter is settled. Luo Wenyuan observed Lord Edard visibly exhale in relief. Your Majesty, I am most agreeable. Yet Queen Cersei was unwilling to relent. But what of that wolf? What do you intend to do about the wolf that mauled your son? As the king prepared to depart, he was compelled to halt his steps. Damn it! Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about that wolf, he remarked. At that moment, the captain of the Winterfell Guard spoke up. Your Majesty, there is not a trace of the wolf. The king nodded. Cannot find it? Then let it be. A reward of 100 golden dragons for the person who brings me the wolf's pelt. Cersei immediately proclaimed. What a costly hide you are purchasing, King Robert spat. I have no interest. Take your Lannister gold and buy it yourself. Besides, there are no wolves here for you to bring pelts from. Who says we have no wolves? The queen's voice rose several octaves. What nonsense are you spouting, Cersei? You ought to be ashamed. Do as you wish. Let Ser Island Pain handle it. Suddenly, everyone comprehended what the queen was implying. Robert, you cannot be serious, Duke Edard said, somewhat taken aback. Yet King Robert merely shook his head. Enough, Ned. The direwolf is untamed. Let her have a puppy instead. Sansa's eyes widened in disbelief. No, they cannot be referring to Lady, can they? However, Duke Edard's expression revealed the truth to her. No, please, do not harm Lady. She is the sweetest, she won't bite. Arya shouted angrily. Lady wasn't even here. You cannot bully her. At that moment, Sansa wept profusely. A beautiful young girl turned into a tearful figure, pleading with them to cease. Please. It is not Lady who bites. Do not let them harm her. I promise I will behave. I promise, I promise. Edard then turned to Robert Baratheon, whom he regarded as a brother. Robert, I implore you, for my sake, for your love of my sister, do not proceed with this. Yet King Robert merely shook his head and began to turn away. The queen wore a triumphant smile, and Prince Joffrey beamed as well. Ser Island Pain prepared to call upon the royal executioner when Ser Gregor Clegane stepped forth from the crowd. Your Majesty, I believe this judgment lacks fairness. The king turned to him. Ser Gregor, this matter does not concern you. Clegane shook his head. It does concern me. Arya went to the Weeping Water because I took her to practice swordplay. The outcome now bears some of my responsibility. He glanced at Duke Edard, who looked at him in astonishment, then down at Sansa, whose eyes were red and filled with tears. I believe it is unjust to place blame on children and innocent creatures. Let the gods determine right from wrong in this matter. Therefore, I demand a trial by combat. Chapter 67. The Queen continued to wear a victorious smile. So be it, as you wish. I shall designate my brother, Sir Jaime Lannister, as my champion. Thus, Sir Jaime, clad in gilded armor and draped in a white cloak, stepped forward. It is an honor. Edard approached Ser Gregor. Governor, you truly need not go to such lengths. No matter, Luo Wenyuan currently possesses 2 external aids. The Muse's voice and the times have changed, thus he feels entirely unafraid of anyone. I bear responsibility for this matter as well, so allow me to resolve it. Meanwhile, I wish to enhance Sansa's favor. Soon, Luo Wenyuan and Sir Jaime prepared themselves in the training grounds of Derry City, dressed in a splendid black and gold armor. Luo Wenyuan exuded an aura of magnificence and might, while Sir Jaime did not fall short, donning his resplendent golden armor that gleamed as if newly forged. With his helmet donned and a white cloak representing the Kingsguard fastened at his back, he addressed Luo. Governor Luo, you share a close bond with my brother Tyrion, and you have treated him well. Therefore, I shall ensure that you come to no harm in this duel. Jaime rested one hand on his sword, his tone laced with a sense of irreverent jest. Luo Wenyuan smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Jaime. However, let us regard this duel as a mutual exchange of skills, shall we? Laughter echoed from beneath Jaime's helm. As you wish. Begin the duel. King Robert proclaimed loudly, relieved to witness a tournament, as it spared him from the uncomfortable position of being caught between his queen and his old friend, which made him regard Luo Wenyuan with a more favorable eye. In the viewing area, Sansa anxiously clutched her father's garments. Father, will Governor Luo be victorious? Surely he will win, right? He must save the lady. To this girl, who cherished knights and harbored innocent fantasies, Luo Wenyuan appeared as the valiant knight come to rescue the princess, albeit a tad aged at 30, yet devoid of any other flaw. Fortunately, Luo Wenyuan's youthful visage, unmarred by a beard, made him seem just over 20, allowing Sansa to perceive him as a brave and handsome knight. He will certainly win. He must win, Arya declared emphatically, her fists clenched in determination as she spoke to her sister. With Luo Wenyuan's intervention, the rift between the sisters was mended before it deepened significantly. However, Edard turned to his daughter, Arya. When did Governor Luo become your instructor? Arya merely stuck out her tongue and offered a silly grin, attempting to deflect the inquiry. Edard, shaking his head in bemusement, understood that Arya had been pestering Luo Wenyuan to teach her martial skills. But he was unaware that his daughter had begun referring to the governor as teacher. On the training grounds, at King Robert's command, Luo Wenyuan and Jaime charged at one another, their swords clashing in a cacophony of ringing steel. In terms of Luo Wenyuan's innate prowess, he occupied an awkward position among the myriad top-tier experts of the Seven Kingdoms. He could contend with anyone, yet he could not surpass any of them. Without employing some stratagems, Luo Wenyuan was merely on the threshold of becoming a top-tier master. At present, as he faced Ser Jaime, it appeared to be a stalemate between the two, yet Luo Wenyuan was acutely aware that Ser Jaime was deliberately holding back. A courtesy extended due to their mutual acquaintance with Tyrion. Their camaraderie allowed Luo to frequently encounter Ser Jaime, and although their relationship could not be described as particularly amicable, it was certainly cordial. Thanks to this connection, Jaime had yet to unleash his full prowess. However, as the tempo of their swordplay quickened, Jaime gradually began to take the contest more seriously. With every parry and block, the subsequent onslaughts became increasingly ferocious. The Lion of House Lannister was beginning to revel in the clash. Governor Luo, I have heard tales of your prowess, that you could best the hound with naught but a wooden sword, Jaime declared, deftly deflecting 2 strikes from Luo Wenyuan's long blade. Yet you seem not to embody the ease of someone who can effortlessly overpower the hound. What? Do you believe you need not exert your full strength against me? As Jaime shouted, he launched an assault on Luo Wenyuan, first thrusting his sword, which was parried by Luo's long blade. Instantly retracting his sword, Jaime swung again. Yet once more, Luo blocked the strike, this time utilizing his armored arm. Although Luo's armor was robust, the force transmitted through the blade still sent a jolt of pain through his left hand. He did not respond to Jaime's taunt. His focus was entirely consumed by the necessity of defending against Jaime's relentless barrage and preparing his counterattack. Meanwhile, the nobles in the stands cheered and gasped at the ferocity of their duel. Some experts began to analyze the combatants' strengths. It was evident that Governor Luo was a rare and formidable warrior, yet, in comparison to Ser Jaime, he was beginning to falter. Sir Barristan Selmy, the fearless captain of the Kingsguard, commented thus as he stood beside Robert. On the day Joffrey was bitten, he had escorted Prince Lancel Lannister to discuss state matters with the king, only to find himself stranded in Derry City. Is that so? I perceive the contest between Ser Jaime and Governor Luo to be quite evenly matched, remarked Lancel, seated beside his brother, observing the fray. Huh. Had you dedicated more time to martial training, you would not be so oblivious to the unfolding situation, scoffed King Robert, dismissing Lancel as perspective. Look, now Governor Luo is on the defensive against the Lannister brat. Robert, the Queen interjected, visibly displeased by his reference to her brother and lover. However, King Robert ignored her, continuing his discourse. Now, Governor Luo has transitioned to a position of defense, his attacks growing scarce. Damn it. He turned to Ned, his concern palpable. If Luo Wenyuan were to fall, it would undoubtedly cause my old friend great sorrow for his daughter. Upon contemplating this, King Robert felt an immediate surge of anger. Yet he found no outlet for his frustration, raising his hand to strike the armrest of his chair, treating it as a means of venting. As he had noted, under Ser Jaime's relentless assault, Luo Wenyuan had reached his limits. However, having already engaged Jaime for 3 or 4 dozen exchanges, he recognized the boundaries of his endurance and let out a furious roar, summoning all his strength to push Jaime back. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Luo Wenyuan reached for his brooch. Observing this, Jaime Lannister swiftly advanced with his sword, recalling the words of his nominal nephew but actual son, Joffrey, who had mentioned that the governor of the Narrow Sea had activated that enchanted brooch before defeating the Hound. Thus, upon witnessing Luo Wenyuan's gesture towards the brooch, Jaime instantly deduced his intentions. Yet, even with Jaime's immediate charge, he was still a moment too late. The sound of the guzheng and pipa filled the air, echoing a melancholic Eastern melody, and in an instant, all present seemed to behold an ancient and enigmatic Eastern dragon, enveloping Luo Wenyuan in an aura of disdain towards all. Ser Jaime, the second round is only just beginning. In a flash, Jaime's longsword slashed toward Luo Wenyuan's neck. But Luo Wenyuan raised his hand to parry it with his long knife. The path of the dragon. Let me show you what it truly means to be the rightful heir of the true dragon. You Western dragons are but savage lizards crawling upon the earth. They grappled fiercely, each channeling their strength into their weapons in an attempt to repel the other. At that moment, Luo Wenyuan whispered in Jaime's ear, a sound only perceptible to the two of them. Jaime was momentarily taken aback, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from Luo Wenyuan, compelling him to retreat several steps. He had not possessed such strength moments before. Jaime's heart raced, realizing that his earlier suspicions were correct. The enchanted brooch wielded by this Eastern governor indeed amplified his power while resonating with that grand music. Chapter 68, By the Seven Gods. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe such magical creations could exist in this world, Sir Bollistan remarked, observing the tide turning in favor of Luo Wenyuan. Now it was Ser Jaime's turn to withstand Luo Wenyuan's onslaught. The governor deftly redirected Jaime's strike, remarking, "You truly are a master of concealment." "That is only natural," Luo Wenyuan replied, his long knife swift as the wind, rendering Jaime ensnared in the very predicament he had previously imposed. Anyone in the arena could discern the shift in momentum. Cersei watched intently as her brother faced off against the governor of the Narrow Sea, her grip on the armrest tightening unconsciously. The outcome of this contest had become all too apparent to everyone present. Thus, a question arises. By taking such actions, Luo Wenyuan is bound to offend the Lannister family, specifically the Queen. We must ponder if his actions are justified. From a standpoint of self-interest, it appears rather unwise for Luo Wenyuan to behave in this manner. After all, the Stark family is destined to falter in the power struggles within King's Landing, and during the forthcoming War of the Five Kings, despite Robb Stark's early victories. The catastrophic Red Wedding ultimately dealt a devastating blow to the Starks, compounded by Theon's treachery and the Boltons' betrayal, leading the Stark lineage to the brink of extinction. Thus, forging an alliance with the Starks seems akin to engaging in a losing venture. Nevertheless, Luo Wenyuan possesses his own strategic acumen. His primary aim in courting the Starks transcends mere alliance. His true focus lies on Sansa and Arya, two young ladies who represent the last legitimate heirs to the north amidst the Stark family's impending demise. In summary, Luo Wenyuan has devised a plan rooted in the feudal system of the medieval era. By leveraging local feudal law to facilitate his entrance into Westeros, he aims to minimize costs in comparison to military conquest. Just as Daeron I Targaryen, the young dragon, suffered significant losses in his campaign to conquer Dorne, Luo Wenyuan's own forces are limited, comprising at most 10,000 men, including his military, conscripts, vassals, and hired mercenaries, which barely amounts to a sufficient force. Oh, We have yet to discuss the transformation of the Stone Steps Isles under Luo Wenyuan's governance and the origins of his firearms. However, fret not. These matters shall soon come to light. News concerning Luo Wenyuan and his magical brooch was swiftly conveyed to King's Landing by a raven. Magic, which has long been extinct in Westeros, could potentially unsettle a certain prominent figure in the capital. Indeed, I refer to Lord Varys, whose treasures have been implicated in arcane affairs. Sensitive to the notion of magic, Varys clandestinely met with his old ally, Governor Illyrio of Pentos, and they conspired throughout the night, resulting in a new scheme. While the details of this plan remain undisclosed for now, it is worth noting that the king's entourage, after a week of delays, finally arrived in King's Landing. King Robert, devoted to his role, wasted no time upon his return, indulging in revelry, while the Master of Whisperers, Pycelle, convened a council. These affairs are of no concern to Luo Wenyuan, who has returned to his estate on the outskirts of King's Landing. Having accompanied the king on a northern retreat for 2 to 3 months, he found a backlog of essential documents awaiting his attention upon his return from the Stone Steps Isles. The trade war between Tyros, Meereen, and Liss has transcended mere commercial rivalry, evolving into preparations for a genuine confrontation. It is said that the Meereenese are contemplating the necessity of hiring a golden company due to the escalating tensions over the disputed territories. Meanwhile, the Lyseni have commenced dispatching fleets, gearing up to enlist soldiers. As for the Tyrosi, their newly appointed sovereign, a man named Danzo, is seeking to recruit the mercenary leader Luo Wenyuan to join in this tumultuous endeavor. Danzo is acutely aware of the long-standing enmity between Luo Wenyuan and the Lyseni. At present, Luo Wenyuan is no longer merely the leader of the Jade Dragon Mercenary Company. He has ascended to the position of governor of the Narrow Sea. And his naval fleet, the Bloodstone shipyard, has gained renown for constructing a type of Eastern vessel known as the Fortune Ship. Although his fleet cannot be compared to the Royal Navy, the fleet of Qingting Island, or the Iron Islands, Luo Wenyuan nonetheless possesses a formidable naval force. Regardless, Luo Wenyuan has received an invitation from the Tyrosi sovereign Danzo. The animosity between Liss and himself has endured for far too long, and as war looms on the horizon, Danzo implores the governor of the Narrow Sea, the last general of the glorious empire, to join him in confronting the nefarious Lyseni. Should they succeed, the wealth of Liss City would be at the governor's disposal. Disregarding the preceding formalities, Luo Wenyuan fast-forwards to the crux of the matter. My good brother, let us unite against the Lyseni. After the battle, you shall claim the Lyseni's riches, while I shall take their lands. However, Luo Wenyuan finds little interest in this proposition. He is not in want of money. Through the trade nexus of the Stone Step Isles, he may not reap the trade taxes of the Riverlands, but he still has Salado to plunder the Lyseni, Pantos, and Tyrosi merchant vessels alike. Nonetheless, even with Salado's continued maritime raids, the intensity and ferocity have diminished compared to the period before Luo Wenyuan's conquest of the Stone Step Isles, thus rendering Salado's plundering relatively unnoticed. Returning to the main issue. Although Luo Wenyuan's past transgressions against the Lyseni have kept them in a state of semi-hostility, neither side has overtly declared war. However, they have engaged in covert hostilities, with Luo Wenyuan dispatching Salado to seize Lyseni merchant ships, while the Lyseni have masqueraded as pirates to intercept Luo Wenyuan's vessels, even attempting to raid the islands of the Stone Step Isles. Yet, they frequently encounter Salado, resulting in maritime skirmishes that leave behind a trail of corpses, ultimately leading to a stalemate. Yet now, how could Luo Wenyuan possibly engage in battle with the Lyseni? Duke Edard Stark has convened in King's Landing, and with Robert's demise at the hands of a boar imminent within the next few months, first, the capture of the Imp, then Jaime breaking Edard's leg, followed by conflicts in the Westerlands and the Riverlands, culminating in Robert's death and Edard's coup, or perhaps a failed attempt to restore order, this is not the time to stir up trouble. In essence, having been too conspicuous, it is now time for Luo Wenyuan to adopt a more discreet approach. Consequently, he has resolved to forego participation in the Prime Minister's tournament as well. Chapter 69. Are you joking, my lord? Lord Edard, I believe I am utterly unfit for this role, Luo Wenyuan protested vehemently, waving his hands in refusal. How could a mere governor of the Narrow Sea take on the responsibilities of the Minister of Maritime Affairs in King's Landing? I am not being modest. I implore you to seek someone more capable. Governor Luo, please do not be so humble. At this moment, we are uncertain when Lord Stannis will return from Dragonstone for his familial visit, Eddard Stark replied, seated across from Luo Wenyuan. You are, without a doubt, the most suitable candidate currently in King's Landing. Eddard spoke with sincerity, There were indeed very few Iron Throne vassals with their own naval forces in King's Landing. Stannis had been absent for several months, having retreated to Dragonstone following Jon Arryn's death, ostensibly to visit family. He had also taken with him all the royal fleet's warships. It is only natural for the Minister of Maritime Affairs to take the Royal Navy with him, is it not? Edard mused. However, the position of minister could not remain vacant, prompting Eddard Stark to consider Luo Wenyuan, whom he deemed the most appropriate and somewhat amiable option. In truth, Eddard's selection was largely influenced by Luo Wenyuan's previous entanglements with the Lannisters in Derry City, rendering him a more appealing choice. Even if you say so, my lord, Luo Wenyuan replied with a wry smile. There are currently no naval forces in King's Landing for me to oversee. Yet, the maritime affairs could not be neglected. Although the pirates had largely vanished since your conquest of the Stepstones, I am aware that a band of pirates continues to wreak havoc upon the Narrow Sea. This undoubtedly referred to the infamous Ser Alistair Thorne. Governor Luo, as the governor of the Narrow Sea, it would be most fitting for you to temporarily assume Lord Stannis' duties in dealing with these pirates, Eddard continued, pausing momentarily to sip from his chilled wine glass, moistening his throat. Moreover, Lord Varys has also recommended you as a commendable choice to oversee maritime affairs. Ah, indeed. This band of pirates has long disrupted my maritime trade routes, Luo Wenyuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a show of earnest concern, which, in truth, he felt deeply. In the realm of medieval nobility, the majority are inclined to exploit power for personal gain. While it may not be universally true, it is certainly prevalent. For this reason, an individual of integrity and honor commands respect. Not only is this a rare and admirable quality, but those who manipulate power also tend to favor such individuals. Furthermore, one must ponder why Varys would advocate for him. This matter warrants investigation. I shall temporarily assume the role of Minister of Maritime Affairs until Lord Stannis returns. Luo Wenyuan readily agreed. However, despite the privilege of attending the council meetings, the Minister of Maritime Affairs often finds his presence rather inconsequential, as discussions seldom revolve around maritime issues in the current council. That morning, Luo Wenyuan consented to undertake the responsibilities of the Minister of the Navy, and subsequently accompanied Duke Ed to the Royal Council meeting. Thus, within the resplendent halls of the Red Keep, 6 esteemed ministers gathered to deliberate on matters of state. Governor Luo, your illustrious reputation precedes you. Your deeds and Liss were nothing short of earth-shattering, remarked one of the venerable officials. Upon his inaugural entrance into the opulent council chamber, Luo was greeted first by Count Varys, a rotund man with a balding head, emanating an overwhelming scent of powder that was sweet to the point of decay, leaving Luo somewhat disoriented. Luo was not inclined to engage in conversation with Varys. Associating too closely with those who reveled in intrigue felt perilous, akin to walking a tightrope. Oh, not at all. I am quite taken aback that Lord Varys would recommend me for the position of Minister of the Navy, he replied with casual indifference, wishing to keep their exchange brief. After all, the Eastern man was not only tight-lipped, but also had fortified his stronghold against the meddlesome little birds, rendering Varys' usual tactics ineffective. Noticing Luo's reluctance to converse further, Varys simply displayed his characteristic benign smile, observing as the Eastern gentleman greeted other ministers in succession. Governor Luo first exchanged pleasantries with Duke Lancel, having previously encountered him during the trial by combat in Dorne. Following this, Varys noted Luo's cordial acknowledgement of Peter Baelish, with whom Luo frequently interacted due to the latter's obligation to remit tribute to the Iron Throne every 3 months. Interestingly, Varys discerned from Luo's demeanor that he treated Baelish with a similar reserve as he did Varys himself, seemingly avoiding excessive interaction with either of them. What could this imply? Varys pondered. Lastly, there was the drowsy Maester Pycelle, the elderly scholar perpetually appearing on the brink of death. Luo merely exchanged a few words with him before retrieving documents typically required by the Minister of the Navy. The council convened once more in the absence of His Majesty. Continuing discussions centered on the Prime Minister's tournament. Lord Ed remained vocally opposed to the tournament being held in his name, yet the event proceeded regardless. Gentlemen, all these troubles stem from the Prime Minister's tournament, he lamented. The commander of the city guard expressed his grievances at the Royal Council, stating that the King's tournament was of no interest to the Prime Minister. Duke Ed frowned and interjected, "You may say what you wish, my lord, but knights from all corners of the realm are steadily arriving in King's Landing. With each knight comes a pair of free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 soldiers, a dozen merchants, and 24 courtesans. As for thieves, there are so many that I dare not even venture a guess. Just last night, a man drowned, accompanied by a tavern brawl, 3 knife fights, a case of assault, 2 fires, numerous robberies, and a drunken horse that charged into the street of the nuns. The day before, a woman's head was discovered floating in the cathedral's rainbow pool. No one knew where it came from or whose it was. It is truly alarming. Varys shivered as he spoke, glancing at the governor of the Narrow Sea, who was engrossed in his documents, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. As Varys observed, Luo Wenyuan was indeed unconcerned about the implications of the tournament. His assumptions were not misplaced. However, the Vatican's population is a mere 801, while Australia boasts a staggering 47 million kangaroos. Should the kangaroos choose to invade the Vatican, each inhabitant would have to fend off 676 of them. He was oblivious and uninterested, only focused on his schemes and machinations. After Luo Wenyuan had nearly finished reviewing the reports of piracy from the past 2 months, Duke Ed had also concluded his business. The Guardian of the North addressed the assembled dignitaries, saying, "The sooner this farce ends, the sooner I shall find peace. Such events are what allow the kingdom to flourish, my lord," the Master of Whispers remarked. For the upper classes, it is an excellent opportunity to seek glory, while for the impoverished populace, it provides a temporary respite from their woes. Many will profit handsomely from this, Peter added, wearing a knowing smile that men often share. The inns are fully booked, and the workers of pleasure are overwhelmed with clients, their pockets jingling with coins as they walk. The young Loras laughed heartily. "Your words remind me of the time my brother Stannis suggested to our king that we should banish brothels, to which the king retorted if that meant forbidding eating, using the restroom, and even breathing. I too have been pondering your brother Stannis," Ed said with a serious expression. "Although I have summoned Lord Wenyuan to temporarily fulfill his duties, Stannis remains the true master of ships on the Iron Throne. Once we have driven the workers of pleasure to the sea, perhaps he will return?" Peter's remark elicited even more laughter from the assembly, yet sadly, Luo Wenyuan remained unresponsive, his humor seemingly absent. Ed rose and declared, "I have heard enough regarding brothels for one day. This discussion ends here." As he left the council, Duke Ed felt disheartened, for the tournament that brought him such discomfort was now upon them. "Indeed, Governor Luo, there is one more matter I wish to bring to your attention." Just as Wenyuan was about to depart from the council chamber, Lord Edard called out to him, "My lord, how may I be of service?" "Nothing particularly urgent. I must express my gratitude for your patience in enduring my daughter's incessant chatter during our recent return from the north. I have now engaged a new swordsmanship instructor for her, so you shall no longer be troubled by her." "Oh, it seems that Wenyuan will not have the opportunity to win the favor of the Stark girl for the time being, but it is of little consequence. There will be future chances." "No trouble at all, my lord. Miss Arya delights in martial arts, and I would be pleased to offer her some guidance." "I sincerely appreciate your past attentiveness to my daughter, Governor Luo," Edard sighed. "I now must assist Robert in organizing his tournament. Until we meet again. Until next time? What shall you say then?" Adasath stood within the Mermaid Palace, his face a mask of fury. "Next time and next time again. The Mermaid Palace I have constructed on the steps of the Isle nearly rivals your own in scale. What more must I do to prove my worth? You are, after all, a bastard. I am aware of your long-standing affection for Willa, the Lady of White Harbor. Lord Wyman sits high within the Mermaid Palace, and I know we have shown you little concern over the years. However, I hope this brings you some solace. We have other plans in mind for Willa and her sister. I am Adasath Blackheath." He insisted vehemently. "You may assert that, but who among us can forget your origins? Yes, you have achieved modest success, but it is not enough. Why not simply state that I must attain a certain station before I am deemed worthy to propose? If you could achieve that, it would indeed be possible. Should you truly wish to wed Willa, seek the governor of the Narrow Sea to act as your matchmaker." Adasath glanced at his distant uncle and nodded softly. Very well. He had been in the company of the governor for several years and was confident that his request would not go unhelped. However, Wyman Manley was unaware of Luo Wenyuan's true nature. "You have quite the imagination. You ought to thank that man from the Far East. Without him, you might still be loitering in Flea Bottom." Adasath had always had a strained relationship with Lord Wyman, having fled from White Harbor out of frustration. Continuing the conversation with him would only elevate Adasath's blood pressure further. He scoffed, recalling a phrase from a book borrowed from the governor's study that he found particularly apt. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. We shall see what the future holds. The final words he spoke were not reflective of his true feelings at that moment. However, considering that he would soon turn 28, Adasars realized he was no longer a youth. After uttering this thought, he turned and departed from the Mermaid Palace. He made his way to the stables to find his steed, and promptly left White Harbor, riding southward along the King's Road, preparing to return to King's Landing to reunite with his lord. Yet simultaneously, he felt a surge of frustration. Why had he foolishly returned to this family to endure such vexation? Setting off from White Harbor, Adisars rode southward alone. Though the journey was lengthy, he traversed it with remarkable speed. Within 3 days, he reached the region of the Trident River. After that, it would only take him 2 more days of riding to approach King's Landing. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, for just as he arrived at the intersection of the King's Road, the Valley Road, and the River Road, a persistent drizzle began to fall from the heavens. Although the rain was light, it rendered the roads exceedingly muddy. As dusk descended, Adisars weighed the options of braving the wet night journey or seeking shelter at an inn. He opted for the latter. Drying his garments by the hearth, savoring a warm meal, and enjoying a cup of ale seemed a most agreeable choice. Presently, Adisars found himself near the Crossroads Inn, where there were still some available seats. He intended to order a few delightful dishes and a drink, and to secure a room for the night. Upon entering the inn, he observed that the hall was long and well ventilated, lined with large wooden barrels on one side, while a roaring fire blazed on the other. The serving staff scurried about with skewers of roasted meat, bustling to serve the patrons. The benches were filled to capacity, with villagers and farmers sitting alongside travelers of various origins. A dyer with hands stained black and purple conversed with a fisherman reeking of fish, while a muscular blacksmith huddled beside a frail old monk. A rugged wanderer exchanged tidbits of news with a soft-spoken merchant, as if they were old friends. Adisars found a seat near the entrance, surrounded by a group clad in blue steel armor, draped in silver-gray cloaks, their shoulders adorned with the Twin Towers emblem of House Fry from Riverrun. Just as he was about to place his order, the inn's door swung open behind him. "Boss!" A loud voice called from behind, prompting Adisars to glance back. He saw an old night watchman dressed in black, accompanied by 2 attendants and a diminutive figure. "We need someone to tend to our horses. Lord Lannister requires a room and hot water for a bath." The small figure was none other than Tyrion Lannister. Chapter 71. My lord, in 2 days, the tournament shall commence. In the arena outside King's Landing, Luo Wenyuan and Leo strolled amidst the bustling workers constructing the grandstands for the forthcoming tournament. Indeed, the preparations had been underway for over a month, coinciding with Duke Ed's arrival in King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King. The prospect of the tournament had been a source of considerable concern for him, and Luo Wenyuan perceived that if matters were to linger any longer, the esteemed Lord Ed would surely be driven to madness. With a faint smile, Leo turned his gaze towards the arena. As a knight hailing from the Reach, steeped in its chivalric traditions from a young age, he had eagerly enrolled in the tournament. At that moment, he accompanied his liege lord for a leisurely stroll at the tournament grounds. "Alas, my lord, you did not partake in this tournament. I have heard tales of how you once bested the mountain in a joust years ago and withstood the furious assault of Ser Gregor Clegane. That is a gross exaggeration. I merely exchanged a few blows with the mountain," Leo remarked, his attention drawn to a knight in the center of the arena measuring distances, seemingly preparing for the contest. "That is no simple task. The mountain is not to be compared with Ser Jaime. Although Jaime possesses superior skills, how many can withstand the brute force of the mountain?" Indeed, Luo Wenyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Leo's insight, for he himself was not particularly known for his strength. After completing a circuit of the arena, the 2 entered King's Landing through the mud gate. Just as they stepped inside, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them. Turning around, they witnessed a column of horsemen charging from the west, prompting the guards to swiftly issue commands to clear the path, ensuring the lead knight and his entourage could pass unimpeded. The foremost rider raised a long black banner aloft, its silk fabric billowing in the wind like a living entity, emblazoned with a purple lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. "Lord Baron has arrived. Make way," shouted the attendant bearing the black flag. Following closely was a young knight with golden red hair, clad in a black satin cloak adorned with star patterns, riding a magnificent black steed, exuding an air of flamboyance. "Are you here to participate in the Hands tournament, my lord?" A gate guard inquired from behind him. "I am here to claim the champion's title," Count Baron proclaimed loudly amidst the cheers of the crowd. Leo recognized the figure before him as the Lightning Lord of Blackport, Baron Targaryen. Luo Wenyuan also held a notable impression of this individual, for Count Baron would later emerge as the leader of the Brotherhood Without Banners, the man known for having died 7 times, with the last sacrifice being his own life to resurrect the long-deceased Catelyn Stark, transforming her into Lady Stoneheart. A remarkable individual, Luo Wenyuan mused. It is worth noting that the presence of Lord Baelish at the tournament signifies that another event has undoubtedly transpired. In Luo Wenyuan's vague recollection, the departure of Catelyn Stark after her clandestine meeting with Edard Stark occurred prior to Lord Baelish's arrival in King's Landing. Thus, Lord Baelish's journey may be perceived as a milestone along the timeline. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Luo Wenyuan pondered whether Catelyn Stark had already ventured into the Riverlands. Perhaps she had even taken Tyrion captive. After calculating the passage of time, Luo Wenyuan concluded that he might not have the opportunity to rescue Tyrion from the Vale and decided to set the matter aside. He glanced up at the sun sinking in the western sky. "Let us depart, Ser Leo. Our excursion today has been quite sufficient. What do you make of the tournament grounds now?" "Indeed, I have a fair understanding. However, I must select a suitable steed before the event. Notable knights from across the Seven Kingdoms have gathered. I need to prepare accordingly." Speaking of notable figures, Tyrion Lannister undoubtedly stands as a prominent celebrity among the Seven Kingdoms. Virtually every noble is familiar with the moniker of this so-called imp. At present, he stood before Lord Adas. This was not to imply that Adas had not encountered Tyrion during his northern travels, but rather that they were not well acquainted. His liege was, in fact, a friend of Tyrion's. Upon witnessing the arrival of esteemed guests, the innkeeper's wife, Martha Hyde, rushed over with her signature smile, albeit one that was somewhat alarming due to her tobacco-stained crimson teeth. "My lord, I sincerely apologize, but we are fully booked. I can rest in the stables. As you can see, I require little space," Tyrion quipped with self-deprecating humor. "As long as the fire is roaring and the straw is not infested with fleas, I shall be quite content." The innkeeper's wife, flustered, replied, "My lord, we truly have no other option. It is the tournament's doing, and the place is overrun. The last room was just reserved by this gentleman." She gestured towards Lord Adas. In response, Tyrion Lannister produced a gleaming gold coin from his pocket, tossing it into the air, catching it deftly before bouncing it once more, signaling something understood by all present. A somewhat ragged free rider immediately stood, saying, "My lord, if you do not mind, you may have my room." "Quite clever of you," Tyrion remarked with a teasing tone, tossing the gold coin to the rider, who skillfully caught it midair. "Ah, good reflexes." He then turned to the innkeeper's wife. "What of the food? I trust that will not pose an issue. Anything you desire." "My lord is at your service," the innkeeper's wife assured, thumping her chest for emphasis, while Tyrion cast a glance at the nearby dining table. "My men shall feast upon the same fare, albeit in double portions. We have journeyed a considerable distance on horseback. Now, prepare a roasted bird for me, be it chicken, duck, or pigeon, and bring forth a jug of your finest wine. Yoren, will you join me in this repast?" The cloaked figure readily replied, "Indeed, my lord. I shall dine with you." Lord Lannister, a young man, resembling a minstrel, leapt from his table. "May I have the honor of entertaining you during your meal? Allow me to sing a ballad celebrating your esteemed father's triumphs." It appeared that this interlude was nearing its conclusion. Adasia shrugged, redirecting his gaze toward the innkeeper's wife. No longer concerned with Tyrion Lannister, for his own hunger demanded attention. "Ah, Lady Stark, what an unexpected delight," Tyrion exclaimed after declining the minstrel's request, a note of surprise escaping his lips, prompting Adasius to turn his head. "Lady Stark? What is amiss? Should not Lady Catelyn be tending to her son Bran in Winterfell?" Adasius hastily glanced in the direction Tyrion was observing, and indeed, there sat Catelyn Tully, the Lady of Winterfell, in a corner, accompanied by a short, stout old man with graying hair and no beard. "Lady Stark?" The innkeeper's wife, Marcia Hade, questioned gruffly. "The last time I was here, she was still Catelyn Tully." With the attention of the entire tavern upon her, Catelyn gracefully rose to her feet. Addressing Marcia, she then turned toward the gentleman in the corner. "Sir, is that the black bat of Harrenhal embroidered upon your outer garment?" "Indeed, my lady," the man promptly replied, rising. "My father is Hostine Tully of Riverrun. Might I inquire if Lady Hightower is his loyal ally?" "She certainly is," the man replied with conviction. The elderly companion beside Catelyn drew his longsword, and upon witnessing this, Adasius felt an unsettling premonition. Catelyn had merely encountered Lord Tyrion, yet now, there was an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. A glimmer of insight flashed in Adasius's eyes. Perhaps this was his opportunity. He had formulated an audacious hypothesis, unable to articulate the reasoning. Yet he considered that only this explanation could elucidate why Catelyn was systematically identifying every knight and rider loyal to House Tully present in the room. The emblem of the Red Stallion was always held in high regard by Riverrun, and she turned to address 3 soldiers by the hearth. "My father regards Lord Jonos Bracken as one of his most steadfast and loyal vassals." The 3 soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, yet they responded, "Our lord appreciates your esteemed trust." "I envy your esteemed father for having such a multitude of good friends," Tyrion remarked, seemingly unaware of the circumstances. "However, Lady Stark, I fail to comprehend your intentions behind this. Subsequently, Lady Catelyn turned her gaze towards Edmure, or more precisely, she directed her attention to the large gathering of Freys seated beside him. I am quite familiar with the double towers emblem of House Frey, gentlemen. May I inquire about the well-being of your lord? Their leader rose and bowed to Lady Catelyn, stating, My lady, Lord Walder is quite well, and he intends to take a new bride on his 90th birthday. We hope to extend an invitation to your esteemed father to grace us with his presence. Tyrion Lannister couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that Lady Catelyn's father held a deep disdain for the tardy Lord Walder Frey. Thereafter, Catelyn turned her attention back to Edmure. Addressing him, Sir, I recognize the mermaid crest upon your cloak. Indeed, the cloak draped over Edmure bore the mermaid insignia of House Manderly. Not too long ago, while still in White Harbor, Edmure had adorned himself with this emblem to strengthen ties with his family, only to find himself at odds with his distant uncle. The Manderlys have always been loyal vassals to my husband. I wonder if you recall the time when the Stark family welcomed the exiled Manderlys into their fold at Winterfell? Edmure rolled his eyes, already devising a plan in his mind. Of course, my lady, the Manderlys have forever been the most steadfast bannermen of House Stark. Yet, I am not a Manderly, but a Blackwood, Edmure mused inwardly. In the next moment, Lady Catelyn turned to face Tyrion. This man arrived at my home as a guest, harboring intentions to harm my 7-year-old son. She pointed him out to the assembled crowd, as the stout, elderly figure drew near, brandishing a sword. In the name of King Robert and the noble lords in attendance, I implore you to bring him to justice and assist me in delivering him to Winterfell, to await the judgment of the king's law. In an instant, the tavern was filled with the glint of steel, dozens of shining swords being drawn, all aimed at Tyrion. Chapter 72, Sansa and her governess, Septa Mordane, accompanied by her companion, Jane Poole, were being carried in a litter to the Prime Minister's tournament. The curtains of the litter were woven from yellow silk, exquisitely crafted, allowing her to see directly through them to the world outside, while casting a golden hue over the surroundings. Beyond the city walls, along the riverbank, 100 tents had already been erected, and thousands of common folk gathered to witness the spectacle of the tournament, which left Sansa breathless. The gleaming armor of the knights, the splendid steeds adorned in gold and silver, the raucous cheers of the crowd, the myriad of vibrant banners fluttering in the wind. And those knights, especially the knights, filled her with awe. As they arrived at the seats arranged for them by Duke Edard, Sansa couldn't help but exclaim, This is truly more magnificent than the songs depict. Sansa Stark adorned herself in a splendid gown of emerald velvet today, a hue that perfectly complemented her chestnut tresses, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful amidst the lively gathering. Alas, she lamented the absence of her lady companion, for it was a dire pity that her friend could no longer grace the presence of the Queen and Prince Joffrey. Before her, the heroes of countless ballads sprang to life, each more gallant than the last, captivating the hearts of the maidens who gazed in awe. Among them, the formidable 7 Kingsguard commanded the majority of attention, their presence undeniably striking. All but Ser Jaime Lannister donned armor of milk-white scale, their cloaks as pristine as the first snow of early winter. Although Ser Jaime also wore a white cloak, he was resplendent in golden armor, complete with a lioness helm and a gilded sword. Apart from the Kingsguard, the fearsome Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, loomed large, his towering figure shaking the ground as he passed by Sansa and her companions. Next came a multitude of knights and nobles, both familiar and unfamiliar to Sansa. Among them were mercenaries from the Fingers, the Reach, and Dorne, as well as free riders and newly appointed squires not mentioned in the songs. There were also young lords from illustrious families, though of lesser standing, and heirs of local lords, many of whom had yet to achieve notable deeds. Nonetheless, Sansa and Ginny believed that one day their names would echo throughout the 7 kingdoms. Most intimidating of all was a certain Jorah Mormont, an exiled prince of the Summer Isles, clad in a cloak of interwoven red and green feathers, with skin as dark as coal. Following him, Ginny's gaze fell upon the fiery-haired Lord Beric Dondarrion, his black shield emblazoned with a lightning bolt, prompting her to exclaim her willingness to wed him immediately. They also spotted the Knight of the Riverlands, Ser Leo Belmonte, standing beside the governor of the Narrow Sea, clad in ebony plate armor and draped in a blood-red cloak, adorned with the crosses of his house. Regrettably, Lord Mervyn had not participated in the tournament, much to Sansa's dismay, as she recalled the memorable duel between him and Ser Jaime. The jousting continued throughout the day until dusk, the thunderous sound of hooves transforming the tilting ground into a desolate wasteland, churned by the pounding of steeds. Several times, Sansa and Ginny witnessed knights collide, lances shattering into splinters, eliciting cheers from the crowd as they rallied for their favored champions. Each time a rider fell, Ginny would cover her eyes like a startled child, while Sansa, emboldened, felt it her duty as a lady to maintain her composure at the tournament. Even the Septa, Mordain, noted her graceful demeanor and nodded in approval. The illustrious deeds of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, were soon met with the formidable prowess of Ser Bollistan Selmy. Despite his advanced years, Ser Bollistan remained an indomitable force, having recently vanquished foes at least 20 or 30 years his junior. The two warriors clashed immediately, engaging in a fierce battle that left them evenly matched. Sandor Clegane and his giant brother, Ser Gregor Clegane, were equally unstoppable, ruthlessly defeating one adversary after another. Ser Gregor, a fearsome sight, during his second encounter, impaled a young knight from the Vale with a wooden lance, ending the young man's life instantaneously. This gruesome scene unfolded before Sansa and her companions, causing Jane Poole to erupt in hysterical tears, while Sansa, though frightened, endeavored to maintain her composure, stifling her own tears as her mind went blank. Had the fallen knight been Jory, or Ser Roderick, or even Lord Commander Mormont, it would have been unbearable. The silent sisterhood of the September, led by the grieving nun, had no choice but to escort the young ladies away from the arena to allow them a moment of calm, thus missing the ensuing contests. However, the aftermath of the slain knight's demise was destined to extend beyond merely ushering the frightened noble women from the scene. I personally kept vigil for him last night, Ser Bollistan Selmy remarked, as he and Lord Eddard Stark gazed upon the body being transported on a cart. This child is all alone, without kin or friends, his only connection being his mother back in the Vale. It was indeed a tragedy. One could only imagine the sorrow that would engulf that poor lady upon receiving the news. In the pale morning light, the young knight appeared as if in slumber. Though not handsome, death had softened his rugged features. The sisters of the Silent Sisterhood had dressed him in the finest black velvet cloak, the high collar conveniently concealing the gaping wound in his throat. Eddard Stark contemplated the face before him, pondering why he had not had the chance to converse with this knight named Ser Hugh before he fell victim to a Lannister's lance. Could this merely be coincidence? He would likely never know, nor could he fathom the greater troubles his lady wife had unwittingly stirred. It is often said that one should plan before acting, yet, in a moment of impulsiveness, Catelyn Tully had boldly seized Tyrion Lannister before countless witnesses, declaring her intent to escort him back to Winterfell for judgment. How riveting it would have been had she indeed brought Tyrion back to Winterfell, especially if she were to learn that he had bestowed upon Bran the chance to ride once more. However, the current circumstances were quite different, as she, with Tyrion in tow and accompanied by the knights who had followed her from the tavern, began her journey along the valley road toward the Vale. Chapter 73. In the preceding moment, he had merely ordered dinner, yet in the blink of an eye, the entire room erupted into chaos, with everyone drawing their blades. The servant beside Tyrion, named Jack, was also poised to unsheath his weapon, while the portly innkeeper shrieked, "My lords, I implore you, do not draw your swords here." Before either of them could be reduced to mere meat, Tyrion seized Jack's arm, signaling him to refrain from brandishing his weapon. "Jack, where has your courtesy gone? Did our kind innkeeper not beseech us to keep the peace?" He managed a strained smile. "Lady Stark, I believe you are mistaken. I have no involvement in your son's affairs. I swear upon my honor." His protest was abruptly interrupted. "Huh, your Lannister honor," Catelyn retorted, raising her hand to command the attention of all present. "Behold this scar. It was inflicted by his dagger. He sent someone to slit my son's throat." Tyrion felt the fury of the crowd surge around him, ignited by the injury on the Stark woman's hand, almost as if they were on the verge of combusting. Indeed, in mere moments, they did erupt. "Slay him," began a drunken harlot, and soon after, the others in the tavern echoed her sentiment, their fervor rising with astonishing rapidity. Just moments before, they had been cordial, yet now they resembled ravenous hounds, relentless in their pursuit of his life. What was more bewildering was that he had committed no such act. He was entirely unaware that Bran had been the target of an assassination attempt. It was no surprise, considering the Stark family's penchant for secrecy. Although Varys and Peter were privy to the information, Tyrion, devoid of any network of spies, remained oblivious. With his voice trembling, he raised it above the din, declaring, "If Lady Stark believes I am culpable for certain transgressions, I would be more than willing to elucidate my position." Given the dire circumstances, Tyrion had no option but to concede, as approximately 20 individuals had drawn their swords at the behest of the Stark woman, the knight from Harrenhal. 3 members of House Bracken, a knight from House Manderley who looked vaguely familiar, and 2 mercenaries whose menacing demeanor suggested they could easily dispatch him with a mere spit, alongside a throng of bewildered peasants. Subsequently, Tyrion and his 2 attendants were apprehended. The black-clad brother who had accompanied him, bound by his vows, could not intervene in the affairs of the 7 kingdoms and thus stood by, a mere spectator. Tyrion was hooded and placed upon a saddle, swiftly taken away. They galloped through the rain, and it wasn't long before Tyrion felt his legs ache and his backside sore from the saddle. Although they slowed their pace after safely distancing themselves from the inn, the journey remained arduous and treacherous, with his sight obscured, each turn threatening to unseat him. The sounds filtering through the hood were indistinct, leaving him uncertain of what those around him were saying. The fine rain soaked the fabric, causing the hood to cling tightly to his face, making even the act of breathing increasingly laborious. The coarse rope chafed against his wrists, tightening as the night deepened. It was only when Catelyn issued the command to set up camp and rest that Tyrion was finally dismounted from his horse, followed by the loosening of the bonds that restrained him and the removal of the sack from his head. In an instant, the bright light of dawn flooded his senses, rendering him momentarily blinded. As he gradually acclimated to the brightness, he beheld the narrow stone path before him, the surrounding hills growing ever more steep and treacherous. And in the distance, the serrated silhouette of snow-capped peaks loomed on the horizon. "This is the road to the Vale," he exclaimed. "You clearly stated we were heading to Winterfell." "Indeed, I have reiterated it many times. Our objective now is the Eyrie, where you shall receive a fair trial. The matter concerning my lord is entirely irrelevant to me," Tyrion protested vehemently. "I shall repeat once more, I have no penchant for senseless murder." Catelyn remained resolute, now firmly convinced that this diminutive demon was indeed the culprit, for the assassin wielded his dagger. "Lady Catelyn, do I appear to you as a fool? Would I lend my own weapon to a petty thief? Believe it or not, I refuse to be viewed as a simpleton." Tyrion discerned a flicker of doubt in her eyes, yet Catelyn retorted, "Then explain why Peter would lie to me?" Just as Tyrion was about to respond, a stone suddenly soared down from the mountain pass, striking an unfortunate peasant squarely on the head. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from the valley, and all turned to witness a throng of native clansmen pouring forth. Each bore dark skin and lean physiques, adorned in hardened leather and ill-fitting armor, their faces obscured by half-helmets. They were gloved, brandishing a diverse array of weapons: aged longswords, lances, sharpened sickles, along with maces, daggers, and heavy hammers. The leader at the forefront donned a cloak made of mottled shadowcat fur, wielding a massive 2-handed sword. "For Winterfell," bellowed the stout, elderly man who had been closely following Lady Catelyn. Tyrion recognized him as Ser Roderick. Immediately, Ser Roderick drew his sword and charged at the Highland clan leader. "For Harrenhal," shouted a warrior from Harrenhal, swinging his mace towards the enemy, while 2 mercenaries also surged into battle. One, armed with a curved blade and dagger, tore through the ranks of foes like a whirlwind, dispatching numerous adversaries with ease. Among them, the knight from House Manderly stood out, leaping onto a horse, brandishing his long sword as he galloped headlong into the fray, toppling several Highland clansmen in his wake. Tyrion picked up the shield that his master had not managed to grasp, sheltering his diminutive form behind it. Occasionally, he could hear the Highland clansmen greeting him with their slings, the sound of stones striking the shield resonating in his ears. At that moment, he heard a woman's piercing scream. Cautiously, Tyrion peered out, only to find 2 Highland warriors surrounding Lady Catelyn, intending to abduct her and return to their tribe as a trophy of their conquest. Let them have their way with that shrew, Tyrion thought to himself. But for reasons unknown, despite such musings, he charged forward. He brought the shield down upon one warrior's lower back, knocking him down. The other, witnessing his companion's defeat, swung an axe at Tyrion, who promptly retreated to evade the blow. In the next instant, a knight from House Manderly rode in, dismounting with a sense of familiarity that always struck Tyrion as odd. The knight swiftly dispatched the axe-wielding Highland brigand from behind. Without delay, Tyrion seized the shield again and struck the fallen enemy with force, the iron-bound oak shield crashing against the man's face, sending him back to the ground. The Manderly knight then delivered a finishing blow to the downed foe. The skirmish concluded swiftly, leaving the contingent of riders with heavy casualties. Earlier, Tyrion's squire, Jaqen, had been slain by a sword from behind, while another squire, lacking martial prowess, had also perished. The knight from Harrenhal bore minor wounds, while the 2 mercenaries and the Manderly knight remained unscathed. However, Ser Roderick had sustained a gash across his neck from a Highland spear and a cut to his left arm, revealing his age. Several soldiers from House Bracken lay dead. "My lady, we cannot afford the luxury of burying these valiant soldiers," the old knight suggested. We must depart at once for the Eyrie. We cannot withstand another assault from the Highlanders. Tyrion noted the look of helplessness on Catelyn's face. Having spent time with the Starks, she had come to value honor deeply. Yet, how could they not bury those who had fought bravely and died for their cause? Seizing the opportunity, Tyrion turned once again to the Manderly Knight. For some reason, I feel as though I have seen you before. Have we met previously? The knight glanced at Tyrion and then turned to Lady Catelyn, who was currently embroiled in a debate with the others over whether to bury the bodies. My lord Tyrion, we have indeed crossed paths before. I am Edas Blackwood, a vassal of your friend, Lord Wyman Manderly, the governor of the Narrow Sea. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tyrion's eyes. Chapter 74. Today's council before the throne was indeed peculiar. The fact that King Robert himself attended the meeting left Luo Wenyuan in a state of astonishment. However, the shocking news that the king subsequently announced truly astounded him. Daenerys, the last remnant of the dragon lineage, had inexplicably grown up under the protection of a merchant from Pentos. Furthermore, she had married a Khal from the Dothraki and was now with child. This information had been provided to King Robert by Lord Varys. Upon hearing this revelation, Luo Wenyuan turned to Varys, inquiring, "My lord Varys, is your source reliable?" Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it, for his overly reactive demeanor inadvertently conveyed to Varys that he was well aware of Daenerys' whereabouts. "Rest assured, my information has always been trustworthy," Lord Varys replied, maintaining an impassive expression that left Luo Wenyuan unable to discern what thoughts occupied the mind of the eunuch. Thus, he resolved to remain composed and take one step at a time. In the midst of the royal meeting, King Robert laid bare his plans, which involved sending a warrior to Daenerys with the intention of having her perish in a rain of arrows from a solitary archer. To this day, we remain uncertain as to how a solitary archer could unleash such a barrage. However, Duke Edard could not bear the thought of this unfolding. "Robert, I beseech you," Duke Edard implored, "please think this through. You are plotting the murder of a child. She is with child." The king slammed his fist down upon the council table, the resounding thud echoing throughout the chamber. "Ned, this matter is non-negotiable. Hear me clearly. I want them dead, both mother and child." At this point, he nodded toward Luo Wenyuan, eliciting a sense of unease within him. "He helped me eliminate that vermin, Viserys, and now I merely need to deal with these two. If you proceed in this manner, you will be remembered with infamy. Murdering a child is not an honorable act." Indeed, it is not honorable. But I want them dead. I desire this kingdom to remain peaceful before it faces peril, allowing me to indulge in feasting and revelry. "Robert, you are chasing shadows. And whether or not there are shadows remains to be seen. Is it truly uncertain?" Varys inquired softly, twisting his perfumed hands. "My lord, you are unjustly accusing me. Would I fabricate falsehoods to deceive his majesty and the esteemed lords?" Perhaps, Luo Wenyuan mused inwardly, for no one knew Daenerys' location better than he did at that moment. "If I may speak candidly, my lord Varys, may I inquire as to the source of your intelligence? Duke Edard, do you remember Ser Jorah Mormont?" Now, Duke Edard comprehended the situation. "So your information derives from a traitor far afield. Very well, even if that is the case, perhaps Mormont erred, or perhaps he is lying. I do not trust his intelligence at all." Edard regarded the eunuch with a frigid gaze and spoke. "Ser Jorah would never deceive me," Varys remarked with a sly smile. "Rest assured, my lord, the matter of the princess's pregnancy is beyond doubt." Luo Wenyuan found this quite intriguing, though he was aware that Count Varys was lying. He had no qualms about allowing the falsehood to flourish. "This is what you assert. Should you be mistaken, we need not fear. If the girl suffers a miscarriage, we need not fear. If she bears a daughter instead of a son, we need not fear. If the child perishes in the cradle before maturing, we also need not fear." Duke Edard interjected. "But what if it is indeed a son?" The king slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud and bellowed. "What if he survives? The narrow sea still lay between us, and the day the Dothraki teach their horses to traverse water. And when they can ride forth to vanquish Governor Luo's navy, then I shall be afraid," Edard replied, casting a glance at Luo Wenyuan before continuing. The king took a swig of wine and glared fiercely across the council table at Lord Stark. "Are you suggesting I do nothing and merely await the arrival of the Dragonspawn with their armies?" "The Dragonspawn you speak of is still in the womb," Duke Edard countered. "Even Aegon did not embark on his conquests until after weaning." In essence, Duke Edard was employing an ostrich strategy. He would not take any action until the Dothraki appeared in Westeros. "Seven hells. Stark, you're perpetually obstinate." The king roared, then surveyed his counselors. "What is wrong with you all? Are you mute? Who will speak reason to this frozen fool?" Varys offered the king a smile. Then the eunuch stretched out his soft, somewhat plump hand to rest upon Edard's sleeve. My lord, I assure you, I genuinely comprehend your concerns. Conveying this news to you is no easy task for me either, for we are discussing something dreadful, something vile. Yet those of us who dare to govern must prioritize the welfare of the realm above our own sentiments. One could not deny the merit in Varys's words. However, they were insufficient to sway Duke Stark. For me, this matter is quite simple, Duke Renly shrugged. Viserys and his sister should have been dealt with long ago. It is merely unfortunate that His Majesty was once misled by Jon Arryn's words. Your Majesty, do you recall that even Rhaegar could not intimidate you? Edard continued, his tone brimming with suppressed disdain. Has your courage diminished so over the years that the shadow of an unborn child instills such terror in you? King Robert was incensed, his face flushed. Ned, do not forget who the king truly is. I certainly have not forgotten. I trust you have not either? Enough. King Robert slammed the table. And Luo Wenyuan had long lost count of how many times this table had been struck. I have no desire to engage in a battle of words with you. I must eliminate her. Should I fail to do so, it would be a transgression against the heavens. Each of you cast your votes. She must die? Replied Duke Lisa without a hint of hesitation. We have no other choice. Alas, it is a pity that this is mere pretense from Varys. Sir Balistan Saramir raised his clear azure eyes from the table. Your Majesty, to clash with foes upon the battlefield is a noble endeavor. However, to strike before one is even born is ignoble. I beseech your pardon, but I must side with Lord Edard. At that moment, Maester Pycelle cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a frail, kindly elder. If war were to erupt again, how many soldiers would perish in the wilderness? How many villages would be reduced to ashes? How many children would be forcibly taken from their mothers, meeting a grim fate? If the demise of only Daenerys and her son could spare the lives of many others, would that not be a compassionate and wise course of action? You speak the truth, Maester Pycelle. Indeed, if the gods were to err and grant Daenerys Targaryen a son, the kingdom would be plunged into chaos, Varys concurred. If you discover that the woman with whom you share your bed is less than fair, the wisest course is to close your eyes and proceed with the deed, Lord Peter announced loudly, for, in due time, she will not become any more beautiful. So a kiss to settle matters is prudent. A kiss? Sir Balistan did not comprehend the words of Littlefinger and repeated them. A deep kiss with sword and blade. Finally, it was Luo Wenyuan's turn to cast his vote, acting in the capacity of the Lord of the Sea. I believe it is prudent to prepare for the worst. After all, that pregnant princess is undoubtedly an impostor, so I am indifferent to her fate. During my time in Essos, I have encountered the Dothraki on numerous occasions, and they are indeed formidable warriors. But you were able to withstand them, Varys flattered him. Seeing the decision solidified, Duke Edard rose in disappointment. Robert, I believed you were not of such character. I thought we had crowned a king of nobler stature. Get out. The furious king hissed, nearly at a loss for words. Get out now, you wretched man. I have had enough of you. What are you waiting for? Leave, return to Winterfell. I never wish to see your face again, otherwise. I swear I shall use your skull as a bowl. In silence, Duke Edard removed the silver hand brooch, symbolizing the king's authority, and placed it upon the council table before turning to depart. As Lord Edard exited, Maester Pycelle spoke up again. I have heard whispers of an assassin organization in Bravos known as the Faceless Men. Do you even know how exorbitant the hiring price of the Faceless Men is? Littlefinger lamented. As the crowd deliberated on the means to escort a false princess on her journey, Luo Wenyuan turned his gaze towards the departing Duke Ed, until the heavy doors of the council chamber were once again sealed by the royal guard at the entrance. Chapter 75. Once they passed through the Bloodgate, a breathtaking panorama unfolded at the far end of the stone fortifications. Majestic mountains, lush green meadows, and a cerulean sky, crowned by snow-capped peaks, presented themselves before the onlookers, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty that left one breathless. At this moment, Island Valley basked in the morning light. The rugged canyon stretched before them, reaching towards the misty east, a serene and tranquil realm, sheltered by towering mountains, with fertile black soil, broad and gently flowing rivers, and countless lakes shimmering in the sunlight. Fields of barley, wheat, and corn were laden with bountiful harvests, while even the pumpkins from the high garden paled in comparison to the size of those grown here. And the fruits were unmatched in sweetness. Lady Catelyn and her companions had entered Island Valley, where she encountered her long-absent uncle, commander of the Bloodgate, Blackfish Brandon. The injured Ser Roderick and the knight from Heron-S Landing, along with several others, were recuperating at the Bloodgate. Accompanying Lady Catelyn through the Bloodgate towards Eagle's Nest were only Tyrion, a mercenary named Boron, and a knight she had long believed to be of House Mandler, Adas. Oh, and there was the singer, Marillion, who drew Tyrion's attention to Lady Stark, leading to his immediate capture. Now, he followed Lady Catelyn into the valley, eager to witness the conclusion of this tale. Lady Catelyn walked alongside Blackfish, engaged in hushed whispers, while beside Tyrion, Adas assumed a dual role of protector and escort. The group traversed the narrow, steep paths of the canyon under Blackfish Brandon's guidance, and as they advanced, the road widened and leveled, hastening their pace into the valley's expansive plains. Brandon dispatched a standard-bearer, brandishing a pole adorned with two banners at the forefront of the procession. Atop, the crescent eagle of House Island. Beneath it, Brandon's own Blackfish emblem. The entourage pressed forward, traversing verdant woods and tranquil villages, passing orchards and golden wheat fields, fording clear, babbling brooks, farmers' carts, merchant wagons, and riders from minor noble houses, upon catching sight of their banners, hastily made way for their passage. Yet even so, by the time this assembly reached the foot of Eagle's Nest, the sun had already descended into the western sea of sunset, and a new moon now graced the sky, casting its pure, silvery light upon the world below. The crowd had just arrived at the foot of the towering giant spear, a magnificent mountain that forms part of the Ming Dynasty mountain range, with the giant spear being the most majestic among them, bearing the ancestral fortress of the Eileen family for over a millennium. Adesath gazed upward, first catching sight of the castle before them, its lofty battlements illuminated by torches, while the crescent moon cast its gentle light upon the dark waters of the moat. The drawbridge had been raised, and the iron gate had long descended. Yet Adesath still observed the bright flames flickering within the gate tower, with light spilling from the windows behind the battlements. This was Moongate Fortress, currently overseen by Lord Westeros. Although nominally the territory of the Eileen family, Moongate Fortress was typically governed by outsiders during all seasons save winter, when the Eileen family would descend to reside within its walls to escape the harshness of the cold. As Adesath continued to gaze upward, behind Moongate Fortress loomed the majestic mountain range. His sight ascended from rocky outcrops and coniferous forests to the dark, towering peaks, ultimately resting upon a solitary tower nestled among the summits. The tower, crafted from pristine white marble, stood like a solitary sentinel. Yet, as he looked higher, Adesath beheld a series of towers ascending along the ridge, culminating in a grand palace perched atop the mountain's peak, embraced by three towers of varying heights, with imposing walls rising almost vertically from the sheer cliffs. Eagle's Nest City, the singer named Marillion exclaimed, clearly awestruck by the spectacle before him. Lady Stark, I mean no offense, but are we to ascend in darkness? I doubt the path to Eagle's Nest City will be easy, especially at night. Adesath inquired after expressing his admiration for the grandeur of Eagle's Nest City. Not at all. We shall take refuge at Moongate Fortress for the night, and proceed to Eagle's Nest City at dawn, Sir Mederick, Catelyn responded. At that moment, the standard-bearer under Bryndon's command arrived at Moongate Fortress, calling out to those within the tower and requesting entry. It is worth noting that Adesath concealed his true identity from Lady Catelyn, adopting the false persona of Mederick Mandeller, a distant relative of the Mandeller family. Catelyn harbored no suspicions, for who would concern themselves with the authenticity of a self-proclaimed kinsman of the Mandeller lineage? Moreover, Adesath was indeed a member of the Mandeller family by origin, and although he had since established his own lineage, he remained exceedingly familiar with the matters of the Mandeller clan. Thus, no one questioned his identity. At that moment, the sound of oiled chains being pulled echoed from Moongate Fortress as the drawbridge was lowered and the iron gate raised. A contingent of soldiers emerged, brandishing torches to illuminate the path for all. Bryndon boldly led the way into Moongate Castle, where Baron Nestor Royce, the steward of the Vale and guardian of the castle, awaited them in the courtyard, surrounded by knights. Upon seeing Catelyn approach, Baron Nestor bowed, addressing her as Lady Stark. A man of considerable stature with a robust chest, his gestures appeared somewhat clumsy. Catelyn dismounted and stood before him. My Lord Nestor, she said, having long heard of his renown. He was a cousin of Bronze Yohn, born of a collateral branch of House Royce, yet still a notable figure in his own right. We have traveled a great distance and are weary. If it would not be too much trouble, we would like to request shelter for the night. Lady, do not be modest, Baron Nestor replied gruffly. However, your sister, Lady Lisa, has just sent word from the Eyrie, requesting to meet with you at once. Those accompanying you may stay here tonight, and we shall send them up the mountain first thing in the morning. This is madness, Bryndon exclaimed, dismounting swiftly and striding directly to Baron Nestor. It is not a full moon tonight. You cannot expect them to ascend the mountain under such conditions. It is tantamount to seeking death. The notable figures began to debate their matters. while someone of lesser consequence like Edas was soon guided by a servant to his resting quarters. As for Tyrion Lannister, his freedom was soon curtailed, as he was taken to a prison within a high tower, awaiting his transfer to the Eyrie the following day. Edas planned to accompany him to the Eyrie, eager to witness how this farce would ultimately unfold. Chapter 76, Lord Varys. Luo Wenyuan donned his armor, armed himself with a long knife, concealing a hand cannon upon his person before arriving at the dragon's lair for their rendezvous. Lord Varys had invited him to converse in the long-abandoned dragon's lair, and Luo understood that this matter was likely unavoidable. Thus, he prepared himself as thoroughly as possible, also arranging for 20 heavily armored guards outside the lair and 15 crossbowmen lying in ambush among the ruins, within the shadowy remnants of the dragon's lair. Only Varys awaited him among the crumbling walls. Reluctantly, Luo approached. "Ah, Governor Luo, you finally arrive, though I must say, you have kept me waiting a bit too long." "Lord Varys, I suggest you speak plainly. I have little patience for convoluted games," Luo replied, resting his left hand upon the hilt of his long knife. Varys rubbed his hands together in resignation. "Oh dear, Governor, you resemble a frightened hedgehog," he remarked, yet his obsequious smile vanished as if a mask had been lifted, replaced by a serious countenance. "In that case, Governor Luo, I shall ask directly. You have hidden Princess Daenerys, have you not?" Luo Wenyuan maintained a calm demeanor, boldly questioning the source of your conclusions. "Surely, Governor, you do not believe that I was oblivious to the nuances during our meeting before the throne?" Varys feigned a look of deep regret. "Governor, I have heard that you came to Westeros in search of a new homeland for your people after your own was destroyed. If the king were to discover that you were concealing a Targaryen princess and deceiving him..." Here, Varys shook his head, pondering the dire consequences that would undoubtedly ensue. "If such were the case, I would inform the king of a certain eunuch's disloyalty, one who frequently conspires with a merchant governor across the narrow sea to restore the Targaryens." Yet, Luo Wenyuan's next words nearly halted Varys's heart, and I would prompt his majesty to ponder whether Rhaegar's eldest son truly met his demise. "You, Lord Varys," Luo Wenyuan stepped forward, pointing directly at him. "I once held the esteemed position of the commander of the Imperial Guards under the Bright Empire. I intend to deliver a decisive blow to instill a sense of trepidation within you. The Imperial Guards, you may regard them as faceless agents who also gather intelligence. Lord Varys, I possess knowledge, vast knowledge, indeed. Would it not be wiser to have an ally rather than to scheme against me?" Varys scrutinized Luo Wenyuan, entirely unaware that the latter had no real intelligence network and relied solely on his foresight of the narrative. "Varys, Peter, and Queen Cersei, apologies, but out of habit." Cersei remained in Luo Wenyuan's mind as the Dowager Empress. These three individuals were undoubtedly the most perilous for him in King's Landing. Thus, Luo Wenyuan's clandestine meeting with Varys, revealing that he was aware of what Varys presumed to be unknown, was akin to dancing upon 3 eggs. Fortunately, Varys relented. "However, may I audaciously request that you first withdraw the surrounding ambushers? In such a case, I would feel considerably more at ease during our ensuing conversation." It was evident he understood the gravity of his situation, yet Luo Wenyuan fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. Varys could only retract his neck in resignation. Very well, my lord. I must admit, you have indeed taken me by surprise. However, it seems that Princess Daenerys is indeed in your possession. I can comprehend your intentions. After all, seeking a new homeland for your people can best be achieved by conquering a new kingdom, much like the Undulls of yore. If you were to possess a Targaryen princess, you could rightfully claim to restore her to the throne. Luo Wenyuan remained silent, taken aback by Varys's assumptions regarding his motives. However, allowing him to speculate was quite agreeable. After all, should today's perilous plan, akin to dancing on a tightrope, succeed, the subsequent endeavors would become exceedingly straightforward. As you have just stated, we indeed ought to be partners. You see, my objective is to ensure that the true heir to the Iron Throne returns to claim his rightful position. I believe, esteemed sir, you can discern that Prince Joffrey is decidedly unfit for kingship, and that his father is none other than Jaime Lannister." Varys widened his eyes. "You are aware of this?" Yet, the silence remained his only response. "Very well, my lord, I have been candid with you. May I inquire about your intentions regarding the princess?" "To bide my time and let events unfold," Luo Wenyuan replied simply. However, to Varys, such words were laden with complexity. From Luo Wenyuan's perspective, allowing events to ferment implied Jaime's assault on Edard, the mountain's incursion into the Riverlands, the king's demise during a hunting expedition, Edard's imprisonment, and uprisings in the north, Dragonstone, and Stormlands. Conversely, Varys perceived Luo Wenyuan's notion of waiting as a reference to the moment Littlefinger informed Lady Catelyn in the brothel that the murderer was Tyrion, thus igniting the conflict between the Lannisters and the Starks. With a snap of his fingers, a cadre of crossbowmen emerged from the ruins. Before I take my leave, let me impart one final piece of information, Lord Varys. I did not slay Prince Viserys, and that is the truth, for he did not lay a hand upon him. However, the distinction between that and his actual death is negligible. Nevertheless, this does not deter me from my intentions. I initially planned to assist Prince Viserys in reclaiming the throne to enter Westeros with legitimacy. Yet, the Lyseni, in their greed for Queen Riella's crown, detained the prince. When I attempted to rescue him, the estate caught fire, and ultimately, Prince Viserys perished in the flames. Varys, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. Even he was shocked by Luo Wenyuan's revelations. After the death of the prince to whom he had sworn fealty, to utilize the circumstances of the prince's demise for personal gain compelled him to re-evaluate his perception of Luo Wenyuan. Subsequently, Luo Wenyuan and his prearranged ambush quietly departed from the dragon's lair, leaving Varys alone amidst the ruins. Soon after, a youth emerged from the debris, clutching a crossbow. He hastily approached Varys and asked, "My lord, shall we proceed with the assassination?" "Not for now," Varys replied after a moment's contemplation. Meanwhile, Luo Wenyuan, accompanied by his guards, departed the dragon's lair, heading toward the Rennies Hills, preparing to return to his estate situated slightly north of King's Landing. However, fate proved unkind. Although summer is often marked by scorching sun, sudden downpours are not uncommon. Just as they had traversed less than half the distance, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. At that moment, Luo Wenyuan and his entourage happened to pass by the brothel in Shataya, nestled behind the Rennies Hills. Luo Wenyuan glanced up at this favored retreat of King Robert and suddenly widened his eyes. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" He suddenly turned his head and shouted, then immediately began to run, followed closely by his guards who raced after Luo Wenyuan. They dashed along the streets, transformed into mud by the heavy rain. After turning a few corners, Luo Wenyuan beheld a scene he had anticipated. Eddard Stark sat amidst a pool of blood, cradling the lifeless body of Jory Castle. Chapter 77. Adasath stood in the hall of the Eyrie, leaning against a pillar, intrigued by the unfolding events. It was already the second night since he had detained Tyrion and brought him to the Eyrie. The hall was now ablaze with light. 50 torches ignited and placed upon the wall sconces, casting a brilliant glow. Lady Lisa, clad in a black veiled gown adorned with a pearl-embroidered crescent falcon crest, sat regally on a throne at the highest point of the hall. Her chestnut hair was intricately braided, cascading gracefully over her left shoulder. However, the bell of judgment had tolled, signaling the commencement of the trial. With no sign of the king, Adasath began to doubt the fairness of the proceedings regarding Tyrion's alleged murder of the king and the plotting against Bran Stark. Soon, Tyrion was brought into the hall by Ser Vardis Egan, the captain of Jon Arryn's guard. Lady Arryn summoned her knights and attendants to hear Tyrion's confession. Adasath observed the weathered face of Ser Brynden Tully and the amiable Baron Nestor Royce, alongside a younger man with a sharp black mustache, bearing a striking resemblance to Baron Nestor, his heir, Ser Albar. Most of the prominent nobles of the Vale had gathered, including the gaunt Ser Lyn Corbray, the gout-ridden Earl of Hunter, and the widow Lady Waywood, surrounded by her numerous offspring. The Ares hall was now teeming with people, as nearly all of House Arryn's vassals were present. Lady Catelyn was the first to speak to the imp, inquiring about his rumored intention to confess publicly. "Yes, my lady," Tyrion replied succinctly. Lady Lisa smiled at her sister Catelyn, remarking that the dungeon could break anyone. In the depths of the dungeon, the gods above observed clearly, with no shadows to hide in. Yet, he did not appear to be yielding. Catelyn responded with a hint of confusion and uncertainty. However, Lady Lisa disregarded her sister's concerns, turning to command Tyrion to confess. "Where should I begin?" Tyrion asked, addressing the gathered lords and ladies. "From the beginning," Lady Lisa instructed. "Oh, this is quite a lengthy tale. I must confess that I am indeed a little rogue, having committed countless misdeeds. There were times when I wished for the demise of my father and sister." He paused momentarily before continuing. "At times, I have not treated my inferiors with kindness. I have gambled, and what makes me blush even more is that I have cheated. I have uttered many derogatory remarks about the noble lords and ladies in the court, indulging in lewd jests at their expense. Some members of the aristocracy could not help but chuckle softly." Silence. Lady Lisa Arryn, with her pale round face, was now flushed with anger, her complexion appearing somewhat revitalized, as if her entire being had regained vitality. "You little imp, what do you think you are doing?" Tyrion tilted his head innocently. I am confessing, am I not? Catelyn, standing beside Lisa, stepped forward and accused. You are charged with sending assassins after my ailing son Bran and conspiring to murder the king's hand, Lord Jon Arryn. Tyrion shook his head helplessly, spreading his hands. I truly regret to inform you that these accusations do not pertain to me. I have no penchant for plotting murder. Do not think to amuse yourself at my expense. Little monster, since you have had your fun, it is fitting that you should be taken back to the dungeon, this time to a smaller room with a slanted floor. Lady Lisa exclaimed vehemently. Is there truly no sense of justice left in the Vale? Tyrion bellowed, his voice rising above Lisa's in indignation, momentarily startling Ser Vardis, who was preparing to seize him. Is there not a shred of honor within the blood gate? You accuse, I deny. And then you cast me into the black cells to starve and freeze. He lifted his head, exposing the scars left on his face by the jailers for all to see. Pray, where has the king's justice gone? You claim that someone has accused me of guilt. Then I demand a fair trial. Grant me the opportunity to defend myself. Let the gods above and the people below determine the veracity of my words. I call for trial by combat. Laughter erupted in the hall of House Arryn, thunderous and mocking. Baron Nestor Roy scoffed. Sir Vaon chuckled heartily. And Ser Lyn Corbray burst into uncontrollable laughter, while others doubled over in mirth, tears streaming down their faces. Even Maester Luwin struck a cheerful note on his harp, deriding Tyrion. Lady Lisa Arryn's blue eyes were filled with bewilderment, clearly taken aback once more, yet she acquiesced to Tyrion's request. You certainly have that right. At this, the nobles of the Vale stirred with excitement. The young knight, adorned with a green serpent embroidered on his cloak, stepped forward and knelt on one knee, declaring, My lady, I beseech you to allow me to fight for you. This honor should be mine. Lord Hightower interjected, For the love I bear for your husband, let me avenge him. My father served Lord Jon faithfully as the warden of the Vale, Ser Albar Royce proclaimed, Allow me to fight for his son. Those of virtuous stance are surely favored by the gods, Sir Linkabry proclaimed, asserting that such individuals are also the finest swordsmen. We are all aware of who this person is, and he humbly smiled. A dozen voices clamored simultaneously, eager to overshadow one another. Witnessing such a multitude impatient to take his life, left Tyrion deeply disheartened. Lady Lisa raised her hand to silence the gathering, addressing the lords. I sincerely appreciate your presence. Rest assured, if my son were here, he would share this gratitude. Across the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, none can rival the loyalty and valor of our Knights of the Vale. If only I could bestow this honor upon all of you, how splendid that would be, alas. I can select but one. With a gesture, she continued, Ser Vardis Egan, you have always been my late husband's trusted right hand. I ask you to be my champion. Ser Vardis, who had remained silent, knelt on one knee, gesturing the height difference between himself and the diminutive imp. The little monster stands merely half my height, and he is no adept swordsman. To slay such a creature and call it justice is beyond my capacity. I concur. The imp interjected promptly. You, who demanded the trial by combat. Lady Lisa glared at the imp, her voice raised. Hence, I too shall request a champion. And I choose my elder brother, Jaime, to fight in my stead. The Kingslayer is far away in King's Landing. Imp, she added. Then send a raven to him. I am more than willing to wait. You shall duel Ser Vardis tomorrow. Very well, I select Sir Adas Blackheath to represent me. Tyrion smiled. Who is he? Before Lady Lisa could finish her sentence, Adas emerged from a nearby corner, discarding a cloak emblazoned with the Manderly sigil. Lady Catelyn regarded the man, his face marred by a long scar, with disbelief. I am Adas Blackheath, and I would be honored to serve as Lord Tyrion's champion, he declared loudly. Chapter 78 Lady Lisa stood on the upper platform of the garden, observing the duelists entering from opposite sides of the garden. Ser Vardis, attended by his squire, donned a suit of chainmail and a padded coat, then adorned himself with a heavy suit of gleaming steel armor. With a wave of his hand, a sturdy oak triangular shield, studded with iron, was brought forth, while another squire presented a beautiful double-edged longsword. The blade was intricately inlaid with silver, depicting the vastness of the mountain skies, its hilt shaped like a falcon's head, with the guard resembling the wings of two falcons. This sword was forged in King's Landing, crafted specifically for my husband, Lady Lisa proudly informed her sister. Whenever he sits upon the Iron Throne in place of King Robert, he dons this sword. Do you not find it splendid? I believe it is only fitting for Jon's knight to wield this blade in vengeance. However, from Catelyn's perspective, it might be more appropriate for Ser Vardis to wield his own weapon, but she understood that debating with her sister would be a fruitless endeavor. This very morning, a raven arrived from the land of Riverlands, bearing news to the two sisters that the Mountain of Magic in the west had raided the villages of Riverlands, and tensions were escalating towards open conflict. Blackfish Brynden Tully sought to borrow 1,000 troops from his niece, Lisa, intending to return to aid Riverlands, but was met with an outright refusal, incensing Brynden to resign immediately from his position as commander of the Bloodgate. Even his own uncle's entreaties to persuade her to lend the troops proved futile, leading Catelyn to feel that capturing the little imp and bringing him to the Vale had been a grave error. Meanwhile, Sir Walderus's rival, the cunning Adassus, who had long masqueraded as Mandler, donned a far lighter attire than Sir Walderus. He wore merely a padded cotton garment and a set of lightweight chainmail, topped with a more agile and flexible black-scaled armor rather than cumbersome plate. Adassus chose as his weapons 2 long swords, one blade as dark as the night, the other as pure as freshly fallen snow. A soldier once attempted to offer Adassus a shield akin to that of Sir Walderus, but he declined it. At that moment, Duke Robert, seated high upon the platform, bellowed, "Let them fight." The young boy gesticulated eagerly, impatient to witness the duel unfold below. Sir Walderus turned to face the Duke of Eagle's Nest, raising his sword in salute, declaring his intent to fight for Eagle's Nest and the Vale. Sir Adassus also turned to face Tyrion, who stood on the open balcony opposite Duke Robert, raising his right hand and brandishing his sword, vowing to fight for Lord Tyrion's honor and Governor Loco's prestige. "They awaited your command," Lady Lisa advised the Duke's son seated beside Robert. "Let them fight," the boy shrieked, gripping the armrests of his seat in a tremor of excitement. Thus, Sir Walderus swiftly pivoted, shield raised, advancing toward Adassus, who wielded his swords with dexterity, able to engage with both hands, ambidextrous in his prowess. Their blades clashed, with Walderus blocking Adassus's strikes, and after a fierce contest of strength, Walderus forced Adassus back. The Knights of the Vale, shield raised, pursued, striking out, but Adassus nimbly leapt back, evading the attack, the silver blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Adassus then pivoted to the right, circling around Walderus, while the Knight of the Vale cautiously approached, shield aloft, carefully traversing the uneven lawn of the garden before launching a vigorous assault. Yet Catelyn anxiously observed as Adassus deftly sidestepped each of Walderus's attacks. The age difference between the two was no less than 15 years, with Adassus barely in his late 20s, while Sir Walderus must have been nearing 50. The two combatants continued their fierce engagement, their long swords clashing, the metallic sounds echoing through the air. Soon enough, Sir Vaddis began to find himself at a disadvantage. Unlike the youthful Adassus, his stamina and age had long since surpassed their prime. The pace of their exchanges quickened, yet Sir Vaddis's counterattacks grew feebler. Unable to match Adassus in vigor, Sir Roderick, standing beside Catelyn, shook his head, recognizing the intensity of their duel was too great for Vaddis to endure. Although the instructor from Winterfell had arrived at Eagle's Nest, he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries, rendering him quite weak. In the garden, the contest had devolved into Adassus relentlessly battering Vaddis's shield with a tempest of sword strikes, splintering the heavy oak shield and leaving it riddled with cracks. The nobles of the Vale observed the unfolding battle and could see the tide had turned against Sir Vaddis. However, Lady Lissa seemed oblivious to the dire situation. "Sir Vaddis, swiftly bring this farce to an end," she called out, rising from her seat. In response to her words, the ever-loyal Sir Vaddis, who had been retreating and crouching behind his battered shield, suddenly surged forward. Adassus was unprepared for this abrupt counterattack, as Vaddis's shield collided with his chest, causing him to stagger back several steps until he crashed into the statue of a weeping woman in the garden. Seizing the moment, Sir Vaddis lunged at Adassus, his long sword raised with the intent to cleave his opponent in two, aiming directly for Adassus's head. In that instant, the nobles of the Vale witnessed Sir Vaddis's decisive counterstrike and erupted in cheers. Adassus, however, quickly dropped to one knee, crossing his swords to block Vaddis's descending blade. A resounding clash echoed as Jon Arryn's beautifully engraved silver sword struck Adassus's dark blade, resulting in the silver sword snapping a third of its length. Seizing the opportunity, Adassus sprang to his feet, bringing his dual swords down upon Vaddis. The beleaguered knight raised his shield in defense, yet this battered barrier could no longer protect him. Under the force of Adassus's strike, the shield shattered into several pieces, leaving only a small remnant still bound to Vaddis's left hand. "Bravo!" Tyrion clapped his hands in delight upon witnessing this turn of events, believing that without a shield and weapon, Sir Vaddis had effectively succumbed to defeat. However, Sir Vaddis did not concede defeat. After losing his weapons and shield, he let out a fierce roar and charged at Adassus, intending to deliver a powerful blow. Yet, Odysseus merely sidestepped, akin to dancers exchanging places, and swiftly positioned himself behind Sir Vatus, his longsword deftly slicing across Vatus's leg, leaving a stark gash upon his armor. "Quickly, provide Sir Vatus with a weapon," Lady Lisha cried from the platform, prompting attendants to rush forth and throw a new longsword to Vatus. Alas, the new weapon could not aid him. Even from her elevated position, Lady Catelyn could see blood seeping from beneath Vatus's greaves, reminiscent of a creeping insect at a banquet. Sir Vatus was wounded, yet his adversary remained unscathed, Sir Roderick remarked with a heavy tone. Armed once more, Sir Vatus charged at Odysseus. But his speed had diminished to that of a sluggish snail. The injury to his leg, combined with the considerable exertion, rendered his labored breaths audible even to Lady Catelyn atop the platform. Odysseus deftly deflected Vatus's longsword and delivered a forceful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he emitted a low groan. Struggling to rise, he was once again knocked down by Odysseus's boot. Attempting to stand once more, he was met with a swift strike to his right arm, causing Sir Vatus to collapse, unable to rise again despite his efforts. A profound silence enveloped Eagle's Nest City, and all present understood the gravity of the situation. Odysseus approached Sir Vatus, kicking aside his sword, then raised his black blade, poised at the gap in Vatus's neck armor, ready to plunge it in at any moment. He glanced up at Lady Lisha on the platform, but she remained silent, her face a mask of grim determination. If she did not call for a halt, then there was little more to be said. Odysseus shrugged, then plunged his sword into Sir Vatus's neck. The Valley Knight twitched a couple of times before falling still, save for the blood that continued to flow. "Mother, is it over?" the Duke of Eagle's Nest inquired, his curious gaze fixed upon the motionless Valley Knight, oblivious to the fact that he could no longer summon Tyrion as he wished. "Indeed," Lady Lisha replied, her voice as cold and lifeless as that of her deceased captain of the guard. "May I summon that little scoundrel now?" At the other end of the garden, Tyrion stood up, his face alight with joy and self-satisfaction, unable to contain his expression or his tongue. "In any case, it won't be me, this little rogue," he declared. "For this little rogue intends to ride down the mountain in a basket with a turnip. Thank you for your kind attention." Just as Lady Lisha seemed poised to command her soldiers to apprehend Tyrion, he interrupted her. "I had thought that the Arryn family still remembered their ancestral tongue," remarked the little imp, his voice resonating with honor. "You promised me he could fly." Upon witnessing the absence of his beloved pastime, the Duke of Eagle's Nest let out a scream directed at his mother, trembling with despair as his eyes reddened at an alarming rate. Lady Lisa, her face flushed with indignation, was compelled to console her son, saying, "Child, the heavens deemed this man innocent. We have no choice but to let him go." She then turned her gaze towards Tyrion, raising her voice. "Bring the Lord of House Lannister and Sir Adam to me. Escort them to the Bloody Gate. Then set them free. Ensure they are provided with sufficient horses and provisions for their journey to the Trident, and be sure to return all their belongings and weapons. They will surely require such equipment for the mountain path." "A mountain path?" Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment. A faint, triumphant smile crept upon Lady Lisa's lips. While Lady Catelyn understood all too well that for Tyrion and the deceitful knight, the mountain route would undoubtedly serve as a sentence of death. The clans of the Vale would surely seek their lives and possessions. Tyrion Lannister was undoubtedly aware of this peril, nonetheless. The dwarf maintained a facade of politeness as he bowed to Lisa Arryn. "As you wish, my lady," he replied. "We are familiar with this road."